Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xianxia held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Tao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Tao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Tao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the Blue Dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Tao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xianxia's strong Blue Dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xianxia allowed the many terrifying Tao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Tao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xianxia endured dozens of different great Tao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xianxia's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xianxia. Then he placed a palm strike on Xianxia's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xianxia's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Tao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Tao energies in Xianxia's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xianxia's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xianxia at the same time. The appearance of a Tao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. "You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while." There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xianxia. Then he threw a palm strike and sent Xianxia flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the thunder-controlling peak. He would help Xianxia to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment they had to protect Xianxia. No matter what, a Tao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Tao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xianxia leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xianxia turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain was already waiting here. Baiyu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xianxia obtained the Tao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xianxia's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Baiyu's face. "It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then." Boom. However, who knew, after Xianxia revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xianxia executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xianxia was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Baiyu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiaoqin to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Baiyu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiaoqin did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Baiyu into the air and quickly descended. Baiyu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiaoqin entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiaoqin. They all showed stunned expressions. Then they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao Tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Ian bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiaoqin knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiaoqin still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang? How could Xiaoqin care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiaoqin's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiaoqin, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools! What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sects startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiaoqin. Now that Xiaoqin reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast 6th floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiaoqin. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiaoqin for sparing his life. Gongzi Mo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched and he could not breathe properly. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzi Mo reached the 5th floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant's saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzi Mo managed to reach the 1st floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the 2nd floor, startling the cultivators on the 1st floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiaoqin, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiaoqin's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the 1st floor were like ants. Yet they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiaoqin roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then he slammed the tyrant saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the 1st floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the 1st floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiaochen were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiaochen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the second floor, buying him some precious time. Xiaochen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao-Might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao-Might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant's saber in Xiaochen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiaochen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it, now I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiaochen felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant's saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant's saber in Xiaochen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shengguanlei, Wang Yueming, and the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunder clouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle. Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the purple flame sex Shengguanlei, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiaochen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shengguanlei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen had to improve every day. Otherwise he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiaochen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiaochen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shengguanlei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. So. As Xiaochen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yueming swept through all directions and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier? To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew? However, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yueming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang, bang, bang. The profound light temple's Zhen Yuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the three blessed lands. Zhen Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sect's Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Zhen Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Zhen Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Zhen Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Zhen Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Zhen Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao tool. When Zhen Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Zhen Yuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing chi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Zhen Yuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Zhen Yuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Zhen Yuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Qin, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the three blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the tyrant saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The tyrant saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the tyrant saber. Everyone knew that the Dao tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, A voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiaochen rejoice. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiaochen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Ah, do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Dao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet you want to recover quickly? How naive. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiaochen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Dao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiaochen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked dragon emperor could absorb all the great Dao energies that made Xiaochen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiaochen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Dao energies in Xiaochen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Ah! Xiaochen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiaochen let out a soft cry. Then he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. All right, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiaochen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Dao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiaochen. It's really him. Is that a Dao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiaochen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was 1 peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sections. With one glance, Xiaochen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Xianxia. Xianxia. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiaochen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn. After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Dao might, Xiaochen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors? After clearing 5 stages, Xiaochen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sect's true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Dong, dong, dong. Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiaochen that danger had not left. Hand over the Dao tool and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiaochen, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiaochen showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant's saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiaochen still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiaochen. Wuxia. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, it was the young cat-eared girl that Xianxia had parted ways with. Now she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Xianxia moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xianxia to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xianxia. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xianxia was mentally fatigued. The tyrant's saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me. The cat-eared girl said calmly, in any case you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes when I go out and get injured I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xianxia understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xianxia could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xianxia was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xianxia enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xianxia did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xianxia was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sections. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xianxia's hand. The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xianxia find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xianxia's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xianxia's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xianxia replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xianxia checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xianxia had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, He could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiaoqin even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiaoqin did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiaoqin outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiaoqin outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Padala Mountain's monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountain's many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liangzimo. Since Shengguanlei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Bai Yu, who was second only to Wang Yueming, did not participate. The leader of the Padala Mountain's Profound Light Temple's Zhenda was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The 2 of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. 4 hours later, the 3 groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiaoqin's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiaoqin is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liangzimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liangzimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liangzimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiaoqin obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him." A ruthless look flashed in Liangzimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other blessed land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sections. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 blessed lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The Berserk Saber Liangzimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiaoqin, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother Hua Yunfeng is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liangzimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiaoqin heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiaoqian's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it! As Xiaoqin held the tyrant's saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiaoqin could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiaoqin could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. "Xiaoqin, Your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel. The divine firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiaoqian would not come out. If Xiaoqian came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiaoqian at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiaoqian and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiaoqian could see through it. Stop. Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiaoqian rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiaoqian looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Padala Mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiaoqian looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiaoqian, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiaoqian looked coldly at the other party. Then, his gaze landed on the two Divine Firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the two of them to tremble in fear. For some reason they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiaoqian said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The two true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institution's Meng Qi and the Profound Light Temple's Zhen De raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. "Zhenda, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Zhenda replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." That's what I was thinking. The two hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Whoosh. Without much thought, Xiaoqian tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang. The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiaoqian's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. How heavy. However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and a sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The Profound Light Temple's Zhen De leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant's saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Wuxia. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Zhenda's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant's saber could warm up, a shock wave shot out in a direction that Zhenda and Meng Qi did not expect. After him, the entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant's saber as they flew towards it. Saber. My Dao tool. Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited and dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Zhenda's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant's saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiaoqin led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh, Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiaoqin paid for this saber. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard? I didn't see it? Xiaoqin pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiaoqin gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, it looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality he did not manage to subdue the tyrant's saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant's saber, he gained the tyrant's saber's acknowledgement. Xiaoqin had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiaoqin's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiaoqin's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiaoqin's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiaoqin's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shangguan Lei Wang Yueming, the profound light temple's Zhenda, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiaoqin, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. What was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiaoqin an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiaoqin's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial Uncle. Senior Brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of senior brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Padala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Of course we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused. Martial uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back. A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiaoqin has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters. No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiaoqin as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiaoqin's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiaoqin and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiaoqin's. With the help of the elixir he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiaoqin continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Zhenda had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. Ah, I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. Where are the Divine Firmament Sect disciples? A loud shout rang out. The Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei finally rushed over from the Forbidden Land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Shangguan Lei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. It's Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Shangguan Lei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The Divine Firmament Sect disciples responded to Shangguan Lei's question with excitement on their faces. Senior brother Shangguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my Divine Firmament Sect. The moment Shangguan Lei landed, the Divine Firmament Sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. Senior brother. The many disciples respectfully greeted Shangguan Lei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Shangguan Lei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Shangguan Lei's gaze. Even the profound light temple's Zhenda and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Shangguan Lei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying. To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Shangguan potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime, becoming a star venerate or even higher. Zhen De thought to himself, right now, the Shangguan aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Zhen Yuan's. What exactly did Shangguan experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Shangguan to Wang Yueming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Shangguan was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Shangguan gaze he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Shangguan recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "Ma Tianliang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Shangguan voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Shangguan target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large empty space where the Dao tool was. Now no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. So it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance you think you are fit to wield this saber? When Shangguan saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. Only I, Shangguan, am fit to wield this saber. The word tyrant was deeply engraved in Shangguan heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Shangguan, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly a cool voice rang out. Wang Yueming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000 flower garden. It's senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang is finally here. The people of the Confucian institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguan limelight appeared. Wang Yueming, you dare to compete with me? Shangguan shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yueming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yueming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Others might fear you, Shangguan, but why would I, Wang Yueming, fear you? Shangguan eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yueming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yueming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, "This saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me. Wang Yueming, what is the point of you going?" Wang Yueming said indifferently, "There is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move." Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike. A saber appeared in Shangguan hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. Purple qi comes from the east. Wang Yueming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous qi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple qi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous qi to clash head-on with this saber strike. Kasia. A crack appeared in the folding fan and Wang Yueming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength? Shangguan smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yueming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shangguan? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous qi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yueming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous qi poured out. Wang Yueming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiaoqin exchanged another move with Shangguan, forcing back the other party who was closing in on him. Shangguan somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yueming and said, "No wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you." Shangguanlei did not fear Wang Yueming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shangguanlei and Wang Yueming. Tyrant saber? This was the strongest person of the three blessed lands, the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Zhen Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yueming and Shangguanlei. Shangguanlei mocked, "Do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber." In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiaoqin opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant saber? Saber of misfortune? Chapter 1706. The Saber of Misfortune? Xiaoqin stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then he asked the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, "Is there really such a saying? Do you believe it?" Although the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiaoqin made up his mind. "In that case, this monk is here to deceive me? Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation." However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiaoqin immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Zhen Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the tyrant saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the tyrant saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiaoqin understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shangguanlei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the tyrant saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the tyrant saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumors spread, the reputation of the saber of misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's explanation, Xiaoqin's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiaoqin had already recovered from his injuries. The three experts of the Blessed Lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiaoqin to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiaoqin thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiaoqin would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatch the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiaoqin executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shangguanlei and Wang Yueming did not believe what the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan said. Xiaoqin believed that Xiaoqin had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Zhen Yuan looked at Shangguanlei and Wang Yueming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shangguanlei and Wang Yueming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Zhen Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Zhen Yuan thought for a while before saying, I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it? A cold light flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes as he said, Speak. Wang Yueming nodded, willing to hear it. Brother Shangguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together? Zhen Yuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, I can't block it. Then Zhen Yuan looked at Wang Yueming. Wang Yueming shook his head and said, Same. Alright, if that's the case. Since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me and the profound light temple will hold on to it. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly and said, However, what if the two of us block it? Zhen Yuan smiled and said, In that case I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Padala mountain far away from this conflict. Good. It is settled then. The three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death. Wang Yueming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yueming felt that receiving a palm strike from Zhen Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Zhen Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. Good. Zhen Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Zhen Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Zhen Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment something strange happened. The tyrant's saber in Zhen Yuan's hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber's scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant's saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Zhen Yuan could not control it. Come back. A shout rang out. The tyrant's saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Zhen Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant's saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant's saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant's saber. Xiaoqian. As Xiaoqian looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiaoqian could not help smiling. I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner? Shangguan Lei's face sank. I was wondering who snatched this saber. So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now you deliver yourself to me. Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then he used instant flash to charge at Xiaoqian. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Zhen Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Zhen Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiaoqian's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiaoqian. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiaoqian's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiaoqian's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, Purple Thunder 7 strikes. As Shangguan Lei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble? After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguan Lei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguan Lei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other, the saber strike landed. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in, resolving the mundane. After drawing the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen did not hold back either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a Star Venerate level existence. If Xiao Chen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. The tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiao Chen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Kasie. A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then Xiao Chen's 2-layered Dao might knocked him back. As Shangguan Lei stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop. Shangguan Lei cried out silently in pain. Then he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiao Chen, his arm was already numb and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my Xiao Chen's saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Zhen Yuan." Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan was raring to go. Clearly he wanted to take this opportunity to attack. Chapter 1707. A huge battle could break out at any moment. As Xiao Chen held up the tyrant's saber, he did not show any intention of explaining. Sometimes many people just needed an excuse. An excuse that they could use to deal with others, an excuse that they could use to their advantage. Given Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan's experience, it was impossible for them not to see that the black lotus that suddenly appeared on Xiao Chen's body was very strange. Just this point and the confession of a new profound light temple disciple could not prove that Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church member. However, that did not matter. Wang Yueming could use this favorable excuse to snatch away the Dao tool. To him, this was the best. He could use this excuse to get Zhen Yuan to interrogate Xiao Chen and force out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's saber manual. This would not arouse any suspicion. Zhen Yuan only said that he could use any means to pry out a Black Lotus Church disciple's confession. As for whether Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church disciple or not, it was not that important. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he saw Zhen Yuan hypocritically ask him if he wanted to explain, he directly rejected it. Zhen Yuan clearly saw that Xiao Chen's identity as a Black Lotus Church member was suspicious, yet he kept pressing him, putting on a hypocritical act to get him to explain. The more Xiao Chen tried to explain, the more he would appear guilty. It would not be useful. This was because Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan already firmly believed that Xiao Chen was a Black Lotus Church member. How could they really listen to his explanation? Hypocrite, fake monk, and scheming? Xiao Chen did not believe that the two of them were willing to risk their lives and dare to take a step forward. When Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan saw Xiao Chen pressing forward with an indomitable will, showing that he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor, they showed grave expressions, no longer as overbearing as before. They did not dare to take a step forward where the saber pointed. That was the line of life and death that Xiaoqin set. Brother Jinyuan, you are not just slightly stronger than me. Furthermore, this fellow is a sworn enemy of your Buddhist sect. I am willing to cooperate with you. Wang Yueming stared at Xiaoqin looking for openings. At the same time he sent a voice projection to praise Jinyuan. Jinyuan locked on to Xiaoqin. When he heard that he could not help smiling coldly. Indeed, Jinyuan did not fear Xiaoqin. If there were no one here he would have charged forward without any fear. However, there were too many people here. Furthermore, Wang Yueming was here. How could he take the risk? Even if Xiaoqin defeated Xiaoqin, he would end up helping Wang Yueming. How could he be careless? This Wang Yueming's calculations were really good. Naturally, Zhen Yuan would not fall for this trick and suffer. He replied, let's attack together. He cannot injure both of us with one move. He can only injure one of us at the same time, and then he will be crippled. Wang Yueming said coldly, I don't like to gamble. If it were me, I would definitely use this move on someone weaker. Behind them, the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun, who had been smiling with a smug look in his eyes, suddenly showed a grave expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin's aura stunned the two strongest outstanding talents of the Grave Sea. This is indeed a small place. It cannot compare to people who have experienced countless life and death situations. No matter how strong they are, even with such boldness, they are just trash in the end. They are not even comparable to the unconscious Shangguan Lei. Ming Xian snorted coldly in his heart, showing deep disdain and contempt for Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming. In Ming Xian's opinion, if these two had Shangguan Lei's boldness, they would have taken down this Xiaoqin long ago. There was no need to put in so much effort. In the end he still had to make a move. Black Lotus secret technique, world eliminating imprint, exterminating all life. Xiaoqin held his index and middle fingers together and formed a hand seal with one hand. The string of seemingly black Buddhist prayer beads dangled between his two fingers. Without any movement he ferociously pushed it forward. Boom. A force equal to a cloud sea star venerate's casual strike appeared out of nowhere. Caught off guard, Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming did not have time to turn around by the time they sensed it. A force equal to a star venerate's, containing the will of soul, surged over like a wave. The force immediately knocked Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming into the air, their bodies in intense pain like they were falling apart. Their souls trembled and they felt dizzy. The world spun around and their souls swayed in their bodies. After they fell to the ground they could not get up. His body and soul were both heavily injured by this attack. It was like a star venerate attacking. Caught off guard, the two were instantly injured to the point where they could not continue fighting. This was especially so for the Confucian institution's Wang Yueming. His physical body was not as strong as Zhen Yuan's. Intense pain covered his entire body, making it hard for him to even turn around. The scarier thing was that the shock to his soul could not recover in a short time. Zhen Yuan's indestructible iron body blocked out half of the damage from this move. His physical injuries were much lighter than Wang Yueming's. However, the damage to his soul made him feel incredible pain. He barely managed to get up and revealed an extremely shocked expression as he looked at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun. However, that was all. Right now, Zhen Yuan could not deal any damage to the Holy Sun Ming Xian. As for Wang Yueming, he was still in so much pain that he could not even raise his head to look up. Two pieces of trash. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said with deep disdain. Then, his figure soared into the air and charged towards Xiaoqin, who had just dealt with the shock waves without hesitation. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. The Black Lotus Church sage no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's entire body radiated a terrifying black Buddhist light. An expressionless, cold black Buddha image appeared behind him. The Black Lotus Church also believed in Buddhism. However, their interpretation of the ancient Buddhist scriptures differed from the orthodox ones. The Buddha they believed in was the same as the orthodox Buddhism, the Kasyapa Buddha. But in their eyes, the true body of the Kasyapa Buddha was like this. He was expressionless and cold, looking down on all life. He was known as the revered Black Lotus. Humans are born evil, and their 7 emotions and 6 desires are all sins. Kasyapa Buddha had no compassion. Those who believed in him could reduce their sins and enjoy reincarnation. Those who didn't believe in him were willing to fall into depravity. Their sins would reach the heavens and they would never be able to reincarnate. The appearance of the Black Buddhist voice immediately exposed the Holy Sun Ming Xian's identity. This was a result that no one could have imagined. Who could have imagined that Ming Xian, who righteously pointed at Xiaoqin and said that he was a pawn of the Black Lotus Church, was the true Black Lotus Church disciple. However, it was too late. Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan were severely injured. The others were not strong enough, unable to interfere in the battle between the Holy Sun Mingxian and Xiao Chen. They could only watch from afar. Xiao Chen possessed two kinds of great Dao energy, the Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Then he used the army-breaking saber technique to fight the Holy Sun Mingxian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will, which was similar to the Tyrant Saber. The Tyrant Saber contained the Thunder Dao. However, the tyrannical nature of the Tyrant Saber would not change. It could strengthen the aura of the Thunder Dao. Similarly, it could strengthen the compatible army-breaking saber technique. As Xiao Chen faced the mysterious and strong Black Lotus Church sage, he remained calm. Previously, due to his cultivation being limited, he could not clash head-on with the other party. Now that he obtained the Tyrant Saber, it was the right time. The other party's identity was exposed, and Xiao Chen held the home ground. He had the geographical advantage and his cultivation broke through. The right time, the right place and the right people, all three were present. He could clash head-on with the other party. Xiao Chen brought out the techniques of the Saber Dao to the fullest. Back at the Buddha-seeking platform, the other party had dared to rely on his cultivation and physical body to look down on Xiao Chen's attacks. Now the other party no longer dared to be so careless. After exchanging 100 moves to his heart's content, the Holy Sun Mingxian was shocked to discover that he did not hold the upper hand at all. That's all you are capable of? Black Lotus Church Sage, you are only SS. Xiao Chen raised his saber and switched from defense to offense. He roared, sounding like a dragon roaring in the surroundings and like thunder shaking the nine heavens. The Tyrant Saber in Xiao Chen's hand merged two kinds of great Dao energy as he executed army breaking. With the Tyrant Saber in hand, its surging aura seemed solid. With a gentle raise, it was like a tyrant appeared ruling over the world. One saber strike could destroy an army, piercing through the nine heavens above the clouds. The Holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly. He could not forcefully attack and his momentum had already weakened. Now was not the best time to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. With a thought, the Holy Sun Mingxian thought of a plan and quickly retreated. Break! Xiao Chen leaped into the air, gaining the upper hand in his aura. His expression turned grave and stern as he smoothly executed army breaking. The previous saber strike pierced through the clouds and stars appeared in the sky. Bathed in the brightest starlight, the saber light piercing the eyes. Then Xiao Chen continued advancing. The Holy Sun Mingxian landed on the ground. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he calmly executed hand seals and knocked away the saber light and saber might attacking him. Black lotuses appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. With every step he took, a lotus bloomed. Xiao Chen advanced ferociously, materializing his flawless saber Dao to its limits. The saber light in his hand flashed continuously. It was like the starlight, like the moon setting, like the sun rising, like the cold winter snow, like the warm spring light, like the merciless autumn wind. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand changed continuously. However, it was connected smoothly like he was telling a story. This exquisite saber skill stunned the various sect disciples in the surroundings. All of them sighed in amazement as if he was a celestial being. When Zhen Yuan, who barely managed to sit up and treat his injuries, saw this scene, he stopped his cultivation technique and was stunned. Just based on this saber skill, Xiao Chen was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhen Yuan. No wonder back then when Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming felt like there was a line between life and death. Indeed, Xiao Chen had the strength to make those who crossed that line pay a heavy price. Death was not excluded. What Zhen Yuan said was not a joke. When the Holy Sun Mingxian faced this exquisite saber skill, he could always resolve it. His strength was truly admirable. If it were them, how could they make out so many of Xiao Chen's saber skills? However, in the end, Xiao Chen's saber skills were stronger than the Holy Sun Mingxian's palm technique. After 300 moves, Xiao Chen finally found a major opening, causing the Holy Sun Mingxian's expression to change drastically. Breaking the world. Relying on the aura from the 300 moves, Xiao Chen used breaking the world to find an opening and hacked at the Holy Sun Mingxian. The Holy Sun Mingxian could no longer retreat. He formed another dermic hand seal, and scriptures echoed in the surroundings. Then he stretched out his hand and gently raised it. The scriptures gathered, and the space around him continuously rose, becoming like a Buddhist spiritual mountain. The saber light tore through the layers of barriers. The two Dao might merged and tore a hole in the Holy Sun Mingxian's tight defense. The tyrant saber chopped at the Holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder, trying to chop him in half. This scene was similar to when Xiaoqin first fought with the Holy Sun Mingxian. By feigning weakness, the Holy Sun Mingxian severely injured Xiaoqin with one strike. Would the same result happen again? Whoosh! Just as the tyrant saber was about to strike the Holy Sun Mingxian, the Black Lotus X Buddha image in the sky suddenly shrank. Then it shrank and gathered on the Holy Sun Mingxian's body. The Holy Sun Mingxian's physical body immediately changed, becoming like a black sculpture. Xiaoqin's tyrant saber landed on the Holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the black sculpture, which quickly peeled off, revealing the Black Lotus Sect's true appearance. The broken statue had negated most of the saber's power. When the saber landed again, it could only enter by 1 centimeter, stuck by the Holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder. History repeated itself. The Holy Sun Mingxian vomited a mouthful of blood. This time, the force of the saber strike was much stronger than before. Even though the Holy Sun Mingxian blocked most of it, he could not avoid sustaining significant injuries. The Holy Sun Mingxian's complexion paled, but he smiled widely. You fell for the same trick twice. Xiaoqin, you are really stupid. Soul-destroying eye. The Holy Sun Mingxian's forehead opened, and a vertical eye appeared. The vertical eye flickered with a sinister light, giving off a soul-trembling aura. Now the Holy Sun Mingxian's meticulous plan finally started to pull in the net. He used the soul-destroying eye, a powerful killing move, to severely injure Xiaoqin's soul. Is that so? In that case you will be disappointed. Dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Just as the sinister light gathered in the vertical eye and looked like it would shoot out, a scarlet light appeared on Xiaoqin's left index finger as he moved at lightning speed, tapping the Holy Sun Mingxian's forehead. Before the Holy Sun Mingxian could execute the soul-destroying eye, he cried out in pain as Xiaoqin's finger knocked him into the air. The Holy Sun Mingxian was not the only one who could set up a trap when two experts met. Chapter 1708. Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger. Xiaoqin moved later but arrived first, sending the Holy Sun Mingxian flying with a finger strike. After the Holy Sun Mingxian landed, his pale complexion turned even more unsightly. The might of the soul-destroying eye rebounded, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger detonated in the depths of his soul. He felt like his soul was about to scatter, his physical body and soul slowly separating. The Holy Sun Mingxian's thoughts slowly blurred. At the critical moment, he crushed the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. After Xiaoqin's attack succeeded, he did not hesitate to swing the saber in his hand. Electric light spread out, and the tyrant's saber suddenly descended like a bolt of lightning, carrying unparalleled force as it stabbed into the Holy Sun Mingxian's chest. Boom! The Holy Sun Mingxian, who had just crushed the Buddhist prayer beads, was already in a life-and-death situation. Before he could do anything, the tyrant's saber struck him. There was a loud sound, and the energy in the tyrant's saber exploded. Boundless electric light burst out from that area, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a charred body remained, devoid of any aura of life. Xiaoqin still did not feel assured. He leaped into the air and withdrew the tyrant's saber. Then he stomped down. Their charred bodies were like brittle bones, crunching noises could be heard as they were stepped on. It was a complete mess. This fellow died just like that? Xiaoqin looked at the charred ground. The Holy Sun Mingxian's corpse had already turned into a pile of mush. Xiaoqin was in some disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, there was nothing he could do. He could not find any trace of the other party at all. Xiaoqin also felt incredibly fatigued. His entire body felt weak and cold sweat trickled down his back. He had won this battle by a hair's breadth. If not for the other party being careless and trying to use tricks to defeat him, Xiaoqin would not have expected the other party to have a Soul Dao martial technique as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin also had a Soul Dao martial technique. Even so, he ended up falling for it. Even so, it was hard to say who would win. Even so, Xiaoqin's victory was not easy. Everyone saw exquisite saber techniques, ever-changing saber moves that flowed like clouds and water. These were not moves that could be executed easily and without using one's brain. They exhausted a large amount of veritable essence energy and mental energy. Xiaoqin glanced coldly at Zhen Yuan and Wang Yueming. The Holy Sun Mingxian's sneak attack on these two was very miserable. Caught off guard, they were struck by the world-eliminating imprint. It was not a good feeling. Back then, Xiaoqin had tried to defend, and the Black Lotus Church sage had held back. Even so, he had been heavily injured by the World Annihilation Seal. Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan had faced the sneak attack of the World Annihilation Seal at full power. One could well imagine the severity of their injuries. Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. Then, without even looking at the two, he picked up the tyrant's saber and fled far away. Zhen Yuan's expression sank. He, who had been recovering rapidly, could already stand up with great difficulty. The injuries to his physical body had mostly recovered. However, the injuries to his soul could not be healed in a short time. His complexion was still unsightly. He could only watch as Xiaoqin calmly left after the great battle. From then on, one of the Blessed Enclave's 3 great experts fainted, another fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and the last one couldn't fight even if he got up. This solution was directly or indirectly related to Xiaoqin. Who was the greatest dark horse in this fiendish demon battlefield? It was definitely Xiaoqin. After this, the name of the white-robed Xiaoqin would spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire Grave Sea. 3 days later, an irresistible will appeared and forcibly dragged the recuperating Xiaoqin out of the fiendish demon battlefield. After defeating the Black Lotus Church sage, no one sought trouble for him. Xiaoqin obtained the Tao tool, the Buddha-seeking platform, the many rare Buddhist sect plants, and the precious earthen fire golden lotus. Xiaoqin was not in the mood to seek out other fortuitous encounters. He spent the next 3 days treating his injuries. He made sure not to leave any hidden injuries. Then he quietly waited for time to run out. After 3 days, Xiaoqin completely recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak. Be it his physique, physical body, or spirit, they all reached an unprecedented height. Defeating Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun invisibly increased Xiaoqin's aura and luck. After leaving the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaoqin turned his head back to look. The floating island slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The next opening of the fiendish demon battlefield would be another 20 years later. This trip was pretty good. I managed to scavenge some resources, enough for me to advance my cultivation in advance. Everyone more or less gained something as they discussed excitedly. Martial uncle, congratulations on obtaining the Tao tool. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Martial Grand Uncle really brought glory to our Purple Flame sect. Ah! Even Shangguan Lei lost to our Martial Grand Uncle. The Purple Flame sect disciples in the crowd quickly flew over to Xiaoqin's side and congratulated him. Hua Yunfeng arrived late. He glanced at Xiaoqin and smiled sincerely. I am truly ashamed of my inferiority in this fiendish demon battlefield. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the top true inheritor. Later, Hua Yunfeng heard that Wang Yueming and Zhen Yuan made things difficult for Xiaoqin, while he led his disciples to take advantage of the situation to scavenge resources. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat apologetic. Fortunately, Xiaoqin managed to leave in the end. Furthermore, he defeated Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun. Xiaoqin said quickly, Brother Hua, you are too polite. Without your help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain the Tao tool. No matter what, I will definitely remember this favor. After saying that, Xiaoqin took out all the rare Buddhist sect flowers and herbs he obtained on Buddha-seeking mountain, aside from the earthly fire golden lotus. Among them, the 20 white jasmine flowers were the most precious. They were one of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. They could directly increase one's cultivation and cleanse one's veritable essence energy. There was no market for them in the outside world. One could not buy them even if one wanted to. They were so expensive that one would find them unbearably heavy. Hua Yunfeng had not expected Xiaoqin to be so generous, spending money to such an extent. He simply treated the white jasmine flowers like cabbages. I simply cannot reject the white jasmine flowers. I will take 5 and give the rest to the sect disciples. Everyone will gain something. Hua Yunfeng did not try to be pretentious. Right after he spoke, the many Purple Flame sect disciples all smiled. Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hua. On this side, the Purple Flame sect disciples were all incredibly happy. They had already gained a lot in the first place. Now they even received such a huge gift. Who would not be happy? On the other side, the disciples of the Divine Firmament sect, the Confucian Institution, and the Padala Mountain showed unsightly expressions. Benefactor Xiao, we offended you in the fiendish demon battlefield. In the future we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Zhen Yuan led the profound light temple disciples over and bowed in greeting. Before Xiaoqin could say anything, Hua Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He said, Zhen Yuan, you are really bold. Brother Xiao is my Purple Flame sect's senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang's disciple. To think that you wrongly accused him of being a Black Lotus Church disciple. I will personally speak to the sect master about this. The moment Hua Yunfeng said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The expressions of the various sect disciples as they looked at Xiaoqin changed drastically. To think that he is Pan Huang's disciple. This was truly unexpected. Zhen Yuan was strong and held a high position. However, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Zhen Yuan publicly attacked Xiaoqin and threatened to clean up the heretics. That was a grave mistake. The more serious thing was that the one who framed him was a Black Lotus Church disciple. That was even worse. When Zhen Yuan returned to the temple, he would not be able to avoid punishment. Zhen Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt very sullen in his heart, but he endured it. He said softly, "This time I was tricked by a demon. I will definitely take responsibility. After I return to the temple, I will take the initiative to ask for punishment. I will definitely give benefactor a satisfactory apology for the trouble I caused this time. Goodbye." Zhen Yuan did not want to apologize in his heart. However, he had no choice. The Buddhist sect's rules were the strictest. Unless Zhen Yuan gave up on his Buddhist sect martial techniques and left the Profound Light Temple, he would have to apologize and put on a show so that the Profound Light Temple could provide an explanation to the Purple Flame sect. As Xiaoqin watched the other party leave, he thought to himself, this Zhen Yuan is really tolerant. In the fiendish demon battlefield he was clearly very unlucky. However, when he came out he could swallow his anger and apologize. I cannot underestimate this person. I have to pay attention to him in the future. As Hua Yunfeng watched Zhen Yuan leave, he said to Xiaoqin, "Don't worry. Sects have their own rules. This Zhen Yuan made a huge mistake. When he returns to the temple he will definitely be punished. My Purple Flame sect can at least do that for you." Based on Hua Yunfeng's tone, he did not intend to let this matter rest. Xiaoqin could only repeat this in his heart. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Xiaoqin. As the two chatted casually and prepared to rush back to the sect, a resonant voice rang out. It was Shangguan Lei, who had mostly recovered from his injuries. Aside from Zhen Yuan, the person who was the most sullen in the fiendish demon battlefield was Shangguan Lei. After forcefully advancing to peak Major Primal Core Realm, he did not show off for long before Xiaoqin knocked him unconscious with one saber strike, losing all his reputation. Given Shangguan Lei's character, this matter dealt an even heavier blow to him than killing him. Shangguan Lei looked at Xiaoqin with dissatisfaction. Then he said coldly, "You merely used the might of a Dao tool to defeat me by half a move. Do you have the guts to put down your Dao tool and fight me again? Right here in front of everyone, let's have a fair fight." A sore loser was a perfect description for people like Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei's words were funny and infuriating at the same time. After Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help feeling speechless. Then he said indifferently, "Sure. Lower your cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, and I'll have a fair fight with you." Shangguan Lei roared, "Coward. My cultivation was tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your cultivation is not high and you did not work hard. Can you blame me for having a high cultivation? Interesting. Could it be that my Dao tool fell from the sky?" Xiaoqin could not help smiling coldly in his heart. He said seriously, "I did indeed rely on a Dao tool to defeat you. However, so what? Just like your cultivation tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I barely managed to subdue this Dao tool of mine. If you are not convinced, you can go and find a Dao tool. I'll keep you company at any time. Don't humiliate yourself here and make a fool of yourself. Weapons and armor have always been a part of a cultivator's strength." Shangguan Lei was originally filled with resentment. Now that Xiaoqin's rude words added fuel to the fire, he became even angrier. However, Xiaoqin now had a Dao tool. He was not a match for Shangguan Lei at all, and he could not do anything about it. Good, good, good. Shangguan Lei was so angry that his entire body trembled. After saying "good" 3 times, he flicked his sleeves and left. The Purple Flame sect disciples watched as Shangguan Lei, who was normally unparalleled in the Black Cave Mountain, left in such a sullen manner. All of them felt delighted in their hearts. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei has such a day. Ah. Come, let's return to the sect." Chapter 1709. Xiaoqin did not dare to tarry. After he took his leave of the group, he quickly headed for the summit. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength and properly digest the fortuitous encounters he obtained in the fiendish demon battlefield. It turns out that there really is a Jianghu dynasty in the Central Great Realm. Xiaoqin could not help but recall. The descendant of the Kunlun realm's Jianghu dynasty, Chu Chaoyan. The Jianghu dynasty. It was extremely rare for the sect master to personally receive a disciple returning from the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's senior brother got injured because of him. Now that he could profit from this disaster, it was simply great. Where are we going? The instant the Black Lotus formed, the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun appeared in it, panting heavily. His complexion looked extremely weak. However, senior brother, your injuries. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Yi Zifeng had fought with the Black Lotus Church Venerate and got injured, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 grade. The Tyrant Saber is a Dao tool that I obtained in the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What should I do? Xiao Chen asked sincerely. How dangerous? I nearly died in this fiendish demon battlefield. When the Purple Flame sect master received the news, he personally led the sect elders to the foot of the mountain to welcome Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen nodded silently. However, great waves surged in his heart. He was incredibly shocked. After Yi Zifeng's pointers, Xiao Chen seemed to have comprehended something and thought of something. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament sect. This was especially so for defeating Shangguan Lei. To the Purple Flame sect, this was a joyous matter. After chatting for a while, just as they were about to take their leave, Xiao Chen asked, Senior brother, if I want to go to the Central Great Realm to look for you in the future, where should I go? In the following days, Xiao Chen was very busy, familiarizing himself with the Tyrant Saber in his hand. Next was his cultivation. He needed to temper it properly to stabilize his current cultivation. Perhaps it was to seek refuge, to explore, or just out of pure boredom. When Xiao Chen heard that, he found it slightly strange. This was because his senior brother did not seem to crave power. The feeling he gave was one of indifference and lack of desire. Yi Zifeng did not find Xiao Chen's expression strange. You have never seen a true saber expert before. The Grave Sea Cluster ranks within the top 100 of the many clusters of the Great Thousand Realms. However, compared to the Central Great Realm, it is not even worth mentioning. There is not a single saber expert of the same generation as you. Xiao Chen cupped his fists and said, Sect leader Duan is too kind. One's luck waned while the other grew. For a long time, the Divine Firmament sect had suppressed the Purple Flame sect to the point of suffocation. After this, the situation would definitely change. After a long time, the Black Lotus carried him into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. He had to return to the Black Lotus to recuperate. As a complete saber technique, the army-breaking saber technique was more suitable for the Tyrant Saber. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng was stunned. The Central Great Realm's 4 eternal dynasties were established by the great desolate bloodline noble clans to resist the sections. The Jianghu dynasty was established by the ancient royal clan, the Chu clan. There is no need for you to ask about this. In the future, when you go to the Central Great Realm, you will know about it. Yi Zifeng had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him arrive, he raised his head slightly and gestured for him to sit down. A sharp light flashed in the Black Lotus Holy Sun's eyes as Xiao Chen's figure appeared in his mind. He wished that he could tear Xiao Chen to shreds and take out the demonic bone relic. Flashy but impractical? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard someone say that his saber skills were flashy but impractical. Xiao Chen used this saber to materialize the various saber techniques that he knew. Among them, the army-breaking saber technique was the main one, with the flawless saber technique as support. The sect leader of the Purple Flame sect was called Duanya. He was an old man dressed in gray. His aura was withdrawn, causing others to be unable to see through him. Yi Zifeng said honestly, Originally, I should not have come looking for you when you just returned from the fiendish demon battlefield. However, I need to now. I'll be leaving the Purple Flame sect tomorrow. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly as he emitted a trace of his aura. There were also some things that Xiao Chen could not do in the past because he was not strong enough. Now that he had advanced to the Primal Core realm, he could try them. The Chu clan. Chu Chaoyan. It looks like this is not a coincidence. The army-breaking saber technique that Xiao Chen practiced was modified from their Thousand Army Sword technique. Now, it was a completely different martial technique. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. Yi Zifeng continued, I'm leaving tomorrow. So, if you have any requests you can tell me now. If I can help, senior brother will do his best. Duanya did not say anything more. He smiled and said, You go first. Martial uncle has been waiting for you for a long time already. Later, I'll discuss with the elders how to reward you. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this. Senior brother is looking for me? However, Xiao Chen knew that this sect leader had been a late-stage Starry Sky Realm cultivator for many years and was exceptionally strong. Senior brother, who established the Jianghu dynasty? Xiao Chen asked. However, since Yi Zifeng said this, it clearly made sense and would not be without evidence. Purple Flame Sect. Yi Zifeng returned the saber to Xianxia. Then he entered deep thought and said, "Your attainments in the saber technique are very deep. However, it gives me the feeling that it is flashy but impractical." When Xianxia heard that, he felt stunned. These words were too familiar. Xianxia had fallen from Holy Venerate to Peak Star Venerate. Just after Xianxia, Hua Yunfeng and the others returned to the sect, Xianxia did not know where Chu Chaoyun was. Aside from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, Xianxia and Chu Chaoyun had left the Kunlun realm, the central great realm. After a pause, Yi Zifeng continued, "Your saber technique is exquisite, and your comprehension ability is startling. However, when you draw your saber, it does not feel heavy or steady." Yi Zifeng did not know why he made such a change. Xianxia asked probingly, "Senior brother, why are you going to the central great realm? Why is senior brother in such a rush to find me?" Xianxia asked in a rush. Xianxia stepped forward and handed the tyrant saber to Yi Zifeng with both hands. Yi Zifeng calmly said 4 words. "If what senior brother said is true, then the Qianwu emperor who established the Qianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm must have been an expert of the central great realm's Chu clan. The upper echelon of the Divine Shield Army probably could not tell." On the calm surface of the sea, there were bursts of bubbling. The Black Lotus sage felt a lingering fear. If he had not crushed the Buddhist prayer beads at the last moment, he would have died. A holy venerate? Be it obtaining a Tao tool or suppressing the Divine Firmament sect disciples, he had raised the Purple Flame sect's luck. You truly live up to being Martial Uncle Ye's junior brother. The sect is truly fortunate to have you. After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the summit, where the 7 colored clouds shrouded the summit. After saying goodbye to his senior brother and returning to his courtyard, Xianxia still could not calm down. Such a situation had rarely happened in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Xianxia felt embarrassed in his heart. How could he still have the face to make any requests? Yi Zifeng had simply helped him too much. Yi Zifeng said softly, "Find more experts of the same generation to exchange pointers with. You need to find experts of the same generation who are truly evenly matched in terms of saber techniques. You still have to rely on yourself to comprehend these things." After activating the Immortal Seal, it might really be possible for Xianxia to fall in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Tyrant Saber was one of the biggest gains in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the saber in Xiaoqian's hand. Your saber. With the two combined, Xiaoqian felt that he could bring out 20% of the Tyrant Saber's strength. Breaking through to sovereign personage in this grave sea is practically impossible. Only by entering the central great realm will there be a chance. Yi Zifeng nodded. That's right. I was injured by the Black Lotus sect venerate, but I never felt depressed. This is because I know that fortune and disaster are hard to determine. This is not a bad thing for me. When you entered the Fiendish Demon battlefield, an old friend came to visit and brought you an item. Not only did you recover from your injuries, but your strength also improved. Many thanks, senior brother. However, junior brother had some fortuitous encounters in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Black Lotus mark in my body was also completely removed, so I do not have any other requests for now. Yi Zifeng held the Tyrant Saber and felt it. Then he nodded slightly. Good saber. It is a superior grade Tao tool. Although it contains only one kind of Thunder Tao, it is very compatible with the word Tyrant. The two are naturally compatible. The Thunder Tao walks the path of tyranny, ferocity, and decisiveness. It is simple, direct, and efficient. However, don't stray from the right path. Otherwise, you will end up like that Divine Firmament sect's saber fanatic. Yi Zifeng's cultivation had also dropped from peak major primal core realm to peak minor primal core realm. Xiaoqian said sincerely, "Congratulations, senior brother." Finally, there was the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus. After he absorbed the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus, he would comprehend the final move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Saber Manual, entering Hell. However, Xiaoqian did not know why he wanted to enter an abandoned land. After a while, black lotus petals appeared on the surface of the sea. Then they merged and formed a complete black lotus. Xiaoqian had not even brought out 10% of this saber's might. There was still a lot of potential that he could dig out. The Thunder Tao contained in the Saber Manual was also useful for reference. Xiaoqian, you really startled me. I will definitely obtain the demonic bone relic. The grudge between us will not end so easily. It is not over yet. Xiaoqian seemed to have comprehended something. He had long felt that his saber techniques had reached a bottleneck. However, he did not know where it was. After familiarizing himself with the Tyrant Saber for half a month, Xiaochen could finally bring out 20% of the tyrant saber's might. The might of the army-breaking saber technique reached unprecedented heights. The Divine Firmament sect's saber fanatic was the Thunder Saber Xiangtian, Shangguanlei's master. Xiaochen wondered what the connection was between the Central Great Realms Jianghu dynasty and the Kunlun Realms Jianghu dynasty. Chapter 1710. Although the army-breaking saber technique had reached its peak, Xiaochen still could not figure out the heaviness and steadiness that Yi Zifeng mentioned. He had clearly used his full strength in every single move he made, and his momentum was heavy, firm, and tyrannical. But why did he still say that it was just an empty shell? Xiaochen racked his brains but to no avail. Perhaps it was really as senior brother had said, he had to find a saber expert of the same generation to spar with. However, in this vast grave sea, Shangguanlei was already the strongest bladesman of his generation. His saber techniques were not a match for Xiaochen at all. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiaochen would not have cared about Xiaochen at all. In terms of saber techniques, Xiaochen far surpassed Xiaochen. Perhaps the experts of the same generation that senior brother is referring to are existences like me who have comprehended the saber Dao great Dao power. Due to this reason, Xiaochen had no choice but to put aside his cultivation of the saber Dao for now. Xiaochen started to try something that he had never tried before, refining the heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame. These two flames were primal chaos-level existences. This was especially so for the heavenly snow divine flame, which had already reached rank 3. There was no need to refine it for now. What he needed to refine was the heavenly flame. This extremely domineering yang-attributed flame was only a core at the moment. It hadn't even reached the first grade. The fastest way to improve a flame's quality was to devour other flames. Xiaochen was prepared for this long ago. Currently, he had the peak solar true flame, the purple thunder true fire that came from the purple thunder divine incantation, and the dazzling sunlight true flame that he obtained from the purple sun region's auction. The quality of the three types of flames were all above the 8th grade. It was just that its grade was far inferior to the heavenly flame. The primal chaos flame was the oldest flame in the world. It was said that there was a primal chaos flame ranking in the Great Thousand Worlds. When nurtured to its peak, it would be able to rampage in all directions, becoming a great killing weapon in one's hands. He didn't know if his 2 chaos-level flames were on the list or what their rankings would be. Xiaochen did not think about this for now. He took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. As he looked at the familiar appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiaochen's thoughts drifted. This cauldron had followed him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, a flame appeared in Xiaochen's palm. This was the infamous heavenly flame of the Kunlun realm. With a gentle blow, the golden heavenly flame slowly fell into the cauldron. Boom! The flame immediately burned fiercely in the cauldron. A scorching heat spread out and assaulted Xiaochen's face. The intense temperature forced Xiaochen to circulate his quintessence to resist. If he continued, he would definitely injure himself. Kacha kacha. Just as Xiaochen was about to place the purple thunder true fire in, cracks appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and continuously expanded. With a bang, the entire Dragon Phoenix Cauldron shattered into pieces. The golden flame suddenly retracted, turning into a small ball of blazing flame, quietly floating in the air. Damn it! Why did you destroy my Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? A pained expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had been with him for a long time, carrying many memories of the Kunlun realm. It shattered just like that. It was truly unexpected and caught them off guard. It is my fault for not considering it thoroughly. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a replica. How could it withstand the might of the heavenly flame? Xiaochen withdrew his flames and looked at the shattered Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he sighed softly. He needed to change to a better cauldron. Martial uncle, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, Ling Yu's voice rang out from outside. If there is nothing important, Ling Yu will not disturb me, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then his figure flashed as he walked out. Why are you looking for me? Ling Yu smiled and said, that monk Zhen Yuan is here to ask for forgiveness. Even his master is here. The sect master said that this matter depends on your attitude. If you insist on being stubborn, then Zhen Yuan will be in a miserable state. He might even be punished to face the wall for 10 years. Where is he? He is just outside our courtyard. I left him hanging and did not bother with them, Ling Yu said, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't Zhen Yuan's master the monk Xianbei? No matter what, that Xianbei had saved Xiaochen's life before. That was a different matter. Xiaochen could not slight him. Make some preparations and properly entertain our honored guest. That venerable Xianbei saved my life before. Afraid that the venerable Xianbei would wait for too long, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived outside the courtyard. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When the venerable Xian Bei saw Xiao Chen arrive, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, showed a sincere expression as he bowed as well. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said, "Venerable is too polite. If it is because of your disciple, you can rest assured. I have no intention of pursuing this matter." The venerable Xian Bei smiled kindly. He was not surprised by this and thanked Xiao Chen again. However, Zhen Yuan was startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let go of such a great opportunity to punish him so easily. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Venerable, this way please." Ling Yu had already prepared tea in the Great Hall. Then the group sat down according to etiquette. "Benefactor Xiao, I was rash in the fiendish demon battlefield. Although you forgave me on account of my master, please accept this small gift of thanks." Zhen Yuan stepped forward and handed a brocade box to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually received it but did not open it. No matter how hard Zhen Yuan made things for Xiao Chen in the fiendish demon battlefield, the venerable Xian Bei had saved him before. Accepting the venerable Xian Bei's gift of thanks would be equivalent to writing off this matter and not mentioning it again in the future. The venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, what are your plans after this? I can see that your complexion is full and your aura is stable. You are not like others who just advanced and have unstable cultivations. You will probably have to go on experiential training soon." Xiao Chen's cultivation was stable, and he had reached the peak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not continue closed-door cultivation. Regular sect disciples would usually accept sect missions at this moment and go on experiential training. Xiao Chen was not a member of the Purple Flame sect and could not do as he was told, so he could only think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am still considering it, but I have not decided yet. There are still some things I need to do." The venerable Xian Bei smiled faintly. After exchanging some conventional greetings, he sent Zhen Yuan away, showing an expression of having something important to discuss. Xiao Chen immediately understood and got Ling Yu to leave for now. Then he asked, "Venerable, what do you have to say?" The venerable Xian Bei took a sip of tea before putting down the teacup. Then he said softly, "Naturally, I am not worried about Zhen Yuan's matter. I believe that you will give me some face and not hold it against him. What I want to talk about is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique." Xiao Chen's face sank and his expression changed. However, he did not understand what the venerable Xian Bei meant. Is he going to represent the Buddhist sect and take back this saber technique? That will not do. Even if the other party saved my life, I absolutely cannot hand this saber technique over to him. I also cannot let the other party cripple my breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. The venerable Xian Bei said, "You have to hand over the saber technique manual and cripple the 2 moves that you practiced. This old monk will give you a corresponding compensation." I really guessed correctly. Xiao Chen did not know how to reply. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was indeed a Buddhist sect martial technique. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Buddhist sect martial technique. It was a consummate Buddhist sect martial technique derived from a primogenitor grade cultivation technique. Large sects always treated their cultivation techniques as their exclusive property. That was the foundation of their sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiao Chen did not want to offend the Profound Light Temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiao Chen asked after some consideration, "Venerable, can I not hand it over?" The venerable Xian Bei smiled and replied, "Naturally you can. Oh, convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the Hidden Spirit Temple of the Central Great Realm." Xiao Chen felt speechless. The venerable Xian Bei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The venerable Xian Bei shook his head and said, "At the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, if you expose your saber techniques while roaming the Central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other four great temples can also exert influence on the four great dynasties. The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiaoqin by handling this matter. If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the hidden spirit temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward. The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiaoqin with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiaoqin analyzed in his heart. That saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiaoqin could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the savage Bloodstar Venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiaoqin could prove the value of the saber technique. Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble. Xiaoqin made up his mind. Then he took out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xianbei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xianbei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiaoqin and asked, Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know? Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiaoqin said that, the Venerable Master Xianbei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider, yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really... After all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiaoqin made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed Xiaoqin a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiaoqin, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiaoqin. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that Benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed the golden page to Xiaoqin. Then he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future. After the Venerable Master Xianbei and Zhen Yuan left, Ling Yu rushed in and asked, Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you? Xiaoqin looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then he said softly, Nothing much. It's just that today I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them. Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Zhen Yuan endured for a long time before asking, Master, did you obtain the saber manual? The Black Lotus Church Holy Sun had made a fool out of him, watching as Xiaoqin defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiaoqin left. If Xiaoqin were in Ancestor Dragon City, the dragon race upper echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan faction was focused on the central Great Realm's Jianghu dynasty. Ling Yu calmed himself after a while. Then he sighed, In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Padala mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune. Empty? Ling Yu asked in surprise, Who gave it to me? What does that mean? An ancient cauldron? This stumps me. In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, when Xiaoqin pointed out an ancient cauldron, Ling Yu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Ling Yu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiaoqin was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiaoqin handed the storage ring to Lingyu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xianbei had given him. Lingyu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently. Right now it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Jianghu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Zhen Yuan had never treated Xiaoqin as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Zhen Yuan had to deal with Xiaoqin alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty, there was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Lingyu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiaoqin did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xianbei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiaoqin to Xiao Dragon. Spirit of Qin of the clan to Dragon Sect Dragon to the Qin. Qin. It is just a spirit you is of long Qin. It is Qin to the Qin too. Spirit Qin of Qin Shi just to Qin, Spirit Qin is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiaoqin's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiaoqin recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. Lingyu continued, that Soaring Dragon Great Realm is the territory of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that Soaring Dragon Great Realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Lingyu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xianbei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiaoqin. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiaoqin looked at the empty box and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him, not worth mentioning at all? Xiaoqin felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Qianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Shuowu dynasty were the four dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. Alright, I'll listen to you, Xiaoqin said with disdain. Then he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiaoqin's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiaoqin still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh. The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epoch, the dynasty stood firm and did not fall. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. Wow. Back then, they could sweep through the peak auction houses of the Purple Sun region, directly suppressing their opponents until they could not retaliate. Xiaoqin shook his head. This was the charm of faith. He could not compare. However, if he wanted to cultivate, he needed an ancient cauldron. A light flashed in Zhen Yuan's eyes. However, he did not clearly hear what Xiaoqin said at the end. He smiled and asked, Master, can this disciple take a look at the saber manual? The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is really curious. The Venerable Xianbei was someone who showed kindness and authority. Taking away the saber manual was the best way. I got it. Xiaoqin rarely saw the Venerable Xianbei fight at full power. He was very mysterious and had the capital to be arrogant. In any case, no matter what, this incident taught Xiaoqin a lesson. In the future, when he interacted with the people of the Buddhist sect, he could not lower his guard. What a bunch of vulgar things. Xiaoqin let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. The Venerable Xianbei is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiaoqin felt somewhat upset that the saber manual was taken away. After all, that was the original version. By giving Xiaoqin an empty box, Xiaoqin wanted to tell Xiaoqin not to get cocky. He would settle this score sooner or later. Xiaoqin felt very tyrannical just thinking about it. To think that a complete Great Thousand Realms was just one of the conferred lands of a marquis. Zhen Yuan gave it to me, right? That fellow is really arrogant. Naturally, Xiaoqin knew about ancient cauldrons. Coincidentally, he needed a good cauldron for cultivating vital qi. Ling Yu sent his mental energy into the storage ring and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. He recovered his wits only after a long time. Martial uncle, they are all spirit jades. They are all medial grade, Ling Yu. 3 days later, it was time for Xiaoqin and Ling Yu to depart. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Xiaoqin learned that this soaring dragon great realm did indeed have some connection to the dragon race. According to rumor, before the central great realm was established, that place used to be the territory of one of the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Martial uncle, what is this brocade box? Let me help you open it. Xiaoqin smiled and said, don't worry about that for now. Let's see what's inside. Ling Yu muttered but did not say anything else. For a long time, Zhen Yuan had firmly suppressed Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Most importantly, Zhen Yuan even comprehended a true intent. It would be a pity if such a talent was not of the Buddhist sect. Xian Bei nodded without much concern. Merits offset demerits. You do not need to be punished for the mistakes you made because of the Black Lotus Church's demons. I will explain it to Senior Brother Abbot. In that case, he could use the cauldron for 2 purposes. As he refined the heavenly flame, he could also use the cauldron to cultivate vital qi. Even so, Xiaoqin did not treat Ling Yu as an outsider, directly giving him 1 million medial grade Ling Yu. Xiaoqin smiled and said, cut it out. Aside from me, you gain the most in this fiendish demon battlefield. Who knows how much that peak grade treasure weapon is worth? Furthermore, there is still a pile of natural treasures that have not been sold yet. Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Martial uncle, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who made the mistake first? Why did they take away your saber manual? I'll go and look for the sect master for you. Ling Yu even added in his heart, if possible, I will not stand on ceremony with such worldly items. Xiaoqin said indifferently, there's no need to care about him. Let me ask you something serious. Do you know where I can buy cauldrons? It would be best if they are ancient cauldrons. The older the better. They have to be genuine. Xiaoqin's expression recovered its calm. Then he waved his hand and said, there's no need. I already have no need for the saber manual. It is a Buddhist sect consummate technique in itself. Even if he does not come to me for it, someone else will come to me in the future, using even more forceful methods. Xian Bei shook his head. Then he said decisively, if it were any other consummate technique, it would not be a problem for me to let you take a look. However, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not possible. Hence, there are too many disciples who fall into a state of obsession with the saber. After breaking the abstinence, how to exercise self-discipline and explain the words Mahamaya have always been difficult problems. If it were any other Buddhist sect expert, they would definitely attack without saying a word and not be so polite. When Xiaoqin heard that, he immediately thought of something. What lousy scripture. It must be the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's saber manual. Ling Yu was about to rush over excitedly when Xiaoqin stopped him. Wait a moment. However, Ling Yu brought surprising news to Xiaoqin. Zhen Yuan betrayed us. I heard that he killed a few Shen-ranked esteemed monks and stole a scripture before fleeing. The Profound Light Temple notified all the sects in the 3 blessed lands and issued the highest level wanted posters. Right now, there is no place for him in the entire Grave Sea. Xiaoqin made some mental calculations. His net worth seemed to be more than 8 million medial grade spirit jades. One day he would go to the central great realm and compete with the strongest outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor fell asleep, he finally gave Xiaoqin a dragon race cultivation technique and some dragon race secret techniques. Hiding a dagger in a smile. Actually, that was not to the extent of it. 8 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiaoqin looked around and discovered a brocade box on the table. That was what Zhen Yuan had given him. Ling Yu still felt dissatisfied. How could he bully others like this? How hateful. After a pause, Ling Yu smiled and said, furthermore, we are now rich. 8 million medial grade spirit jades. There are also the many natural treasures of the fiendish demon battlefield. We can sell them there and sell them for a good price. It seemed like the defeat or some other reason led to the retreat of this dragon race bloodline. Aside from this, there was nothing else. All the items were clear and tranquil spirit jades giving off dense light. Xiaoqin flicked his finger and sent out a strand of energy. Bang! The brocade box instantly bounced open. The cultivation technique for vital qi was called the Divine Dragon Golden Body Art. Just from its name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xiaoqin did not trust Zhen Yuan. He had been so unlucky in the fiendish demon battlefield. He did not believe that Zhen Yuan did not hold any grudges against him. However, Xiaoqin was not as lucky. He could only rely on himself. Xiaoqin did not notice that Zhen Yuan's expression was scarily sullen at this moment. Regardless of whether he had something to do or not, he would gain something by comprehending it. Damn it! Does Master think that I am not even comparable to an outsider? Chapter 17:12. Then he suddenly made a move in the profound light temple and stole the saber technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see Soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Ling Yu did not know about the saber technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange. Ling Yu, where are you bringing me? Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a Cloud Sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Now that Xiaoqin could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Looking at Soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Ling Yu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiaoqin gently touched it. What opportunity? Xiaoqin felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiaoqin nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction? How special is it? Ling Yu smiled and said, that's right. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great desolate Ian bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Jianghu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise, you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Ling Yu explained to Xiaoqin where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the Soaring Dragon Great World. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiaoqin and Ling Yu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up, it felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. Martial uncle, why do you think this Zhen Yuan would betray the temple for no reason? Ling Yu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiaoqin sighed softly, that's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple. However, he still did not go to the central great realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder Ling Yu said that this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Ling Yu's first time here. He explained softly, that Soaring Dragon City is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there. Xiaoqin took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiaoqin heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure. Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this Soaring Dragon City. Xiaoqin leaped off the warship. Come on up then. There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years he has gone further and further away, and Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Yun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiaoqin entered the car and called out to Lingyu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiaoqin estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Zhen Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. After several rounds of modifications, the Cycle Throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoqian's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Zhen Yuan could even go to the distant Central Great Realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Zhen Yuan informed the Venerable Xian Bei to borrow the Profound Light Temple strength to retrieve the Saber Manual from him. What is this? Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the Cycle Throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epic and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring Blessed Lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Light Temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent with the greatest future in the three Blessed Lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Shangguan Lei. Although the Cycle Throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiaoqin to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. Cold tea spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiaoqin's collection of wine cups in ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing towards Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiaoqin had been to many auction houses and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the Starry Heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiaoqin and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the Central Great Realm. Xiaoqin took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiaoqin wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiaoqin said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 Blessed Lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiaoqin's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the Great Desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiaoqin made some calculations. One grave sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. One purple sun cluster contained dozens of great thousand realms. Chapter 17:13. Only those with a great desolate Aeon bloodline could participate in the auction? The style was really not ordinary high. Ling Yu continued, even if you are a sovereign personage without a great desolate Aeon bloodline, you still cannot enter the auction. Even if you are worth more than 100 million spirit jades and have mountains of spirit jades, you still cannot enter the auction without a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Alright. If your bloodline is not pure enough and of poor quality, you will still be asked to leave. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. What does this mean? Bloodlines of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are rare in the first place. Furthermore, the bloodline's power is not diluted and pure enough. In that case, there will be even fewer bidders. Don't auctions need to be auctioned in order to earn more profits? Ling Yu's lips curled up. Who knows? I heard that the master behind the auction has something to do with the Soaring Dragon Marquis's young master here. Perhaps he does not lack spirit jades. However, speaking of which, cultivators with sufficiently pure great desolate Aeon bloodlines are either true inheritors of sects or noble clans. They will not lack spirit jades. This piqued Xiaoqian's interest. He smiled and said, never mind that. Bring me over to take a look. After a while, the two stopped at the end of the street, in front of an ancient pavilion that was not very tall or magnificent. Why did Ling Yu emphasize that this was an ancient pavilion? It was because aside from the ancient aura that this pavilion giving off an exceptionally heavy feeling, there was nothing special about it. A signboard hung in front of the pavilion with the words, Soaring Dragon Pavilion. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion in Soaring Dragon City. No one would believe that this pavilion had nothing to do with the master of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Martial uncle, this is the place, Ling Yu said as he pointed to the signboard. Ling Yu pointed at the signboard. At the main entrance, many people were queuing up to enter. Those who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. They would be tested with blood, the might of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, and the light of the great desolate divine eyes. No way. The astral rock race bloodline is only grade 2. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. A black-clad old man in front of the pavilion said expressionlessly to a young cultivator, urging him to leave quickly. Senior, how about you help me out? This time, I brought plenty of spirit jades to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion and wish to auction off a good treasure weapon. The black-clad old man said without giving Xiaoqin any face, there are many other auction houses in Soaring Dragon City that you can choose from. You don't have to enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Old thing, don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm also a core disciple of a 4th grade sect in the Zhanghai Islands. I came here because of your reputation. Can I go in and take a look? Impudent. The black-robed old man let out a cold snort and sent the so-called 4th grade sect disciple flying with a gentle palm strike. A star venerate level will of soul spread out from Xiaoqian's body, startling everyone. Xiaoqin felt startled in his heart. The old man guarding the door looked unremarkable, but he was actually a star venerate. The Star Rock race is one of the weakest races in the Great Desolate Aeon. Furthermore, you only have a grade 2 bloodline. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion? You are truly reckless. Scram. With a cold shout, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. After this scene, Xiaoqin discovered that the long queue had become much shorter. It looked like many people who wanted to sneak in retreated and sneaked out. Soon it was Ling Yu's turn. He had entered once 5 years ago. Naturally, there were no problems, so he easily passed the inspection. Then it was Xiaoqian's turn. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiaoqin. In his opinion, after Xiaoqin activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline, the horrifying dragon might made the blood in his body tremble. Passing the inspection would not be a problem. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiaoqin. Among the great desolate Aeon bloodlines, the dragon race ranked in the top 100. Although Xiaoqian's martial uncle could not possibly be a pure 6-colored divine dragon of the dragon race, he would not be far from it. Furthermore, the quality of his blood would definitely be very high. It would definitely be at least grade 5. That black-clad old man glanced at Xiaoqin and said indifferently, "Drip your blood." Xiaoqin glanced at a small spiritual pool in front. When his blood dripped into it, it would materialize all sorts of mysterious phenomena. If it were a dragon race cultivator, dripping his blood would definitely materialize the image of a dragon. It would either be a pure 6-colored divine dragon or a lower-ranked true dragon, like the sky dragon, the flood dragon, the thunder dragon, the coiling dragon, and so on. After that, the bloodline would be even thinner, and it would only be a false dragon bloodline. It would materialize some strange-looking dragons. In name, they were of the dragon race bloodline, but in reality they were not presentable at all. Xianxia did as he was told, dripping his blood into the spiritual pool. Boom. Dragon might spread out, making everyone's eyes light up. People of the dragon race. The dragon race. That is an existence that ranks among the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. How incredible. I see another heaven-defying outstanding talent of the great desolate Aeon's 100 races. Who knew? That black-clad old man also felt slightly startled. However, when he looked at the illusion that appeared in the spiritual pool, he frowned. However, his brows furrowed. What the hell was that thing? It had green skin and a strange shape. It does not look like a six-colored divine dragon or the various true dragons. So, it is a false dragon. There is no need to test the rest. You may leave. You cannot enter the soaring dragon pavilion yet, the black-clad old man said indifferently. The dragon race was also divided into various ranks. The three great ancestor dragons were the strongest, but the ancestor dragon bloodline was already extinct. Now, the six-colored divine dragons were the strongest, followed by the true dragons, and then the various strange false dragons with the thinnest bloodline. Of course, in the history of the dragon race, there had been some false dragon bloodline cultivators who turned the tables and became heaven dragons. However, most of the false dragon bloodline cultivators were known as mixed blood dragons within the dragon race. They would not have any status outside. The black-clad old man considered himself very knowledgeable and knew the history of the great desolate Aeon's various races like the back of his hand. With one glance, he determined that Xianxia was a false dragon. However, that was a blue dragon. It was once the strongest seven-colored divine dragons. However, for the sake of saving the dragon race, nearly all of them went extinct in a crucial battle, disappearing for tens of thousands of years. Now, everyone knew that the six-colored divine dragons were unparalleled. Even Ling Yu, a disciple of the Grave Sea, knew about them. However, no one had ever heard of the so-called blue dragon bloodline. Xianxia felt speechless. However, this was fine. Even the black-clad old man could not recognize the blue dragon bloodline. In that case, Xianxia could keep his identity a secret for a long time at the very least. Ling Yu, who was at the door, felt shocked. This was completely unexpected. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. Senior, you must be mistaken." The black-clad old man said sullenly, "This old man has interacted with the people of the great desolate Aeon's 100 races before. How could I be mistaken?" Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. "So what if it's a false dragon? However, shouldn't old sir give me a chance to see the rank of my bloodline first?" The black-clad old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "No matter how high the rank of a false dragon's bloodline is, what is the point? Let's go. There is no point in saying anything more. Don't blame this old man for doing things according to the rules." Whoosh. Right after the black-clad old man spoke, Xianxia smiled faintly and opened his great desolate divine eyes. A resplendent golden light shot out from his eyes. Xianxia's gaze, which contained the divine dragon's might, met the black-clad old man's gaze, catching him off guard and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The black-clad old man immediately felt his soul tremble, and he uncontrollably took 2 steps back. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he looked at Xianxia, who had withdrawn his great desolate divine eyes, and revealed a horrified expression. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? How can the might of a false dragon be so frightening?" Xianxia asked softly, "Senior, can I go in now?" The black-clad old man was still somewhat confused, feeling doubtful and confused. He shook his head and said, "Go in." As expected, Xianxia smiled faintly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he walked over with large strides. "Martial uncle, that was close. I thought that you would not be able to enter," Ling Yu said as he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very doubtful in his heart. To think that martial uncle does not have a true dragon bloodline but a false dragon bloodline. However, how did he clear the stage? It would be strange if the might of the strongest divine dragon bloodline did not clear the stage. Even if one was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the blue dragon, the might of a divine dragon was real. Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. The two entered the soaring dragon pavilion. The two immediately experienced a different scenery. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the decorations inside were extremely extravagant and resplendent. 2 maidservants with voluptuous figures and sexy clothes walked over and attended to the two. "Martial uncle, I'll just take a look first." All right. With the maidservants attending to the two, Xiaoqin did not need Ling Yu to lead the way. He also had things that interested him. Xiaoqin asked the pretty maidservant, "Are there any ancient cauldrons for auction?" "Yes. I'll bring you to the ancient cauldron zone. It's on the 3rd floor." The pretty maidservant had a smile on her face. Her service was very thorough and polite. When the two arrived at the ancient cauldron zone, the pretty maidservant moved to the side, obediently not disturbing Xiaoqin. Since this was the ancient cauldron zone, naturally all the cauldrons on display were ancient cauldrons. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them. One could look around to one's heart's content and check everything thoroughly. It looked like the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people were very confident in their security. They did not worry that someone would dare to cause trouble here. There were not many people in the ancient cauldron zone. Right now, only Xiaoqin was there, making it seem especially deserted. The 2nd floor had medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons and tools, as well as some ancient and legendary items. Those were the most popular places. Xiaoqin looked around and surprise appeared on his face. Then his gaze fixed on an ancient cauldron. That was a square cauldron with ancient patterns carved on its surface. It looked exquisite but did not lose its weight. Dragon pattern cauldron. Xiaoqin felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he saw a genuine dragon pattern cauldron here. However, based on its aura, it did not seem ancient enough. It should be a dragon pattern cauldron produced by the dragon race in the past 1,000 years. Xiaoqin did not know how it got leaked. Perhaps it was a reward from a dragon race cultivator. After the cultivator no longer needed it, he put it up for auction and spread it. After all, it could not be considered a peak dragon pattern cauldron. "Young master, are you interested in this dragon pattern cauldron? This is a genuine item of the dragon race, not an imitation made by an outsider. It is the work of an elder of the dragon race's upper echelon. Just this point alone makes it extraordinary," a pretty maidservant explained to Xiaoqin in a gentle voice. Xiaoqin took a look at the starting bid, 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. The final bid was 1 million medial grade spirit jades. The price was rather fair. This dragon pattern cauldron should be worth 800,000 medial grade spirit jades. After all, it was a product of the dragon race. However, it was already very expensive. Regular Cloud Sea Star venerates could spend as much as 3 or 4 million medial grade spirit jades. After all, they could not pawn off their treasures and weapons. Not everyone could be like the Profound Light Temple, which had many believers and could take out 8 million medial grade spirit jades to exchange for the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. This, brother, aside from its value, whether a cauldron is good or not depends on who used it. This cauldron is definitely worth the price. In the special zone for ancient cauldrons, it can rank in the top 3. Just as Xiaoqin was about to speak, an azure-clad man with a smile walked over. As he walked, a sharpness was hidden. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. This was a bladesman. Even though this person hid his sharpness, Xiaoqin could still sense it. Furthermore, this person was an extraordinary bladesman. When the azure-clad man got closer, he smiled and said, "Just like the saber in brother's hand." Chapter 17:14. Who is this person? To think that this person's eyes are so sharp, immediately recognizing the origin of the saber in my hand. "I am Jianghu. How may I help you, brother?" The azure-robed man looked very clean. His smile was also very refreshing, making it hard for others to feel ill will. "Xiaoqin, might I ask Brother Jiang why you feel that this cauldron is worth the price?" This was what Xiaoqin was more concerned about. Indeed, he could not see anything special about the dragon pattern cauldron. The only bright spot was that it came from the dragon race. However, this cauldron was not made of peak materials and was not old. How could it be worth the price? Jianghu casually patted the cauldron and smiled. "Like I said, it does not matter if the cauldron is ordinary. What's important is that the person who used it is incredible. In that case, this cauldron is incredible as well." Jianghu glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiaoqin's saber. Then he continued, "It is like the saber in your hand. It contains only one Dao, and it is the rather common Thunder Dao. However, because of the word tyrant and the legend of the generations of tyrants, it allowed an inferior grade Dao tool to become a superior grade Dao tool. Furthermore, it stands out from the rest, much stronger than a regular superior grade Dao tool." Anticipation appeared in Xiaoqin's heart. "In that case, who used this cauldron?" Jianghu smiled mysteriously. "I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you might not know. Do you know the most promising young bladesman of the dragon race?" Xiaoqin shook his head. He had never been to the Central Great Realm. How could he know about the dragon race? That bladesman is known as Willow Leaf Saber in the dragon race because his saber technique is elegant and agile like the wind. When the saber light fell, it was like weeping willow leaves fluttering in the wind, like willow leaves filling the sky. Back then, when Willow Leaf Saber cultivated the dragon race's cultivation technique, he used this cauldron. Xiaoqin only half believed Jianghu's words, as many of the dragon race's cultivation techniques required the dragon pattern cauldron. Unlike the other races, only cultivators who cultivated vital qi would use cauldrons. However, there were not many cultivators who cultivated the vital qi Dao. Hence, this ancient cauldron zone was deserted. Jianghu spoke continuously, praising the dragon pattern cauldron. This made Xiaoqin feel a sense of intimacy. Xiaoqin was a member of the dragon clan. Although he had never been to the dragon clan, he definitely yearned for it. He happened to see the dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon race. Although the asking price was too high, he was actually tempted. Hearing others praise something that caught one's eye, it was inevitable that one would have a favorable impression of it. Of course, Xiaoqin would not let his thoughts and feelings show on his face. This was especially so for an unfamiliar bladesman who took the initiative to charge over. The two of them chatted casually, but they ignored the pretty maid beside them. The pretty maidservant frowned as she looked at Jianghu. She wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. Xiaoqin was too engrossed in his conversation with Jianghu to notice this small detail. Jianghu was quite familiar with cauldrons. As he spoke, he introduced most of the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron zone. Many of these insights broadened Xiaoqin's horizons, making him feel refreshed. For example, the difference between a square cauldron and an original cauldron, a three-legged cauldron or a four-legged cauldron. There was also the appearance and value of the cauldron as well as how it was appraised. Just talking about it made one feel that the cauldron was indeed a great talent. Jianghu pointed at the cauldron designated for ancient cauldrons and said disdainfully, "A real ancient cauldron would only be considered noble if it has an inscription on it. However, the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron area, even the oldest one, do not have any inscriptions. This means that they are just ordinary cauldrons. Things from ancient times are good, but the bricks and tiles from ancient times are still rubbish. Cauldrons can't be simply divided by age." The maidservant interrupted, "No one would take this kind of cauldron out for auction. It's either a sect guarding cauldron or an aristocratic family keeping it. For an inscription to survive until now, one can imagine how powerful the Tao contained in it is. Who would be foolish enough to auction it?" Clearly, Jianghu's words had angered the maidservant. After all, no one was happy about it. People said that the cauldrons they auctioned were all rubbish. Jianghu laughed out loud. "That's enough. You have your own judgment, brother. We had a good chat and I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye." Jianghu performed a casual cupped fist salute and left with large strides. Xiaoqin looked around the ancient cauldron zone again. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon pattern cauldron. That's it. After all, it was a cauldron from the dragon race and had 1,000 years of history. It should be able to endure a rank 1 heavenly flame. As for using it to cultivate, it would be more compatible with the body-tempering cultivation technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave him. Furthermore, his earlier conversation with Jianghu had deepened his understanding of cauldrons, which strengthened Xiaoqin's decision. 4 hours later, Xiaoqin met the late Lingyu on the first floor. Clearly, Lingyu had not had his fill yet. "There are so many good things here. After looking around, the short sword in my hand is not worth mentioning at all." Lingyu sighed, feeling somewhat dazzled. Dao tools were not rare in this place. There were 2 Dao tools being auctioned. However, they were not superior grade, not even medial grade, just inferior grade. Even so, they were still very popular, attracting many people to watch and play with them, praising them. Xiaoqin smiled and asked, "What have you taken a fancy to?" "Too many. However, the one that truly suits me is a pair of gloves. I would like to auction off the short sword. After all, I have no use for it." Xiaoqin waved his hand and said, "There's no need. That ink cloud sword of yours will become a Dao tool within 10 years. Even if you do not use it, you will be able to gain a lot from it. If you do not have enough spirit jades, I can just lend you some later." Lingyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I keep receiving benefits from martial uncle. I really feel bad about it." Xiaoqin did not mind. "I am your martial uncle after all. Since senior brother is gone, naturally I will take care of you." After arriving at the auction house, Xiaoqin took out 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source and handed it to the pretty maidservant. "The auction will be held 3 days from now. Your life juice source is considered a rank A auction item. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion will give you a VIP card for free. At that time you can stay in a VIP room. Please keep it well." Xiaochen received the VIP card, not feeling surprised. The life juice source was a wondrous item of the highest quality, so it was very popular. The higher the price, the more the other party would charge. This was equivalent to giving money to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, the other party would not mistreat their customers. After staying in the city for a while and sightseeing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen and Ling Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion on time. When they entered, the decorations were already very different from 3 days ago. The auction items in the hall were all gone. The brightly lit hall only had a tall platform with no seats. It looked like the guests were going to stay in the 4 cubicles of the floor. The arrangement was rather unique. With a casual glance, one could clearly see the tall platform in the middle of the hall from any of the cubicles. As people came and went, a small auction for the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian bloodlines was about to begin. "Brother Xiao." A familiar voice came from behind. It was Jianghu walking over. He had a smile on his face, looking as clean as before, giving off a good impression. "This little brother is?" Jianghu asked softly as he looked at Ling Yu. "My friend." Xiaochen did not want Ling Yu to feel awkward in front of outsiders. Normally he would not purposely flaunt his status as Ling Yu's martial uncle. Jianghu nodded slightly. After the greetings he asked, "Brother Xiao, do you know that something major happened in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion during the past 3 days?" Xiaochen's and Ling Yu's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged looks, both confused. "What major matter?" Jianghu said softly, "I wonder which senior expert got someone to sell 25 kilograms of life juice source here. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality without any impurities. To think that it even startled the people of the Cluster Lord's residence." The Cluster Lord's residence. After sightseeing in the city for 3 days, Xiaochen already learned that the master of this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was a granddaughter of the Jianghu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. Naturally, the residence here was the Cluster Lord's residence. Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. Xiaochen heard that this Cluster Lord Go Yu was only 20-odd years old, about the same age as Ling Yu. However, she was already the master of a great realm. Furthermore, it was the extraordinary Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the center of several dozen nearby astral clusters. As for Ling Yu, he was just a rank 4 sect disciple, not even the strongest in the Grave Sea cluster. In comparison, the difference between heaven and earth could not even be described. Xiaochen frowned and said, "No matter what, Cluster Lord Go Yu will not lack life juice source, right? The life juice source is not the only natural treasure that can improve one's physique. There are still some." Jianghu said helplessly, "Naturally, the Cluster Lord does not lack these resources. However, there are many people in the Cluster Lord's residence, and there are many people in need of rewards. Not to mention the Cluster Lord, everyone here is an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, this life juice source has the greatest effect on us and is also what we need the most." Xiaochen knew about this. The life juice source improved one's bloodline, which then led to the strengthening of one's physique. The outstanding talents with a great desolate Ian bloodline happened to be cultivators with special bloodlines. This was simply a natural treasure tailor-made for them. Jianghu shook his head and sighed. "This time we really have to pay a huge price. I hope that we can gain something. Brother Xiao, have you decided on that cauldron?" This question was rather direct. However, Xiaochen did not mind answering. He answered honestly, "The dragon pattern cauldron." Jianghu smiled and said, "You have good eyes. In my opinion, that dragon pattern cauldron is the only good cauldron worth collecting in the ancient cauldron zone." After a simple conversation, the two parted. After suppressing himself for a long time, Ling Yu said excitedly, "Martial uncle, unexpectedly, that life juice source is in such high demand. It actually caused such a huge commotion. Earlier, I nearly could not hold back and even startled the Cluster Lord's residence's people." Xiaochen said indifferently, "That is not surprising. After all, we have a great desolate Ian bloodline. The power of our bloodline is a treasure trove. Who would not treasure an opportunity to develop it? There were not many wondrous items that could develop a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, the life juice source was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest quality life juice source." When Xiaochen thought about his near-death experience that day, no matter what the result was, it would not be surprising. After all, he had used his life to exchange for it. After entering the VIP room, Xiaochen was surprised to discover that the maidservant in the room was the one who led him in 3 days ago. The pretty maidservant smiled, looking very cute. Xiaochen sat down. At this moment, an old man with a goatee walked over from the high platform in the hall. His weather-beaten face was full of vigor, his complexion flushed red and he looked old. Ling Yu said somewhat excitedly, "It is about to begin." Xiaochen found it strange. It was just the start of the auction. What was there to be excited about? All of a sudden, the flames in the brightly lit building went out one by one, and the entire building was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the light returned in the next moment. However, it was not the light of the lamps. Instead, many pairs of great desolate divine eyes opened at this moment. The ancient soaring dragon pavilion immediately glowed with a divine light, looking resplendent. Chapter 17:15. The great desolate divine eyes illuminated the ancient pavilion. As far as the eye could see, the entire place was filled with beams of dazzling divine light. Under the illumination of the great desolate divine eyes, the ancient soaring cloud pavilion's noble status and identity immediately appeared. Anyone standing here would feel a surge of excitement. The outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines, which were rarely seen, were all gathered together today. All sorts of ancient great desolate Ian divine might reverberated intensely in the ancient pavilion as the outstanding talents competed with each other. Ling Yu, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He activated his great desolate divine eyes, releasing motes of golden light. His gaze clashed with the gazes of the various places. This place was not a battlefield. However, the invisible competition was even more intense than a battlefield. Geniuses were all unruly. What more the outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines? Naturally, they were even more unwilling to fall behind. However, for some reason Xiaochen remained indifferent, unable to feel the hot-bloodedness and impulse in Ling Yu's heart. Deep disdain flowed in the depths of Xiaochen's bones. He did not have any desire to activate his blue dragon bloodline. There was no fighting spirit at all. "Honored guest, are you not going to give it a try? The remaining 3 will receive prizes from the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. They will also get a significant discount from the auction." When the maidservant in the hall saw Xiaochen's indifferent appearance, shock flashed in her eyes. Actually, the prize was secondary. What they were fighting for was honor and face. Xiaochen wanted to give it a try. However, it was clear that he was not interested in the blue dragon bloodline. Naturally, he would not forcefully activate his great desolate divine eyes. Furthermore, Xiaochen was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others. There was no point in fighting for some vanity. Xiaochen looked at this maidservant. It was this maidservant whom he met twice. It could be considered fate. He smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Xiaochen." The maidservant smiled and said, "In that case, young Master Xiao, just call me Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu. Sounds pretty good. Xiaochen said indifferently as he picked up his wine cup, no longer chatting idly. Actually, there were people like Xiaochen who did not dare to be interested. For example, Jianghu giggled as he watched the scene before him from his private room. How lively! The Soaring Dragon Pavilion played this beautifully, stirring up the competitive spirit of the people of the same generation. Furthermore, it can test who is truly an outstanding talent worthy of nurturing. I wonder how many talents the Soaring Dragon Marquis has sent to the Soaring Dragon Marquis over the years? However, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression as he looked at the various outstanding talents fighting for the top spot. Strange, why did I not see Brother Zhao's gaze? Don't tell me you were defeated so quickly? I still want to see what kind of bloodline it is. Jianghu was quite interested in Xiaochen, who wielded the tyrant blade. Of course, he was more interested in his wealth. Whether they could obtain that life juice source or not, they placed all their hopes on Brother Xiao. Brother Xiaochen, I have high hopes for you. Aya? Ling Yu closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Just now, when he looked into someone's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Their auras clashed and their bloodlines contended for supremacy. The opponent was too powerful. In merely 10 breaths, he was defeated and could only close his eyes. Are you all right? Xiaochen asked. Ling Yu rested for a while before opening his eyes. He smiled and said, I'm fine. There will always be someone stronger. However, this is still an improvement. The last time I came, I did not defeat a single person. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle's life juice source. Otherwise, how could my bloodline power have improved so much? Ling Yu had shown off his sharpness in the Purple Flame sect. However, outside he could easily recognize his own strength. He was neither arrogant nor rash, easily satisfied. When the maidservant at the side heard this, she did not show any surprise in her eyes. It was like she already knew. However, this made sense. It was normal for the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people to send Xiaochen to auction the life juice source. When only 3 pairs of eyes remained in the pavilion, the competition ended, and the auction began. Xiaochen was not too interested in the items being auctioned. He closed his eyes and rested, directly cultivating. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaochen, who had his eyes closed. Then she looked at the saber that never left his hand, feeling this novelty. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lingyu was very interested, occasionally chatting excitedly with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very knowledgeable. She knew the origins of every auction item and spoke about them. This broadened Lingyu's horizons. At the same time he felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, his knowledge could not even compare to that of a maidservant of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiaoyu, I heard that the master behind your Soaring Dragon Pavilion is Cluster Lord Goyu. Is that true? Lingyu did not hold back, casually asking about a topic that interested him. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. The Cluster Lord places great importance on the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. She will definitely attend every large-scale auction. When Lingyu heard this, he immediately perked up. He looked around and said, that is to say, the Cluster Lord has already arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps she is in one of the boxes. Could it be that our fight just now was also witnessed by Her Highness? Since this Soaring Dragon Pavilion is not established for profit, there has to be some other purpose. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it is to rope in geniuses. Hence what you said is probably correct. Xiaochen opened his eyes at some point in time. Lingyu immediately felt somewhat disappointed. How unfortunate. Otherwise I would have used my full power earlier. Xiaochen said out of curiosity, you are the disciple with the most potential in the Purple Flame sect, yet you are interested in this as well. Lingyu said with a fervent gaze, which outstanding talent of the nearby astral clusters does not want to make a trip to the Central Great Realm? If they can enter the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, it would be like connecting the heavens and earth, directly entering the dynasty's core. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Lingyu's words allowed him to see a new path, a path to enter the Central Great Realm in advance. However, Xiaochen did not think too much about it in the blink of an eye. His original intentions had not changed, never changing. He was someone determined to become the Dragon Emperor. How could he join a dynasty's Marquis's residence? If he did not have so many ambitions, the dynasty's Marquis's residence would indeed be a good springboard. After a few more years, when he was truly confident, he would personally enter the Great Thousand Realms. He would rely on himself, not anyone else. Is young Master Xiao regretting it? If you are willing, this servant can introduce young Master to the Soaring Cloud Pavilion's upper echelon. When the maidservant, Xiaoyu, saw Xiaochen's silence, she misunderstood. Xiaochen smiled and said, it's fine. Many thanks for Miss Xiaoyu's kind intentions. The next auction item is the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. It has more than 1,000 years of history and is a product of the dragon race. I believe I do not need to explain its value. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 medial-grade spirit jades. No wonder Xiaochen opened his eyes. It turned out that it was time for the Dragon Pattern Cauldron's auction. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Before Xiaochen could say anything, the price instantly soared to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. This far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations, flabbergasting him. Xiaochen frowned heavily and muttered, strange. Why is the bidding for an ordinary Dragon Pattern Cauldron so intense? It was a fact that the Dragon Pattern Cauldron was worth a lot. However, that Dragon Pattern Cauldron was not of high quality. It was one of the more ordinary ones. To dragon race cultivators, it was suitable for cultivation techniques and martial techniques. To others, its value was not that high. At most, it would be 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, for some reason, it instantly soared to 1 million. Furthermore, Xiaochen noticed that the people who called out bids were the same group of people. They all appeared determined to obtain it. Xiaochen entered deep thought. There was only one explanation. Without exception, all the people who came to buy the cauldron had their eyes on this cauldron. Suddenly, Xiaoyu said, young Master Xiao, actually I was about to say this 3 days ago. Practically every time someone came to look at the cauldron, he would show an enthusiastic expression. This would lead the buyer's judgment to that Dragon Pattern Cauldron. Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he startled awake. He said, he was the one who put that cauldron up for auction. Yes, I checked. He was indeed the one who put it up for auction. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help but laugh in frustration. This fellow is really going all out. After thinking about it, Xiaochen remembered that the other party had indeed, intentionally or unintentionally, strengthened his resolve to buy the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. However, even without Jianghu's words, Xiaochen still had to buy this cauldron. 2 million. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to continue bidding, so he directly raised the bid to 2 million. The buyout price for that dragon pattern cauldron was 2 million. Back then the buyer did not buy it at the buyout price. This meant that 2 million exceeded their expectations. Hence, when the bid for 2 million was raised, no one else raised the bid. Thus, Xiao Chen obtained the dragon pattern cauldron as he wished. The dragon pattern cauldron was worth 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart after spending twice the price. In another private room, Jianghu rejoiced. He could tell that the final bidder was Xiao Chen's voice. With 2 million medial grade spirit jades in hand, I am now confident in auctioning off that life juice source. Brother Xiao Chen, you did not make me look favorably upon you in vain. It is worth it. Jianghu giggled and muttered to himself. However, speaking of which, the dragon pattern cauldron used by the willow leaf saber is not a loss for 2 million spirit jades. It took me a lot of effort to steal it out. The auction continued. Soon it was time for the life juice source. The fiery scene and the soaring prices made people feel like they were suffocating. 3,500,000. Just as the price soared, a cold and serene voice rang out on the top floor. Everyone's heart immediately sank. They knew that the cluster lord's residence's people had made a move. Ling Yu could not help but look in the direction of the voice. However, he discovered that the private room was tightly sealed, preventing others from checking with their mental energy. Ling Yu was disappointed in his desire to see the cluster lord's true appearance. Ling Yu was not the only one disappointed. Most of the people thought the same. 4 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would dare to compete with the people from the princess's mansion, a lazy voice sounded. It turned out that Jianghu had made his move. Not caring about anything else, he immediately raised the price to 4 million. The voice from the princess's mansion did not sound again. Before many incredulous gazes, Jianghu successfully won the bid, using the sky-high price of 4 million medial grade spirit jades to obtain 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source. The normal market price of 25 kilograms of life juice source was about 1.5 million medial grade spirit jades. However, with a bunch of envious bloodline elites bidding for it, the countess's house stepping in, and Jianghu the troublemaker, it was a pleasant surprise for Xiao Chen to make a fortune. Next, there was an ordinary low-grade Dao tool up for auction. This pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction to the peak, and then the auction came to a successful end. Xiao Chen observed the inferior grade Dao tool and was not interested in it. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It was of little value. However, it was a Dao tool after all. Using it as the finale item showed the soaring dragon pavilion's sincerity. Similarly, it attracted the most bidders. Chapter 17:16. The auction ended. By relying on the life juice source, not only did Xiao Chen not spend a single cent, but after deducting his expenses, he even obtained 2 million medial grade spirit jades. Young Master Xiao, do you really not need me to introduce you? The soaring dragon pavilion is very curious about young Master Xiao obtaining the life juice source. The pretty maidservant, Xiao Yu, blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen delicately. The originally hot and seductive maid suddenly became like a lotus flower in clear water, making one feel tender and lovable. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I exchanged my life for it. There's nothing to be curious about. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xiao Chen was not very interested in the soaring dragon pavilion's invitation, so he could only reject the beauty's kind intentions. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Xiao Chen to reject her so decisively. She smiled and said, have a safe journey. I hope we will meet again in the future. Goodbye. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and left. Outside the gates, he coincidentally ran into Jianghu. He had a cocky smile on his face as he toyed with the jade bottle containing the life juice source in his hand, attracting the attention of many people. It was hard not to notice such a high-profile and casual action. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes, Jianghu strode toward Xiao Chen and smiled. God of fortune. No, brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the cauldron. Xiao Chen said with a smile, you're too polite. You're not bad yourself. You gained quite a lot. You even dare to oppose the people from the princess's mansion. How courageous of you. When Ling Yu saw that Jianghu was a con man, Jianghu did not even bat an eyelid. In terms of acting skills, martial uncle was still better. This fellow thought that he had fooled his martial uncle and was very pleased with himself. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the life juice source in his hand was put up for auction by his martial uncle. Jianghu laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. The people of the cluster lord's residence are nothing. How about it? Do you need life juice source? I'll share some with you. I can't give you more than half a tael. That's not a problem. Ling Yu nearly could not hold back his laughter. After all, his martial uncle had given him 50 kilograms of life juice source. How could he have the cheek to give away half a tael? That was what Jianghu was thinking. No matter what, he had to screw over Xiaoqin. He felt somewhat apologetic. Without the other party's spirit jades, he would not have been able to bid for it. Half a tael was a sign of gratitude. What? Don't be so polite with me. Otherwise it means that you don't treat me as a friend. Seeing that Xiaoqin was silent, Jianghu deliberately put on a serious face and emphasized his tone. Xiaoqin showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You gave me 2 million spirit jades, yet you want me to accept your life juice source? How can I accept that? Don't. Treat us to a drink. After all, you spent a lot on the life juice source, Xiaoqin said after some consideration. Jianghu laughed out loud. Haha, what a brother. Come, let's go to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. My treat. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. The name sounded like a romantic place. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It wasn't a brothel, but compared to ordinary restaurants, there were more elegant performers playing musical instruments. True to its name, the Smile of 1,000 gold, one would have to pay an extremely high price to obtain the company of these performers. As for the Smile of 1,000 gold, it was one of the top 3 establishments in the Jianghu dynasty's capital. It had sufficient charm and fame to attract the outstanding talents to spend large sums of money here. The famous performers could even incite the scions to fight over them, all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile and showing off before others. In Soaring Dragon City this kind of thing happened frequently. However, Xiaoqin rarely went to such places, so he did not know much about them. The Smile of 1,000 gold had a total of 8 floors. The higher one went, the more one needed to spend. For the sake of showing off one's wealth and status, the outstanding talents who came here would do their best to go to a higher floor. Clearly this was not Jianghu's first time here. He smiled at the maidservant and said, "To the 6th floor." The 6th floor was the highest floor that ordinary people could go to. Any higher and required special status and invitations. Our Smile of 1,000 gold is the best restaurant in the nearby dozens of astral clusters. As long as one has enough spirit jades, beautiful performers can personally serve you. That maidservant did not hide anything from Xiaoqin and Ling Yu. She smiled charmingly, causing Ling Yu to blush slightly. Xiaoqin's expression did not change as he entered the elegant room and sat down. An exquisite landscape painting hung on the wall behind him. The painting was exquisite. Xiaoqin did not know which mountain it was, but it gave the illusion that he was there. When sitting at the back, it felt like a wind blew and clouds drifted around him. It was very wondrous. The decorations were elegant and refined, giving off a unique charm. This pavilion is indeed extraordinary, Xiaoqin thought. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to attract outstanding talents to spend so much money here. Jianghu asked that maidservant in a familiar manner, "Are there any headliners today?" Reporting to young master, "Today is the Luo River Waterflower Day. The 10 headliners will take turns appearing." The maidservant smiled faintly, answering as she served wine. Jianghu's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Brothers, you came at the right time. I should have guessed it." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion just held a large-scale auction, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Luo River Waterflower Day will be brought forward. After that, Jianghu waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw first. Remember to arrange for 4 performers with exquisite zither skills and 3 pretty ladies to drink with us." The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Ling Yu asked in confusion, "What is the Luo River Waterflower Day?" Jianghu explained with a smile, "Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion will only occasionally have a headliner appear. After they perform, they will have people bid for them. The Luo River Waterflower Day occurs only once every 3 months. The 10 headliners take turns performing, each displaying their skills. It is very rare to see them." Ling Yu's lips curled up as he said, "They are just some performers. Why would they care so much about them?" "You don't understand." Jianghu clinked cups with Xiaoqin. Then he said, "The 10 headliners are all extremely beautiful and have their own charm. Furthermore, their cultivations are all higher than yours. In terms of talent and air, there is no need to mention them. They have been practicing this since they were young. In the Jianghu dynasty's capital, the top 10 performers have countless experts working for them with just a word." Ling Yu was startled when he heard this, feeling dubious. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Aside from the 3,000 great Tao, there were also 800 side paths. Indeed, there were people who could comprehend the Tao from music. However, without experiencing killing and walking the line between life and death, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would just be a pretty face. However, Xianxia had not seen any experts of the great thousand realms that cultivated the music Dao. He wanted to see how strong the so-called headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were. Jianghu said, aside from this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely the place where news spreads the fastest in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Many secrets and recent major events can be heard here. With a thought, Xianxia discovered that there were no restrictions in the neighboring rooms. As long as one paid attention, one could clearly hear the news being discussed. Recently, more and more bladesmen came to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. I believe that after the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction ends, there will be more cultivators heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is the land of fortuitous encounters in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm that attracts the most geniuses and outstanding talents. Not only can one find the dragon race's ancient treasures, but one can also exchange moves with people of the same generation for experiential training. Where else can one find such a place? Actually, not really. The various astral clusters have similar experiential training lands. However, they are not like the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, which can attract the outstanding talents of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Xianxia casually listened and heard something that interested him. Dragon race's ancient treasures and the gathering of experts of the same generation. If there was an opportunity, he would have to ask around about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. This was the time when he needed experiential training. Soon, four performers entered the private room. After they bowed slightly, zither music slowly rang out. There were also 3 pretty girls sitting obediently at the side, pouring wine and chatting with them. After 3 rounds of wine, the sound of clear flowing water rang out on the 8th floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xianxia looked up and saw mist spreading above. Amid the hazy mist, he saw a flower boat drifting over, approaching from afar. The ethereal zither music, the clear water, and the hazy mist stirred one's imagination. All of a sudden, the clamor from all the floors quieted down. Everyone knew that the Real show was about to start. All they needed to do was wait. As the flower boat approached, it was like a painting slowly unfurling. When the mist scattered, a young maidservant walked out of the flower boat. She looked exquisite and obedient, dressed in white. Amidst the mist, she was as pure as a fairy, making one feel tender and lovable. The young maidservant carried a flower basket and took out a green medallion. As she stood on the flower boat, she said in a condescending manner, "The first headliner to appear tonight is Miss Ling Long, a green medallion. Miss Ling Long excels at dancing the pipa. She was once the music teacher of the Jianghu dynasty's little princess. She has been in the palace for 3 years and is well-read. She is very knowledgeable and has studied Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism." This was Ling Yu's first time seeing such a lineup. This broadened his horizons and shocked him. He whispered to Jianghu, "Big brother Jiang, what do red and green medallions mean?" Jianghu burst into laughter and said, "You are still young. Don't ask such questions. Don't say anything. Miss Ling Long will be coming out soon." Chapter 17:17. The maidservant girl left the cloud water wonderland on the 8th floor, and an elegant and pretty girl walked out of the flower boat. A commotion immediately broke out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the delinquents called out Ling Long's name. Xianxia looked at that girl. She was indeed as pretty as a flower, devastatingly beautiful. Her appearance and aura were excellent. Of course, what shocked Xianxia even more was that this girl was actually a major primal core venerate. Just based on surface strength, this girl was actually stronger than Xianxia's. What Jianghu said was true. Ling Yu showed an embarrassed expression, still conflicted over the earlier question. He raised his head to look at that girl. With just one glance, he was stunned as he held up his wine cup. Ling Long hugged the pipa and nodded gently. Then her delicate lily-white hands started to gently play the pipa. The beautiful pipa music rang out, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. The music seemed to ring out right beside them, telling a beautiful story. The moment the pipa music rang out, the noisy place fell silent. Everyone became immersed in this wonderful state. The green mountains and flowing water moved along with the stream. When one closed one's eyes, the beautiful scene that seemed like the wind was right before one's eyes, within reach. Slowly, the many decorations in the elegant room and the landscape paintings on the walls seemed to come to life. The beautiful girl carved on the screen seemed to come to life. Mixed with the pipa music coming from the boat above the clouds and water, it was extremely beautiful, like a poem or a painting. The large strings were like a torrential rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The music was noisy and disorderly, like pearls of various sizes falling on a jade plate. The Oriole's words were smooth, like the flowing ice of the serene spring. There was no need to worry or hate. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At some point in time the music had already stopped. However, everyone remained immersed in it, not opening their eyes. Wonderful. Xiaoqin could not help praising as he slowly opened his eyes. However, he discovered that Jianghu had already opened his eyes at the same time. Brother Xiao, did you hear anything from it? Xiaoqin took a sip of wine and replied, No. I only felt that the string music was wonderful and ever-changing. It blended with the decorations in the elegant room, making one involuntarily immersed in it. However, when her song broke off at the end, it seemed like she wanted to express more. There were still many emotions that she wanted to express, but for some reason she suddenly stopped. Jianghu smiled and said, All right, then I'll fulfill Brother Zhao's doubts. I'll have headliner Ling Long accompany you tonight. He casually waved his hand and a streak of crystal light flew toward the window. Countless medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his storage ring, forming a dazzling belt of light. Wah wah wah. The moment the spirit jade flew out, it automatically flew toward the flower basket in the young maid's hand. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades for Miss Ling Long's token. Jianghu was very generous, spending 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades with a wave of his hand like flowing water. However, the flower basket in the hands of the young maidservant didn't reveal anything as she directly stored the spiritual jades in it. How extravagant! 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades in one go. Which rich guest is this? Everyone was startled awake from the music. Seeing such a large sum of money, they were all shocked. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades was not a small sum. Ordinary people would not dare to spend so casually. It was not that one could not take out 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Rather, one would spend 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades just to win the favor of a beauty. It's him. He is the Jianghu who won the life juice source in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he is so generous. He is someone who can afford 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. Naturally, 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades is nothing. I heard that he even offended the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. He showed himself in the limelight and stirred up many people's dissatisfaction. Jianghu did not mind at all. All sorts of discussions were going on, and he kept smiling as if nothing could trouble him. 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Just as Jianghu thought that he was in the bag, a clear voice rang out, and 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew into the flower basket. Jianghu's face sank. That voice seemed to be directed at him, directly doubling the price. Clearly there was a deeper meaning behind it. 300,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Jianghu had already made his offer to Xiaoqin. He could not possibly not bid. 400,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flickered in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Crystalline ribbons of light made of spirit jades moved about, making the pavilion resplendent and dazzling. The unassuming flower basket flickered with light that nearly covered the entire place, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the 1 million medial-grade spirit jades entered the flower basket, countless beautiful flowers flew out. In that instant, flowers filled the air in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They were very beautiful, looking indescribably beautiful. Jianghu showed a sullen expression, but he could not continue bidding. The other party raised the price to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades, making it impossible for him to continue. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion knew that someone was purposely making things difficult for him, wanting to trample on him in front of everyone. Flowers fill the hall. This is my first time seeing such a scene. That person must have tossed in at least 4 or 5 million medial-grade spirit jades. This is rare. This is my first time seeing people compete so fiercely. This is too crazy. Is there such a need? That is the heavenly profound gates Feng Qin, the flowing cloud sects Qin Yun, and the thunderflame castles Yen Yuan. I remember them. Earlier, in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's Divine Eye contest, the 3 of them were at the very end. No wonder they are making things difficult for Jianghu. It turns out that they formed a grudge in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Ah, interesting. This time Jianghu's face is slapped in a miserable manner. Excited cheers immediately rang out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Spectators were always like this, never complaining about things blowing out of proportion. Jianghu shrugged and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. In the end, I can't overturn Miss Ling Long's reputation. In the earlier competition, the bids totaled up to 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Right now Xiaoqin could no longer take out any more spirit jades. The other party was at a disadvantage against him alone. Ling Yu felt somewhat flabbergasted. This competition allowed him to see for himself. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xiaoqin, Popper. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You are already giving face to the cluster lord in the soaring cloud pavilion, not making things difficult for you. To think that you still dare to come to the smiling daughter pavilion to show your might. Just as Xiaoqin was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from the private room that had been making things difficult for Jianghu. In the private room across, Feng Qin, Qin Yun, and Yen Yuan showed cold smiles and mockery as they sipped their wine in an indifferent manner. The heavenly profound gates, Feng Qin said indifferently, let's see if he can still smile in the smiling daughter pavilion. Yen Yuan put down his wine cup heavily and said, this fellow really does not know the rules. I wonder where this foreigner came from to be so arrogant. He is truly reckless. Tonight I'll show him the rules. These three were the outstanding talents of the many nearby astral clusters. In the Divine Eye contest in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they had been in the limelight. Who could have imagined that this Jianghu, who came out of nowhere, would win the life juice source in such a high-profile manner? Furthermore, he showed his might in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion without any fear. This upset the three long ago. After they investigated Jianghu's background, they followed him to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They did this for no other reason than to suppress Jianghu's sharpness and force him to spit out the life juice source. When Jianghu heard this, he immediately revealed a murderous intent on his face. A playful smile flashed in his eyes. Xiaoqin pressed down on Jianghu's hand and said, play with them. This Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not a place where he could take the initiative to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jianghu waved his hand and 2 million medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his palm. They turned into a gorgeous beam of light and entered the flower basket. In the private room, Feng Qin, Qin Yun and Qin Yun were all stupefied. The 2 million medial-grade spirit jades of light persisted for a long time before the flower basket absorbed them all. When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. The flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand immediately shot out a dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the 8th floor. Between the clouds and water, it looked like a paradise on earth. Whoosh! A fairy-like beauty flew out of the 7-colored light, performing a sword dance in the air. Her beauty was boundless, attracting the attention of the girl performing the sword dance in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her extraordinary appearance gave off a hazy air. This attracted everyone to stand up and go to the window. Then they opened their eyes wide and did their best to look. They only wanted to see that fairy's appearance. Everyone was intoxicated by this girl's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, a sword soared through the air, dominating the world. Snow and ice gathered into pure white flowers that drifted down, looking boundlessly beautiful. The fairy performed the sword dance and ice flowers bloomed. This was on a much higher level than the earlier mysterious phenomenon of flowers blooming in the hall. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to say a word. This was the Hall of Flowers intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword frost 14 provinces. Chapter 17-18. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword cold 14 provinces. Above the clouds, the flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand gave off a mysterious phenomenon. This poem was the best way to describe it. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion became intoxicated by the ice flowers filling the sky, feeling like they melted into their hearts. Many people stood at the windows and craned their necks to look at the flower boat. However, after that fairy girl swept her sword across the sky and soared into the sky, she returned to the flower basket and did not appear again. This made everyone feel empty in their hearts, like they had lost something. They felt heartache and brooded over it. The girl known as Ling Long hugged her Pipa in the flower boat. She showed a calm expression, only showing some surprise. He truly did not expect that in this soaring dragon city, there would actually be a phenomenon that would only occasionally appear in the imperial capital of the empire. That flower basket had a great origin. It was forged with great care. In terms of complexity, it was even more complex than a peaked-out tool. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could amass wealth on a large scale, relying on the talents and outstanding talents to compete with each other. To a large extent, it relied on this flower basket. The flower basket also had a very nice name. It was called the Fairy Basket. It was said that not only could it emit all sorts of strange phenomena, but it was also able to create many strange phenomena. It was said that not only could it give off many mysterious phenomena, but the person in charge of every branch of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion could also control the flower basket to defend against enemies. The fairy basket in the dynasty's headquarters was a peak existence that surpassed Dao tools. The various branches had peak Dao tools. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. No one else is bidding. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining headliner Ling Long's card. The maidservant girl smiled as the green card in her hand turned into a beam of light, flying towards the private room where Xiaochen was. Whoosh! Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught the green card. The words Ling Long were written on the front. It was a piece of superior grade jasper. Jianghu laughed loudly. I thought that trash like you could be very powerful. You are only SOSO. It turns out that you only know how to argue. In the end, you are not even comparable to a pauper. Feng Qin, Qin Yun, and Yen Yuan showed sullen expressions, showing unsightly expressions. After being humiliated in such a manner before the many honored guests of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiaochen found it hard to swallow. They had already trampled Jianghu underfoot, but who could have imagined that Xiaochen would suddenly show up and slap them back? They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I can't stand it anymore. The hot-tempered Thunder Flame Castle's Flame Yuan was about to erupt in anger. Don't be rash. Let's wait for them to leave first. Feng Qin said indifferently. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not want to be a match for Xiaochen. After all, he was a member of a rank 4 sect, unlike Jianghu who had no background. However, Feng Qin could not care so much right now. He took a sip of wine and said, let's go. There is no need to stay here and embarrass ourselves. After speaking, Feng Qin stood up and led Qin Yun and Yen Yuan out of the private room. They walked along the corridor and headed downstairs. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by countless people and their gloomy faces. Many people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. In Jianghu's private room he could see Feng Qin and the other two walking out with dark expressions through the window. Xiaochen entered deep thought. These three were all on the same level as Shangguanlei. This was somewhat problematic, but that was all, just somewhat problematic. Jianghu said casually, don't mind them. They're just some flies. The true experts of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm are not in Soaring Dragon City. Surprised, Xiaochen asked, where are they then? Jianghu smiled and replied, the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the main reason why the Soaring Dragon Great Realm can become the center of the nearby dozens of astral clusters is because of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That is a dangerous land that existed when the dragon race was still around. The environment is harsh and flame beasts roam about. Who knows how many outstanding talents who cultivated bitterly hid there. Only those who killed their way through life and death situations can be called experts. These people are all showy but impractical. They are far from being experts. Dragon Flame Ancient Land. When Xiaochen heard this name again he felt surprised. If he had a chance he had to see it for himself. After the two chatted for a while, someone knocked on the door. The headliner Ling Long had finished her preparations and kept her promise, coming to accompany the guests. Ling Long carried a pipa and wore plain clothes as she slowly walked in. When she saw Xiaochen and Jianghu, she bowed respectfully. This performer was indeed extraordinary up close. It was a completely different feeling from looking at her from afar. Jianghu smiled and said, Miss Ling Long, it was really not easy to invite you here tonight. Ling Long smiled faintly and said, Duke Jiang, you are exaggerating. This concubine had no choice. Jianghu smiled casually and said, it's fine. You accompany my brother. I'm going out to relieve myself. When Xiaochen heard that he felt slightly stunned. Honestly speaking, he somewhat regretted his earlier actions. Xiaochen did not feel much about the pipa that this headliner Ling Long played. He only felt that the music was very profound. It was too unfortunate that she did not finish playing some of the states. A large part of the reason why Ling Long was willing to throw out 2 million medial grade spirit jades was because she earned them from Jianghu. Ling Long could not bear to see Jianghu humiliated, so she used his spirit jades to help Jianghu regain his face. After Jianghu left, Ling Long looked at Xiaochen and asked, Young Master Xiao, do you like to listen to the pipa? Xiaochen did not say anything. Instead, he said calmly, Miss Ling Long, can you perform the unfinished pipa song that you played on the flower boat in its entirety? Ling Long felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen made such a simple request. However, Ling Long truly could not fulfill such a request. She said helplessly, Sorry, I really cannot finish playing this song. The lyrics and music came from the ancients, but it is incomplete and unfinished. Incomplete? No wonder. However, that's fine. If it were the complete song, I would forget it after listening to it. On the contrary, an incomplete song would leave a deeper impression. If I can find the rest of the lyrics and music in the future, I will come and get Miss Ling Long to perform it. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt that it was unfortunate. However, he immediately felt at ease. His mental state was calm. He would not be overly stubborn about many things, able to give and take. Ling Long smiled in her heart. What a strange person. She nodded and said, if you can find the latter half of this pipa song, you can come to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for me. Xiaoqin did not know anything about the music Dao. However, headliner Ling Long had a good impression of Xiaoqin. As she spoke, she patiently explained things to Xiaoqin, allowing him to gain some knowledge. Unexpectedly, the music Dao was similarly vast and profound, no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. This was Ling Long's first time seeing someone more interested in the music Dao than her. Hence, Ling Long spoke exceptionally seriously. The two chatted happily, practically ignoring Ling Yu and the other maidservants. Aside from bringing pleasure and enjoyment, the music Dao could also kill with sound. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could kill without leaving a trace. A strong cultivator of the music Dao could even block a vast army with one song, shattering mountains and rivers and causing the world to crumble. However, such strong cultivators of the music Dao were becoming increasingly rare. The reason was none other than the fact that the music Dao was simply too difficult to cultivate. Compared to the saber Dao or the sword Dao, the music Dao had stricter requirements on talent. Furthermore, it needed to be practiced from a young age. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Xiaoqin felt that the 2 million spirit jades he spent was worth it. At the very least, he would have a way to deal with troublesome cultivators of the music Dao in the future, preventing them from happening. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Jianghu entered the private room. When he saw Ling Long's face beaming with happiness, he exclaimed in shock, "Miss Ling Long, you already left. How unfortunate." Xiaoqin thought to himself, this Jianghu is definitely up to something. I just do not know what he did. I'm leaving. Many thanks to Brother Jiang for the wine. The two of us will be taking our leave as well, Xiaoqin said as he and Ling Yu stood up. Jianghu smiled confidently and said, let's go. I'll send you off and deal with those 3 pieces of trash while I'm at it. They have probably been waiting for a long time. After leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jianghu and Xiaoqin were immediately stupefied. They saw more than 100 cultivators with Feng Chen and Yan Yuan in the lead. None of them had low cultivations. These people blocked Xiaoqin's and Jianghu's paths, showing hostile expressions. Jianghu said somewhat helplessly, I seem to have forgotten that the sects behind these 3 have a faction in Soaring Dragon City. There were more than 100 primal core venerates and 3 outstanding talents comparable to Shangguanlei. No matter how Xiaoqin looked at it, he could not win this battle. Chapter 17-19. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. This matter was somewhat unexpected. If it were just Yan Yuan and the other 2, Xiaoqin would not fear them at all. If it were just Jianghu and himself, they could easily defeat the other party. However, so many people came at once. Furthermore, they were all primal core venerates. Many of them were even major primal core experts. This would be somewhat difficult. However, it was only a little difficult to deal with. Given that Xiaoqin had a Dao tool, it was practically impossible to stop him. On the other hand, Ling Yu was somewhat problematic. Xiaoqin said indifferently, Ling Yu, return to the pavilion and look for Miss Ling Long, get her to arrange for you to leave. Ling Yu understood the gravity of the matter. He also believed in his martial uncle's strength and did not have to worry about his life. Martial uncle, take care. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned around and returned to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. As for Xiaoqin and Jianghu, they did not think of hiding for now. These people were here for the 2 of them. Ling Yu's departure would not attract their attention. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Chen and Jianghu to leave. Feng Chen looked at Xiaoqin and said softly, Xiaoqin, this matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. You can leave now. In Feng Chen's opinion, Xiaoqin had the Purple Flame sect behind him. It was best not to offend him if possible. His main target was Jianghu, the life juice source on him. Feng Chen offended the Cluster Lord and did not have any sect backing him. Furthermore, Feng Chen liked to show off before others. He had already made up his mind to teach Jianghu a lesson in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiaoqin ignored Feng Chen. Leaving Jianghu behind and leaving on his own was clearly not in line with his character. Furthermore, the life juice source that brought Jianghu disaster happened to come from Feng Chen. Jianghu patted Xiaoqin's shoulder and smiled. You are indeed a good brother. I did not spend a lot of money to invite you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. Let's kill our way out. I'll block these three good-for-nothings. Whoosh. Right after Jianghu spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards Feng Qin. You are seeking death. Feng Qin instantly attacked with the sword in his hand. A strong sword intent slowly spread out and formed a vast sword light. As the sword light pressed down, peng peng peng, the floorboards on the street all exploded and flew in all directions. Smiling faintly, Jianghu unsheathed his saber and pressed down. With a loud boom, all the scattered floorboards shattered into dust. Bang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a loud sound. Feng Qin was knocked back by the saber strike. When he landed, he revealed a shocked expression. Jianghu smiled faintly. You wouldn't believe me if I told you that you're a weakling. Feng Qin was enraged. He swung his sword backward and attacked again. At the same time, Yen Yuan and Chen Yun could no longer stand by and watch. They attacked together, the three of them completely surrounding Jianghu. The situation immediately became somewhat unfavorable. Although these three people were arrogant and despotic, their strength was undeniable. They were all existences on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was especially so for Feng Qin, who was even more powerful. Xiao Qin hugged his tyrant saber, not in a rush to attack. He wanted to see Jianghu's true strength. Jianghu's situation was ugly in the face of the trio's attacks, but he remained at ease and did not fall into real danger. Jianghu's movement technique was very profound, giving off a familiar feeling. After watching for a while, Xiao Qin suddenly startled to his senses. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. That was right. This was a dragon race movement technique, very similar to the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. However, it was clearly superior. Jianghu moved around in a small area like a dragon, moving its head and wagging its tail. Together with the saber in his hand, he easily repelled the three's attacks. Jianghu dealt with danger multiple times, always remaining undefeatable. Jianghu smiled and said, "Three weaklings. You are only SOSO even when you work together. You are seeking death. Activate your bloodline and kill him." The three of them were truly enraged, feeling very sullen. Feng Qin was the first to activate his bloodline. Next were Yen Yuan and Chen Yun. The three of them had suppressed many of their peers in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion with their bloodline power. This showed how strong their bloodline power was. Now that they activated their bloodlines at the same time, the Great Desolate Aeon's divine might spread out. They instantly gained a suppressive advantage, forcing Jianghu back step by step. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Feng Qin's face. At the same time, his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Feng Qin was also someone with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to reveal it in public. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He knew that he could not continue watching and had to make a move. Tyrant Saber breaking vast armies. The saber moved like a rainbow, and a tyrannical might mixed with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao spread out in an unparalleled berserk manner. Then, it carried Xiao Qin and clashed with the three who activated their Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines. When Jianghu saw this, the grave expression on his face faded somewhat and he laughed loudly. The saber in Jianghu's hand trembled intensely. In the next moment, it gave off a resplendent saber light and the Great Tao's might. Immediately, the three Great Tao's might merged together. They clashed intensely with the three's Great Desolate Aeon divine might, erupting with startling mysterious phenomena. Without activating their bloodline power, the two completely blocked the three's terrifying Great Desolate Aeon divine might with just their Tao might. In the next moment, both sides exchanged moves. A chaotic battle ensued. Saber light clashed with sword light, saber technique clashed with sword technique, Great Tao's might clashed with the Great Desolate Aeon divine might. Horrifying auras spread out in all directions, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Soaring Dragon City never lacked great battles. However, it was rare to see such a scene between two bladesmen. Two bladesmen actually blocked three people with Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines without activating their bloodlines and only relying on the saber in their hands. After a while, both sides moved back. Now Xiao Qin and Jianghu stood side by side. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, indicating that they were slightly injured. After activating their Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines, their combat prowess increased explosively. Given the three's cultivation, they could approach the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even with the three's Tao might merged, there was still a small gap. However, the two still relied on their exquisite saber techniques to block. Yen Yuan and the other two each had a terrifying saber wound on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that these wounds contained Tao energy. These wounds could not heal in a short time. Blood gushed out, looking rather terrifying. What are you staring blankly for? Attack together. Feng Qin shouted coldly. He no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiao Chen and Jianghu. The 100 venerates behind him raised their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen and Jianghu, who had just clashed. Xiao Chen and Jianghu immediately split up, each fighting in a different direction. A minor primal core venerate with a Dao tool infused with 2 kinds of Dao might could not block even 1 saber strike from him. However, a major primal core venerate could not block more than 3 moves. If not for their advantage in numbers and the fact that they were all rank 4 sect disciples, Xiao Chen and Jianghu would have charged out long ago and would not suffer any injuries. Kill? Seeing that the situation was bad, Yan Yuan and the other 2 took a breather before charging back into battle. This made the situation even more chaotic. There is no end to this. For the first time, killing chi appeared in Jianghu's eyes. He suddenly spun the saber in his hand, and his aura changed drastically. When Jianghu swung his saber, the entire saber turned heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he watched, unable to look away. The Dao might all over Jianghu's body vanished. He became one with the saber, and his sharp eyes focused on the saber's edge. After Jianghu swung his saber, the level of space continuously rose, making Xiao Chen feel like he was in the depths of a fiendish demon battlefield. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time seeing such a heavy saber technique. It was like lightning flashed in his mind, shocking him to the extreme. He was completely stunned, forgetting about his current situation. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the saber light passed, all the venerates blocking it were chopped in half. Then their corpses exploded and turned into pools of blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, Yan Yuan and the other 2 were sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. They felt like their chests had been struck by a hammer. The heavy blow penetrated deep into their blood vessels and meridians, nearly reaching their sea of consciousness and soul. Sweat continuously poured down Jianghu's forehead as he swung his saber. Then he opened a large opening and immediately fled far away. Let's go. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly followed. It was not easy for him to open a gap. If this group of people surrounded him again, it would take some effort. Swinging a Dao tool was not an easy task. Yan Yuan and the other 2 who had fallen to the ground paled in fright. However, they did not dare to give chase. They could only watch as Xiao Chen and Jianghu quickly fled into the distance, getting further and further away. The 2 of them sped all the way out of the city before coming to a complete stop. After confirming that it was safe, they stopped running. Jianghu panted, but he showed a wide smile on his face. Ah, how delightful. Brother Xiao Chen, although I'm sorry, I still have something to tell you. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He knew what Jianghu wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and said, I have something to tell you as well. Chapter 17:20. Confusion appeared on Jianghu's face. After a while, he smiled in embarrassment and said, Let me say it first. The dragon pattern cauldron that you auctioned was actually mine. I was the one who pushed the bidding price up from behind the scenes. I'm sorry, brother, I cheated you. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Actually, I knew it long ago. However, it's fine. No matter what, I would have won that cauldron. This startled Jianghu. Then he smacked his forehead and laughed. You are really a fool. I thought that you kept it a secret. Ah. What Xiao Chen said next really made Jianghu's smile turn from laughter into a bitter smile. The bottle of life juice source that you auctioned was placed there by me. What? Jianghu jumped up in shock, feeling stupefied. The expression on his face was as fascinating as one could imagine. After a while, Jianghu gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Then he said depressedly, I was acting stupid earlier. Now I really became stupid. I thought that I owed you, so I specially invited you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It turns out that I was the one who gave you money. How pitiful. When Xiao Chen saw Jianghu's expression, he could not help but smile as well. That's all right. In the end, I gave the spirit jades to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, helping you regain your face. Who knew? When Jianghu heard that, he smiled mysteriously. It is indeed all right. Ah, I managed to get back that fairy basket in the end. Right after Jianghu spoke, a flower basket appeared in his hand. This was the mysterious flower basket that the maidservant in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion held. Ah, how can I, Jianghu, suffer losses when I go out? That Smiling Daughter Pavilion wants to cheat me of my money. Dream on. Jianghu felt incredibly cocky. In the end, the spirit jade still ended up in his hands. This time this truly startled Xiao Chen. It turned out that when he said that he was going out to relieve himself, he was actually going to steal the flower basket. No wonder Jianghu immediately left when he heard that Xiao Chen was leaving. So that was what happened. With the flower basket gone, the performers could not make an appearance. They would definitely suspect the guess. Jianghu used this opportunity to come out and fight with Feng Chen and the others, preventing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's people from suspecting him. Since he was fighting with someone and in big trouble, how could he be in the mood to steal the flower basket? In an instant he was cleared of suspicion. Xiaoqun smiled helplessly. "You're good." Jianghu replied calmly, "It's nothing much. I'm taking the spirit jades inside so you can have the fairy basket." After saying that, he casually threw the fairy basket to Xiaoqun, not caring about it at all. Xiaoqun took it with some astonishment. "For me?" Jianghu nodded. "I've been wandering around for so long, and I haven't really had much to talk to. Today I accidentally exposed some of my strength in the fierce battle with those people. I have to change places again." Xiaoqun was startled. "That dragon pattern cauldron, could it be that you also stole it from the dragon tribe?" Jianghu chuckled awkwardly. Sort of. But, dragging out his words, Jianghu solemnly said, "I didn't lie to you about that story. The dragon pattern cauldron was indeed used by the lancet blade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stolen such an ordinary cauldron." As expected, he had guessed correctly. Xiaoqun smiled bitterly. "The lancet blade? Is the lancet blade really that famous?" Jianghu said seriously, "That is natural. The lancet blade is an outstanding talent of the white dragon race. He has a pure bloodline reaching rank 7 and above. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, the moment he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Now, he is one of the 10 most talented people of the dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Note, the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. The lancet blade of the white dragon race. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, after he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race." Xiaoqun's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened slightly. He asked uncertainly, "Is the lancet blade a man or a woman?" "A woman? What's wrong?" "The title of the lancet blade comes from her name, Lu Ryue. She is an absolute beauty. Her smile is very flirtatious. Many outstanding talents of the dragon race are interested in her. Unfortunately, for some reason she even rejected the pursuit of the noble dragon god crown prince." Jianghu spoke tirelessly, engrossed in his story. However, he did not notice that Xiaoqun appeared distracted and his expression changed. Jianghu muttered to himself, "I really don't know what the reason is. Is it because she has high standards, or is it because she has devoted herself to the martial Tao and does not want to get involved in relationships for now?" Xiaoqun did his best to calm his emotions. Then he asked softly, "How is she doing?" "Ah, an outstanding talent with a boundless future. She is very flirtatious and everyone revolves around her. Even the dragon god crown prince is infatuated with her. Didn't you say that before?" Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. Then he asked sullenly, "Dragon god crown prince, is there really a dragon god?" Jianghu smiled and explained casually, "That is how it is. He is just the son of the current dragon emperor. However, given his status, it is not too much to call him the dragon god crown prince." "Oh, it seems like I have said too much. This matter has gone too far. In any case, the lancet blade has no relationship with you. There is no point in saying so much." "No relationship?" Xiaoqun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He looked at Jianghu and said, "If I guessed right, you should be a member of the dragon race, right? Tell me about it. Stealing a cauldron that the lancet blade used should not be a heavy crime. What exactly did you steal to make you so nervous?" Jianghu's smile did not fade. However, the expression in his eyes was no longer as casual as before. He said seriously, "You don't have to worry about that. Actually, a large part of the reason I got close to you at the start was because you were an expert sent by the dragon race. I thought that you were an expert sent by the dragon clan. However, from the looks of it now, I can dispel my worries. Although you have the dragon race's bloodline, it is too thin. Furthermore, you are not from any of the 6 bloodlines. It can only be a coincidence." Xiaoqun entered deep thought. It looked like the other party really had a dragon race treasure on him. It was worth taking the risk. However, Xiaoqun could not bring himself to attack someone he had just fought with. Furthermore, this Jianghu did not reveal himself. However, that stunning saber strike at the end was frighteningly mighty. This is probably the state that senior brother Yi Zifeng mentioned. Xiaoqun held a Dao tool and 2 Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. Even so, he might not be able to take down the other party easily. Who knew what other trump cards the other party had? Xiaoqun tossed a small jade bottle over. "Before I leave, here's a gift for you." Jianghu casually caught it and joked, "What is it? Could it be poison?" 50 kilograms of life juice source. The next time we meet, I might not let you leave so easily. I'm not as simple as you think. The connection between me and the dragon race is deeper than you imagine. Letting me know that you have a dragon race treasure is not a smart move. Xiaoqin said with a calm expression and a normal tone. Xiaoqin was not interested in Jianghu. He was only interested in the dragon race treasure that Jianghu stole. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiaoqin had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Xiaoqin had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Whether Xiaoqin was willing or not, he could not feign indifference after learning about the dragon race's treasure. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Jianghu felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "That's right. I did not notice earlier that you would rather draw your Dao tool and fight bitterly. Even so, you are not willing to reveal your great desolate Ian bloodline before me. It looks like there really is something more to it. However, you should rejoice that you did not rashly attack me. Otherwise..." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "No one knows what the result will be. However, I am truly grateful to you for the information you told me earlier." Jianghu's eyes gleamed. He discovered that he could no longer figure out this person before him. Interesting. It looks like he really has a trump card to fight me. I'm leaving. I hope that we can meet again. Whether you attack or not, I am very happy to see you again. Goodbye. Jianghu laughed loudly. Then his figure flashed a few times, vanishing from Xiaoqin's sight. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Interesting person. Honestly speaking, aside from the fact that Jianghu had a great treasure, this person was indeed worth befriending." After the smile faded, Xiaoqin's face turned sorrowful. He had not expected to learn about Lu Riyue under such circumstances. She was an outstanding talent with all sorts of charm. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. Xiaoqin took out the dragon pattern cauldron and placed it in it. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Riyue once used, many things of the past flashed through his mind. After a while, Xiaoqin's gaze turned resolute. As he looked at the saber in his hand, he muttered, "From today on, I will officially call you Sun Yu." Chapter 1721. After a long time, Xiaoqin put away the dragon pattern cauldron. Then, he entered deep thought as he looked at the flower basket in his hand. The exterior of the flower basket was exquisite, adorned with all sorts of flowers. Aside from its pretty appearance, there was nothing special about it. However, when Xiaoqin saw the wonders of the flower basket in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, he naturally would not treat it as an ordinary flower basket. However, it seemed that its miraculous effect was only a decoration. It looked incredibly gorgeous, filled with flowers and powerful sword dances. These were all things that tempted profligates to throw money at. Some looked impressive, but they were useless. If they were really useful, Jianghu would not have casually tossed them to Xiaoqin. Could there be spirit jades in there? I better not think about it. Even if there were, Jianghu would have taken them all. Why would he leave them for me? Never mind, I should refine it first. No matter what, it is a Dao tool after all. When Xiaoqin sent his spiritual sense into the flower basket, he immediately felt the world spin around him as if he had entered a maze. Countless exquisite screens were placed in the middle, crisscrossing and looking incredibly complicated. No matter how Xiaoqin tried, he could not get out, completely trapped inside. After some thought, Xiaoqin increased the strength of his spiritual sense and sent in some soul energy. Xiaoqin prepared to force his way through. Rumble. Xiaoqin crashed into the screens, breaking one after another. However, the result was that he sank deeper and deeper. It was like there was no end to it. How troublesome. Xiaoqin lost his patience and his spiritual sense directly exploded. Rumble. The entire maze shattered. The screens shattered into pieces like glass and floated in the air. Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. However, before his smile could spread out, it froze. With a whoosh, all the screen fragments reassembled, turning into a brand new maze that was even larger and more complicated. The more problematic thing was that Xiaoqin discovered that he could not pull out this portion of his spiritual sense. Xiaoqin was completely trapped inside. He could only escape if he severed it. However, this was Xiaoqin's spiritual sense, which involved soul energy. If he severed it, his soul would be affected. Damn it, this is bad. No wonder Jianghu was not greedy. It turned out that Xiaoqin already knew that unless he possessed the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate, he would not be able to forcefully break out of this maze and obtain control over this flower basket. It was just a decoration in his hand, completely useless. It couldn't even bring out those mysterious phenomena. What should he do? Xiaoqin fell into a dilemma. He could either sever his divine sense and accept his bad luck and suffer the damage to his soul. At the very least his life wouldn't be in danger. Or he could continue walking and solve this maze. Hesitation was not Xiao Chen's character. He immediately made a decision. Xiao Chen cut off his spiritual sense and retreated. Face pale and dizzy, Xiao Chen's body swayed for a while. He closed his eyes and covered his head. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen barely regained some energy. However, the damage to his soul would require several days to recover. Looking at the flower basket, he smiled bitterly. Before Jianghu left, he had left a hole for himself. He was indeed a very interesting person. He seemed carefree and always had a smile on his face. In reality, he was extremely proud in his heart, unwilling to admit defeat. He was bold but careful. However, Xiao Chen did not hate Jianghu, not even close to hating Jianghu. The relationship between the two was more like that of opponents. Jianghu could sense the saber intent in Xiao Chen's body and confirm his identity as a bladesman. Jianghu was also present. He immediately saw through the saber intent that the other party hid. Before a true bladesman, that sharpness could not be hidden. When two true bladesmen fought, they would definitely have a competitive mentality. Neither would be willing to admit defeat. While the two did not seem to have any conflicts, in reality, they had clashed more than once. In the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they could be considered to have fought once. Xiao Chen caused the other party to suffer a loss, and the other party even treated him to a drink. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jianghu stole the fairy basket without anyone noticing, turning the tables on Xiao Chen. Earlier, when the two fought the three, they had purposely held back, wanting to see who would reveal their true trump card in the end. However, neither of them revealed their trump cards, so it was a draw. Like you, I also look forward to meeting you again whether I attack you or not. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Then he put away the fairy basket and returned to the city to look for Lingyu. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, when Xiao Chen returned, the place was already deserted, no longer as bustling as before. Xiao Chen, who knew the reason, was not surprised. After reporting, he found Lingyu happily drinking tea in a private room. "Martial uncle, why are you back?" When Lingyu saw Xiao Chen, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "After escaping that group of people, I was afraid that you would worry about me, so I came back to meet you and say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Lingyu felt somewhat shocked. "Martial uncle, you are not returning to the Purple Flame sect?" Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right. I plan to remain in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm for a while before returning to the Grave Sea." "How long?" "Maybe half a year, maybe 1 year." Lingyu felt disappointed. However, he understood. His martial uncle's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go out on experiential training. Furthermore, this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was filled with experts. The truly incredible people of the dozens of astral zones were all here. With martial uncle's strength, this was the most suitable place for experiential training. The Grave Sea was rather small. Lingyu thought of something and his expression changed slightly. "All right. Martial uncle, something major happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." "What major matter?" Xiao Chen asked despite knowing the answer. Lingyu whispered, "Their fairy basket disappeared. That fairy basket is extremely precious. Without that flower basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion cannot continue operating. They need to wait for the headquarters to send a new fairy basket. However, the refinement of the fairy basket is extremely complicated. There are many steps and takes a long time. This Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion probably can't continue operating." Ripples appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, but he did not show it on his face. Unexpectedly, the matter blew up so much. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to hand over the fairy basket. Xiao Chen kept feeling that this fairy basket still had some mysteries and great value. In any case, it would not be traced back to him. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Are there any clues? Who stole it?" Lingyu shook her head and replied, "No. The person who did it did not leave any traces. This is simply strange. Right now they suspect that a holy venerate did something to it. After all, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion has a Cloud Sea Star venerate guarding it." Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. This is a grave mistake. That fellow Jianghu could even steal the dragon race's treasure. Furthermore, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was a treasure of the dragon race. There were peak dragon race experts guarding it, at least sovereign personages. "Sorry, there was some chaos in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, so I did not receive young Master Xiao personally." As Lingyu spoke, headliner Ling Long walked in with an apologetic expression on her face. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. Such sincerity made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he definitely could not expose himself now. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "It's fine. I heard from Ling Yu that Miss Ling Long has any plans." Ling Long smiled bitterly and replied, "What plans can I have? Naturally, I will return to the imperial capital. One cannot do as one pleases in the mundane world." When Ling Yu heard that, he could not help saying, "Miss Ling Long, how about returning to the Purple Flame sect with me? Given Miss Ling Long's talent, you can definitely become a true inheritor." When Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help thinking she is already used to the bustling world. How can she endure loneliness? In the end, my little martial nephew is still young and does not understand the ways of the world. Ling Long did not deny that. Instead, she smiled at Ling Yu and said, "Thank you, young Master Ling, for your kind intentions. In the future, if I no longer have a place to stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I will definitely remember young Master Ling's words." Ling Yu smiled and said, "No problem. Earlier, Miss Ling Long made arrangements for me without hesitation. Naturally, Ling Yu will do as I say." Ling Long smiled faintly before saying, "I would like to speak with young Master Xiao alone." Ling Yu glanced at his martial uncle curiously before retreating as he was told. After Ling Yu left, Ling Long's expression changed slightly. Then she asked directly, "Your friend stole that fairy basket, right?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change, not revealing anything. He looked at Ling Long and asked, "Why do you say that?" "It is just a suspicion. The time he left was too coincidental. It happened to be when the fairy basket was stolen." Ling Long said sullenly, "Don't worry. I did not tell anyone. No one would believe that a major primal core venerate would steal the fairy basket." Xiao Chen felt surprised. "What?" Ling Long replied softly, "To me there is no loss. Furthermore, I sincerely treat young Master Xiao and young Master Ling as friends. I do not want the two of you to get into trouble." Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, as long as Ling Long voiced her suspicions, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. That would be troublesome. "Many thanks. You're welcome. If we are fated, we will meet again in the Yanwu dynasty's capital." Ling Long bowed and left. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. After Ling Yu entered, he asked, "Martial uncle, what did Miss Ling Long ask you?" Xiao Chen did not answer the question. "Do you like this girl?" Ling Yu immediately blushed. "Martial uncle, why do you ask that?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Because even a fool can tell that if you like her, you should marry her. Miss Ling Long is a good person." Chapter 1722. When Ling Yu heard Xiao Chen's words, he asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Martial uncle, can I?" That Miss Ling Long had seen many marquises and Holy Gate outstanding talents in the royal dynasty's capital, but none of them had moved her heart. "I'm just a core disciple of a small fourth-grade sect. How could I be worthy of her?" There was one more thing that Ling Long did not say. What was even more awkward was that although this Ling Long did not reveal herself, her cultivation was even higher than Ling Yu's. Xiao Chen said with a straight face, "How old are you?" "You're only in your 20s. Life is like a blank piece of paper filled with endless possibilities. But if you don't even dare to think about it, then it's really impossible. How could senior brother have such a disciple?" Ling Yu felt somewhat powerless to argue. "Martial uncle, but Xiao Chen said softly, "there are no buts or buts. If you don't have the determination, then give up on this thought as soon as possible. If you have the intention, why can't you set this as your goal? You can make your own decision." Everything about Ling Yu was good. However, he was somewhat indecisive and lacked boldness. His innate bloodline was not inferior to anyone. As long as he was willing to work hard, anything was possible in the future. Otherwise, why would Yi Zifeng accept him as his disciple? "Martial uncle, I've decided. I'll go see Miss Ling Long now and have her wait for me in the imperial capital for 5 years. If she gives me this chance, I will work hard and live up to the 5 years she gave me. If you don't give it to me, I'll give up on this thought." Ling Yu hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. He knew that his martial uncle was doing this for his sake. If one does not act decisively, one will fall into chaos. However, as Xiao Chen watched Ling Yu turn around and leave, he smiled faintly. He did not believe that Ling Yu truly had the guts to say that to his face. However, he couldn't care too much about this matter. He could only wish him good luck. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. When Ling Yu saw Ling Long in his hot-bloodedness, he was instantly defeated by one look from the other party. "Young Master Ling, why are you looking for me?" Ling Long blinked as she looked at Ling Yu with a serious expression. Ling Yu immediately calmed down, not daring to look straight at Xiaochen. However, he felt incredibly anxious in his heart. He did not know how to say the words that he had prepared many times. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. An awkward expression appeared on his face, and he did not know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, Ling Yu could not think of anything to say. Seeing that he had to say something, he racked his brains and said, "Miss Ling Long, I wish to learn the pipa from you." The moment Ling Yu said that, he showed an embarrassed expression. He wished that he could find a hole in the ground and hide in it. Ling Long's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. What kind of man would want to learn the pipa? Ling Yu immediately felt disappointed. He was still too much of a failure. Compared to his martial uncle, he was far inferior. He did not even have the courage to speak. But just as he was about to say his goodbyes, headliner Ling Long smiled and said, "However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is closed for this period. I happen to be free, so I will not rush to the imperial capital. Young Master Ling Yu, if you are interested, I can give you some guidance." This was simply joy falling from the sky. Ling Yu's wooden head was stunned for a moment before he reacted, feeling incredibly joyful. "Thank you, Miss Ling Long. I'll go buy a pipa now." Overjoyed, she ran out and told Xiaochen what had happened. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Xiaochen did not know why Ling Yu was so happy. However, as long as his martial nephew was happy, that was enough. In that case, congratulations. You can stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for this period. I'll find another place to cultivate for a while. Don't forget to cultivate as well. Xiaochen patted Ling Yu's shoulder and took his leave. After renting an independent courtyard in Heaven Dragon City, Xiaochen started his preparations to upgrade the Heavenly Flame. Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the dragon pattern cauldron landed heavily on the ground. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Ryue used, a determined expression flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. The words that Xiaochen said to Ling Yu earlier were also meant for himself. If Xiaochen had not made up his mind, he would have given up now. After making up my mind, I will never change it. As long as you are still around, I will not abandon you. Lu Ryue was an outstanding talent, charming and charming. The Dragon God Crown Prince fell head over heels for her, but she remained unmoved. Lu Ryue's position in the dragon race put some pressure on Xiaochen. However, it also strengthened his resolve. He needed sufficient capital before he could enter the Central Great Realm and head to Ancestor Dragon City. If he was not strong enough, even if Lu Ryue did not abandon him, he would feel very uncomfortable. The pride in Xiaochen's heart did not allow him to compromise. Xiaochen shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts. Then he threw a palm strike and the heavenly flame entered the cauldron. Boom! The heavenly flame burned fiercely. It seemed like Lu Ryue's face appeared in the flame, making one think about her and think about her. Xiaochen exhaled softly. Then he placed the dazzling sunlight true flame into the cauldron. Whoosh! Although the dazzling sunlight true flame was of a high rank, it was much weaker than the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame looked very mighty. However, it could not cause much of a stir before the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame flopped around a few times before dying in the cauldron, slowly being swallowed up by the heavenly flame. Xiaochen firmly controlled the heavenly flame with his mind, slowly swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. After half a day, the heavenly flame, which had been crying piteously for food, finished swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. The blazing heavenly flame gathered into one spot. Only a light came from the dragon pattern cauldron, shining golden and dazzling. Boom! Just as Xiaochen felt suspicious, the spot of heavenly flame suddenly expanded and burned intensely. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and the air in the surroundings turned dry. The flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard turned scorched yellow. The ground cracked and cracks appeared. It's rank 1. Xiaochen's face lit up in joy. The heavenly flame's origin flame finally broke free from its primitive state. Relying on the nourishment of the dazzling sunlight true flame, it reached the limits of rank 1. In that case, I'll add some more fire. Xiaochen did not hesitate to send the Purple Thunder True Flame from the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation into the cauldron. The electric flame gathered and turned into a beam of light that continuously poured into the cauldron. The rank 1 heavenly flame immediately blazed even more fiercely. In the dark night, a strand of golden radiance could be seen rushing into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and making everything bright. Fortunately, there were all sorts of strange things happening in Soaring Dragon City. Experts were everywhere. Occasionally there would be some mysterious phenomena. For example, some outstanding talents cultivating in closed-door cultivation, some old monsters refining medicinal pills, and some experts refining weapons. The mysterious phenomena in the courtyard had not reached a world-shaking level yet, so it did not attract much attention. Xiaoqun lit up 5 stars on his 9-star primal core, looking resplendent. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, continuously draining his veritable essence energy, turning it into the purple thunder true flame and sending it into the cauldron. With Xiaoqun's vast cultivation, he managed to force the absorption of the purple thunder true flame into the cauldron for 1 hour. After that, there was a loud boom and the flame in the cauldron shrank back to a spot. Having experienced this before, Xiaoqun did not dare to rest. He stretched out his hand and formed a barrier, preventing the heavenly flame from causing too much damage. Boom! In an instant, the barrier was burnt to a crisp by the explosion of heavenly fire. Everything that could burn in the courtyard started burning at the same time. The entire building started giving off smoke. When Xiaoqun saw the situation, he was startled. All the buildings had restrictions. If they were triggered, it would definitely cause a huge shockwave. Heavenly snow divine flame. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand, and a suffocating cold surged out, instantly sealing the heat waves in ice. Pure white snowflakes drifted down from the burning courtyard. In one breath of time they turned into ice, filling the place with frost. It's rank 2 now. Xiaoqun muttered to himself as he looked at the heavenly flame in the cauldron. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Originally, Xiaoqun had expected to be able to break through to rank 3. Now, it looked like the heavenly snow divine flame completely suppressed the heavenly flame. Yin and Yang could not balance. He definitely could not form the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the end, it was all for naught. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiaoqun frowned heavily. He entered deep thought and muttered, "It looks like I can only think of another way. Perhaps there would be such an opportunity in the Dragon Flame ancient land." The moment Xiaoqun heard the name, he knew that it had something to do with fire. However, there was no need to go now. There were more important things to do. The greatest use of the dragon pattern cauldron was not for the heavenly flame to consume flames. It was for Xiaoqun to cultivate the dragon race's body tempering cultivation technique. The divine dragon body tempering art that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave Xiaoqun needed a good cauldron. A dragon race cauldron would be even better. Back when Xiaoqun bought the dragon pattern cauldron, one of his main considerations was to cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art. Chapter 1723. Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. There were a total of 9 layers. Not only did they cultivate vital qi, but they also remolded their physical bodies to that of the ancient dragon clan. This allowed the fleshly body to reach the physical strength of the ancient dragon race, possessing a strong bloodline, a terrifying defense, and a resilient physique. The first layer was to cultivate the dragon tendons, making the meridians as strong as the real dragon tendons. That way they would be able to withstand more vital qi surging through the meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use his powerful vital qi. Xiaoqun knew that using vital qi harmed the body. Back in the Kunlun realm, he had damaged his body, resulting in a huge hidden danger. The body and bones were always the foundation of a martial artist. They could be tempered and risk their lives, but they absolutely could not leave behind any hidden injuries. The second level was to cultivate the dragon bone, which was to cultivate the bones of one's entire body to resemble the bones of a dragon. The skeleton was the main frame of the fleshly body. It was also the main protective layer of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. As long as the skeleton was injured, the heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and other important parts of the body could be further injured. Although after becoming a perfected being, one would no longer have a mortal body and the recovery ability of one's physical body would be very strong. It could even reach the stage of regrowing severed limbs. However, if the heart was instantly crushed, it could still cause fatal damage to the cultivator. After all, it was impossible to grow a new heart without a few months. Of course, there were some special cultivation techniques that could reconstruct the heart in a short period of time. However, there were only a few of them. These kinds of cultivation techniques were also quite rare, and ordinary martial artists could not buy them at all. By cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's second layer, one could modify their bones, making their bones as strong as the ancient dragon races. It could allow a martial artist to withstand more damage and protect their internal organs from fatal injuries. The third layer was the cultivation of dragon blood. Only with this layer could one be considered to have reached the next level and officially begin to cultivate qi. As the saying goes, qi and blood boil, qi and blood are inseparable, and there is vitality in the blood. Bloodlines were the source of energy, especially after awakening the blue dragon bloodline. He could take advantage of this point. To any cultivator with a great desolate Ian bloodline, the power of their bloodline would forever be an inexhaustible treasure trove. They would not give up on any method to develop their bloodline power. Any natural treasure that could unearth the potential of one's bloodline would be sold for an astronomical price. This was the reason why the life juice source was so revered. There was a total of 6 more layers. They were all in Xianxia's mind, personally passed down by the blood-soaked dragon emperor. With just a thought, all sorts of information about the divine dragon body tempering art would appear in his mind. If one wanted to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art, one needed a cauldron, an ancient cauldron. In ancient times, cauldrons were revered. They sought to conquer the world, and the cauldron stood on the ground. One had to observe its form, feel its meaning, and comprehend its soul. Xianxia sat cross-legged. His eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron was a square cauldron with 4 legs. It was squarish and had sharp edges. The surface of the cauldron was painted with vivid and lifelike dragon patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a dragon swimming within the cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon clan was indeed more suitable for Xianxia. Not long after, he felt the will of the real dragon in the cauldron. The image of a primordial true dragon appeared in Xianxia's mind. It soared through the clouds and stirred up the rain. As it breathed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The might of a primordial true dragon imprinted itself in Xianxia's mind, inspiring a desire to worship it and not to profane its divine might. Xianxia calmed his mind and meditated on its soul, comprehending its spirit. Soon he entered a state where he forgot about himself and the world. That was the will of an ancient true dragon. The will of an primordial true dragon imprinted itself in the depths of Xianxia's mind and wandered about freely. Without Xianxia noticing, the dragon pattern cauldron had already merged into his body without him noticing. The sky was above and the earth was below. There was an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Xianxia used his body as the cauldron and the dragon soul as the will, connecting the sky above and the earth below. The cauldron stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth, merging into one. The power of heaven and the power of earth merged into the dragon pattern cauldron. After the dragon pattern cauldron modified it, it turned into dragon energy that flowed in Xianxia's body. At this moment, the first layer of the divine dragon body tempering art circulated naturally. Under the modification of the dragon energy, the meridians in Xianxia's body slowly changed. Because Xianxia had already condensed the blue dragon war body long ago, he did not have a follow-up cultivation technique and had been stuck at a standstill. Now that Xianxia formally cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art, it went very smoothly, practically without any obstacles. In merely 4 hours, the pure dragon energy formed by the might of heaven and earth circulated a minor cycle in Xianxia's body. Half a day later, Xianxia had completed 18 minor cycles. 3 days later, he successfully completed a major cycle. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He felt comfortable all over and his meridians felt strong and powerful. He clenched his fist and gathered 4 cauldron force in his body. Xianxia flicked his finger, and 4 cauldron force gathered at his fingertip. Buzz. Space trembled, and the dust on the surfaces of all the objects in the courtyard fell off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was like fine snow had fallen, spreading everywhere. A spiral-shaped ripple spread out from where Xianxia's fingertip touched, dissipating in waves. Xianxia felt some pain in his meridians. Bursting out 4 cauldron force at his fingertip within a short time was somewhat unbearable. However, this was already a great improvement. In the past, Xianxia would not have dared to use 4 cauldron force so crazily, erupting it in an instant. Then Xianxia closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. 1 month later, Xianxia opened his eyes again. He had succeeded in cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's first layer. Next up was continuous accumulation. As Xianxia's cultivation increased, his dragon veins would improve as well. Right now, the meridians in his body had undergone a complete transformation, turning into dragon veins. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly gained 1 cauldron force. Xianxia's total vital qi improved further, reaching 5 cauldron force. With a gentle tap, he could make 5 cauldron force explode at the same time. Explode! Suddenly Xianxia shouted and pointed. 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head, and the energy at his fingertip instantly exploded. Boom! Vital qi burst out. Everything that stood in front of Xianxia's line of sight turned into dust. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace. Not only did the meridians not feel any pain, but they also moved with ease, far from reaching their limits. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. He felt that it was somewhat wasteful to use only 5 cauldron force in these meridians. Could I use the sharp spirit finger like I did in the Kunlun realm to merge my veritable essence energy into my vital qi? The primordial energy in the Kunlun realm was far from comparable to the veritable essence energy that could burst out after the primal core was formed through the harmonization of yin and yang. Furthermore, what Xiaoqin condensed was a 9-star primal core. His veritable essence energy was even denser and denser. After thinking hard for a while, Xiaoqin entered closed-door cultivation again. After lighting up 5 stars on the 9-star primal core, it is already equal to the veritable essence energy of a peak major primal core cultivator. If I gather all my veritable essence energy into one spot, the destructive power would be no weaker than 5 cauldron force. Xiaoqin was somewhat worried that his newly transformed dragon veins would not be able to endure it. The more important thing was that once he executed the sharp spirit finger, he would use all his vital qi and veritable essence energy, leaving nothing behind. The explosive power was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Instead, it was multiplied. Xiaoqin pondered the pros and cons. If the dragon tendon was damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. The gains did not make up for the losses. Actually, using the sharp spirit finger to attack was not worth it. Once executed, it would drain veritable essence energy and vital qi for a short time. This was his trump card. If the enemy did not die, he would be the one to die. Therefore, after Xiaoqin learned the sharp spirit finger, he rarely used it. Because he didn't like to put himself in a hopeless situation. After executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, Xiaoqin did not end up in such a sorry state. The efficiency of the sharp spirit finger was too low. It was of little value. It was useless, and there were not many chances for it to be used. Once it was used, it meant that Xiaoqin had to fight with his life on the line, and he was already in a desperate situation. It would be a pity to abandon it, but it was still a killing move that could give him a chance to survive in a desperate situation. Could he modify it and turn it into a more efficient conventional move? As soon as he thought about it, he couldn't stop it. In the end, after thousands or tens of thousands of attempts, he failed. I keep thinking of using the sharp spirit finger to attack. Why have I never thought of using it for defense? With a change of thought, all sorts of ideas appeared. This made Xiaoqin, who was somewhat numb to failure, excited again. My defensive means are limited in the first place. I can't condense my strongest defensive martial technique, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, for now. Indeed, I need a defensive martial technique that I can use more frequently. How should I modify it? Xiaoqin thought hard. However, he rejected all sorts of ideas. Just when he felt that he had run out of ideas, Xiaoqin glanced around and saw the dragon pattern cauldron on the ground in front. The cauldron stood on 4 legs, not moving at all. Just this simple cauldron's existence gave off a Tao, making one think deeply about it. Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. Cauldrons are revered, cauldrons are precious. Cauldrons stand tall and seek the world. The wisdom of the ancients is actually all concentrated on this seemingly simple cauldron. To think that I ignored such a good reference before me. I'm really stupid. No matter how strong the wind was or where it came from, the cauldron did not move at all, looking as majestic as a mountain. However, it was even more majestic than a mountain, more vivid and simpler. This was how the great Tao was simple. Why don't I use my body as a cauldron, my head supporting the sky and my feet standing on the ground? When the sky changes color and the wind blows in all directions, I will remain unmoving. Watching the wind rise and clouds churn, listening to the surging waves, remaining unchanged to deal with all changes. After finding his direction, Xiaoqin entered closed-door cultivation again. This time his thoughts became clearer and more lively. In a mere 7 days he had thought clearly about how to change the sharp spirit finger. Xiaoqin stood up and silently circulated his energy for the sharp spirit finger. His vital qi surged and 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core, and he drove all his veritable essence energy. Veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Immediately, a strong aura burst out of Xiaoqin's body, equal to that of a peak major primal core realm cultivator and infinitely close to that of a star venerate. However, the energy did not flow to his fingertip. Instead, it poured into his entire body, freezing him like an ancient cauldron. His entire body, including his blood, froze. As his aura spread out, it even affected the surrounding space, freezing it completely. It was like time stopped flowing. At this moment, not a single strand of Xiao Chen's hair moved. In the courtyard, Xiao Chen looked very foolish. However, at this moment, even a star venerate would not be able to knock him back. Scatter. Such a situation could not last for long. Xiao Chen held two fingers together and gently waved them. The frozen space immediately broke and cracks appeared on the ground. In the next moment, countless pieces of cracked soil soared into the air. Chapter 1724. Using the body as a cauldron, the ultimate skill was reborn. The sharp spirit finger had obtained a new application method. It had changed from an offense to a defense. Furthermore, he managed to make use of the newly grown dragon veins in his body. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had indeed gained a lot. When Xiao Chen saw this, he revealed a smile. However, such a commotion is too great. It will waste a lot of quintessence and vital qi. I have to properly sculpt it, or else I won't be able to use it frequently. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the new sharp spirit finger. With this consummate skill, he would be able to face strong enemies much more easily in the future. After cultivating in seclusion for another month and concentrating on cultivating the new telepathic finger, Xiao Chen finally stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard gate. After leaving the room, Xiao Chen started to inquire about the Dragon Flame ancient land. Before entering closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind to go to the Dragon Flame ancient land next. Cultivating in closed-door cultivation was mostly to prepare for the Dragon Flame ancient land. He still didn't know what kind of dangers there would be, so it was undoubtedly better to strengthen his strength in advance and make sufficient preparations. There were many places in the city where one could ask for information. The Dragon Flame ancient land was not a secret forbidden land. Xiao Chen spent some spirit jades and quickly obtained the information he wanted. Before he finished looking, he left the city, preparing to rush to the Dragon Flame ancient land. Along the way, he sensed a few weak auras staring at him, not letting go. He had hidden himself very well, but his spiritual sense was sharp, so he had still discovered some clues. Strange, 3 months have passed. Could it be that Feng Ji and his people still haven't given up? Perhaps it was because Xiao Chen's cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art caused a huge commotion, attracting the attention of some experts. No matter which aspect it was, Xiao Chen secretly kept an eye on it. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he carried the information about the Dragon Flame ancient land out of the city. After leaving the city gates, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the mutated flood dragon on the cycle throne turned into a tall black dragon horse. The black dragon horse whipped the horse. Amid the churning dust, it galloped like lightning. After walking for an hour, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. A group of people had appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The person leading the group was Feng Feng of the Heavenly Profound Gate. However, Yen Yuan and Yen Yuan were not present. Instead, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect and the Thunderflame Fortress appeared behind Feng Feng. Xiao Chen will take turns guarding you for 3 months. This young master really doesn't have time to play with you. What a pity you came out now. Feng Chen looked at Xiao Chen. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed solid, and the flames of hatred looked like they would spew out at any moment. He wished he could kill Xiao Chen on the spot. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen got off his horse and said coldly, "Loser, are you here to die? Even if you have great abilities, you will die here today." Clang. The sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a cold light shot out from the tip of the sword. It was dazzling and frost covered the ground, freezing everything within 100 feet. The sword came fast, ruthless, decisive, and without any fancy moves. Feng Qin relied on his cultivation, his comprehension of the sword Dao, and his state of the will of ice to thrust his sword forward. The timing he chose happened to be the moment Xiao Chen got off his horse. It had to be said that Feng Qin had very sharp eyes. The cold qi mixed with the sword intent turned into a solid wind that blew at Xiao Chen's face, making his long hair flutter. The sword wind caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter, and the frost dyed it white, causing it to flutter wildly behind him. Whoosh. However, the wind suddenly seemed to stop. Xiao Chen's fine black hair did not move. Time seemed to stop flowing and space froze. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and gently caught the tip of Feng Chen's sword. Xiao Chen easily caught the sword that shot over at an extremely fast speed, not moving at all. No matter how much force Feng Chen used, he could not advance an inch. Even after using all the veritable essence energy in his body, he could not pull the sword out. Feng Chen revealed an extremely shocked expression. Horror spread in his heart and he immediately panicked. Damn it! How can it be like this? My sword strike was fast and ruthless. Although I did not use a martial technique, it should not be something that can be caught with 2 fingers. Could it be that Xiaoqin already possesses the strength of a star venerate? Only the Cloud Sea Star Venerate can catch my sword strike so easily. That is impossible. Cassia. The state of using one's body as a cauldron, supporting the sky with one's head and feet on the ground, suddenly scattered. Xiaoqin gently shook his 2 fingers. The veritable essence energy and vital qi that were driven by the sharp spirit fingers surged out together with the tip of the sword. The sword in Feng Chen's hand quickly trembled and flew out of his hand. The force spread out and Feng Chen's entire body trembled as he went flying. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. At this moment Xiaoqian's clothes and his fine black hair fluttered in the cool breeze. The frost on his fine black hair drifted down like snowflakes. As he stood there, Xiaoqian looked indescribably handsome and elegant. Feng Chen, your martial arts are really regressing. You can't even block 2 of my fingers. Seeing Feng Chen fall to the ground, Xiaoqian mocked coldly. Senior brother. The group of disciples behind quickly helped Feng Chen up. As they looked at Xiaoqian, horror flashed in their eyes. Xiaoqian looked around and said indifferently, Senior, are you not coming out? Are you preparing to collect the corpse? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure flashed in the distance, appearing on a nearby tree. Then, with another flash, he landed in front of Xiaoqian. Martial uncle, you must kill him. Feng Chen immediately shouted when he saw this person appear. Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that a Cloud Sea Star Venerate brought out the senior of his sect. No wonder this Feng Chen dared to block me alone. After verifying that it was just a Star Venerate, Xiaoqian relaxed. The matter was not as serious as he thought. Right now, Xiaoqian was no longer the Xiaoqian who had just arrived at the Blessed Land, unable to retaliate when he ran into a Star Venerate. Furthermore, this white-haired old man before Xiaoqian was far weaker than the Black Lotus Church's protector. This person was probably only an early-stage Star Venerate. The white-haired old man looked at Xiaoqian and said indifferently, Hand over the Dao tool in your hand and you can leave. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. I was wondering why you would send out your Dao tool. However, you are not qualified. Instead of getting angry, the white-haired old man laughed. Don't think that I did not see through your earlier trick. Don't try to act mysterious before a Star Venerate. Some tricks might be impressive before the juniors, but they are not sufficient before this old man. Hand over the Dao tool obediently. Clearly the old man was referring to the sharp spirit finger, which caught Feng Chen's sword with 2 fingers. Xiaoqian revealed a meaningful smile as he said indifferently, If you want it, I'll give it to you. Xiaoqian waved his hand, and the tyrant saber, which had been renamed Moon-Seeking, flew towards the white-haired old man. No one had expected such a scene. The Dao soldier had also successfully attracted everyone's attention, including the white-haired old man. Divine Lightning Eye. Xiaoqian instantly executed the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. 10 thunderclouds immediately appeared in the sky, each containing a bolt of tribulation lightning. The 10 purple petals in the Divine Lightning Eye quickly spun and merged into a complete purple flower. At this moment, the tribulation clouds also gathered. However, their target was not the white-haired old man but Feng Chen. By the time the white-haired old man noticed this, it was already too late. A thick bolt of tribulation lightning struck Feng Chen. When the lightning landed on Feng Chen's body, it gave off a loud sound. Electric light flashed and the nearby cultivators were blasted into a mangled mess. The white-haired old man who had grabbed the tyrant's saber in the air, turned his head and happened to see this scene. He could not help turning pale with fright. Martial nephew. Who could have imagined that Xiaoqian would use such a strong killing move on Feng Chen instead of the white-haired old man? The dust scattered and Feng Chen appeared with a weak expression. The protective treasure that the sect gave him had saved his life at the crucial moment. Feng Chen was only severely injured and did not die on the spot. The white-haired old man relaxed. His gaze turned cold as he turned his head to look at Xiaoqian radiating killing qi. However, the white-haired old man only saw an afterimage burning with purple light. When the white-haired old man looked back, he saw Xiaoqian taking advantage of the instant the white-haired old man turned his head to arrive beside Feng Chen. Xiaoqian gently lifted Feng Chen up and grabbed him. The white-haired old man immediately felt irritated. This Xiaoqian actually managed to fool him. His face turned extremely sullen, looking extremely scary. Junior, let him go immediately. Otherwise, the heavenly profound gate will make sure you die a tragic death. Xiaoqian grabbed Feng Chen's neck and used his veritable essence energy to lock down Feng Chen's meridians. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man and exerted some force with his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, Interesting. To think that you dare to threaten me. Martial uncle, save me. I don't want to die. Feng Qin, who had just barely survived the tribulation lightning, immediately fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Death enveloped him, scaring him out of his wits. Aside from surviving, Feng Qin did not have any other thoughts. When the white-haired old man heard that, he felt stifled. Most of his arrogance immediately vanished. As he looked at the Dao tool in his hand, he sighed, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man admits that I underestimated you. Let him go, and I am willing to swear to let you go. I will also return the Dao tool to you." "It's too late," Xiao Chen said coldly. Then, the veritable essence energy that entered Feng Chen's body exploded. From the inside out, Feng Chen's body exploded into pieces right in front of the white-haired old man. He could not be more dead. Xiao Chen had never been a kind-hearted gentleman. After being bullied time and time again, how could he still be merciful? From the moment Feng Chen appeared before Xiao Chen already wanted to kill him. Feng Chen had to die. Such a bloody and terrifying scene appeared before the white-haired old man, angering him so much that his entire body trembled. He was a star venerate, yet a junior actually killed his martial nephew right in front of him. Furthermore, even after the white-haired old man gave in, Xiao Chen still showed no mercy, decisively killing Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man had not been greedy and had not tried to grab that Dao tool, how could Xiao Chen have stood a chance? However, when the white-haired old man thought of this, if all this was part of this junior's plan, then it would be too terrifying. Xiao Chen had calculated every step and thought of how to kill Feng Chen long ago. "How dare you? Your Dao tool is in my hands. Let's see how you are going to overturn the situation today." The white-haired old man flew into a rage. He unleashed his aura at full power, wanting to use his star venerate strength to subdue the tyrant's saber and forcefully draw it. However, the white-haired old man was somewhat shocked to discover that he could not draw the tyrant's saber. "That's not right. Even if it is a superior grade Dao tool, the aura of a star venerate should be enough to suppress it. Why can't I draw it?" Xiao Chen revealed a mocking smile. He leaped into the air and stretched out his hand. The tyrant's saber flew out of its scabbard and into his hand, breaking the mundane. While the white-haired old man was still feeling uncertain, Xiao Chen instantly executed breaking the mundane. A Buddhist swastika appeared on the white-haired old man's forehead. When he looked up, he immediately sank into a memory deep in his heart. By the time he startled awake, the 3-kilometer-long saber light was already within reach. "Kasie." The white-haired old man retaliated with all his might. However, this saber strike still broke several of his ribs. The white-haired old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The scabbard in his hand also fell off. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, snatching back the scabbard. A saber light flashed and the saber returned to its scabbard. As the white-haired old man stabilized himself, he said indifferently, "The so-called star venerates are merely SSO." Chapter 1725. As the white-haired old man looked at the wound on his chest, he revealed a stunned expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him as well. The other party was just a peak minor primal core venerate. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's words, which angered the white-haired old man. What did he mean by the so-called star venerate is merely SOSO? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. "How arrogant! I think you really do not know how horrifying a star venerate is when angry." Boom. Right after the white-haired old man spoke, his aura soared. Stars flickered in his eyes. The scarier thing was that a will of soul surged out of his forehead and surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately felt his soul tremble. He could not help recalling the horrifying experience when he faced the Black Lotus Church venerate. However, he was no longer the Xiao Chen of the past. He would not make the same mistake twice. Furthermore, he had never thought of defeating this white-haired old man. Although Xiao Chen did not fear early-stage star venerates now, he was still far from their strength. Being able to kill Feng Chen and injure him under the other party's nose was already something to be proud of. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? It is indeed horrifying. Goodbye. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. To the white-haired old man, Xiao Chen's respectful words were filled with mockery. Turning around, before the will of soul could reach him, Xiao Chen had already fled with lightning speed, fleeing into the distance. The white-haired old man felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, the insufferably arrogant Xiao Chen left at the drop of a hat, not showing any intention of fighting him at all. How could the white-haired old man endure this? Xiao Chen injured him and even killed Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man left just like that, he would be frustrated to death. No matter what, the white-haired old man had to vent his anger. Xiao Chen had to die. You want to leave? You have to ask me first. The white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, and his figure flashed as he gave chase. Breaking the world. Who knew? Right after the white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, Xianxia, who had been shielding himself, suddenly turned around and drew his tyrant saber again. Suddenly Xianxia turned around and drew his tyrant saber again, executing the strongest killing move of the army breaking saber technique. When Xianxia used the army breaking saber technique and a superior grade Dao tool at full power, he could bring out 20% of the Dao tool's might. Xianxia swung his saber down like a peerless overlord. He turned around and swung his saber. The saber light illuminated the sky, destroying the world. The white-haired old man had just withdrawn his will of soul. He had not expected this. Xianxia chose this time to make a sudden attack, and it was such a strong killing move. He immediately panicked. He was unable to unleash his will of soul within this short period of time. He had no choice but to turn around to defend himself and throw a punch with all his might. Wuxia. Xianxia was blasted far away by this punch, but the white-haired old man retreated even further because he was passively receiving the attack. It was just that he was superior in terms of cultivation, so he didn't suffer too much damage. After Xianxia chopped out with his saber, he retreated again. This time he dodged even further. The white-haired old man paused for a moment. Looking at Xianxia's back, he cautiously chased after him. He had to be on guard against Xianxia's sudden attack. It had to be said that he felt somewhat aggrieved. One person chased and one person fled. Xianxia focused on executing the fish dragon art, and a faint layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xianxia did not have an advantage over the white-haired old man in terms of speed or cultivation. However, this new fish dragon art was perfect for long-distance raids. Xianxia did not fear a fight of attrition with the white-haired old man. A Cloud Sea Star Venerate was terrifying, but that was all there was to it. Right now, Xianxia was completely confident that he did not fear early-stage Star Venerates. Whoosh! 1 hour later, a figure suddenly landed in front of the white-haired old man, blocking his path. The white-haired old man's face sank. This newcomer was also a Star Venerate. Furthermore, this newcomer's aura was even more terrifying than his. Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? The white-haired old man asked, not daring to be too impudent. The newcomer snorted coldly and took out a medallion. The medallion gave off a piercing, dazzling light, causing the white-haired old man to squint slightly. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed drastically. Dragon Marquis Medallion. The white-haired elder immediately lowered his head and said, I deserve to die. How have I offended the soaring Dragon Marquis? Cut the crap. You don't have to chase after this person. The grudge between your profound sky sect and him ends here. Don't let me find out that you're bullying the weak. Get lost. When the white-haired old man heard this, he immediately felt aggrieved. What do you mean by the strong bullying the weak? It was clearly that kid who was bullying my profound sky sect. Not only did he injure him, he even killed Martial Nephew Feng Xiyuan. However, the other party had the Dragon Marquis medallion in his hands, which was equivalent to the soaring Dragon Marquis's words. He had to swallow this bitter pill even if he did not want to. However, in reality, even if this person didn't appear, the white-haired old man wouldn't be able to see Xianxia's figure after chasing for a few more hours. He had already been injured by Xianxia, and he was also afraid that Xianxia would turn around and attack him, so his speed was much slower. Catching up to Xianxia, who executed the new fish dragon art, would be somewhat difficult. I know. The white-haired old man didn't dare to disobey. He flashed away in a somewhat sorry state. The person who arrived glanced in the direction Xianxia left in and entered deep thought. This person was somewhat surprised that a peak minor primal core cultivator could force a star venerate into such a sorry state. Whoosh, whoosh. After a while, that person's figure vanished from where he was and reappeared. He was now in Soaring Dragon City, meeting with the Cluster Lord's personal maidservant in the Cluster Lord's residence. Miss Xiaoyu Xiaoqin is already fine. Based on the direction he left in, he should be heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The black-clad old man reported respectfully. He could not understand why Cluster Lord Go Yu wanted to protect this unconventional bladesman in secret. However, when he thought about Cluster Lord Go Yu's position in the Soaring Dragon Marquis's heart, the Soaring Dragon Marquis gave her the Soaring Dragon Great Realm as her conferred land right after completing experiential training. If the black-clad old man could keep his mouth shut, it would be best not to say anything. If Xiaoqin were here, he would definitely recognize this Miss Xiaoyu. She was the maidservant that he met twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiaoyu nodded and said, "You may withdraw. I will inform the Cluster Lord of this matter." The black-clad old man silently turned around and left, not saying anything more. After Xiaoyu saw the old man leave, she turned around and walked a long distance. Then she met with Cluster Lord Goyu in a pavilion. Xiaoyu repeated the black-clad old man's words. Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Are you sure it's the Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Countess Goyu revealed a grave expression as she asked in a deep voice. It should be close. Old Zhang said that young Master Xiao went in the direction of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Xiaoyu was not very sure, so she could only repeat old Zhang's words. As for the specifics, it would depend on Princess Goyu's judgment. Cluster Lord Goyu slowly stood up, revealing worry in her eyes. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is not a peaceful place. Out of 10 people who enter, at least 5 will die there. Your Highness, should we continue sending people to protect young Master Xiao in secret? Xiaoyu asked softly, her eyes filled with doubt. The Cluster Lord was really attentive to this young Master Xiao. There were so many noble clans that did not care for him. Why did the Cluster Lord care so much about a bladesman with an unknown bloodline, a weak sect, and a low cultivation? Cluster Lord Goyu shook her head and said, there's no need. Once he reaches the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, whether he lives or dies will be up to him. Perhaps that person did not wish for anyone to follow him in secret. Cluster Lord Goyu could not help thinking back to the past. The scenes of her experiences in Purple Sun City when she was still Lan Luo appeared in her mind. Back then, her final conversation with Xiao Chen had not been pleasant. However, it had taught her some principles. Since she was young, no one had ever dared to lecture her like that. Perhaps she did not even know when she started to develop this bad habit. Unexpectedly, fate was fickle. After parting in Purple Sun City, the other party actually appeared in Soaring Dragon City. Furthermore, he even came to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. However, the parting back then was somewhat awkward. She could only get Xiaoyu to come out and entertain him. Can he understand my painstaking efforts? Perhaps after he found out, he would still fly into a rage like last time. Cluster Lord Goyu also felt nervous in her heart. She shook her head and did her best to control herself, not thinking about it anymore. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had been traveling quickly, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. It had already been 4 hours since he had sensed the white-haired old man's aura. I shook him off? That was impossible. Based on Xiao Chen's estimates, he would need at least another 8 to 10 hours to truly shake off the white-haired old man. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen could no longer sense the white-haired old man's aura. Strange. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he kept an eye out and summoned out the Cycle Throne, continuing to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. As the Cycle Throne traveled through the clouds, Xiao Chen sat on it with his eyes closed, recovering his spirit, qi and mind. At the same time, Xiao Chen ran through some of the details of his earlier fight with the white-haired old man. Soon he found the crux of it. Will of Soul. A star venerate could start cultivating soul energy and condense a star-like will of soul. Once the will of soul appeared, the opponent would feel an irresistible will of soul that penetrated deep into the soul. Only a star venerate could block it. This was an insurmountable chasm. If I can block the will of soul, I will have an easier time facing a star venerate. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram should be able to block the will of soul. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and opened his eyes, muttering to himself. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's strongest defensive means. The Taiji diagram formed by 2 kinds of primal chaos-grade flames would reach unprecedented heights. Xiao Chen recalled that an ordinary Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could block the aura of a high-ranked expert in the Kunlun realm. The will of soul should be able to do the same. It's decided then. Whether it works or not, my first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land is to condense the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen made up his mind and set his first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Naturally, his long-term goal was to raise his saber techniques to the level that Yi Zifeng mentioned. Spreading out the information on the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, Xiao Chen continued reading while seated on the Cycle Throne. After a while, he put away the information, and his expression turned somewhat grave. 10 people enter but only half come out alive. Most of them die miserably. Xiao Chen felt shocked. To think that the mortality rate was as high as half. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was even more dangerous than the fiendish demon battlefield. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place that the young experts of the nearby dozens of astral clusters looked to for the most. Let's see what exactly is so powerful about it. A spark flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He felt somewhat excited, not frightened by the 50% mortality rate. Chapter 1726. Half a month later, Xiao Chen met with an invisible resistance in the clouds. The gravity multiplied, and the cycle throne felt heavy pressure, making flying exceptionally difficult. "I've arrived?" Xiaoqin opened his eyes and looked down. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. He could not see clearly. The Dragon Flame ancient land still had an ancient, savage aura. The space there was different from that of the outside world. Although Xiaoqin could not see clearly, he guessed that he had arrived. Xiaoqin leaped into the air and jumped off the throne. When he landed, the throne turned into a beam of black light that attached to his clothes. Everywhere Xiaoqin looked was desolate. The ground was dry and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Hot, dry and lonely. An ancient, savage aura lingered in the air, giving Xiaoqin a deep sense of familiarity. This was the Dragon Flame ancient land. It did not seem to feel any threat at all. "Let's go to Dragon Flame City first." The Dragon Flame ancient land was vast, occupying nearly 1/3 of the soaring dragon Great Realm. More than 70% of it had yet to be fully explored. Dragon Flame City was the only city in the entire Dragon Flame ancient land. Maintaining some caution, Xiaoqin carefully set off. After about 7 minutes, Xiaoqin took out a bottle of water and drank it. He discovered that the drain on his body here was far greater than in the outside world. One should not underestimate this. Cultivators were not immortals who did not eat or drink. It was just that the drain was smaller. If one did not come out of closed-door cultivation, they would last at most half a year. If one stayed any longer, one would need to replenish themselves with food and water unless one was a divine vein powerhouse that surpassed the Cloud Sea realm. It looks like the environment of your Dragon Flame ancient land is indeed somewhat terrible. You made yourself look like an ordinary person. Holding the tyrant's saber in his hand, Xiaoqin casually chose a direction and walked over. After taking only a few steps, Xiaoqin saw a charred corpse in an exceptionally miserable state. With a gentle touch of the scabbard, the corpse turned to ashes. It was not as simple as being charred. The corpse's entire source of life had been drained. Flame demon. Xiaoqin spat out 2 words indifferently. One of the threats to survival in the Dragon Flame ancient land was a ferocious beast that lived here, the flame demon. To be precise, flame demons were a type of fiendish demons. The conditions for their birth were rather harsh. They were much more terrifying than ordinary fiendish demons. They were also one of the fiendish demon eagles that were still active in the Great Thousand Realms. However, once they left the special environment, the threat of the flame devils would be greatly reduced. A true major power would not intentionally seek out the flame devil's MO fan. It was impossible to kill them all. As long as the Dragon Flame ancient land existed, more flame demons would be born, never ending. The corpse was still so well preserved earlier. This means that the flame demon did not go far. Xiaoqin pondered for a moment before deciding to meet this flame devil. The heavenly eye on Xiaoqin's forehead immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out, searching the surroundings. Not long after, he finally found some clues. At the foot of a hill far away from him, a man and a woman were fighting a flame demon. The two were both major primal core venerates. However, they found it very taxing to face a flame demon of the same cultivation realm. There were many charred corpses around them. It was a ghastly sight. Strange. That charred corpse seems to be only a minor primal core cultivator. Its remaining strength is not very strong, not even a great desolate Ian bloodline. Xiaoqin did not understand why these people took the risk to enter the Dragon Flame ancient land. Xiaoqin stopped thinking about this for now and focused his gaze on the flame demon. The flame demon looked no different from a human. One could only make out its aura and attack methods. The flame demon's evil aura could not be faked. The white flame twirling around its hand was close to blue, inspiring fear in the two cultivators. Even if the flame demons had the same cultivation, there were differences in strength. The white flame demons were low-rank flame demons. The blue flame demons were middle-rank flame demons. As for the red flame demons, they were high-rank flame demons that no one wanted to meet. The color did not represent strength but a kind of aptitude, similar to the grade of a human's bloodline. Of the same strength, one blue flame demon could easily kill 10 white flame demons. The flame that this flame demon gave off was already close to blue. This meant that its aptitude was already very high. It was close to middle-rank flame demons. Xiaoqin withdrew his heavenly eye. With a few flashes, he arrived near the man and the woman. "Big brother, someone is coming?" The male cultivator looked at Xiaoqin and immediately frowned slightly. A minor primal core venerate. It's useless. He really came at the wrong time. He was just delivering resources and he actually ran into a peak low-rank flame demon. Upon seeing Xiaoqin appear, that flame demon abandoned the two and directly launched itself at Xiaoqin. Perhaps it discovered that Xiaochen's cultivation was relatively low. That flame demon grinned and launched itself at Xiaochen. That man and woman immediately took the opportunity to flee without even turning their heads back. Human, taste the feeling of being burned. The flame demon cackled strangely. A scorching aura surged over, making it feel like its hair would burn. Whoosh! A saber light flashed. Before the flame demon could see its arm clearly, Xiaochen chopped it off. A miserable shriek rang out, and the flame demon's severed arm spat out a terrifying flame. The flame demon held its wound with its left hand and looked at Xiaochen in horror. Then, it turned into a clump of flames and merged into the ground, fleeing into the distance. The vertical eye on Xiaochen's forehead opened, and the heavenly eye clearly saw a clump of black shadows fleeing to the north. Xiaochen closed his vertical eye and waited for that black shadow to flee far away before giving chase. As for that man and woman from earlier, Xiaochen could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. That was a group of fugitives. They transported resources from the outside world to Dragon Flame City, earning dozens of times the price difference. Of course, they might also run into a flame demon and die. Xiaochen gave chase unhurriedly, hiding his aura and cautiously giving chase. Flame demons were fiendish demons that lived in groups. Xiaochen wanted to see if this flame demon would return to its tribe. If it could bring him over, he would not mind barging into a flame demon tribe. Flame demon tribes were formed by gathering fire. A gathering place definitely had a strong flame, which was what Xiaochen needed. Before coming, Xiaochen had already thought of such a plan. Half a day later, the sky turned dark. Suddenly, the flame demon that Xiaochen had been following suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a long time, Xiaochen appeared from the darkness and landed at the place where the flame demon last disappeared. Could the flame demon tribe be underground? Xiaochen did not have the ability of a flame demon to burrow into the ground. However, Xiaochen had chased them all the way here after much difficulty. It was impossible for him to give up. Propping up his chin with his right hand, Xiaochen thought for a while. Then he ferociously punched the ground. Silently, the dust that had turned into powder flew out. After a while, a hole appeared in the ground. Xiaochen's figure flashed and he entered the hole. As he descended, Xiaochen discovered that the underground was as he expected. It was not completely sealed. Instead, there were many intersecting caves, looking as complicated as a maze. Xiaochen followed the source of the heat waves and carefully walked through them. 1 hour later, Xiaochen finally felt the surging heat waves and the auras of many flame demons in this complicated cave. So, it really was hidden here. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. After thinking for a while, he quickly moved over. Xiaochen's body moved through the cave with incredible agility. He looked around and discovered that the one-armed flame demon that he injured was heading for one of the caves. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a smile. He stuck close to the ceiling of the cave, looking like a lizard as he quickly followed. Xiaochen saw that one-armed flame demon stop at one of the caves. After chatting with the 2 flame demons guarding it, he walked in with large strides. Right after the other party entered, Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he quickly descended. Xiaochen attacked at lightning speed. The heavenly snow divine flame instantly sealed the flame demon on the left in ice. Then he stabbed his other arm into the chest of the flame demon on the right. When he pulled it out, a white flame crystal appeared in his palm. The flame crystal was the life core of the flame demon. Once it was lost, it would die immediately. Before the 2 flame demons could say anything, Xiaochen silently killed them. Xiaochen calmly walked in, continuing to follow the one-armed flame demon quietly without the one-armed flame demon leading the way. Without the one-armed flame demon leading the way, Xiaochen would not be able to find this complicated cave. There were flame demons guarding the main camp of the flame demon tribe at regular intervals. However, Xiaochen attacked at lightning speed every time. Almost right after the one-armed flame demon left, Xiaochen would immediately kill the flame demons that the one-armed flame demon talked to. Along the way, Xiaochen already had close to 50 white flame crystals in his hand. Suddenly, the one-armed flame demon in front seemed to sense that something was wrong, so it quickly turned its head. However, it did not see anything. The instant the one-armed flame demon turned its head, Xiaochen already sensed it, and his body silently floated above the cave. After the other party left, Xiaochen landed. He followed the other party in the shadows, neither far nor slow. Behind Xiaochen were all dead flame demons, either sealed in ice or turned to ashes. Relying on his skill and boldness as well as his cool-headedness, Xiaochen did something that seemed crazy. He entered the depths of the flame demon tribe alone. Finally, that one-armed flame demon arrived at an exceptionally vast cave. A clump of scarlet flame burned fiercely in the center, flickering with a strange light and giving off surging heat waves. A blue-haired flame demon with a gloomy gaze sat on a stone throne at the end of the cave. Several flame demons stood in other places, the weakest of them major primal core realm cultivators. These flame demons had expressions of enjoyment as they absorbed the heat from the scarlet flame. It was clear that only the strong or talented flame demons were qualified to enter this place. Xiaoqin stood outside, watching from afar, his gaze landing on that scarlet flame. Xiaoqin could not recognize the flame seed. However, he could sense that it was a yang-attributed flame no weaker than the dazzling sunlight true flame. Furthermore, it was even older, at least 1,000 years old. The fire-attributed energy it contained was rather significant. Yanfeng, how did you get injured? Tell the truth. The blue-haired flame demon on the stone throne said with an unhappy expression as he looked at the one-armed flame demon. Tribe chief, I was injured by a white-clad bladesman. He chopped off my arm with one saber strike. He was so fast that I could not see clearly. Thinking back to that scene, this one-armed flame demon could not help trembling. All the tribes have issued strict orders not to offend any humans carrying a saber. Didn't I tell you that? The blue-haired flame demon scolded loudly. This subordinate saw that his cultivation was rather low and was somewhat careless. This subordinate deserves death. The one-armed flame demon immediately knelt on the ground in fright. You are not allowed to enter the Holy Flame Cave for 1 month. You can use the Holy Flame to treat your injuries only after 1 month. This subordinate understands. The one-armed flame demon did not dare to rebut. It looked greedily at the blazing scarlet flame before turning to leave. The blue-haired flame demon was just halfway there when he suddenly startled awake. You trash. Someone chopped off your arm with one saber strike. How did you manage to return alive? Whoosh. Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, the gazes of all the flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave turned cold as they uniformly looked at the one-armed flame demon. How did you return? Chapter 1727. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he entered the Holy Flame Cave from the darkness. He immediately felt like he had fallen into a sea of fire. You are not dead yet? The man exclaimed. However, the moment he said that, he regretted it, showing an extremely embarrassed expression. Speak. How did you come back? Hand over the holy flame. Whoosh, whoosh. Primal chaos grade flame? The holy flame that sustained the tribe for 1,000 years was snatched away. How could they be willing to do so? In the next moment, an intense heavenly flame surged out. The 4 major primal core flame demons on standby soared into the air and threw palm strikes at the same time. The major primal core flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave immediately went out in a flash, searching the surroundings. The scarlet flame seed remained in the altar, burning fiercely and not extinguishing for 1,000 years. There was no more waiting. Xiaoqin finally saw through the situation. The people on the city walls had no intention of opening the city gates. Seeing the flame demon army approaching, the fiery clouds covering the sky and the sun, the cultivators gathered below the city walls shouted with all their might. All they breathed was hot air, extremely hot. When the cultivators running for their lives saw Xiaoqin pass them, they were startled. Although this action would result in a lot of waste, it was better than nothing. Only a blaze crystal remained, wobbling as it fell to the ground. However, the other party was not a star venerate in the end. Furthermore, he was not underground and his tribe was in a mess, unable to take care of itself. At this moment, the entire southern side of the Dragon Flame ancient land descended into utter chaos. Countless flame demons crawled out of the ground. The first thing the other party said was that he was not dead yet. Xiaoqin had a good temper and did not bother arguing with him. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would have killed him on the spot. Indeed, the city gates were already closed. However, many young cultivators rubbed their fists and palms together on the city walls. The entire Holy Flame Cave shook, looking like it would collapse. Xiaoqin ferociously swung the scabbard in his hand, and blood spurted out of that person's chest as he crashed into the wall. Those who were stopped were the weak. How could a city gate stop a true powerhouse? The flame demons are on a rampage. To prevent the flame demons from entering the city in disguise, everyone has to pay 20 blaze crystals before they can enter. In Xiaoqian's eyes, flames surged up to the sky like a huge wave. The dense flames were like lava, incomparably terrifying. Those who were slightly slower would immediately be cruelly killed by the flame demon, turning into charcoal. Without stopping, Xianxia flew toward the crimson flames at lightning speed, intending to collect the fire seed. Xiaoqin couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he turned around and left. Search. Without hesitation, Xiaoqin reached in and grabbed the fire seed tightly in his palm. The blue-haired flame demon soared into the air and turned into a fiery cloud in hot pursuit. Damn, a purple flame devil. What kind of variant is that? After running for a full 2 hours, he had already left the blue-haired flame devil far behind. Gone? With a wave of his hand, the heavenly snow divine flame spread out. This was a rank 3 primal chaos level flame, a much higher grade than the flame that the flame demon released. Wherever it passed, it completely sealed off the space as it attacked fiercely towards Xiaoqin. That injured person was startled and afraid, not daring to say anything. Just at this moment, 2 flame demons ran over in a fluster and knelt on the ground. Humph! You lowly human, you simply don't know what the holy flame means to flame demons. By stealing the tribe's holy flame, you become enemies with all the southern flame demon tribes. Today you will definitely die. However, the closing of the city gates that the heavenly snow divine flame mentioned was problematic. Boom! The heavenly flame burned the 4 flame demons. However, the flames on their bodies blazed even more fiercely. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. Aside from the high temperature, the flames of these flame demons were extremely powerful. Xiaoqin smiled coldly. Then he suddenly accelerated and dodged that kick. Boom! Flames shot out. The flames that shot out from Xiaoqin's palm looked solid as they surged out. As the man and woman watched Xiaoqin leave, they paled in fright, feeling some lingering fear. The combat prowess of this middle-rank flame demon was very terrifying. In terms of true strength, Xiaoqin was much weaker than him. Xiaoqin successfully broke through the attacks of the 4 flame demons. The instant he revealed his true body, the 4 flame demons and the blue-haired flame demon were startled. This startled the blue-haired flame demon. That's impossible. After killing him, he must have hidden the flame seed in his body. Yang attributed flames were great nourishment for them, providing too much nourishment. The heavenly flame anxiously consumed the scarlet flame's flame seed in Xiaoqin's palm. The 4 flame demons turned into flaming figures and flew at Xiaoqin. In this state, the combat prowess of the flame demons clearly increased significantly. Quickly open the city gates. When that man and woman saw Xiaoqin, they showed stunned expressions. When fire poison invaded the body, even a star venerate would find it hard to bear. Seeing Xiaoqin flying over while enduring this might and pressure, someone smiled coldly and kicked at Xiaoqin. The voice of the blue-haired flame demon on the throne was somewhat cold, causing the temperature in the holy flame cave to drop. Xiaoqin was very satisfied with the heavenly flame's performance in the holy flame cave. However, he could not care about wasting a flame seed in such a simple and crude manner. He wanted the people outside to be cannon fodder first. Big brother, stop talking. We are almost at Dragon Flame City. We will be safe once we enter the city. Xiaoqin said indifferently, just take care of yourself. Xiaoqin soared into the air and directly barged in. There was no need for him to fear. While the blue-haired flame demon was distracted, Xiaoqin landed not far from the scarlet flame. It was just a riot of the southern flame demons, not that scary. To some people this was a chance to show off. I arrived at Dragon Flame City. This blue-haired flame demon's aura was extremely terrifying. Although this blue-haired flame demon was only a peak major primal core cultivator, he gave Xiaoqin the aura of a star venerate. There was no chance to dodge at all. It looked like this surging flame would bury Xiaoqin in the next moment. The blue-haired flame demon smiled coldly and said, I was waiting for you. Block him for me. The city walls were 300 meters tall, and the formations were already activated. The ancient city's might and pressure were extremely strong, making it difficult to fly up. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, and golden light suddenly appeared in his empty palm. Bang! Amid a loud sound, the 4 flame demons exploded at the same time. The light in the holy flame cave suddenly dimmed. Whether you are alone or someone is receiving you, you will die an unsightly death tonight. The blue-haired flame demon roared ferociously as he stood up. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? I ran into a flame demon in the day, and the people of the merchant group all died. Then I ran into a riot of flame demons at night. However, Xiaoqin had already moved one step ahead of time. He held up the tyrant's saber and broke through the rock layer, charging towards the ground. Since Xiaoqin's attributes countered each other, he immediately sealed all the surging flame waves in ice. Countless flame demons tore through the ground and appeared in the dark night, illuminating the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Clanhead, it's not good. The brothers guarding along the way are all dead. The blue-haired flame demon reverted to human form and reappeared in front of Xiaoqin. He showed a murderous intent on his face, wishing that he could eat Xiaoqin alive. If Xiaoqin continued waiting and those flame demons returned without accomplishing anything, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Middle-rank flame demons were indeed terrifying. Xiaoqin did not protect his body with veritable essence energy, continuously draining it. A thick layer of purple flames burned all over his body. The blue-haired flame demon raged. His entire body burned, turning into a blue flaming man as he launched himself at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "Even star venerates cannot stop me. What right do you have to stop me?" Xiaoqin's figure flickered continuously, and the flames sealing the flames cracked and shattered like ice cubes. What fast speed! Everyone run! However, the result was already pretty good. The might of the heavenly flame had increased significantly, and Xiaoqin was one step closer to breaking through to rank 3. The flame demon's palm turned bright red. The scorching temperature nearly melted Xiaoqin's palm on the spot. Now that the situation was urgent, he could only refine it on the spot. He could not use the dragon pattern cauldron to slowly refine it. After making a judgment of the flame demon's strength, Xiaoqin's figure flashed as he quickly retreated, not clashing with it. The city gates were already closed, barring entry. The blue-haired flame demon's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected Xiaoqin to instantly break through the flames of 4 flame demons and snatch away the holy flame's flame seed. Xiaoqin used the new fish dragon art to continuously pull away from the blue-haired flame demon. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. Otherwise, someone would have barged in long ago. Why? We are clearly all humans. Why are you not letting us into the city? Aside from that, Xiaoqin's palm was empty. There was nothing else. Not bad. However, you are still some distance away from breaking through to rank 3. The holy flame is not with me. Do you think you can leave after stealing the holy flame? That's easy for you to think. The flame demons are on a rampage and the city gates are already closed. How can it be easy to enter? Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, flames soared into the sky from the ground in the darkness. Beams of fiery light soared into the clouds in the darkness. The moment the blue-haired flame demon said that, the one-armed flame demon immediately fell to the ground in fright. That's impossible. I was very careful on my way back. No human cultivator could follow me. Several cultivators on the city walls took the opportunity to extort money from the flame demon. Xiaoqin found the voices somewhat familiar. He glanced over and saw that they were the man and woman he saved during the day. Xiaoqin stood at the city wall and swept his cold gaze across. Immediately no one dared to move. After about 7 minutes, Xiaoqin broke out of the ground. The cultivators risking their lives in the dark all paled in fright as they fled in the direction of Dragon Flame City. If they could not endure it, there could only be one result. After a while, Dragon Flame City came into view. Xiaoqin slowed down, and the purple flames on his body vanished. Now he looked like an ordinary person. Xiaoqin's expression immediately changed slightly. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. Xiaoqin maintained a calm expression as he sped forward, not turning his head back to look. Many flame demon tribes appeared, quickly approaching Xiaoqin's location. Xiaoqin secretly observed the Holy Flame Cave. At this moment, aside from the 4 strongest flame demons, only the blue-haired flame demon remained in the Holy Flame Cave. The blue-haired flame demon glanced at the one-armed flame demon on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled the one-armed flame demon over. Then he punched, causing flames to fill the air. Several people had already paid the blaze crystals, but the city gates still did not open. They wanted to trample on the blue-haired flame demon to serve as a warning to others. The blue-haired flame demon looked like a flaming man. If not for the purple flame demon, he would definitely be misunderstood. If one fell from the city walls, the might of the ancient city would definitely result in flesh and blood splattering everywhere. If one's physical body was slightly weaker, one would be crushed into meat paste, an exceptionally terrifying sight. The blue-haired flame demon looked at Xiaoqin. In his eyes, Xiaoqin was already a dead man. Whoosh! Strength reigned supreme in the Dragon Flame ancient land. There was no such thing as hypocrisy. Xiaoqin landed and opened his palm. The terrifying wound on his palm was healing quickly. Chapter 1728. Right now, Xiaoqin was at the southern city gates. As the southern city gates were close to the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there were not many experts in this area. Watch out for my saber. That was a bona fide star venerate level flame demon, the leader of this flame demon riot. The beautiful saber light formed a light screen, forming a perfect defense. As Xiaoqin watched the other party leave and regroup with the northern city cultivators, he revealed a contemplative expression. The fiery rain blasted terrifying deep pits in the ground. The soil instantly melted and turned into nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue blaze crystal fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. It flickered with resplendent blue flames, looking exceptionally dazzling. The many eager cultivators on the city walls leaped off at this moment. Dang! Despicable human bastards who stole our lives, we meet again. After attracting the attention of the flame demons, people of the same level as the clan heads immediately targeted these experts. When these experts looked forward, they saw flaming clouds covering the desolate ancient land. Sparks of fire littered the ground, appearing everywhere. Breaking the world, ruthlessly charging over. The flame demons had the advantage of physical bodies. In this dragon flame ancient land, they also had the geographical advantage. Furthermore, their cultivations were not low. Just at this moment, several experts leaped onto the city walls. All of them radiated a cold light as they looked at the rioting flame demons in front with grave expressions. However, when the blue-robed man looked up, he noticed something strange. He saw a purple flower petal appear in Xianxia's right eye. Xianxia could use his soul energy to target the soul and imitate illusions. After Xianxia landed, his expression turned somewhat grave. He had been somewhat careless. He just did not want to get surrounded by the flame demons. Since this blue-haired flame demon wanted to fight, he would do as he wished. Kill. The masked bladesman smiled faintly and retracted his move. Then he stretched out his hand to grab the blue blaze crystal. Bang, bang, bang. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and soared into the air, moving at lightning speed to grab that blue blaze crystal. I heard that most of the experts in the northern city have already formed teams and set off to explore deeper. This flame demon riot will not be easy to deal with. Xianxia saw through the blue-haired bladesman's ploy. He smiled coldly to himself, not clashing head-on with it. This caused the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning to lose its target, forcing it to stop. Recently there have been many new saber experts in Dragon Flame City. In any case, the flame demon had already swallowed the so-called holy flame. There was no need to go all out against it. With a roar, the large group of flame demons immediately retreated like the wind. In that terrifying space, Xianxia's body continued to fall. Below him was a terrifying abyss that seemed to have no end. It was also at this time that the leader of the flame devils in the center was at a disadvantage against Beiming Feng. Without much thought, the masked bladesman retreated quickly, decisively giving up on the blue blaze crystal. Xianxia reached out his hand and grabbed the blue crystal. Beiming Feng. Xianxia sneered in his heart. The reason why he had retreated earlier was not because he was afraid of the other party. A strange light flashed in the masked bladesman's eyes. He smiled and said, "Your saber technique is pretty good. We will definitely meet again." Among the flame demons, there was a flame demon whose entire body emitted demonic blue flames, which was especially eye-catching. All of a sudden, strange phenomena appeared. A clump of fire clouds descended from the sky and landed in front of Xianxia, blocking him from killing. Right after Xianxia spoke, he retreated quickly, directly giving up on the blue blaze crystal. However, a dark light came from somewhere. When the dark light appeared, it was the masked bladesman that Xianxia had paid special attention to earlier. Xianxia had no choice but to give up on that precious blue blaze crystal. His figure flashed as he retreated. Due to the formation's might and pressure, it looked very unsightly coming up, but it was very easy to fall down. Furthermore, with the tyrant saber in his hand and his great Tao energy, he was already undefeatable. Just at this moment, one of the experts from the northern city also attracted Xianxia's attention. The roaring and raging flame demons slowly pressed closer to Flame Dragon City. One of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City. With him around, the flame demons will not be able to cause much of a commotion. However, the greatest weakness of the flame demons was that they did not have systematic martial techniques. Xianxia relied on his saber techniques. Boom! The strongest killing move of the army-breaking saber technique encased the flame demons. Killing intent appeared, mixing two great Daos. Seeing Xianxia successfully climb up the city walls, several people tried to imitate him. However, the results were extremely miserable. It was not as simple as Xianxia's high cultivation. He also exuded a heavy killing chi and an invisible aura. This was also the adventurous land that experts liked to go to. This time, the flame demon's rampage forced out so many experts. Xianxia did not know how many people in the northern city had yet to show up. Who knows? The flame demons are cruel. The flesh, blood, essence, and soul of human cultivators are great nourishment for them. Maybe they are greedy again. This southern flame demon rampage happens once every half a year. I wonder what's going on this time. It has only been 3 months and it actually came again. Xiao Qian's strength immediately attracted a lot of attention in the chaotic battlefield. At the highest point of the city walls, a black-cloaked, middle-aged swordsman holding a treasure sword appeared at the same time. Supported by great Tao energy, 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. The army-breaking saber technique started a massacre amid the chaos. Xiao Qian focused and calmed himself. He guarded his dantian, not panicking at all as he calmly swung his saber. This move could be considered a consummate technique of the flame demons. It covered a wide area, was fast, and possessed great destructive power. Xiao Qian spread his arms and slid backward. The saber light in his hand danced around, breaking the incoming flames. The illusion disappeared. However, the saber light in the masked bladesman's hand appeared before Xiao Qian in reality. I'll take your life. A figure whizzed through the air, causing everyone to feel waves of pressure wherever it passed. When the blue-haired flame demon saw the situation, he glared at Xiao Qian and took the opportunity to retreat. Some of the people in the northern city who have yet to leave were startled as well. After 10 moves, the blue-haired flame demon was at a disadvantage. It was like Xiao Qian had fallen into hell on earth. Karmic flames burned the evil spirits in the surroundings. Chains filled the space, stringing up those who had committed sins in their lives. Xiao Qian's saber techniques were ruthless, clean and efficient, with great force. Combined with his peak major primal core cultivation, a flame demon of the same cultivation could not last 3 moves against him. Every time Xiao Qian killed a flame demon, he would instantly take out a white flame crystal. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. However, not everyone could be like Xiao Qian, easily subduing an enemy. Regular cultivators had to be careful when facing a flame demon. When the flame demons arrived on the city walls, the cultivators who could not enter the city had to fight to the death with the flame demons. The masked bladesman wore black, and his saber techniques were ruthless. He wore a mask and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Earlier, Xiao Qian did not look carefully. Only when he started fighting did he discover that there was a bladesman among them. As for Bai Mingfeng, he was a bona fide star venerate. The feeling that he gave Xiao Qian was much stronger than that of the white-haired old man from the heavenly profound sect. The masked bladesman smiled coldly, and a black saber light charged at Xiao Qian with a strange sound, sounding like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The masked bladesman swung his saber mercilessly, chopping the blue-haired flame demon that turned around and retreated in half. The masked bladesman stretched out his hand, and the 7 deadly sins turned into a sharp saber. Then he started a massacre. That white-robed bladesman is very strong. Several human cultivators caught in the shockwaves died on the spot or were poisoned by fire, forcing them to leave in a hurry. The northern part of the city faced the interior of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, a forbidden land with 70% of the region unexplored. Just at this moment, Bai Mingfeng leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the flame demon army, directly clashing with the strongest flame demon. Relying on the physical body of a fiendish demon and a ferocious force, the flame demon clashed with Xiao Qian, not letting up. The strong blue flame crystal could help the heavenly flame raise its rank. Flames filled the skies as a mid-ranked flame devil perished just like that. With one glance, Xiao Qian could tell that this was the aura of an expert. The flaming clouds in the sky reformed into a humanoid shape. Just as the flame demon was about to charge down, a saber light soared up. After the blue-haired flame demon landed, he showed a weak expression, no longer showing his initial arrogance. The aura that the blue-haired flame demon exuded was extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel the fiendish chi from him. Xiao Qian sized up the cultivators in the northern part of the city. They did indeed have some extraordinary aspects. With a casual wave, the 7 deadly sins turned into 7 beams of light and vanished. Xiao Qian drew the tyrant saber, and the might of the army-breaking saber technique immediately increased significantly. Your cultivation is not high, but your saber techniques are so startling. How surprising. Xiao Qian held his saber horizontally and said coldly, "What can you do to me?" After Bai Mingfeng defeated the flame demon leader, he left silently without saying a word. The strategy was pretty good. A cultivator's veritable essence energy could not compare to a flame demon's. In the end, it would be hard to say who would win. The minor primal core flame demon could not even block one move from Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he also leaped up and charged at the flame demon. In the past, the southern part of the city has fallen many times. Every time the flame demons entered the city, it was a massacre. Based on the discussions on the city walls and the information that Xiaoqin came to understand, he gained a rough understanding of Dragon Flame City. Dragon Flame City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, the flame demon's reaction was very sharp. The moment Xiaoqin executed the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, he sensed something wrong and quickly dodged. Xiaoqin watched coldly from the side. He did not stop the flame demon but did not join in the kicking either. However, this group of flame demons has some weight. They will not enter the northern part of the city. Dragon Flame City was divided into the northern part and the southern part. This masked bladesman's saber techniques were actually no weaker than Xiaoqian's. The martial technique that the masked bladesman cultivated was actually the same as Xiaoqian's Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. If one was slightly weaker, the might and pressure would cause them to fall and turn them into a mangled mess, a sorry sight to behold. The flame demon turned into a clump of blue flame clouds and soared into the air. Then it roared ferociously and boundless flames shot towards Xiaoqin like rain. It's coming. Xiaoqin had already discovered the preciousness of blaze crystals. They could be directly consumed by the heavenly flame, replenishing its expenditure. The blue-haired flame demon's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiaoqin. Then he threw a palm strike, sending out boundless heat waves. No one dared to stay near the two's fight. The saber strike sent the blue-haired flame demon flying. Flames continuously shot out of its body, looking like blood spurting out. Chapter 1729. Originally, the uprising of the flame demons was a huge matter for the southern city. However, after the experts of the northern city appeared, it turned into something neither too big nor too small. This matter made Xiaoqin realize something. In Dragon Flame City, the northern city and the southern city were two completely different worlds. One could only venture around the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, while the other ventured into the center, even exploring unknown regions. The two could not be compared at all. The difference in strength between the cultivators of the southern city and the adventurers of the northern city was clear. This was especially so for that masked bladesman. He left a deep impression on Xiaoqin. In the end, Xiaoqin still could not figure out why the other party would give up on the blue blaze crystal. The blaze crystal of a medial rank flame demon was rather precious. However, that blue-haired flame demon had not lived for long. Although the blue blaze crystal that Xiaoqin obtained was precious, it was not that rare. If it were an old flame demon that had lived for more than 1,000 years, its value would be completely different. Of course, the strength of a 1,000-year-old medial rank flame demon would definitely be terrifying as well. That white-robed bladesman is pretty strong. A few stern-looking cultivators from the southern city gathered together and said as they watched Xiaoqin leave. For him to be able to block the ghost saber's move, that explains a lot. It looks like he is destined to go to the southern city. At that time there might be a chance to work together. Perhaps he is an enemy. The strongest of the group, the azure-clad man, said indifferently, ending the topic. Saber Ghost, sparing his life and giving up on the blaze crystal is not your style. The azure-clad man smiled indifferently when he saw the masked bladesman come over. The masked man known as Saber Ghost smiled coldly and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." After saying that, the masked bladesman left without looking back, returning to the city alone. The azure-clad man smiled faintly, and his gaze fell on Xiaoqian's back. He said, "You all go back first. I'll go and deal with that white-robed bladesman." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few steps, the azure-clad man seemed to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Xiaoqian without any warning. Xiaoqian's gaze sank. He asked with a grave expression, "What's the matter?" "My name is Lung Feng. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that your saber technique looked familiar. It's a little similar to our Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique, but it's not. It's quite puzzling." The green-robed man smiled, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Divine Shield Army? What a coincidence, but it wasn't too surprising. Many sect disciples and aristocratic family disciples would choose to join the two armies under the Ocean Star when they went out for training. It was said that the Ocean Star was originally a joint effort of the many inherited noble clans of the Central Great Realm. Xiaoqin did not wish to have anything to do with this. He said indifferently, "You are mistaken. That is the army-breaking saber technique, not the Thousand Army Sword technique. I've never seen the Thousand Army Sword technique either." Lung Feng smiled in understanding. He said, "So that is the case. If there is a chance, I hope we can work together to explore the Dragon Flame ancient land." Fighting alone in this dragon flame ancient land is seeking death. Having more friends is not a bad thing. Xiaoqin, I don't mind cooperating if there's a chance. I hope we won't become enemies. The green-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts unfathomable. Then he vanished into thin air before Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The space Dao? That should be right. However, it might be some inherited bloodline or some clan cultivation technique. Otherwise, given the other party's current cultivation, he was still far from being able to appear out of thin air. The Dragon Flame ancient land was truly filled with experts. Indeed, I came to the right place. Xiaoqin smiled faintly as he calmly entered the city. Dragon Flame City did not have a city lord or any rules. Strength was the pass to enter this place. If one was strong, many things would come to them automatically. Without strength, many things would be pointless. Simply put, there were no rules about who could or could not enter the southern city or the northern city. However, if one was not strong enough and stayed in the northern city, one might be humiliated at every turn. Seeing that one was weak, one would bully one. Inviting one to join the team was also using one as cannon fodder. Everyone was very self-aware. The region one stayed in depended on one's strength. Forming a team to explore was also convenient. There was no need to seek trouble for oneself. Xiaoqin stayed in the southern city for close to 3 months. During these 3 months, the flame demons rebelled 3 times. Naturally, each time had something to do with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was not in a rush to enter the northern city. He needed to raise the rank of the heavenly flame quickly to complete his first goal. After 3 adventures with the flame demon tribes, his heavenly flame finally reached rank 3. With yin and yang in balance, Xiaoqin successfully executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The effects of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram executed by the primal chaos level flame were unexpectedly good, greatly increasing Xiaoqin's strength. Just like that, a perfect trump card was born. In the future, even if Xiaoqin ran into a star venerate, he would not have to fear them. He could face them head-on. Aside from this, Xiaoqin also collected many white blaze crystals, which could be used to replenish the heavenly flame's expenditure. The heavenly flame was like a cultivator's veritable essence energy. When one wanted to release it, one could not do so indefinitely. After exhausting the heavenly flame, one needed to refine it for a while before accumulating enough. However, blaze crystals could be used as supplements, quickly replenishing the heavenly flame's energy, just like the veritable essence energy medicinal pills that cultivators consumed. On this particular day, Xiaoqin was in closed-door cultivation in his courtyard. He felt that the bottleneck of his minor primal core realm had loosened significantly, and he could break through to the major primal core realm at any time. Xiaoqin had been undergoing experiential training for the past 3 months. His cultivation had not fallen behind at all. He could already light up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core, and lighting up 9 stars was just around the corner. Suddenly, a murderous intent came from outside. Xiaoqin, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a person and a sword stabbing at the restrictions in his courtyard. When the sword light touched the restrictions, they crumbled like rotten wood. The layers of walls turned into powder. There was no way to stop the sword light from piercing in. In that swordsman's eyes, it was like all obstacles were nothing. That swordsman's gaze pierced through the courtyard walls, the great hall and the many walls. He only saw Xiaoqin, who was in closed-door cultivation. By the time Xiaoqin opened his eyes, most of the courtyard had already been destroyed. Xiaoqin, who had been in the secret room, was now exposed. The surroundings were in ruins. The sword light flew out, cold and merciless. 1 man and 1 sword, unrivaled. Beiming Feng? Xiaoqin did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he stood up and instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Xiaoqin's head supported the sky and his feet stood on the ground. He merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi into his entire body, using his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, becoming one with the world. At the critical moment, 2 fingers clamped down on that sword. In that instant, space froze. Xiaoqin's entire body became like a statue, even his hair stopped fluttering. The force contained in the sword was too strong. Xiaoqin could not bounce it back, he could only swing it gently. When Xiaoqin let go, he leaped back and landed on the wall behind him. Beiming Feng sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Xiaoqin. This sword strike is a warning to you. Don't casually break the rules. There are existences that you and I cannot afford to offend at the edge of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the future, you are not allowed to go to the flame demon tribes to steal young flames. Right after Beiming Feng spoke, he left, his black cloak fluttering behind him as he vanished from Xiaoqin's sight. Xiao Qin showed a strange expression. Every time the southern flame demons went on a rampage, Bai Mingfeng would make a move without seeing any other star venerates. Xiao Qin had long felt that this was strange. Today he was certain that there was something fishy about this. Dragon Flame City was a land without a master. However, there were still some strong sovereigns in secret. Perhaps Bai Mingfeng was the sovereign of the southern city. This involved many benefits, including the flame demon tribes. As Xiao Qin looked at the courtyard that only half remained, the other half looked like a sandbox that someone had erased. Xiao Qin felt lucky. This Bai Mingfeng sword technique was truly terrifyingly strong. Even if Bai Mingfeng did not use the will of soul, Xiao Qin would not be a match for him. If Bai Mingfeng does not allow me to go, so be it. In any case, the heavenly flame has already advanced to rank 3. I already plan to head to the northern city. However, I will have to return this sword strike sooner or later. The sudden strike was merciless. If his reaction had been slightly slower, he would have died. If Xiao Qin's reaction had been slightly slower, he might have gotten pierced through and died on the spot. Xiao Qin was sure that if he could not block it, that Bai Mingfeng would not have shown mercy. He would not have minded taking another life. Dragon Flame City really could not be carried away at all times. Perhaps once one closed one's eyes, one would not be able to open them again. Xiao Qin gave a deep look in the direction that Bai Mingfeng had taken. Then he turned around and landed, flying towards the northern city. Chapter 1730. This is incredible. That white-robed bladesman actually blocked Bai Mingfeng's sword strike. Furthermore, he only used 2 fingers. Could he have been hiding his strength? Tomorrow the entire southern city will probably be shaken up. Someone used 2 fingers to block Bai Mingfeng's sword strike. However, in the end, Bai Mingfeng still chased him away. In the past few years, many people have broken the rules and died at Bai Mingfeng's hands. This white-robed bladesman is really lucky. There were many people in the southern city. The earlier sword strike had already startled everyone. Many people saw Xiao Qin catching Bai Mingfeng's sword strike and found it inconceivable. As everyone looked in the direction Xiao Qin left, discussions rang out. Only a few people in the southern city would discover that Xiao Qin's sharp spirit finger actually contained many mysteries despite looking simple. It was not as simple as a light pinch. Unfortunately, there were not many experts in the southern city. If it were in the northern city, there would definitely be people who could figure it out. Xiao Qin left the southern city, moving neither fast nor slow. He leaped from roof to roof for an hour before reaching the dividing line between the northern and southern cities. With Xiao Qin's speed, he would need another hour to reach the dividing line. This showed how vast Dragon Flame City was. The moment Xiao Qin landed, he saw a panting person land before Xiao Qin. That person smiled and said, "Friend, I finally caught up to you." Xiao Qin had noticed that someone was following him long ago. Furthermore, it was not just one person. However, he did not try to shake them off. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Now that someone had jumped out, it saved him some trouble. "Speak, why are you following me?" Xiao Qin asked directly. That person wore gray robes and was not very strong. He smiled happily and said, "Friend, you are going to the northern city, right? If you want to make a living in the northern city, you will definitely have to enter the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. You will definitely have to find a team. I have some connections that can directly introduce you to a strong team." Xiao Qin entered deep thought, his expression not changing. Lung Feng had said that if one wanted to explore the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land alone, only death awaited them. Xiao Qin had some doubts about this. However, when he heard something similar again, he somewhat believed it. Perhaps the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land were not suitable for traveling alone. "Young master, please don't doubt my identity. Every strong team has spies in the southern district. There will always be people who die during training, and the team will always be short of people. Young master obviously meets the requirements. If you can pass the test, I can also get a share of the benefits." The person who came was also frank, directly explaining to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said lightly, "What's your name?" "Just call me Gu Yun. Although I am not strong enough, I have lived in this Dragon Flame City for more than 10 years. I know all the rules." Hearing Xiao Qin's tone, Gu Yun felt that there was hope and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own way of living. Some people are destined to have no talent or courage and can only live like Gu Yun. There was no lack of such people running errands and earning resources anywhere." Xiao Qin nodded. "Lead the way." "Roger that. Let's see what's going on first." Although he preferred to work alone, Xiao Qin wasn't opposed to joining a team. After about 7 minutes, Gu Yun led Xiao Qin to a lavish courtyard and stopped. "Gu Yun, are you inviting people to join the team again?" Don't bring trash over like last time and make yourself a laughing stock, a man guarding the door said with a smile when he saw Gu Yun. How could I? Absolutely not this time. Absolutely not, Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. How could I? Absolutely not this time. Absolutely not, Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. Xiaochen followed Gu Yun and was about to enter the courtyard. You still have to ask me first whether you can enter or not. The man guarding the door looked coldly at Xiaochen. Without saying a word, he blocked Xiaochen's path. Boom. However, right after the man spoke, Xiaochen's fist landed on the man's chest. 5 cauldron force instantly erupted. Xiaochen blasted the man's body into the courtyard like a small mountain and sent the man crashing into the ground. Ignoring the shocked Gu Yun, Xiaochen walked in with large strides. Xiaochen saw the man groaning endlessly on the empty ground in the courtyard. The cultivators living in the courtyard were all startled by the commotion and came out one after another. Xiaochen took a rough look and found a total of 100 people. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. The eyes of several experts flickered, and their auras became startling. However, more importantly, Xiaochen discovered some familiar faces. The azure-clad man Lung Feng, whom he met in the southern city 3 months ago, and the masked bladesman were among them. However, that Lung Feng did not seem to be the leader of this team. What's going on? Who is so bold to injure our people? A gray-clad old man walked out of the crowd. He swept his gaze around and stared at Xiaochen. Gu Yun quickly stepped forward and explained, Senior Ma, this is the person I introduced. He used only 2 fingers to catch Bai Mingfeng's sword in the southern city. Whoosh. The moment Gu Yun said that, a huge commotion broke out. Many people whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Xiaochen. Bai Mingfeng was one of the few experts in Dragon Flame City. Furthermore, he was one of the few strong swordsmen. Ordinary venerables might not even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Not to mention Xianxia had caught his sword with just 2 fingers. Clearly, Senior Ma was the leader of this group of people. He was an early-stage star venerate, the highest cultivation. When the old man heard Gu Yun's words, his expression did not change. He said indifferently, I believe that he would not dare to lie in front of so many people, but this old man really does not believe it. Senior Ma, he is the white-robed bladesman I told you about 3 months ago. The green-clothed man Lung Feng stood out and said to old Ma. Senior Ma valued Lung Feng's words. When he heard Lung Feng's words, his expression immediately warmed. Since Lung Feng vouched for you, there is no need for you to prove your strength. Are you interested in joining our team to explore the unknown forbidden lands of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Xiaochen looked around at the surrounding people. If the people going to explore the Dragon Flame Ancient Land were all like this, then it would be meaningless for Xiaochen to go alone. A single person's strength was too insignificant in front of a team. If there was a conflict and he became enemies with the team, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Xiaochen nodded and said, Sure. Catching Bai Mingfeng's sword with just 2 fingers? Even if you are bragging, that is not how you brag. The person who spoke was also a swordsman. As he looked at Xiaochen, he showed disdain on his face. Clearly, he did not believe that Xiaochen could catch Bai Mingfeng's sword. Seeing that Xiaochen wanted to join the team, he expressed his opinion. Senior Ma's expression changed slightly. Xiahou Yun, with Lung Feng vouching for him, it is sufficient to prove his strength. Humph. Did Lung Feng personally see him catch Bai Mingfeng's sword? If he is really that capable, I will not stop him from joining the team if he can catch my sword with just 2 fingers. Xiahou Yun hugged his sword, showing a proud and aloof expression, unwilling to cooperate. Xiahou Yun locked his gaze on Xiaochen and continued, There is no need for you to make things difficult for Senior Ma. If you are capable, catch my sword. Use your strength to prove yourself. This is the rule of Dragon Flame City. You make your move. Xiaochen said simply as he looked at the other party. Good. Watch out for my sword. Whoosh. Right after Xiahou Yun spoke, his figure flashed. The sword in his hand had already left its scabbard at some point in time. It gave off a cold light as it stabbed at Xiaochen at lightning speed. Xiahou Yun intentionally made things difficult for Xiaochen. The blade of his sword was covered in frost and cold qi. If Xiahou Yun caught it with his bare hands, his fingers would freeze on the spot. With a backhand strike, he could chop off Xiaochen's entire arm. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he made his move. 2 fingers firmly clamped down on Xiahou Yun's sword. To think that Xiahou Yun really dared to do this. He was truly reckless. Xiahou Yun smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to draw his sword and execute a backhand strike, he discovered that he could not draw his sword at all. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Sorry for my incompetence. Xiaoqun gently flicked his sword, and a mix of veritable essence energy and vital qi surged out together with the sword. The sword immediately twisted and bounced Xiahou Yun back with a loud bang. He really managed to catch it. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, a peak minor primal core venerate like Xiaoqun still had such a move. Senior Ma laughed loudly and said, "Wonderful. Little brother's move is really brilliant. Using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, instantly driving all the veritable essence energy and vital qi in the body. Interesting, truly interesting." Just using the body as a cauldron was already very ingenious, not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Merging vital qi and veritable essence energy and instantly infusing the entire body was even more demanding on the meridians. How could a regular meridian body endure the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi? What was even rarer was that Xiaoqun's cultivation was not high, yet he managed to do this. His veritable essence energy foundation was definitely very vast. It was very likely that he would condense a 7-star primal core. As a star venerate, Senior Ma could make out many things. However, although he could, it was practically impossible for him to do it. Just the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi stumped him. Chapter 1731. Seeing Xiaoqun actually use only 2 fingers to clamp down on Xiahou Yun's sword, the spectators were all shocked. They whispered to each other, sharing their opinions with their surrounding companions. Regarding this sharp spirit finger, as the experts of the northern city, most of the team's experts naturally understood some of the profoundness behind it. It was easy to tell how much effort one had to put into practice and how high one's talent was required to succeed in this simple move. As they looked at Xiaoqun, they no longer had the initial disdain. No matter what Xiaoqun's cultivation was, just this move was enough to win their respect. "I'm not convinced. Just now I was just careless. If I were given another chance, I don't believe that he can still catch it." Xiahou Yun stood up, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he felt the gazes of the surrounding people. He felt the gazes of the surrounding people as if they were looking at an idiot. To think that he was defeated by someone with 2 fingers. This was truly an extraordinary humiliation. Insolence. Senior Ma's face sank as he scolded angrily, "Xiahou Yun, do you really not see it or are you pretending not to? His gentle pinch is much more exhausting than your sword strike. To think that you actually suggested trying again. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by others? If you try again and still catch it, then you will be utterly humiliated." There were also people who were not friendly with Xiahou Yun who spoke up at this moment. The azure-clad man Lung Feng smiled and said, "Brother Xiahou, everyone knows your strength. No one will underestimate you because of today's matter." This move of Xiaoqun's was indeed beautiful. If it were me, I might not be able to pierce him either. It could be seen that Lung Feng's position in the team was rather high. Not willing to affect the harmony of the team, his words were also to give Xiahou Yun a way out. Most importantly, he said that he could not pierce Xiaoqun either, leaving Xiahou Yun with a lot of face. Xiahou Yun knew that this was the only way, so he could only go with the flow and say, "Xiaoqun's strength is indeed strong. I have no objections to him joining the team." Senior Ma turned his head and whispered a few words to Lung Feng. Lung Feng had a smile on his face, nodding continuously. After a while, Senior Ma said with a smile, "Since no one has any objections, then Xiaoqun will officially become a member of our Starfire group from today onwards. Delu, prepare a residence for young Master Xiao. Reward Gu Yun with 5,000 medial-grade Ling Yu, 100 blaze crystals, a stalk of blood flame grass and a blood flame fruit." Big Lu was the brawny man who had been sent flying by Xiaoqun at the beginning. Gu Yun, who had accepted Xiaoqun into the group, was overjoyed when he heard of this reward and quickly bowed to express his thanks. "Disperse." Senior Ma waved his hand and said a few words to Xiaoqun before leaving. On the roof, the masked bladesman known as the Ghost Saber looked at Xiaoqun, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lung Feng walked over slowly and said, "Looks like we are really fated. It has been 3 months since we last met. I did not expect to meet you again so soon." Xiaoqun said, "We are indeed fated. Has young Master Lung been in the northern city for the past 3 months?" Lung Feng shook his head and sighed softly, "I just returned. This time I ran into another team. Not only did I suffer heavy casualties, but I also did not obtain any benefits." Xiaoqun thought to himself, "It looks like there are not always fortuitous encounters in this dragon flame ancient land." Lung Feng smiled and said, "I know what you are waiting for. Wait for another 2 months. In another 2 months, the ancient transportation formation in Dragon Flame City will open. At that time, we can directly teleport to many unexplored places in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. An ancient transportation formation? That's right. That is a transportation formation that the dragon race built when they were still ruling this place. However, it is very old and activates only once every few decades. Recently, it has been activated only once every 100 years. Lung Feng said sullenly, the various teams have already returned to the city and started to recruit. I have been waiting for this moment. Hence, when Senior Ma saw you join, he was exceptionally happy. After chatting for a while, Lung Feng also took his leave. This place really used to be the conferred land of the dragon race. However, for some reason, why did the dragon race give up on this place? Xiaochen wondered which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race once ruled this place. Xiaochen thought to himself, becoming increasingly interested in this dragon flame ancient land. Flame dragon? There did not seem to be such a dragon. Of the 6 colored dragon races, the red dragon was of the fire attribute. It was possible that the bloodline mutated and gave birth to a flame dragon. After thinking about it, this place was most likely the former territory of the red dragons. However, that was hard to say. Just the words dragon flame could not provide much information. Any dragon could spit out dragon flame and refine fire. However, they would not be as strong and proficient as the red dragon bloodline. Young Master Xiao, your residence has already been arranged. I'll bring you over. When the man guarding the door saw Xiaochen again, he was very respectful, not daring to act rashly. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and nodded. Lead the way then. There were many empty rooms and pavilions in the courtyard. Everything a cultivator needed was available. There was a meditation room, a small alchemy room, and a gravity room. Although it was small, it was complete. It was even more complete than the courtyard that Xiaochen snatched from the southern city. Xiaochen felt very satisfied. After dismissing the man, he entered the meditation room to cultivate. After entering closed-door cultivation for 7 days and exhausting more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit jades, Xiaochen felt the bottleneck of the peak minor primal core realm weaken significantly. He was now one step closer to breaking through to the major primal core realm. The exquisite primal core in Xiaochen's dantian was decorated with 9 stars, looking boundlessly resplendent. Advancing from the minor primal core realm to the major primal core realm was not a qualitative breakthrough. It was just that the amount of veritable essence energy that one could use would increase significantly. It was like a container becoming larger, able to store more energy. For cultivators, this would significantly increase their combat prowess. They would not feel any heartache when using all sorts of killing moves. Some killing moves that could not be practiced due to the amount of veritable essence energy could be learned. If Xiaochen broke through to the major primal core realm, he was confident of practicing the 3rd move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. There are still 2 more months. That is more than enough time to break through to the major primal core realm. There is no need to rush. Xiaochen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, what I need now are ancient dragon bones. I can start cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer. Xiaochen had already finished cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 1st layer. Now he officially started cultivating the 2nd layer, cultivating the dragon bones. There was a total of 206 bones in the human body. What Xiaochen needed to do now was to cultivate all of them to the level of the ancient dragon race's dragon bones. After cultivating the dragon bones, the physical body's ability to withstand damage would increase significantly. Cultivating the dragon bones was something that lasted for a lifetime. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could only cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue. As one's cultivation increased, the dragon bones would continuously grow stronger, eventually turning into the noble golden dragon bones. Finally, when one returned to their natural state, the dragon bones would return to their normal color. Right now, Xiaochen did not have such a high goal. He only wanted to cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue and then cover his entire body, forming a complete dragon skeleton. If Xiaochen had some supplementary materials for cultivating the 2nd layer, he would be able to cultivate it even faster. With sufficient dragon bones and some rare herbs, Xiaochen could turn all the bones in his body blue in 2 months. At that time, when the ancient transportation formation opened and he entered the inner region, his strength would increase significantly. After leaving, Xiaochen went to look for Senior Ma, who was currently busy, and explained his purpose for coming. You want the true dragon remains? Xiaochen shook his head and replied, they are not true dragon remains. They are great desolate Ian dragon bones. True dragons could not even compare to the six-colored divine dragons. Xiaoqin did not care for their remains. What Xiaoqin needed was the great desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy. Those were the dragon bones of the pure-blooded dragon race, not the bones of cultivators with dragon race bloodlines. The true dragon remains left in the Kunlun realm could not compare to the pure-blooded dragon bones of the great desolate Aeon. Senior Ma's eyes flickered as he said, "It might be difficult in other places. However, it is not difficult in this dragon flame ancient land." Many people guessed that this dragon flame ancient land was a battlefield of the great desolate Aeon in the past, as people occasionally found fragments of great desolate Aeon dragon bones in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. "How many spirit jades do you have? I'll send people to collect them for you. I still have some connections in Dragon Flame City." After all, Senior Ma was a Star Venerate level expert. Furthermore, he managed such a large team in the northern city. He had many more connections than Xiaoqin. However, based on Senior Ma's expression, he only treated this as a business deal and did not intend to let Xiaoqin benefit. After all, Senior Ma did not have much of a friendship with Xiaoqin. The so-called team was free to come and go, and there was no direct relationship. Perhaps Senior Ma himself would leave Dragon Flame City if they ran into some great fortuitous encounter. At that time the team would immediately disband. Xiaoqin had a clear mind. He said, "The more the better. No matter how many pure-blooded dragon bones there are, I can take them all." "Good. I'll give you the results 3 days later." "Deal." As Senior Ma watched Xiaoqin leave, he entered deep thought. This fellow's origins are unknown. His cultivation is not high, but he is unfathomable. His tone is also startlingly bold. Even when facing a Star Venerate, Xiaoqin remained calm and collected, not showing any servile behavior. Xiaoqin hoped that Senior Ma did not recruit an ingrate. There were many cases of traitors appearing in teams in Dragon Flame City. Under the temptation of benefits, no one could be completely trusted. However, there was no need to pay too much attention to this Xiaoqin. After all, he was only a peak minor primal core cultivator, far from Senior Ma's level. The ones that Senior Ma truly needed to be wary of were Lung Feng, the Ghost Saber, and the others, existences that could threaten him. Senior Ma just treated obtaining pure-blooded dragon bones for Xiaoqin as a business deal. If the other party's strength increased, it would be a good thing for the team. After thinking for a long time, Senior Ma personally supervised this matter for Xiaoqin. 3 days later, Xiaoqin ran all over Dragon Flame City. Using his connections, he collected all the pure-blooded dragon bones that he could. There are 30 pure-blooded dragon bones. Check them yourself. Several of them are perfectly preserved spine bones. 3 days later, Senior Ma showed Xiaoqin the pure-blooded dragon bones he collected. Senior Ma revealed a cocky expression. Only he could collect so many pure-blooded dragon bones in such a short time. Collecting 30 true dragon skeletons. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do so. Who knew? Disappointment flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. "There are not many, but it should be enough." "Many thanks, Senior Ma." An embarrassed expression flashed on Senior Ma's face. Then he smiled and said, "Your tone is really extraordinary. A total of 3 million spirit jades." Xiaoqin gave Senior Ma a strange look. However, he did not say anything. After handing over the spirit jades, he turned and left. Chapter 1732. After breaking through the bottleneck, Xiaoqin's veritable essence energy cleansed his entire body, raising his physical body and physique to another level. During the ancient times, this type of transport formation was called a Dao platform. It could move through the 3,000 great realms, roam the 7 great forbidden seas, travel between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Lung Feng looked at the terrible surroundings and asked, "Senior Ma, where are we now?" Another 3 days passed and the 10 dragon bones were successfully transformed. After returning to his residence, Xiaoqin entered closed-door cultivation and started to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art's second layer. After chatting for a while, Meng Zhuang took his leave. Spiritual qi gathered and converged toward Xiaoqin in the eye of the formation, turning into streams. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard, and all the bones in Xiaoqin's body crackled. Dragon might spread out from Xiaoqin's body as if it was corporeal. We can only pray for good luck. Furthermore, Senior Ma is very experienced. He went to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land in the past and knows how to dodge. The dragon bones and dragon tendons in Xiaoqin's body seem to have some kind of connection to the will of the divine dragon, making him feel closer to the dragon pattern cauldron. The experts of Dragon Flame City already gathered nearby. The Dao platform flickered with light as batch after batch of the city's cultivators were sent to an unknown region of the Dragon Flame ancient land. A moment later, the Dao platform's body glowed with divine light, and a door of light appeared. Lung Feng nodded. Not only are all the strong groups in Dragon Flame City preparing to go all out, but many rank 5 sects and noble clans in the Great Thousand Realms are also using the activation of the ancient teleportation formation as an experiential training for themselves. Xiao Chen's entire body from the inside to the outside became radiant. As Xiao Chen passed through the door, he immediately felt his body and soul sink. His entire body formed a complete divine dragon skeleton. There were always some fragments that, due to various reasons, didn't lose their ancient aura, surviving until now. The early-stage major primal core realm is finally not the minor primal core realm. I still have to catch up. Xiao Chen regained his calm. His aura was the same as before he went into seclusion. More importantly, cultivating this divine dragon body tempering art also tempered his vital qi. 1 hour later, all the medial-grade spirit jades in the formation had weathered away. So. Using the pure-blood dragon bones, it took him a month and a half to completely transform the dragon bones. Assemble. What about Gui Dao? Rival a star venerate? Old Ma was in high spirits. Beside him was Xiahou Feng, whom Lung Feng and Meng Zhuang had spoken of. Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and took out medial-grade spirit jades. Then he placed them in the formation of the cultivation room. Meng Zhuang introduced politely. That day Xiao Chen caught Xiahou Yun's sword with 2 fingers. Meng Zhuang had seen it with his own eyes. There were many strong people in the team. Existences that could rival star venerates definitely had something extraordinary about them. Coupled with the ample preparation time, the process of breaking through the bottleneck was smooth and uneventful. Any specialized cultivation room would have a formation similar to a spirit gathering formation, which could absorb the spiritual essence in the spirit jades more efficiently. Every day Xiao Chen would observe the dragon pattern cauldron and experience the will of the divine dragon. He would consume the dragon bones and speed up his cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art. The great wasteland continent shattered into countless fragments, forming tens of thousands of great worlds. The Dao platform could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Old Man Ma's opening price of 3 million spirit jades was truly a scam for him. This slightly startled Xiao Chen. There were at least 100 people in the entire team. His eyes gained some spirituality, looking spirited and able to see through people's hearts. His observation of things became more detailed and complete. All the sharpness in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chen gently knocked on the wooden table and muttered, "Rank 5 sects have sovereign personages holding down the fort. The noble clans of the dynasties all have the inheritances of their predecessors. All of them are not easy to deal with. If I run into them, it will be really difficult." The energy quickly flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body, heading for his 9-star primal core. The current Xiao Chen could not be said to be brand new with no qualitative changes. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. As Meng Zhuang said, Xiahou Feng's strength could not be underestimated. When he stood beside Old Ma, his aura was no weaker. With a thought, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura. After the talisman strips were distributed, someone on the Dao platform contacted Old Ma. Old Ma waved his hand and everyone ascended the Dao platform. Meng Zhuang thought very highly of Old Ma's strength and experience. Xiao Chen's seated cross-legged body slowly floated up. His long hair fluttered and he showed a solemn expression. Is it because of the activation of the ancient transportation formation? Meng Zhuang paused for a moment before continuing, however not many came. The depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land are very vast. It will not be easy to run into them. However, right now the dragon characters were incomplete, and the tall platform was dilapidated, showing the vicissitudes of history. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the dragon pattern cauldron before him again. He vaguely felt even more moved. In half a month he had converted half of the 206 bones. After another month he had converted all the bones into dragon bones. Let's go. Xiao Chen's vital qi increased from 5 cauldron force to 6 cauldron force. I am Meng Zhuang. I know that Brother Xiao lives next door and wanted to visit long ago. Unfortunately, Brother Xiao has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 2 months and could not find an opportunity. After a while, members of Old Ma's team appeared beside Xiao Chen one after another. That's right. The time it takes to repair the ancient teleportation formation is getting longer and longer. This time it took 100 years. Next time it might take 200 years, even 500. Naturally, the nearby rank 5 sects and noble clans will not let go of this opportunity. However, without Old Man Ma's connections, Xiaochen would not have been able to obtain so many dragon bones in 3 days. Hence, Xiaochen did not say anything. If an outsider were here, they would find it hard to connect Xiaochen's current aura to the normally low-profile, reserved, white-clad youth. Xiaochen saw a boundless wasteland. It was dark and gloomy, with strong winds howling and dust spreading everywhere. When mentioning the dragon bones, Old Ma knew that he had tricked Xiaochen. He smiled in embarrassment and continued distributing the talisman strips. Xiaochen muttered to himself, encouraging himself. 7 days later, the first bone was successfully converted into a blue dragon bone. Furthermore, our team ranks within the top 5 in Dragon Flame City's northern region. Aside from geniuses like Lung Feng, there is also Xiahou Feng. These two people are strong enough to rival Star Venerates. The spiritual light in the surroundings suddenly vanished. The resplendent and translucent 9-star primal core absorbed all the light. Old Ma started to distribute the talisman strips to everyone. When it was Xiaochen's turn, his sharp eyes noticed something different about Xiaochen. The ancient transportation formation in the center of the northern region. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly surprised. The rank 5 sects and the noble clans are all startled? Under the leadership of Old Ma, Lung Feng, and the other elites, the team started to gather at the colossal dragon. It's hard to say. The depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land are very vast. There are unknown regions everywhere. You all lead your own teams and carefully explore the surroundings. Don't take any risks. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "It's fine. Brother Xiao, after being in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, you probably do not know that a storm is brewing in the northern region of Dragon Flame City. Undercurrents are surging and all sorts of people are gathering. It is not very peaceful." This person was Xiaochen's neighbor, an old man in Old Ma's team. An ancient and boundless great desolate Aeon dragon might surged out. This was an ancient aura that had gone through the baptism of many epochs during the Great Desolate Aeon and still did not fade. The cultivators in the same batch of Dao platforms would not be too far from each other. Each batch would be randomly sent to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. After crossing many obstacles and entering the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there would be fortuitous encounters. However, there would be even more danger. All of these were the benefits of cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, and strong winds swept out in all directions. It was very rare for 2 batches of teams to be sent to the same location. 3 days later, all the members of Old Ma's team gathered. This was a tall platform that looked ancient, made of divine stones and treasure pillars. Ancient dragon characters carved on the platform looked majestic and unfathomable. This could be considered a familiar face. When adventuring in the future, they could take care of each other at crucial moments. This was a Taoist gate. After passing through this gate, one would enter the Dragon Flame ancient land, a mysterious hinterland that many people had never reached before. Young Master Xiao, your complexion looks pretty good. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, your strength has improved significantly. Xiaochen did not have to worry about exhausting his veritable essence energy and could execute many killing moves. After filling up the grooves in the formation, Xiaochen closed his eyes and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. These were the elites of the sects of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. None of them were simple. Xiaochen was rather satisfied with their speed. At this moment he could only rely on the experienced Old Ma. Xiahou Feng and Lung Feng, the 2 young experts, felt confused. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. All of them radiated sharpness and had calm auras. They were all outstanding geniuses capable of fighting above their cultivation realms. Xiaochen received the talisman strip and said indifferently, "I still have to thank Old Ma for the dragon bones." Everyone sighed in amazement, feeling exceptionally shocked. The formation spun silently, flickering with a dazzling spiritual light between the patterns. This allowed Xiaochen's vital qi to contain the state of the divine dragon as he punched. The stirred veritable essence energy washed through his entire body, including his internal organs, every cell and pore. A tyrannical aura spread out from within. Meng Zhuang revealed a doubtful expression. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. He has always been a lone ranger and does not have a strong presence. He only joined the team a few months ago and is not as experienced as Lung Feng and Xiahou Feng." Hearing Meng Zhuang talk about the team, Xiaochen asked about the masked bladesman. "There is still half a month left. It is time to break through the minor primal core bottleneck. After old Ma entered, his expression turned rather grave. He had been to the depths of the hinterlands before and knew how dangerous it was. The dragon bones spun continuously, forming a huge whirlwind in Xiaoqian's body. Of the 30-odd pure-blood dragon bones, only a few were remains. These would be worth 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. In the afternoon, when Xiaoqian came out of closed-door cultivation, he unexpectedly received a visitor. Xiaoqian had a firm foundation in the first place. There was no major bottleneck between the minor primal core realm and the major primal core realm. Practice makes perfect. After figuring out the ropes, Xiaoqian's cultivation speed increased. Take this talisman strip and crush it when necessary. It can send you back to the Dao platform. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. However, activating this talisman requires some time. Remember, the fingernail-sized 9-star primal core was crystalline and translucent. As spiritual energy poured in, it flickered with resplendent and dazzling light.
Chapter 1088. Long Tianya lost? The torrent of saber light crushed Long Tianya's body, and his huge dragon body crumbled inch by inch. Whoosh, 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 the powerhouses quickly turned their gazes over. The young expert of the Dragon Sovereign Palace, Long Tianya, had been easily defeated by a single saber attack? That saber is so strange. That's right, the saber light contains destructive power. These leaders were knowledgeable and could tell what was going on. Among the leaders, one of the leaders narrowed his eyes. Tianya was defeated by a newcomer. This leader merely frowned, but he gave off an imposing aura. He was called the Sky Wing Dragon Lord, one of the 10 great dragon lords. Do you know the saber skill just now? Several leaders sat near the Sky Wing Dragon Lord. They were the true leaders of the mystical dragon world, and everyone had to be careful when they spoke. The green-robed giant on the left said, "It's not a saber art of our generation. It's like an antelope hanging by its horns, untraceable. I'm afraid that Tianya has long since fallen into the opponent's trap. I suspect that this brat's saber art is from ancient times. Only ancient saber arts can have this kind of nature. It should be an ancient saber skill. The net formed by the world of saber will trap Tianya, and that's why he could not block that saber," another dragon lord said. "This kid is not simple," the Sky Wing Dragon Lord said lightly, looking pensive. At their level, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy would not be shown on their faces. The Dragon Lords were second only to the Dragon Emperors, and the situation was not what they saw. Ancient saber skill. In the Great Hall of the Mystical Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperors had also noticed this saber move. A net formed by the world of saber will, temporarily sealing one's strength, and then killing with one strike. It seems to be one of the ultimate skills of a saber emperor. These Dragon Emperors could see further than the Dragon Lords, and saw everything with one look. This kid can be nurtured. Long Tianya chose to attack strongly at the start, and will not be at a disadvantage. He returned to his true form in the end, giving the opponent a chance to kill him with one strike. These Dragon Emperors could see further, and see through any attack. This kid's saber skill will not be effective against Zhan Wushuang and the others. They are too strong, and can tear apart the world of saber will. He will not have a chance to attack. Being able to produce a saber emperor successor would be of great help to our divine dragon world. Long Tianya's strength is still not enough to tear apart my saber intent world. If I encounter the true younger generation of the hidden tribes, my attacks will miss. Lin Fei defeating a Dragon Clan expert was nothing to be proud of. This saber technique came from the Third Blood Shadow Tyrant Saber. It was a magic ability saber technique, using the world of saber intent to seal the other party's strength and kill them in an instant. Saber divine abilities needed to be fast. Hence, the name of the saber technique was Saber of One Thought. With a single thought, he could kill the other party. In the blink of an eye, 500 young experts had been eliminated. In the blink of an eye, only 500 experts were left. Every one of them had a large number of fate points, and their fate on the platform had reached the peak. I wonder who's next. Lin Fei could clearly feel his fate changing on the platform of destiny. Hua hua hua, another ray of light descended. An arrogant and domineering aura instantly enveloped Lin Fei. A youth with fiery red hair strode out. He brat, I didn't expect to meet you so soon after you killed someone from our hidden tribes. The red-haired youth grinned hideously. He arrived in front of Lin Fei and punched. What a fast speed! Lin Fei unleashed his saber-intent world, and many saber artists charged forward. The red-haired youth's strength swept away countless saber artists, but they were no threat to him. Your saber intent is pretty good, but it's useless against me. The red-haired youth laughed loudly and punched from behind. No one could see the exact trace of it. Boom! The punch landed on Lin Fei, and the afterimage was broken. What? He's faster than me? I missed. The red-haired youth's original form was a wind dragon, and he was most proficient in speed. It was an innate advantage. After all, when speed reached a certain level, it would become a life-saving magic ability. In battle, he had always been able to suppress his opponents with speed, and with his tyrannical divine power, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. How could he miss just now? The major figureheads were shocked again. In the divine dragon world, wind dragons were the most proficient in speed. They were born with the ability to control speed. The top wind dragons were not as strong as dragon emperors, but in terms of survival, no one could beat them. Some dragon emperors once said that even they might not be able to take down a wind dragon. Since then, wind dragons were known as the fastest in the divine dragon world, and the other dragon clans could not catch up. When there was someone whose speed was even faster than the wind dragon, it naturally caused them to be shocked. The speed of the wind dragon was so fast that even Long Do, who was at the immortal emperor realm, might not be able to catch up to it. What kind of speed is that? How can there be someone faster than wind dragons? The major figureheads were stunned. A miraculous brat. You're too slow. A mocking voice came from another direction. A figure rushed out with towering aura. He punched the red-haired youth and sent him flying. The red-haired youth was not in a hurry. He was a beat slower, and he was sent flying. Bang bang bang. You want to teach me a lesson with that speed? In terms of speed, Lin Fei, who cultivated an emperor-class mystique, far surpassed his opponent. After all, emperor-class mystiques were not to be trifled with. Punch after punch landed on the red-haired youth. No matter how he moved, he could not shake off his opponent's attacks. This was the first time he met someone who was faster than him. As time went on, the red-haired youth was extremely frustrated. His attacks were built on his unique speed. Once someone was faster than him, his advantage would be gone. Bang! After being sent flying again, the red-haired youth was disqualified. With a burst of power, Lin Fei destroyed his opponent's physical body. Naturally, he was disqualified. The major figureheads of the hidden tribes had to pay attention to this. Someone was faster than the Wind Dragon clan. It seems to be an emperor-class mystique. It's the saber art of an ancient saber emperor, and the speed of an emperor-class mystique. Even the speed that the Wind Dragon clan specializes in is not as good as his opponent. This brat has some background. Others could not see it, but it did not mean that the Dragon Emperor could not. The Dragon Emperor was a supreme giant, a top-notch expert. Even though Lin Fei was very careful when using the Emperor-class mystique, there was nothing to hide in front of the Dragon Emperor. To be able to cultivate an Emperor-class mystique at this age, all the Dragon Emperors present knew what it meant. I'm afraid there is going to be another amazing genius. Chapter 1089. Lin Fei showed off his abilities and displayed the speed of an Emperor-level mystical ability. He defeated an expert of the Wind Dragon tribe, causing a huge commotion. The Dragon Monarch Palace, Divine Dragon Palace, and Dragon Emperor Palace all noticed this newcomer. His speed surpassed that of the Wind Dragon tribe, and he was already undefeatable. There was no doubt that he would have a place in the Dragon ranking war. Everyone was looking forward to how far he could go and whether he could make it into the top 100. The Divine Dragon world was not a small world, but a powerful world among the many realms. It was common for experts to gather in the Divine Dragon world. The defeat of the red-haired youth caused another commotion among the elites of the hidden tribes. He's not bad. He's even faster than the Wind Dragon tribe. Hong Yan's loss is not an injustice. The red-haired youth was called Hong Yan. He was a young elite of the Wind Dragon tribe, and he was one of the fastest. Humph, Hong Yan is so useless. He disgraced the hidden tribes again. I'll deal with that brat personally. So what if he's fast? He's just a crooked path. Once he meets us, that brat will be defeated. The elites of the hidden tribes made up the largest group. The defeat of Hong Yan of the Wind Dragon tribe angered them, and they could not wait to find a chance to make a move. Only the strongest elites didn't think much of it. It was obvious that they didn't think much of it. Third young master has a good eye. Even Hong Yan of the Wind Dragon tribe was defeated and eliminated. Consecrator Mu's fate points have broken through more than 20 million. His fate is constantly improving. He might be able to make it into the top 100 and become famous in the Divine Dragon world. The one who benefited from defeating Hong Yan of the Hidden Tribe was Third Young Master Long. With this achievement, Third Young Master Long's position in the Dragon Emperor Palace would be unshakable. Dragon Emperor Long Ba, who was ranked 73rd, had arranged for many consecrators. None of them made it into the top 1,000. There were so many youths in the Divine Dragon world. There were countless geniuses. To stand out from tens of thousands of people was as difficult as becoming a martial emperor. When it's over, we must summon this consecrator Mu. We cannot let anyone beat us to him. We must recruit such an elite, even if we have to pay a high price. A powerful revered elder at this level was fully qualified to become a guest elder of the Dragon Emperor Palace and enjoy the exclusive benefits of the Dragon Emperor Palace. The Dragon Monarch was not the only one who harbored such thoughts. All of the dragon gods and dragon sovereigns had their eyes on him as well. This kind of outstanding talent must be recruited. His future achievements could be imagined. Recruiting such a guy with a boundless future would guarantee a certain level of power. They were willing to pay any price. Lin Fei showed off his talent on the Fate platform. Similarly, Xue Xiaolong of the Dragon Sovereign Palace wielded an immortal sword and swept through all his opponents of the same generation. His sword technique was majestic and contained an extremely terrifying sword will. The young elites of the Divine Dragon world not only cultivated divine power, but they also cultivated cultivation techniques. Xue Xiaolong was a swordsman. Saber Intent World? I wonder if it can contend against my world of sword intent. Xue Xiaolong, you dare to be distracted at this time? On the platform, Xue Xiaolong was fighting with someone. The young man activated his divine hammer, and the sky was filled with countless bronze hammers. As the hammers smashed down, heaven and earth trembled, and shockwaves shot out. You can't. Xue Xiaolong swung his sword 3 times at his opponent with overwhelming sword will. With the first swing, the bronze hammers shattered. With the second swing, the physical body was cut into pieces. With the third swing, the sword will shattered the physical body. With the third swing, Xue Xiaolong sheathed his sword and stood upright, defeating his opponent with ease. The competition for the spots was intense. After a round of competition, only 100 of the 1,000 participants were left. These 100 young elites had their eyes on the tens of millions of fate points. The powerful fate had taken the initiative to connect with the fate platform. Elites. All of them were elites. The young elites from the last 1,000 years are not as outstanding as this time. Divine Dragon Palace, Great Hall, Xue Xiaolong, Wuji Tianquang, Lai Shan. These are the elites of our Divine Dragon Palace. Of course, there's also Mu Lin and Yan Kuang. They are the elites of the younger generation. The dragon sovereigns revealed satisfied expressions. Among them, this Mu Lin and Yan Kuang both have extraordinary backgrounds. Perhaps they are the disciples of a certain great sage. They are worth nurturing. If there are no surprises, the first place of this dragon ranking war will be decided between Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong. Their combat prowess is about the same. The rest are not as strong. If they cultivate for a few hundred years, their achievements will be even more obvious. The dragon emperors of the Divine Dragon world had influence in all the worlds. The next generation's inheritance was also something they paid attention to. Once there were young elites or geniuses, they would naturally search for them. The dragon ranking war was actually a chance for the dragon emperors to select elites to nurture. Who will be the strongest in the dragon ranking war in the last 1,000 years? I am really looking forward to it. The ancient dragon emperors looked at the fate platform. The most intense moment had arrived. Congratulations to all of you for reaching this position. An ancient voice descended on the fate platform. On the platform, there were 100 young elites left. All of them were celestial kings or heaven stage celestial kings. Many of them were as strong as the dragon monarchs. The most intense moment is coming. The one who will be qualified to enter the deity's pool will depend on you. Show your strength and compete. The 100 young elites felt their blood boiling. Their voices were filled with boundless temptation. Their emotions surged, and they were eager to give it a try. Who else but me can enter the deity's pool? A middle-aged man in a green robe said. His face was sharp, and his aura was cold. No matter what, I will be qualified to enter the deity's pool. I will kill anyone who dares to stand in my way. No one can stop me from rising. I will become the pride of my tribe. The 100 young elites looked at each other as if they were enemies. If the ancient voice had not given the order, they would have killed each other. I wonder if it will be a battle of attrition next? The black-robed Lin Fei stood on the fate platform. He was also filled with fighting spirit. He had defeated the giant in the third saber and obtained a part of the ancient saber emperor's unique skill. His 18 primordial clones had broken through their limits, and his combat prowess had improved. It was time to fight against the young generation of the divine dragon world. Hua 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 hua. A large amount of light fell. The two met each other again. The divine dragon world mainly cultivates divine power. This test is a battle of divine power. Show your overwhelming strength. Fight. Chapter 1090. Dragon City. Factions from all over the divine dragon world gathered. Apart from the major factions of the divine dragon world, many factions from all over the world came to visit. In fact, the Dragon Emperor of the divine dragon world had specially arranged for this to be a demonstration of strength. The strength of such a huge world depended on the strength of the younger generation. The Dragon Ranking Tournament was a place where the young experts could rise to the top. There were countless young talents in this Dragon Ranking Tournament, and they were even stronger than the previous tournament. Many giants from other worlds had many ideas. The most important moment was about to begin. Everyone, the era of our hidden tribe's great victory has arrived. In another large hall, the giants from the hidden tribes revealed satisfied expressions. In the Dragon Ranking Tournament, their hidden tribes had displayed extraordinary strength, suppressing many geniuses from the Divine Dragon Palace and meeting the giants' expectations. The intense battle was about to begin. Zhan Wushuang is the leader of our hidden tribes in this Dragon Ranking Tournament. With his talent, once he enters the deity's pool, he will obtain most of the essence in the deity's pool. His strength will be infinitely close to the immortal emperor realm. Xue Xiaolong's talent is shocking, but compared to Zhan Wushuang, he is still lacking. Moreover, Zhan Wushuang carries all our hopes. In the last round, no one here can compete with him in terms of divine power. Even Xue Xiaolong is undoubtedly the first. I wonder what expression the old man from the Divine Dragon Palace will have when he sees our people taking the deity's pool. It will be very interesting. Ha ha ha. On a platform, the light faded, and the two appeared on the platform. The battle begins. A miraculous power formed a huge barrier, preventing all the power from leaking out. Consecrated Mu, we meet again. The light on the other side faded, and a young man who seemed to be familiar with them stood there. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and he looked down arrogantly. Young Master Long, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is indeed surprising. Dragon Emperor Long's eldest son, Dragon Ascending the Heavens, was in the top 100. He had killed his way to this stage, and now he met Lin Fei. Dragon Ascending the Heavens walked over step by step, roaring like a tiger and soaring dragon. The divine power in the sky turned into a huge domain. The divine power domain, the long saber, and the long spear flashed with a dangerous aura. You've really piqued my curiosity. My bastard little brother's luck really isn't bad to be able to get to where he is today. Dragon Ascending the Heavens aura continued to rise. You may have many tricks up your sleeves, but unfortunately, your divine power is far inferior to mine. Admit defeat and become my follower, and I'll let you leave the stage unharmed. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you know what true power is. Threats? Wave after wave of pressure formed from divine power crushed down on them. Thank you for your kind intentions, young master. I'm going for the deity's lake. You're unlucky to have met me. Actually, I've been very unhappy with you since long ago. I hope you can block one of my attacks. Lin Fei released his god force, and the 18 Grand Mist incarnations merged into one. Boundless god force rushed out of his body. Divine palaces appeared one after another, and the dragon soaring world's god force domain shook violently, on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. Your divine power isn't enough. Lin Fei strode forth like tigers and dragons. Towering waves of god force gushed forth, slamming into the god force domain. Impossible. My god force has already reached 3.8 billion dragons. How can his god force affect mine? This is impossible. This young master's god force is about to reach the level of a dragon emperor. Dragon ascending the heavens roared, suppressing his own aura as he punched out. His fist transformed into a gigantic torrent of energy, gushing forth endlessly, unwilling to be suppressed. The power of the 18 Grand Mist incarnations merged into one, and Lin Fei's body was filled with a terrifying power. This was a power that shocked even Lin Fei. The god force he absorbed from the deity sea was now all for Lin Fei to use. This god force? The dense god force caused the wind to blow like a flute. Lin Fei opened his hand and clawed out with his 5 fingers. His divine power was like a blade, revealing its sharpness as it smashed into the flood, causing explosions to ring out continuously. The torrent of god force that could instantly kill a heaven-ranked immortal king shrank unceasingly, unable to block this attack. Dragon ascending the heavens was caught in the giant palm formed from god force. To me, you're really nothing. Lin Fei shook his head and squeezed out forcefully. Terrifying god force gushed forth, and dragon ascending the heavens was instantly crushed into pieces. Not a single word was left behind as he lost the qualifications to enter the deity's lake. With dragon ascending the heavens eliminated, a large number of destiny points fell onto Lin Fei's head. The path of destiny changed once again. This lord's god force is truly powerful, to be able to crush dragon ascending the heavens with a single move. The 18 Grand Mist incarnations are truly powerful. Lin Fei retracted his god force. Before recovering, no one could see the dense and boundless god force from before. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it was before. The 18 primordial chaos clones absorbed the divine energy. The 18 clones merged into one, and the divine energy surged like the ocean, terrifying to the extreme. The 3.8 billion divine dragons' divine power that dragon soars the heavens had cultivated could not withstand Lin Fei's attack, and it completely dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Lin Fei bared his fangs and defeated a hero with a total of 3.8 billion dragon divine power. Dragon ascending the heavens lost. The most unacceptable result was Dragon Ba and Dragon Emperor, who stood up on the spot. Among the 100 Dragon Emperors, Dragon Ba and Dragon Emperor had 2 people under their command. Dragon ascending the heavens had lost to a newcomer that they did not think highly of. It was beyond their imagination. Ha 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 ha, I like this kid. The last round was a contest of God Force. The control of God Force was very subtle, but the impact was huge. However, when Lin Fei's God Force shot up to the sky and crushed Dragon ascending the heavens, the crowd erupted. In the previous battles, the world of blade intent and speed did not count for much. After all, the mystical dragon world was a world of strength. Even if one performed well, in the eyes of the powerhouses, it was nothing more than a crooked path. Even though Lin Fei had revealed a portion of his God Force, the powerhouses could still see it clearly. The powerhouses were all paying close attention to the powerhouses. With such terrifying God Force, he could definitely reach the level of the Dragon Emperor, or even surpass him. If he could defeat another powerhouse, he would probably qualify for the deity's pool. With Dragon ascending the heavens out, Lin Fei was once again close to qualifying for the deity's pool. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when Lin Fei returned to the platform, another gaze was directed at him. Your God Force is very strong. Not far away, Xue Xiaolong's battle intent surged as he looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei said lightly, "You flatter me." Chapter 1091. Of the 100 geniuses, only 50 remained. A battle that didn't seem to last long had eliminated young elites one after another. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, Infinite Heaven Madman, Dragon Phoenix Ninth Heaven, Mu Lin, and the other powerful fighters became the most dazzling existences in the Dragon Rank tournament. Who could obtain the first rank and make a name for themselves in the Divine Dragon world? This was undoubtedly something that everyone paid attention to. The light shone down again. A moment later, a figure rushed out. It's him, Zhan Wushuang. The one with the highest destiny points. The destiny platform was actually created by imitating an immortal emperor's treasure. It had a mysterious effect. With lightning speed, Zhan Wushuang defeated his opponent and was the first to enter the next stage. In other words, Zhan Wushuang was infinitely close to qualifying for the deity's pool. This time, Lin Fei came across an expert from the Loose clans, who was known as the Heavenly Sea Immortal King. His godly strength surpassed that of dragons soars the heavens, almost reaching the level of the Dragon Emperor. As soon as the celestial king of the heavenly sea made his move, over 1,000 celestial palaces came crashing down. Each celestial palace was 100,000 zhong in size, and they covered the sky with the intention of taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. Lin Fei punched out. His god power was like a flood, vast and mighty, 1,000,000 zhong long. In an instant, the Heaven Sea Deity King was drowned in it, and he was eliminated. Instant kill. Xue Xiaolong, Limitless Heaven Madness, and the others all had heaven-defying divine force. Their fists could see flesh, seas of blood surging. It was a ghastly sight. Only the dragon race could persevere. The result was out of 50 to 25. In the next round, Zhan Wushuang had a bye among the 25 people. In other words, Zhan Wushuang was qualified to take away a deity's lake. With his destiny points, no one was an exception. Fate often favored the strong, especially the peerless monstrous geniuses with great luck. The second to come out was Xue Xiaolong, an outstanding talent from the Divine Dragon Palace. His time was no less than Zhan Wushuang's. To them, the right to enter the deity's lake was already in their grasp. This was a battle between the younger generation of the hidden tribes and the Divine Dragon Palace. The third person to come out was none other than the black-robed Lin Fei. After defeating him twice, the black-robed Lin Fei was remembered. The third person to come out was only a step away from the deity's lake. Next was Dragon Phoenix Ninth Heaven, Xianxia, Limitless Mad Sky, Gue Yan, Lai Shan, and the others. These 13 people were the final contenders for the Dragon Rank Tournament. At this stage, they were only one step away from the deity's lake. Whoever obtained the right to enter the deity's lake would experience a complete transformation. Of the 13 people, 3 would be disqualified. For them to reach this step, there was no need to doubt their strength. Even in the divine dragon world, they were famous. The 13 of them had different emotions. The lights slowly descended. Zhan Wushuang didn't need to do anything. He was qualified to enter the deity's lake, and with the help of the destiny platform, he managed to get one of the spots. Ha ha ha, kid, your opponent is me. Another ray of light descended and enveloped 2 of them. Lin Fei faced off against Xianxia. Xue Xiaolong met the Dragon and Phoenix in Ninth Heaven. Unbounded Mad Sky met Lai Shan. The most intense moment had arrived. At this stage, the right to enter the deity's lake was right in front of them. It was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. Xianxia had always wanted to teach this guy called Mu Lin a lesson. When he found out that he was facing this guy, he couldn't contain his excitement. As he laughed, the towering palace came crashing down. Xianxia wasn't of pure bloodline. He had inherited the power of the dragon race, which made the divine power he cultivated even more violent. A raging bear flew out. Xianxia stood proudly on its paw. Today, I'll end you. Xianxia activated the raging bear and stomped down. Each step covered hundreds of thousands of zhong, leaving no space for his opponent. Violent divine power can affect the opponent's divine power? With just a thought, Lin Fei sensed the change in his divine power. He felt like he was losing control of his own divine power. Could it backfire at the crucial moment? Could it become the enemy's weapon? In an instant he understood everything. The 18 primordial clones gathered their divine power together. Lin Fei had perfect control over them. Boom boom! Xianxia stomped down, and the space around him collapsed. Not a single place was left intact. Aren't you supposed to have incredible divine power? How did you become a coward? Xianxia, whose strength was second only to Zhan Wushuang, could be considered a top-notch expert. His strength had reached 5.5 billion dragon god power, which was the standard of the Dragon Emperor. Xianxia could be considered a Dragon Emperor, an expert of noble status. Berserk combo. The platform was filled with berserk divine power. Anyone who fell into it would be smashed into pieces by the divine power. Even if they weren't killed, their mind would be guided by the berserk divine power and fall into a berserk state. It looks like Mu Lin is going to lose. Why aren't you using your divine power? Xianxia is still a bit more skilled and has the upper hand. He's suppressing his opponent. Xianxia's momentum was unstoppable, and Lin Fei's dodging made him even more furious. 10 consecutive slashes. A deafening roar rang out as Xianxia jumped down from the rampage bear. Gathering his god force, he took out a long saber, sending out a domineering saber light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one slash after another, the power of the slash multiplied. The ultimate skill of the Dragon Bear clan. After the 10th slash, it'll be the strongest. Xianxia plans to end the fight in one go. After the 3rd slash, the power of each slash had reached 20 to 30 billion dragon god force, and it was still rising. Die, die. Xianxia seemed to be possessed, and every slash of his saber was deadly. 3 slashes, and you're still not dead? The black-robed brat was still alive by the 4th slash, and he seemed to be quite surprised. Humph, I don't believe you can take the next few slashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5th slash, 6th slash, 7th slash, 8th slash, 9th slash. On the 9th slash, his power broke through 60 billion dragon god force, and his attack power was more than 10 times greater. 10th slash. Xianxia was full of confidence at first, but as his opponent kept dodging, he realized he couldn't kill him. He was a member of the younger generation of the Hidden World tribe, and yet he couldn't even take care of a brat? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all of his god force poured into Xianxia's slash, and the terrifying saber light that surpassed 80 billion dragon god force tore through the void. Brat, you definitely don't know how powerful the 10th slash is, but you'll soon experience it for yourself. Ha ha ha, Xianxia sneered, and his god force poured into the slash, causing it to shine like a blazing sun. Slash! Xianxia slashed out, and the saber light flashed as it arrived in front of Lin Fei. Drawl, Xianxia roared, forming a frequency that drew on the god force around Lin Fei, transforming it into saber light that slashed back at Lin Fei. This is your so-called 10 consecutive strikes? At this moment, Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed at the terrifying saber light. With a grasp of his god power hand, the saber light that had the power of 80 billion dragon divine power all landed on his palm. Bang 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 bang, the entire saber light exploded, shattering inch by inch. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a saber light also flew out. It was an ordinary saber light that pierced through Xianxia's body. His physical body did not break, but the primordial spirit in his forehead shattered. Chapter 1092. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Black-robed brat, it's the black-robed brat again. The leaders of the hidden tribes roared. Especially one of the leaders. His anger was soaring, and large portions of his deity palaces were shattered. The black-robed brat deserves to die. Xianxian actually lost to the black-robed brat. Damn it! Heaven Wasteland Dragon Lord roared. His killing intent was overwhelming, and the entire palace gave off an icy chill. This Dragon Lord was Xianxia's master, a Dragon Lord of the Dragon Bear tribe. His strength was very close to that of the Dragon Emperor. The anger of such a leader was very serious. Brother Heaven Wasteland, this kid has hidden his strength well. That saber strike had 100 billion dragon celestial power of dragon, and caught Xianxian off guard. Damn it! He must be a trump card of the mystical dragon palace. Another powerhouse said in a deep voice. That must be it. Those guys from the mystical dragon palace are despicable. We have been tricked by them. The hidden tribes were united against the outside world. Xianxian had been eliminated, and he had missed a spot. From start to finish, several elites from the hidden tribes had been defeated by the black-robed brat. Only now did they realize that they had misjudged the black-robed brat. Inform Zhan Wushuang. No matter what, we must take care of the black-robed brat. The people of the mystical dragon palace cannot be allowed to grow. Killing intent flashed in Heaven Wasteland Dragon Lord's eyes. His disciple had missed the deity's pool, and his confidence had been greatly affected. He had to get back at the black-robed brat no matter what. 10 times the divine power. His strength is almost 100 billion dragon celestial power of dragon celestial power. That's enough to defeat me back then. On the Destiny platform, Lin Fei had returned, having won a spot at the deity's pool. In the previous battle, he had realized that the young elites of the mystical dragon world were not as simple as he had imagined. 100 billion dragon celestial power of dragon celestial power of dragon celestial power of dragon celestial power was not an easy feat even for him. Thanks to the deity's sea, my 18 primordial chaos clones' divine power has been enhanced. Only then can I beat him head-on. I'm afraid the hidden tribe's leaders want to kill me. Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. A powerful aura swept past him, disappearing in a flash, as though he had never been there. Someone was observing him. He must have used the power of 100 billion dragons to attract the attention of the true giants. With their attention, even if the giants of the hidden tribes have designs on me, they won't dare to do anything to me. Lin Fei calculated it clearly. Once he entered the deity's lake, he would be able to raise his strength once more. When the time came, he could just leave without doing anything. The strength of his 18 incarnations had increased, and with the help of the deity's pool, his main body's divine power had increased. The giants would not be able to do anything to him. Well done. After Lin Fei finished his battle, another venerable came out. It's him, Limitless Sky Madness. Limitless Madness defeated Lai Shan and obtained the qualification to enter the deity's lake. But, you've defeated the people from the hidden tribe, and you're also a genius of the Dragon Bear tribe. I'm afraid the big shots of the Dragon Bear tribe won't let you off easily. You better be prepared. Wuji Tianquang had thick eyebrows and big eyes, filled with arrogance. Thanks for the reminder. I know what to do. Lin Fei nodded. A big shot of the Dragon Bear clan? What's there to be afraid of? Wuji Tianquang had indeed looked down on this black-robed lad. Seeing his performance, he shook his head slightly. Ha! Another arrogant fellow. He still doesn't know how powerful the big shots of the Dragon Bear tribe are. He'll suffer when the time comes. Whoosh! A sharp gaze shot over. Black-robed lad, you should be a trump card of the Divine Dragon Palace. Since you can defeat the berserk Xianxia, I'll show you the hidden tribe's foundation. The voice disappeared in a flash. Lin Fei looked over. Zhan Wushuang sat cross-legged without saying a word. Hidden tribe's foundation? Lin Fei chuckled. His deity absorbed divine power, the divine power of his 18 clones increased, and Lin Fei's divine power skyrocketed. He really didn't have to worry about the hidden tribe's so-called foundation. 10 times explosive power couldn't kill you. What about 50 times explosive power? What young elites? What leaders? They wouldn't be a match for him. I'll fight you to the end. Black-robed lad, Mu Lin, is worthy of our nurturing. Divine Dragon Palace. Great Hall. Some of the dragon emperors were paying attention to the black-robed lad. That saber strike killed Xianxia. It's a pity that we didn't meet before. Otherwise, Xianxia would have lost his deity's lake qualification. What a pity. Even though Xianxia had been eliminated in this round, he still had another chance. The process would be extremely difficult, but with his battle prowess, he could still regain his deity's lake qualification. The Dragon Emperor's words were actually referring to Xianxia. His fate was strong, and he didn't meet the black-robed lad earlier. After the deity's lake, recruit him to the Divine Dragon Palace and nurture him well. The Divine Dragon Palace liked young elites like him more than anyone else. The hidden tribe wanted nothing more than to exterminate the other party. No matter what they did, they had to recruit and groom him. They had to fork out resources to cultivate him. It should not be a problem for him to become a dragon monarch expert. Even becoming a dragon emperor in the future would not be a problem. The effort to nurture him was completely worth it. The deity's lake qualification was decided one by one. The first was naturally Zhan Wushuang. The second was Xue Xiaolong. The third was Limitless Heaven's Madness. The fourth was Lin Fei. The fifth was Gue Yen. The sixth and seventh were Fei Shang and I in the blue waves. As for the last 8 and 90, 2 of them were taken down by Xianxia and Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven. Given their strength, even if they were eliminated, they would still have the strength to fight their way back. There was nothing to doubt. Black-robed brat, you didn't expect me to return, did you? Xianxia returned, his body reeking of blood. It hadn't been easy for him to regain his deity's lake qualification. He had paid a huge price, especially after the black-robed brat had destroyed his physical body. Xianxia's hatred for the black-robed brat wasn't ordinary. Therefore, he wanted nothing more than to kill him to vent his anger. Zhetian, you brat. You're really useless. You lost to a newbie. Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven was a black-robed woman with a bewitching figure. Zhetian, if you have the ability, go yourself. Xianxia said without hesitation, his eyes fixed on the black-robed brat. If it weren't for this brat, he wouldn't have needed to attack a second time. He had used up a large amount of divine power and almost injured his essence. If I had known, I would have heavily injured this brat. Chapter 1093. You don't know what's good for you. I dare you to say it again. Xianxia gathered his divine power, and a saber light flashed. He was enraged. Scars. Xianxia was most afraid of scars. The black-robed brat still dared to boast shamelessly. No one could sit still. Kill me in one move? Xianxia did not believe that the black-robed brat could kill him in one move. In reality, he had underestimated the black-robed brat. He was too cunning. Xianxia was confident that if they fought again, the black-robed brat would be the one to lose. He would teach the black-robed brat a lesson. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualifications to the deity's lake. The ancient voice descended again. The 10 qualifications to the deity's lake had been determined. The hidden tribes benefited the most, obtaining 3. After them was the divine dragon palace, obtaining a few as well. On the platform of destiny, there were only 10 young prodigies left. The 10 most promising young talents of the divine dragon world. Everyone stopped when they heard the ancient voice. They did not know what the dragon emperor would say next. No matter how arrogant they were, they did not dare to act rashly when facing an existence like the dragon emperor. The dragon emperor could kill them with one finger. You have obtained the qualifications to the deity's lake. You will receive heaven-defying improvements. However, as the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. The dragon ranking tournament that occurs once every 1,000 years will have a winner. Next, you will enter the Sea of Destiny for the final ranking tournament. Lin Fei thought that the dragon ranking tournament would come to an end when another ranking tournament appeared. Sea of Destiny? After obtaining the qualifications to the deity's lake, Lin Fei was not interested in what happened next. In reality, the Sea of Destiny was to rely on one's own strength to traverse the Sea of Destiny. A large number of sea beasts gathered on the boundless sea. There were a total of 1,000 stages, and those who passed 1,000 stages were heaven-defying geniuses. The moment Lin Fei teleported in, the salty sea greeted him. Many sea beasts brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Fei. Boom! Lin Fei punched, and a huge wave engulfed the sea beasts. He successfully passed the first stage. The first place in the ranking tournament belongs to me. Xue Xiaolong's sword intent rampaged, piercing through the sea monster's head and shattering its sea of consciousness. He easily cleared the first stage and proceeded to the next one. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang used dragon soaring tiger steps and domineering fist techniques to smash the sea demons. Hundreds of sea demons were instantly turned into pieces. The young elites in the top 10 all used their own methods to break through one trial after another. Zhan Wushuang lives up to his reputation as one of the leaders of our hidden tribes. He easily cleared the 500th stage. The Divine Dragon Palace's Xue Xiaolong only cleared the 400th stage. He is far from our Zhan Wushuang. The number of checkpoints on the Sea of Fate was displayed. Zhan Wushuang was fully deserving of the first place. After killing his way through more than 500 levels, he was temporarily in first place. The second is naturally Xue Xiaolong, at the 473rd stage. Third, Unbounded Heavenly Fury. 430 checkpoints. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dense sea of sea demons appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. Lin Fei wielded his divine power saber, and his saber techniques were impenetrable. He executed his 3 heads and 6 arms, and a rainbow light flashed as he killed the sea demons. The attacks of these sea demons are continuously increasing. This Sea of Fate is really not easy to clear. Lin Fei was currently at the 410th stage. The defense of my saber techniques is as solid as a mountain. Clearing the 500th stage will not be a problem. At the start, everyone moved quickly. As time passed, the difficulty increased. Each stage required a lot of time. From a few hours, it grew to half a day or even a day. He is at the 730th stage. The powerhouses of the hidden tribes revealed smiles again. With Wushuang's strength, he is fully capable of clearing the 800th stage and setting a new record. Rumor has it that the Sea of Fate originated from the Fate Emperor. After passing the 800th stage, a mysterious ultimate skill will appear. In the entire Divine Dragon world, there are very few people who can pass the 800th stage. Those who can reach this stage are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. I see that Xue Xiaolong will not be able to reach the 800th stage with his strength. The ultimate skill of the Fate Emperor must be ours. Divine Dragon Palace. Zhan Wushuang has strong providence. He might really be the first to reach the 800th stage. Unfortunately, the ultimate skill of the Fate Emperor, Xue Xiaolong, is much weaker. The Fate Emperor's imperial mystic skill is going to fall into his hands. These powerhouses were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do for now. The Sea of Fate was about strength. They could only watch. The Fate platform had restrictions. Even they could not enter the Sea of Fate. Look, isn't that the black-robed kid? His speed is so fast. He surpassed Gue Yan. He surpassed Xianxia again. Just when everyone thought that Zhan Wushuang would be the first to reach the 800th stage, someone caught up and surpassed unbounded heavenly fury. This time, the powerhouses of the Divine Dragon Palace revealed expressions of joy. I couldn't tell. I really couldn't tell. The black-robed kid's saber art contains heaven's might. It's suppressing the sea demons. It looks like he's going to surpass Xue Xiaolong. In reality, Lin Fei had already grasped the sea demons. The moment he arrived, he unleashed his saber-intent world. Heaven's might enveloped the sea demons, and saber lights killed them. 450th stage. 512th stage. 673rd stage. 700th stage. 730th stage. The number of sea demons kept increasing. Lin Fei's divine power kept increasing as he killed a large number of sea demons. He gained a new understanding of the ultimate skill left behind by the ancient Saber Emperor. Once the heaven's might was unleashed, the saber-intent world tore apart the sea demons' defenses. Lin Fei had ample time to kill a large number of sea demons. His control of the saber-intent kept improving. Lin Fei was completely immersed in the sea demons. No matter which wave of these sea demons came from, they could drown an immortal king expert. At this moment, these sea demons were before Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his saber to kill, not leaving a single sea demon alive. The saber intent was extraordinarily sharp, surpassing the elites. Congratulations on clearing the 800th stage. Lin Fei was clearly stunned. I cleared the 800th stage? It seems like I just cleared the 400th stage. Even I was shocked when I heard it. What's going on? Didn't I reach the 800th stage? Zhan Wushuang had reached the 800th stage after much difficulty. He already knew about the platform of destiny. It was said that clearing this stage would bring great rewards. The platform of destiny was made from the Fate Emperor's treasure. It could be said that part of it was made later, and the two parts were combined. Zhan Wushuang really wanted to learn the Fate Emperor's ultimate skill. According to the tribe's powerhouse, the Fate Emperor's ultimate skill had to be an Emperor-grade magic skill. Otherwise, it would be either a minor Emperor-grade magic skill or a major Emperor-grade magic skill. Zhan Wushuang thought that he was the first to clear the 800th stage. Chapter 1094. Emperor-grade ability. Emperor-grade ability. Emperor-grade ability. Gone. My opportunity is gone. Zhan Wushuang's 3 corpses were enraged. Cold energy soared into the sky. In the abyss world, tens of thousands of beasts were destroyed. I've been in the lead all the way. Who was it that quietly surpassed me and took away my opportunity? An emperor-grade ability. An existence that is indispensable to becoming an immortal emperor. Zhan Wushuang was unwilling. His opportunity was gone. Xue Xiaolong? It can't be him. His strength is slightly weaker than mine. His speed is slower than mine. He can't surpass me. Could it be limitless sky madness? No, it can't be. He doesn't have the strength. Or Xianxia, Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven? Zhan Wushuang frowned. A figure flashed in his mind. Who was it that hid so deeply? Is it him? The black-robed kid's figure flashed in front of him. It can't be. The black-robed kid's saber-intent world is not bad. But in the Sea of Destiny, there are as many sea demons as there are clouds. Just because he defeated Jition doesn't mean he can pass the 800th level. If he can pass the 500th level, he is very strong. Then, who is it? My Emperor-grade ability. Roars swept out. A large number of sea demons exploded, unable to conceal Zhan Wushuang's anger. Fate Emperor? Lin Fei was in the middle of a vast galaxy. The endless sea demons disappeared. The vast galaxy with countless stars appeared in front of him. Lin Fei blinked. Is there a reward for passing the 800th level? In the vast starry sky, a gigantic figure stood there. An ancient and distant aura fused with the starry sky, becoming one with the starry sky. The Tao of Fate is illusory. The huge figure's face couldn't be seen. Its voice echoed in the world of stars. Word by word, it was imprinted in Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei sensed that a great opportunity had arrived. He immediately sat cross-legged in the starry sky and focused all of his attention. His mind and spirit became one, and his state of mind became calm. He gradually became one with the starry sky and attempted to comprehend it. 3,000 immortal arts, the art of fate, came from this fate emperor? Lin Fei was shocked. The huge giant preached in the starry sky. Lin Fei did not fully understand. The system recorded and analyzed them one by one. If it was an ordinary person, they might have missed this opportunity. With the existence of the upgrade system, Lin Fei understood everything after analyzing and summarizing it. At first, the giant talked about fate, about the illusory existence of the world, and about the unique characteristics of fate. Everyone looked up to him. The people of the world were terrified. The world loved and hated her at the same time. The Great Cage of Destiny. An emperor-level divine ability? Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he kept blinking. He had learned another emperor-grade divine ability? A single mystic mirage technique had brought him endless benefits, allowing him to witness the domineering nature of an emperor-level mystic ability. The ultimate technique of a great emperor, the Great Cage of Destiny, was naturally extraordinary. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of having too many overlord-level mystical abilities. With the leveling system, he could learn them in a short time without any trouble. Let's talk after we learn it. Lin Fei had no idea that the 800th level of the Sea of Destiny would give him an emperor-level mystic ability called the Great Cage of Destiny. This emperor-level mystic ability was specially used to trap people. With the power of fate, once trapped, it would be difficult to escape. The power of fate was illusory and illusory. Saint Fei is out. He reached the 760th level. Songlong has me. He reached the 776th level. Xianxia, Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven, they're all out. It's a pity they're still a bit away from the 800th level. The Sea of Destiny was a wondrous place that only the powerhouses understood. Outsiders didn't know. The higher they went, the more difficult it became. They were teleported out one after another. I wonder if Big Brother Jean got the inheritance of the 800th level. Xianxia had been injured and reached the 790th level. He chose to give up and was teleported out, so he naturally thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor of Destiny. What? It's not Big Brother Jean. When the Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven came out and saw the results, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Impossible. How can the black-robed kid be stronger than Big Brother Jean? Big Brother Jean is one of the leaders of the hidden tribes. His main body strength exceeds 5 billion divine dragons. They couldn't believe this news at all. The inheritance was taken by a black-robed kid. Limitless Mad Heaven only came out after reaching the 820th level. After seeing the results, he laughed. The black-robed kid is really surprising. Zhan Wushuang is probably going to die from anger. Xue Xiaolong passed the 861st level before coming out of the Sea of Destiny. It's him? Xue Xiaolong thought that Zhan Wushuang had taken the inheritance. In the end, I still underestimated this black-robed kid. He was the first to reach the 800th level and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperor of Destiny. Xue Xiaolong wanted the inheritance of the Great Emperor of Destiny more than anyone else. Among all kinds of powers, the power of destiny was definitely the most tyrannical. Everyone was tricked by the black-robed kid. The black-robed kid stayed in the 800th level. Is Zhan Wushuang going to reach the 900th level? That must be it. Only 2 people were left in the Sea of Destiny. The other 8 were teleported out. Zhan Wushuang was teleported out on the 897th level. He didn't have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the 900th level. After Zhan Wushuang was teleported out, he looked exhausted. He had reached the limit. A large number of powerful sea monsters used all their means, but they still couldn't pass this level. Zhan Wushuang, you don't have the chance to pass the 900th level. You must be very unwilling. Xue Xiaolong said. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were cold. He glanced at him, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's him. It's him. The black-robed kid stole my inheritance. Humph, aren't you the same? We're about the same. Although Zhan Wushuang had some guesses, he couldn't be sure. They had been fighting, and the black-robed kid had obtained the inheritance. He couldn't accept it. If I had the inheritance of the 800th level, I would definitely be able to pass the 900th level. I wouldn't have missed a great opportunity. Zhan Wushuang was very helpless. An Emperor-level divine ability was enough to sweep away experts of the same level. 2 Emperor-level divine abilities were unimaginable. More importantly, the Great Emperor of Destiny's Emperor-level divine ability must be related to destiny. It was a very domineering divine ability among Emperor-level divine abilities. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to underestimate it. He's moving. He's moving. The black-robed kid, who was at the 800th level, charged forward again. As expected, he charged all the way to the 900th level. He was unstoppable. He went all the way to the 900th level. The obstacles along the way seemed to be non-existent. He stopped again. Be it the Divine Dragon Palace, the Hidden Tribes, or the entire Divine Dragon World. Chapter 1095. 913 Levels. The strongest person in the younger generation of the Divine Dragon World. He has a brighter future than Xue Xiaolong and Zhan Wushuang. 930 levels. First person. First person to approach 1,000 levels in 1,000 years. Below the platform of destiny, everyone gazed at the Sea of Destiny. That was the pride of the Divine Dragon World. No one could ever have predicted that the black-robed man who had been keeping a low profile would pass by limitless mad heavens, Xue Xiaolong, and Zhan Wushuang, and acquire the consummate legacy of the Fate Emperor. Very few people could reach this step in the past 1,000 years. Although some people had made it past 800 levels, some people thought that it was difficult to advance further because they missed the inheritance. Wushuang, we will definitely seek justice for you. The leaders of the hidden tribes sent their divine senses down. The leaders said that the ultimate technique of the Fate Emperor should belong to Zhan Wushuang, not someone else. In the end, everyone was surprised. It was not Xue Xiaolong, not Limitless Mad Sky, not Zhan Wushuang, but an unknown black-robed kid who snatched the Fate Emperor's inheritance. Now, this black-robed kid had reached a new height. He snatched everyone's hope and the martial arts inheritance that belonged to the hidden tribe's elites. No need. I am the strongest person in this dragon ranking tournament. I will take back what belongs to me personally after I lose. Zhan Wushuang was full of fighting spirit. A new elite did not need others to help him. He could deal with it himself. Zhan Wushuang was more interested in the ultimate technique of the Fate Emperor than anyone else. Even if the black-robed kid learned it, he could still deal with it himself. He could strip it from the other party. An Emperor-level ability was not something that the black-robed kid could obtain. He had to spit it out how he got it. Until the 940th level. The black-robed kid slowed down. He was not far from the 1,000th level. No one could guarantee that he could make it to the 1,000th level. After the 950th level, he slowed down again. With a flash of light, the black-robed kid was teleported out. The Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Palace was slightly disappointed. Everyone was looking forward to the inheritance left behind in the 1,000th level. Even they did not know what kind of ability was left behind in the 1,000th level. The people from the hidden tribes breathed a sigh of relief. They had not reached the 1,000th level. If they had reached the 1,000th level, their faces would be even uglier. From the very beginning, they thought that Zhan Wushuang would be able to sweep through all of them. They had the confidence and strength to obtain the final victory and monopolize the inherited absolute art. In the end, there was no point in talking about it. The black-robed youngster came out. Even though he had yet to reach the 1,000th stage, the impression he left on them could not be erased. Subconsciously, they treated the black-robed young man as a trump card of the Divine Dragon Palace. They were so focused on Xue Xiaolong and the others that they ignored the people around them. Relax your guard. The black-robed kid had committed a heinous crime. The Divine Dragon Palace's trump card needed to be dealt with. Lin Fei teleported out of the Sea of Destiny. These 1,000 trials are not easy to pass. I used all my Emperor-level divine abilities, but I still couldn't break through. Even he didn't know how long he had stayed in the Sea of Fate. He only remembered the boundless emperor-grade divine abilities. Killing intent? As soon as he came out, he felt a chill in his heart, and his eyebrows twitched. This was a sign that someone wanted to kill him. A real killing intent. It was a vengeance for killing his parents and destroying his wealth. It's him. Lin Fei immediately found the source of the killing intent. The other party did not hide his killing intent at all. Zhan Wushuang. And him, Xue Xiaolong. These two were the most popular candidates this time. The first place would be decided between them. However, at this moment, the two seemed to have a common enemy. A cold gaze filled with killing intent locked onto Lin Fei. Be it Zhan Wushuang or Xue Xiaolong, they were dragons among men, geniuses. The inheritance that belonged to them was snatched away by an ordinary-looking black-robed man. Naturally, they were filled with resentment. The emperor-level divine abilities had missed them by a hair's breadth. The hatred was as deep as a sea of blood. Xue Xiaolong's sharp gaze shot over. Black-robed kid, I don't care where you come from. If you don't want to die, hand over the emperor-level divine ability. This is your only choice. This is the Dragon Lake. You don't have the right to choose. Emperor-level divine abilities were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Xue Xiaolong originally had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of an emperor-level divine ability. The importance of an emperor-level divine ability to him was immeasurable, especially one that came from the Fate Emperor. 10 emperor-level divine abilities could not compare to one emperor-level divine ability from the Fate Emperor. The black-robed kid had snatched away his emperor-level divine ability. He had long wanted to kill him. Lin Fei smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha. Dragon City? Is it very impressive? If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Of course, you should be prepared to be killed and trampled under my feet. Good, stubborn. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Xue Xiaolong snorted coldly. Since he didn't give him face, he would definitely make this black-robed kid regret it. Xue Xiaolong was completely filled with killing intent. He must kill this black-robed kid. The emperor-level divine ability was not something he could have. On the other side, before Zhan Wushuang spoke, Lin Fei's voice came first. If you want me to hand over the emperor-level divine ability, you can forget it. I won't hand it over unless you have the ability to take it from me. I don't think you have that ability. To avoid trouble, Lin Fei directly rejected it. Emperor-level divine ability? No one could force him to spit out what he had eaten. Zhan Wushuang's eyes twitched. This kid dared to take the initiative to threaten him? Did he really think that he had no way to take the Emperor-level divine ability from him? He had 7 or 8 methods that could extract Emperor-level divine abilities without harming them. After he used them, they would become his Emperor-level divine ability. You talk big. Let's wait and see. Zhan Wushuang would not allow anyone to take away his Emperor-level divine ability. When Lin Fei came out of the Sea of Destiny, the Dragon Ranking Tournament was coming to an end. This year's Dragon Ranking Tournament, first place belongs to Mu Lin. This is the best result in history. The Dragon Emperor's voice echoed in the Divine Dragon world. At the same time, congratulations to the other 9 young participants. You will be qualified to enter the deity's pool and be reborn. This day will be in 3 days. The Dragon Emperor's voice echoed. This meant that the Dragon Ranking Tournament was coming to an end. The Dragon Ranking Tournament that happened once every 1,000 years had officially come to an end. Over the past 1,000 years, 10 young talents had obtained the right to enter the deity's pool. Those who did not enter the top 10 also gained fame in the Divine Dragon world. Tribes of all sizes would invite these elites to become their worshippers or even guests. Chapter 1096. Dragon Emperor Palace, Main Hall. The once-in-a-thousand-years dragon ranking battle had ended, and the aftermath was still brewing. Everything had just begun. Great! One of my revered elders got first place on the dragon ranking. Xue Xiaolong and Zhan Wushuang are not as good as my revered elder. Ha ha ha, my brothers will definitely be happy. Third young Master Long was happier than anyone else. In the Dragon Emperor Palace, he spoke with confidence. No Dragon Emperor Palace had ever gotten first place in the dragon ranking battle. In the circle of Dragon Emperor Palace, they were undoubtedly the most outstanding. Third young master, the Dragon Emperor invites you in. Father is looking for me? Third young Master Long was stunned and hurriedly stood up. Father, you're looking for me? Long Ba Long Huang's impression of his useless third son had improved greatly from his initial surprise to the present. Mu Lin was a revered elder of the Dragon Emperor Palace, and he had won first place in the dragon ranking battle and obtained the right to enter the Divine Lake. This kind of thing would not happen even once in 1,000 years. When revered Elder Mu comes, you must be polite. Don't act recklessly. Revered Elder. Third young Master Long was stunned, but when he saw his father's expression, he quickly came back to his senses. Father, I understand. Third young Master Long was most familiar with the term revered elder. Revered elders were different from revered elders. They were revered elders of the Dragon Emperor Palace, and they usually enjoyed the resources of the Dragon Emperor Palace to cultivate. They would only be asked to do something if there was a big matter. Revered elders were different. If there was something that could not be handled, revered elders would have to do it. The status of revered elders and revered elders were completely different. Long Ba said, Revered Elder Mu is the most accomplished person in the past 1,000 years. From what I see, Revered Elder Mu has learned at least 2 Emperor-level divine powers in the Sea of Destiny. His future is limitless. Don't be negligent tonight. Third young Master Long nodded. He did not dare to disobey his father. Guest Elder Mu, you've done well on this matter. You've done extremely well. You must participate in the family's matters. Third young Master Long finally revealed a happy expression. His father finally valued him. Tonight, the Dragon Emperor Palace was brightly lit. Long Ba and Dragon Emperor set up a banquet. The revered elders, important figures, and children of the Dragon Emperor Palace all attended the banquet. During the banquet, Long Ba and Long Huang were very enthusiastic. They toasted each other, treating Lin Fei as an existence on the same level. The important figures in the Dragon Palace kept toasting each other. Everyone wanted to be on good terms with such a prodigy with a bright future. After reaching the deity's lake, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Not to mention, he had obtained the Destiny Emperor's inheritance in the Sea of Destiny. It was bound to be an Emperor-level divine ability. Such a young and promising elite, anyone could see that his future was limitless. Some were happy while others were not. The ones who were unhappy were naturally Long Teng Tian and the others. Even though they had smiles on their faces, they were extremely sullen in their hearts. Especially when they saw how proud their little bastard brother was, they disliked Mu Lin even more. With the current situation, there was nothing they could do. If they had any ideas, father would be the first to not let them off, and might even punish them severely. At this juncture, it was easy to imagine what kind of emotions they were feeling. What a huge investment. The Dragon Emperor is really willing to pay. After the banquet, the original courtyard was replaced with a huge golden palace. Dense immortal qi intertwined and lingered. It was a paradise. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the storage ring and put it away. A canopy-like treasure appeared in his hand, and he played with it as he pleased. A low-grade immortal artifact. It turned out that the low-grade immortal artifact in his hand was mainly used for attacking. It was called the 9 Splendor Sky Canopy, and was an absolute treasure among the low-grade immortal artifacts. But for the current Lin Fei, a low-grade immortal artifact was nothing. He already had a mid-grade immortal artifact, the Blood Shadow Saber, and his divine power could not be underestimated. In addition, he had learned an Emperor-level ability. So what if a low-grade immortal artifact was? It's not bad to be a revered elder. Lin Fei did not reject the Dragon Emperor's invitation, but he also did not agree. This matter was not urgent. If he agreed, his potential would be too worthless. The matter in the deity's lake is worth paying attention to, so that I won't be at a disadvantage when the time comes. It turned out that before he left, the Dragon Emperor had told him a secret. He had to be careful of Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong attacking together to snatch the essence in the deity's lake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Fei received invitations from the Divine Dragon World, Dragon City, and various large tribes. In fact, the meaning was self-evident. They were all inviting Lin Fei to become a revered elder or a guest elder. Among them, the Dragon Emperor Palace, Dragon God Palace, Dragon Monarch Palace, and other giants sent people to send invitations. Their momentum completely surpassed Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong, attracting the envy and jealousy of countless people. As for these invitations, Lin Fei rejected them all. The reason was simple. He was in seclusion. Everyone in the divine dragon world knew that there was an inheritance in the Destiny Sea. Naturally, he was in seclusion to comprehend an emperor-level ability. It was not that easy to grasp an emperor-level ability. Fire Monkey, who could learn 30 to 40% of it, was extremely powerful. It would take a long time to grasp it perfectly. Divine Dragon Palace, Main Hall. The 10 young elites gathered together one after another. Killing intent. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, killing intent filled the air. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the others did not hide their killing intent. All of it was focused on Lin Fei. This deity's lake can't avoid a battle. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, and the others' sharp gazes never moved away. Congratulations on obtaining the qualifications to enter the deity's lake. This old man is the deity's lake controller, Long Fan. At the entrance of the main hall, a gray-robed old man entered and said, "This is a powerful dragon monarch." Lin Fei keenly sensed that this old man's aura was like a mountain. When this dragon monarch entered, everyone's divine power was subconsciously suppressed. The killing intent that was directed at Lin Fei disappeared without a trace. As soon as this dragon monarch appeared, the main hall immediately quieted down. Long Fan's dragon monarch steps were like mountains. His face was expressionless, giving off an indescribable pressure. His gaze swept over everyone and finally stopped on Lin Fei for a while. "All right, follow this old man." Long Fan waved his hand. His divine power was like an ocean, and everyone fell into it. This dragon monarch's strength is so strong. No one can resist. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. This dragon monarch's strength was indeed infinitely close to the immortal emperor realm. With a wave of his hand, he took them in. The endless void. Long Fan carried them and traveled through the endless void. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of millions of miles away. Was this the dragon monarch's speed? Lin Fei blinked. He did not know how long they traveled, but they passed through many void worlds and finally stopped in a space. Open. Chapter 1097. 10,000 dragons roared, and the space opened. The gray-robed dragon god blasted open hundreds of thousands of spaces, opening the legendary deity's pool in one go. Whoosh! Once the space opened, power enveloped them, and they passed through hundreds of thousands of spaces, entering the deity's pool in one go. So the deity's pool is hidden in hundreds of thousands of spaces. No wonder no one knows where it is. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flashed. He had heard of it before coming here. The 10 young elites were all shocked by this amount of money. The deity's pool was hidden in hundreds of thousands of spaces, and there was no mistake in opening it in one go. At least, they could not do it at their cultivation level. A spatial barrier that was indestructible was not something they could do. Only an extremely tyrannical power could tear it apart. The deity's pool of the mystical dragon world was hidden very well. After passing through hundreds of thousands of spaces, they found themselves on a platform in a colorful world. Within their vision, the roars of dragons shook the heavens and the earth. Divine dragons that were millions of zhang long swam in the sky. Their powerful auras were like mountains, giving off an oppressive feeling. It was as if they had never died and continued to rule the world, invincible. Where you are is the most mystical place in the mystical dragon world, called the deity's pool. Long Fan Dragon God said calmly. He looked at the soaring divine dragons with a complicated expression. Divine dragons formed from essence, qi, and spirit? Lin Fei looked over. Enormous dragons that were millions of zhang in length could be seen everywhere. One could well imagine how all-powerful these giants were back then, influencing the heavens and the earth, possessing extremely great influence. Do I have to absorb these giant dragons? Lin Fei guessed that the heaven-defying essence of the deity's pool referred to the divine dragons formed from essence, qi, and spirit. The deity's pool was left behind by generations of giants in the mystical dragon world. It contains essence, qi, and spirit. If you can subdue the essence, qi, and spirit and use it, you will be reborn. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as the gray-robed dragon god finished speaking, everyone turned into streams of light and flew out. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. I wonder if this batch can surpass the previous one. The gray-robed elder sat down cross-legged and merged with the space. 10 streams of light shot out. Roar roar roar. The huge dragon roared in the sky, its roar echoing throughout the sky, roaring continuously. Xiao. One of the 3,000,000 Zhang-long dragons shot over like a beam of light. The heavens and earth rumbled as the dragons turned into a raging sea that flooded over. Bang 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 bang. Everyone unleashed their respective divine abilities, but they were still blasted away. So powerful? Caught off guard, the 10 outstanding youths scattered in all directions. Go! The dragons are about to move. A 1,000,000-feet-long giant moved, and the rest of the mystical dragons followed suit, preparing to attack them. Black-robed brat, wait till I collect the essence, qi, and spirit left behind by the divine dragon. My strength will improve tremendously. When I return, it will be the day you die. Xue Xiaolong's sword will whirled entangled the 1,000,000-foot dragon as he flew out. Zhan Wushuang sent the 1,000,000-feet-long giant dragon flying with a single punch. Similarly, he left behind some harsh words. The arch-divine ability will be mine. You'd better pray that I don't find it. Seeing that Xue Xiaolong had gone to collect the essence, qi, and spirit, Zhan Wushuang did not dare to delay. He chose a direction and did not attack the black-robed brat. An emperor-level divine ability was important, but so was the essence, energy, and spirit left behind by the dragon god magnate. Streaks of light flew away. Inside the deity's pool, the divine dragon roared and shook the space barrier. A bunch of idiots. Lin Fei did not care about the threat. His gaze was focused on the mystical dragons. Treasure land. This is really a treasure land. Roar. With a long roar, a 1,000,000-feet-long divine dragon turned into a saber light that pierced through the void. Its domineering killing intent locked onto him. It can still transform after death? The 18 primordial chaos clones merged into one, and the divine power hand flew out to block in front of him. The power of the saber light blasted the divine power hand, and the divine power hand collapsed. Lin Fei attacked 3 times in a row to block this wave of saber light. What domineering power! It still retains the divine power of billions of dragons after death. It's an undying existence. After blocking the attack of the colossal dragon, Lin Fei once again summoned out his god power gigantic palm. This time he used 50% of his strength. 6 arms stretched out from behind him and grabbed onto the colossal dragon. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and suppressed it. After a long time, a golden immortal pill appeared. The dragon's soul roared as it was imprisoned within. It's really not easy to refine such a giant dragon. Lin Fei swallowed the immortal elixir. Pure power exploded from the immortal elixir and filled his body. It's divine power. Essence, qi, and soul flowed into his body like a torrent. The comprehension of the giant dragon was contained within the divine power, and it benefited him greatly. The essence, qi, and soul left behind by the giants were all fused into the divine power. The divine power was pure and flawless. After refining, the divine power that had never improved before was improving. Although it was not obvious, it was really improving. Ha ha ha, the deity's pool can really help me break through my main body's divine power. The 18 primordial chaos clones' divine power had improved, but his main body's divine power had not. Due to the limitations, his main body's divine power had always been what Lin Fei wanted to improve. While he was refining and absorbing, another divine dragon came roaring. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good timing. Boom boom boom. Ha 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 ha. My bloodline has finally reached 90%. My physical body has become perfect, and my strength has improved greatly. In the deity's pool, Xue Xiaolong was crystal clear. Golden blood flowed, and pure dragon might was released from his body. Every bone was golden. Just 10% more, and my bloodline will reach perfection. Then I can comprehend a complete emperor-level mystique in my bloodline. Ha 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 ha. Xue Xiaolong's bloodline was originally pure and far from perfection. In the deity's pool, he absorbed the essence, qi, and soul left by the giant divine dragon, improving the purity of his bloodline. Black-robed kid, when your bloodline purity reaches perfection, your emperor-level mystique will belong to me. Zhan Wushuang can forget about taking it from me. Bang! A giant divine dragon smashed into an uninhabited mountain range. An array fell from the sky and enveloped the giant divine dragon, refining it into an immortal elixir in the blink of an eye. My strength is almost at the level of a dragon god. Father said that the true essence is in the depths of the deity's pool. I must raise my strength to the level of a dragon god and cripple them in one fell swoop. Zhan Wushuang's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced another divine dragon. The 10 young heroes were incredibly busy, fighting with the divine dragons, refining them, and obtaining immortal pills. This was the best opportunity for them to increase their strength. The gray-robed elder revealed a faint smile. Zhan Wushuang's strength has improved so fast. I'm afraid that after this trip, his strength will catch up to the dragon monarch. This brat Xue Xiaolong isn't bad either. The purity of his bloodline is about to reach a perfect degree. Relying on the purity of his bloodline, he will be able to comprehend an emperor-level divine ability. His future prospects are limitless. Limitless Mad Sky is not bad too. This forest, when he examined Lin Fei's body, the old man's eyes widened. Chapter 1098. In the deity's pool where the dragon god was. The dragon god roared, looking down on the world and all life. The essence chi of the dragon god was all left in the deity's pool. The gray-robed old man saw a figure capturing the essence chi of the dragon god. After the dragon god died, the essence chi left behind was still extremely powerful. Its combat power could reach tens of billions of dragon divine power to over 100 billion dragon divine power. The power of this capture is definitely above 100 billion dragon divine power. It was a black-robed figure. In the sky, a giant hand made of god power grabbed forward and captured a giant formed from the dragon god's essence chi. He refined it in such a short time. How did he do it? In the past, it took a long time with the help of immortal artifacts and treasures? Unbelievable! As the controller, the gray-robed old man knew the strength of the dragon god in the deity's pool better than anyone else. Although the dragon god was dead, the dragon might was still there. The dragon race's dominance was not to be underestimated. The gray-robed old man could not believe the scene before him. Another one has been refined. The black-robed youngster's methods were astonishing. Every time he attacked, he would not miss. His divine power surpassed that of the divine dragon magnates. During this time, a huge dragon with 100 billion dragon god power was instantly captured and refined into an immortal pill. What kind of bloodline does he have? His body can hold god power continuously as if there is no limit. It's like a bottomless pit. Unbelievable. The gray-robed old man had seen many peerless geniuses in his life, but no one had ever given him such a feeling. If this continues, Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, and the rest will not be able to gain any advantage. With a thought, the black-robed kid refined another immortal pill. The gray-robed old man did not dare to think about it. My god power has finally broken through to 100 million dragon divine power. After breaking through the bottleneck, powerful energy surged like the sea, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. My god power has broken through to 100 million dragon divine power. It feels completely different. This is real power. With the 18 clones as one, my power is enough to fight against a so-called dragon sovereign. 3 heads and 6 arms. Capture them all. The 18 clones as one, power surged, almost breaking through the barrier. A huge arm stretched out from behind him. Lin Fei was like a phantom, vanishing without a trace, traveling hundreds of millions of kilometers. 7 or 8 divine dragon giants welcomed him in groups. Wow, these 7 divine dragons still have 100 billion dragon divine force in them after death. His aura surged. Lin Fei's 3 heads turned, and his 6 arms pressed down on the body of the gigantic divine dragon. The strength of the gigantic divine dragon was like a mountain, and it roared continuously, unable to resist the strength of a single arm. Return. Withdraw. Collect. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and the 7 god dragons entered it. What terrifying power! Just the power of one arm is enough to immobilize the divine dragon magnate. His power is at least 100 billion dragon divine powers. Everyone has truly underestimated the black-robed kid's potential. 200 million dragon god power. 300 million dragon god power. 1 billion dragon god power. 2 billion dragon god power. 3 billion dragon divine power. Lin Fei's 18 incarnations merged into one. His godly power was like a torrent as he refined the divine dragon magnates along the way and obtained immortal pills one after another. His main body's godly power kept increasing. The so-called god dragon magnate could no longer do anything to Lin Fei at this point. My main body's dragon god power has finally reached 10 billion dragon god power. Almost all the god dragons have been captured and refined into immortal pills. In addition to the 18 incarnations, my dragon god power is about to reach 30 billion dragon god power. Each of the 18 incarnations of primordial chaos had 1 billion dragon god power, and each incarnation could kill an immortal king powerhouse. This is still not enough. With 30 billion dragon god power, I should reach the level of a dragon god. Only after an explosive attack can I reach the strength of a dragon monarch. My main body's strength must reach the level of a dragon monarch powerhouse. Lin Fei was clear that such opportunities would be rare in the future. He would wait until his main body's dragon god power reached 50 billion dragon god power. What's going on? Why is the number of god dragon magnate decreasing? Are they all hidden in the depths? Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, and the rest soon realized that the number of god dragon magnate was decreasing. The number of wandering divine dragon giants suddenly decreased. Often, it would take a long time for them to meet a divine dragon giant. This made them very confused. They subconsciously thought that the god dragon magnate were all in the depths. As they went deeper, the number of wandering divine dragon magnates did not increase. Where did the dragon god go? Could it be that someone else has already refined it into a celestial pill? Guesses, doubts. The dragon god magnate vanished without a trace. It wasn't easy for one to appear, and its quality was only average. The big shots in the clan said that the lowest level in the deity's pool is the colossal dragon with 10 billion dragon divine power points, followed by the colossal dragon with 100 billion dragon divine power points, then the golden colossal dragon, the holy colossal dragon, and the highest level, the dark golden colossal dragon. Why is there not a single golden colossal dragon? Zhan Wushuang frowned with a puzzled expression. Boom! A long cry came from the depths of the deity's lake. There's someone in the depths of the deity's lake. Zhan Wushuang's primordial spirit was restless. An ancient aura swept across the deity's pool. Hua! He turned into a stream of light and flew away. An ancient aura that could spread throughout the entire divine pool was at least at the level of a golden dragon. The colossal golden dragon was actually formed after the death of a dragon monarch. Refining an immortal pill of this level was equivalent to refining a few hundred immortal pills. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Streaks of light tore through the air and arrived at the depths of the deity's pool. Zhan Wushuang. Isn't it you inside? Xue Xiaolong appeared just as Zhan Wushuang appeared. Xue Xiaolong, I thought it was you. Both of them were shocked. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. Could it be him? It was the black-robed kid again. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. A golden colossal dragon was 5 million feet long, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. It was instinctively attacking the black-robed kid, and the battle spread out in all directions. It's really him. Damn it! They understood why the dragon god magnate disappeared. In just a short while, they were shocked. The golden colossal dragon formed by a dragon monarch couldn't do anything to the black-robed kid. It was gradually at a disadvantage. It wouldn't take long before the black-robed kid suppressed and refined it. Kill! Xianxia came late. Seeing this scene, he released his divine power without saying a word. A divine power hammer smashed towards the black-robed kid, not giving him a chance to collect it. Zhan Wushuang, let's postpone our battle for now. We can't let this kid take advantage of us. Xue Xiaolong's gaze was sharp. He suppressed the thought of attacking Zhan Wushuang and said, let's get rid of him first. All right, let's not rush things between us. Zhan Wushuang said coldly, the black-robed kid's background is unknown. Let's chase him out and miss this opportunity. Swish. Chapter 1099. Sigh, it's starting. The gray-robed elder, who had his eyes closed all this time, sighed softly. Then, he came to the sky above the depths of the deity's lake. The divine power and the unstoppable sword intent disappeared without a trace within 300 meters. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, Xianxia, 9 Heavens Dragon Phoenix, Gue Yan, it's starting. The old man in gray knew that there was going to be a battle, but he couldn't stop it. The black-robed kid has such skills. Just keep a low profile and don't try to capture the gold dragon. Maybe he won't. The only thing I can do is to teleport him out at the crucial moment to prevent him from being killed. The old man in gray shook his head. In this matter, we can only watch. There was a rule that whoever entered the God Lake, the controller couldn't interfere. They had to deal with it themselves. Xiao xiao xiao, 5 mountains of sword intent slashed onto Lin Fei's body. Xue Xiaolong's sword intent formed a world of its own. One sword intent mountain was enough to kill a man-grade celestial king. 5 mountains of sword intent were extraordinary. A figure exploded, and another figure jumped out, with the exact same aura. Wait till I subdue the gold dragon, then I'll play with you guys. Xue Xiaolong's killer move missed. Zhan Wushuang's fist, 9 Heavens Dragon Phoenix and the others' attacks all destroyed Lin Fei's body. Not good, stop him. Everyone's attacks missed. They had sensed that the opponent wasn't far away, but their attacks all missed. With their strength, they could even kill Dragon God level experts. Much less a black-robed kid. Hong hong hong, Lin Fei used his Emperor Grade ability, and the space around him was uncountable. The main body hid in many spaces, constantly changing its position. Come in. His arm grabbed the gold dragon's body, causing space to shatter. He used his god power to suppress the gold dragon. The heaven and earth furnace flew out and he threw it into it. Emperor Grade ability. This is an Emperor Grade ability. Zhan Wushuang came to a realization. It could block their crazy attacks. Apart from an Emperor Grade ability, there was nothing else. This guy is using an Emperor Grade ability? Everyone was shocked. This news was unexpected and shocking. Zhan Wushuang, you guessed it right. You didn't expect me to have an Emperor-level divine skill, did you? What's going to happen next is something you can't imagine. Lin Fei recalled the Golden Dragon and faced Zhan Wushuang and the others. He could finally deal with these fellows. Cage of Fate. The aura of the Emperor-level divine ability was fully revealed. Not good. This is the Fate Emperor's Emperor-level divine ability. Don't let him use it, or we'll all be in trouble. Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong's expressions changed drastically. This was an Emperor-level theurgy that originally belonged to them. Everyone, use your strongest divine abilities. The aura of destiny enveloped the deity's pool. Even the gray-robed elder's expression changed. He was a dragon lord and could sense danger. I didn't expect that. Who would have thought that this black-robed brat had learned an Emperor-grade divine ability? If he could recreate the Emperor-grade divine ability of the Fate Emperor, it would definitely shock everyone. Zhan Wushuang and the others were having a hard time. Emperor-level divine ability. True Dragon Roar. Zhan Wushuang did not dare to hide anything. He directly uses an Emperor-level magic power. The sound wave attack drowns the opponent in an instant. True Dragon Roar is an extremely powerful Emperor-level divine ability of the Hidden World tribe. It specializes in dealing with primordial spirits, killing them and destroying their bodies. It is a treasure Emperor-level divine ability. This Emperor-level divine ability was used by Zhan Wushuang to deal with Xue Xiaolong. He had to use it now. Emperor-level divine ability. Giant Palm Print. Xue Xiaolong's entire body is golden. His qi and blood surged like waves. He attacked with all his strength. The giant palm print locked onto Lin Fei and went straight for the real body. Black-robed brat. You have an Emperor-level divine ability. Don't think that your real body can hide well. My giant palm print will lock onto you and kill your real body in an instant. This Emperor-grade divine art was the main offensive Emperor-grade divine art that Xue Xiaolong had inherited from an ancient bloodline after his bloodline density had reached 100%. He only used 30% of its power for the first time. Xue Xiaolong believed that 30% of its power is enough to kill this hateful black-robed brat. Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong's 2 Emperor-level divine abilities are enough to sweep across the same rank. Dragon Phoenix 9th Heaven, Xianxia, and Gue Yan each have an Emperor-level divine ability. They can barely use 60% of its power. Pfft! In the depths of the 10,000 layers of space, Lin Fei vomited blood. Zhan Wushuang's Emperor-level divine ability can pierce through space and injure my primordial spirit, injuring me. Lin Fei's face paled. The giant palm print Emperor-level divine ability is coming for the real body. Boom boom boom. Everywhere the giant palm print passes, space collapses layer by layer. Millions of spaces collapse. Emperor-level divine ability. Destiny Divine Light Slash. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed another the arch-level divine ability. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The most special power in the world engulfed them. Destiny is like a blade. The giant palm print is cut into two. The remaining parts continue to collapse, destroyed by the power of destiny. Xianxia, Dragon Phoenix Ninth Heaven, and Gue Yan's Emperor-level divine abilities are completely destroyed. 100% power. The expressions of the 5 young prodigies changed greatly once more. They were able to suppress Lin Fei with one Emperor-level mystic ability, and the second was an offensive Emperor-level mystic ability. There was no chance for them to stop it. They had not expected that Lin Fei would have a second Emperor-level mystic ability that could display its full power. Run! Destiny Divine Light Slash. 100% power. This kind of power isn't something they can block. Not good. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. He punched at the Destiny Saberlight, wanting to save them. Bam 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 bam. The Destiny Saberlight is too fast. Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong reacted quickly, but they can't avoid destiny. The Saberlight crushed down on their bodies. Their bodies were split into 2, then into 2, then into 3. One Emperor-level divine ability killed 5 prodigies with a single slash. They used all their power to activate the Emperor-level divine ability. 100% power isn't something they can block. They are directly killed. Oh no, they're all dead. The gray-robed elder's punch missed. He can't stop the Destiny Saberlight. He can only watch as they are killed. He can't stay calm. Black-robed kid, you're too much. The gray-robed elder waved his hand, protecting Zhan Wushuang and the others. His god power is like a shield, afraid that Lin Fei will attack a second time. I'm too much? Are you blind? Can't you see that the 5 of them are bullying me? If not for my ability, I would have been killed by them. I want to ask, how am I too much? Lin Fei's Emperor-level divine ability aura emanated. Long Fan Dragon Sovereign is speechless. But you can't kill them. Lin Fei said. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. What choice do you want me to make? If Lord Dragon Sovereign has any thoughts about me, you can say it. Otherwise, they can only blame themselves for being inferior. Long Fan Dragon Sovereign really can't say anything about this. Chapter 1100. You are in big trouble. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, no matter which side they were from, both had frightening factions behind them. One was a hidden tribe whose overall strength was not inferior to the Divine Dragon Palace. They had been fighting for many years. Dragon City, Dragon Monarch Palace, Dragon Monarch experts who were just a step away. No one knew how many Dragon Monarch experts there were in any Dragon Monarch Palace, but whoever offended the Dragon Monarch Palace, Dragon Monarch experts would be their nightmare. Long Fan Dragon Sovereign knew the consequences. It doesn't matter if I am in big trouble or not. I only know one thing. Anyone who attacks me will pay the price. Lin Fei was indifferent, unmoved by the other party's words. I killed them because their skills were inferior. I also wouldn't know that they only had a false reputation, that they couldn't even take a beating. Lord Dragon Sovereign, we suspect that this person is from an enemy world. I suggest we kill him immediately to get rid of an enemy for our divine dragon world. Zhan Wushuang was the strongest, and he was the first to recover. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his face was pale. Murderous intent surged from his body, but he didn't expect that he would be killed, and it was a one-hit kill. It must be someone from an enemy world. Xue Xiaolong was the second to recover. His injuries were worse than Zhan Wushuang's. The Arch Mystique had almost killed him. The Arch Mystique's full power had caught them off guard, and they were filled with resentment. Xianxia, Ninth Heaven Dragon Phoenix, and Gue Yan were in a worse state. They would need at least 100 years to recover. No matter how talented a newcomer is, he can't cultivate the Arch Mystique to full power in such a short time. Lord Dragon Sovereign, kill him immediately. We, the hidden tribes, must kill such a person. Find out the mastermind and find out who stole the treasure essence left by our ancestors. Zhan Wushuang and the others realized one thing. They had to get rid of the black-robed kid. At such a young age, he had cultivated at least 3 the Arch Mystiques. 2 of them were from the Fate Emperor's ultimate Mystiques, and he could use them at full power. Just one Fate Emperor's the Arch Mystique was enough to kill them. If this continued, it would be impossible to collect the essence from the deity's pool. The black-robed kid was a mountain they could not cross. Shut up! Long Fan Dragon Lord glared at him. Zhan Wushuang and the rest were injured, and their faces turned pale again. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Long Fan Dragon Lord shook his head. Now that things had come to this, Zhan Wushuang and the others had lost their rights. They had been hit by the Fate Emperor's mystique and were injured, and it wasn't a light injury. In addition, the black-robed kid was here, so they had no right to collect the essence. Get out! Long Fan Dragon's sovereign opened up a passageway, and energy wrapped around them as they were teleported out. Lord Dragon's sovereign, you can't do this. Black-robed brat, it's all your fault. This enmity between us is absolutely irreconcilable. Lord Dragon's sovereign, this is not fair. We can still fight. Why send us out? The tunnel was closed. An unwilling voice echoed in the deity's lake. The unbounded sky madman. There's me in the surging waves, Fei Shang, and the others who had yet to make a move were left speechless with solemn expressions. I can't believe it. Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong, the geniuses of the younger generation, were killed by the black-robed kid with one mystique. Unbounded sky madman muttered to himself. The Fate Emperor's the arch mystique is so domineering at full power. If I were to go up, I would also die a miserable defeat. I can't believe it. The black-robed kid has cultivated his the arch mystique to the great perfection realm. He can use full power when he attacks. No one in the deity's lake will be his match. They shuddered, and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, and the other three attacked together. In an instant, the black-robed kid had slaughtered them all. Even if they joined forces, the result would be the same. Unbounded, what do you think we should do? There's me in the surging waves asked. Unbounded sky madman used to think that the black-robed kid was arrogant and didn't know when to stop. Only now did he realize that the black-robed kid was the real deal. I don't know. These three words expressed unbounded sky madman's helplessness. Black-robed kid, you're on your own. After sending off Zhan Wushuang and the others, Dragon Monarch Long Fan left these words and disappeared from the sky. He, Lin Fei sneered. You're on your own. I dare to do this because I'm not afraid of you. Whoosh, Brother Mu, unbounded sky madman felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils shrank, and his heartbeat sped up. He finally managed to say something. You don't have to worry about anything. I will attack you. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. He. After saying that, Lin Fei disappeared. Whoosh. Unbounded sky madman and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The thing they were most worried about didn't happen. Currently, Lin Fei was the strongest in the deity's lake. If he really did anything to them, they could only swallow their anger. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. They were overjoyed at this result. We owe Mu Lin a favor, unbounded sky madman said seriously. Yeah, he can totally enjoy the benefits of the deity's lake alone. Boundless Waves said. We have to be on good terms with Mu Lin. In the history of our tribe, there are very few people who have cultivated multiple emperor-level mystiques and reached great mastery. Mu Lin's future is limitless. We have to be on good terms with him. Good. Another golden dragon. My main body's divine power broke through again, breaking through to 20 billion dragon divine power. The golden dragon was no longer a match for Lin Fei. Without Zhan Wushuang and the other eyesores, I can focus on collecting the divine dragon essence. Based on Zhan Wushuang and the others' personalities, they definitely won't take this lying down. They definitely won't tolerate me leaving the divine dragon world. From the moment he used the Destiny Divine Light Slash, Lin Fei knew what would happen next. As long as my main body's divine dragon power reaches the level of a dragon monarch, neither the hidden tribes nor the dragon monarch palace will dare to offend me. A smile hung on Lin Fei's lips. As for keeping unbounded sky madman and the others, it was actually a way to show mercy. If Lin Fei chased unbounded sky madman and the others out of the deity's lake that only appeared once every 1,000 years, he would be offending both the hidden tribes and the dragon monarch palace. Lin Fei wouldn't do that. Only an idiot would do that. In the deity's lake, all the benefits unbounded sky madman and the others gained could not compare to what Lin Fei had gained. A few more people or a few less people made no difference. On the contrary, once they got out, there would definitely be a reward for what happened today. Boom, boom, boom. Another divine dragon charged out, its entire body filled with a divine aura. Holy dragon? Good timing. The golden dragon is no longer useless. Chapter 1101. Dragon City. A Dragon Sovereign Palace. Congratulations, Brother Long Teng. With the opening of the deity's pool, Xue Xiaolong's strength will definitely improve greatly. The deity's pool has the ability to defy the heavens. Xiaolong will definitely be able to soar to the skies. When that time comes, defeating Zhan Wushuang of the hidden tribes will be a piece of cake. Even the other younger generation experts will be able to humiliate the hidden tribes. I believe they will be very pleased. Xiaolong has achieved great things. The dragon emperors and dragon gods complimented him one after another. This is a powerful dragon sovereign that they do not dare to offend. He is the dragon sovereign of the 10 dragon sovereign palaces, Long Tingi. Among the 10 great dragon monarch palaces, Dragon Monarch Long Teng was the strongest dragon monarch. It was rumored that his strength was infinitely close to the dragon monarch's. In the past, he had once escaped from the hands of an immortal monarch, and his name had spread throughout the myriad worlds. Among the 10 dragon lords, the most powerful one sat firmly in the first position. Naturally, his combat power did not need to be questioned. Xue Xiaolong was the last disciple of Dragon Lord Long Tingi. The deity's pool opened once every 1,000 years. Once the qualified young elites came out of the deity's pool, they would soar into the sky, their strength increasing by several levels. 1,000 years ago, even the weakest of the young elites had reached the level of a dragon god. Those with outstanding talents had reached the level of a dragon god, becoming the new generation of experts. Xue Xiaolong was talented to begin with, and his battle prowess was comparable to that of a dragon monarch powerhouse. Apart from the 100 dragon sovereigns of the Dragon Emperor Palace, the ordinary dragon sovereigns were not a match for Xue Xiaolong. The difference in battle prowess was too great. Everyone could foresee the day when Xue Xiaolong would come out of the deity's lake. He would definitely cause a stir in the divine dragon world again, becoming a true elite of the younger generation. No one doubted it. There was an endless stream of people trying to curry favor with him. After the divine dragon palace, the strongest faction was the Dragon Monarch Palace. Long Tengi was the dragon lord, the strongest of the 10 great dragon lords. 4 dragon lords from the 10 great dragon lord palaces had come. The deity's lake is only open for a month. What can Xiaolong achieve? Even I, the master, don't dare to be certain. A dragon monarch on the seat said indifferently. Although he said that, everyone could see the pride on his face. After emerging from the deity's lake, who didn't know what he would accomplish? No one would point it out. Dragon Lord Long Tingi was in a good mood. His last disciple had obtained the right to enter the deity's lake. And in the deity's pool, his strength would continue to increase. After a month, his closed-door disciple's strength would hopefully increase to the level of the dragon god. With his emperor-level mystique, his battle strength would be comparable to a dragon monarch. How could he be in a bad mood? In less than 1,000 years, his last disciple would be a powerful dragon god. The competition between the 10 dragon sovereign palaces was intense. Every disciple who became famous would pose a huge threat to the other dragon sovereign palaces. Xue Xiaolong came out of the deity's pool and went to another dragon monarch palace. He would definitely vomit blood out of anger. Hua hua hua. A black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the dragon sovereign palace. Xue Xiaolong walked out. The various factions that were trying to curry favor with the dragon god were stunned when they saw Xue Xiaolong. They suspected that they were seeing things. Why did he come out? It doesn't seem to be time yet, right? Why did Xue Xiaolong come out of the deity's lake? Could it be that something had happened? Master, you have to avenge me. Disciple can't accept this. Xue Xiaolong's resentment soared to the sky. Coupled with his pale white and cold aura, he had completely changed the demeanor of the younger generation. Dragon Lord Long Tingi reached out, and a ball of light flew out of the whirlpool and landed in his hand. Preposterous! Preposterous! Pung pung pung, pung pung pung. The ball of light was crushed. Dragon Lord Long Tingi's anger leaked out, and the building behind him was blown to smithereens. The 4 dragon lords were shocked. In another place, the hidden tribe, the Battle Dragon tribe, also had a grand event. Of the 10 spots in the deity's lake, the hidden tribe had won 3 spots, almost a third of the total. Brother Tian Huang, your disciple has done well for you. Once he comes out of the deity's lake, he will at least be a dragon god. From a dragon emperor to a dragon god, millions of dragon emperors will take thousands of years to reach that level. If he can become a dragon god, he will definitely become a dragon monarch in the future. Tian Huang Dragon Lord was Xianxia Tian's master. Tian Huang Dragon Lord only nodded in response to their flattery. Your disciple, Zhou Tian, will be a dragon god when he comes out. Congratulations! Tian Huang Dragon Lord met another Dragon Lord, the Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord. The Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord was a beautiful young woman in her 30s. Her every move was mature, and her strength was not to be underestimated. A powerful Dragon Lord. Your disciple, Zhetian, is not bad either. The Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord laughed. But that black-robed kid is a little despicable. He killed some of the young talents of our hidden tribe, and caused them to lose the right to enter the deity's lake. Ha ha ha. Tian Huang Dragon Lord laughed along. That black-robed kid deserves to die. Mystical Dragon Palace is scheming. I wonder which Dragon Emperor's disciple he is. If I have the chance in the future, I must kill that black-robed kid. The Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This woman, she wants to kill again. Tian Huang Dragon Lord was no weaker than the Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord, but he did not dare to offend the Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord. Phoenix Dancing, what are you all discussing? Another black-robed, middle-aged man walked in. His brows were like stars, and his eyes were as bright as the stars, captivating and irresistible. He smiled like a spring breeze. Jean North Sea Dragon Lord is here. Greetings, Jean North Sea Dragon Lord. When the black-robed middle-aged man arrived, everyone greeted him solemnly. Everyone was very respectful. This person was a dragon lord from the hidden tribe with great influence. He was from the Battle Dragon tribe, and Zhan Wushuang was one of his disciples. The Battle Dragon tribe was born with great battle strength. They could defeat experts of the same cultivation level, and battle across levels as easily as eating and drinking. They held an important position in the hidden tribe. Zhan North Sea Dragon Lord's battle strength was rumored to be at the level of a half-step dragon emperor. He cultivated several emperor-level mystiques, and was a battle-hungry person with a protective personality. Zhan Wushuang's personality was likely inherited from Zhan North Sea Dragon Lord. Big Brother North Sea, I'm talking about that despicable black-robed kid. If you have the chance, you must kill him so that those dragon emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace will regret it. Dragon Lord Phoenix Dancing said. Sister Phoenix Dancing, you don't have to do anything. That Wushuang kid can torture himself in the deity's lake. He can forget about getting anything in the deity's lake. Zhan North Sea Dragon Lord said smugly. Big Brother North Sea is right. Wushuang's strength is obvious to all. In the Sea of Fate, that black-robed kid only used a trick to obtain the legacy. It is impossible for him to comprehend an emperor-level mystique in a short period of time. On the contrary, his emperor-level mystique will belong to our hidden tribe. Dragon Lord Phoenix Dancing chuckled. Whoosh, 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 another whirlpool formed. Zhan Wushuang, Xianxia Tian, and the Nine Heavens Dragon Phoenix were transported out at the same time, leaving behind orbs of light. Their expressions did not need to be described. Zhan North Sea Dragon Lord, Phoenix Dancing Dragon Lord, and Heaven Wasteland Dragon Lord did the same action, crushing the orbs of light in anger. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1102. I didn't expect it to be like this. Hearing this news, Elder Du Tao fell silent. He did not dare to imagine that they would betray the sect just like that. They were all elders, and high-ranking elders at that. Was there a need for them to betray the sect just for Lin Fei? Could it be that they were still elders? Weren't they being guarded? How could they have gotten out? Lin Fei felt that it was right. It should not be that easy to betray the sect. Although he had never been to that place, Lin Fei had heard that there were high-ranking elders guarding that place. Normally, once people went in, they would not be able to get out. Mu Outyen and the others had gone in. They did not believe that they would be able to get out so easily. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something fishy going on. Either something had happened, or something had happened. Someone made a move. They injured Elder Valley and brought Mu Outyen and the others away, Elder Du Tao said. Could it be an expert from the Netherworld Palace? I'm not too sure at the moment. You have to be careful. Although our academy is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it is not a place that ordinary people can barge in. That person was able to sneak in without anyone noticing and make Mu Outyen and the others betray us. He should be very strong. Lin Fei nodded, indicating that he understood. Elder Du Tao did not sit for long before he left. Something like this had happened. It was as if a layer of dark clouds had shrouded the sky above the academy. Those shameless fellows. If I had known earlier, I would have killed them yesterday. That would have put an end to everything. This would not have happened. After sending Du Tao off, Lin Fei rubbed his chin and thought. Mu Outyen and the others were all high-ranking elders. Since they were instigated to betray us, it was obvious that the culprit was not simple. He might even be a very strong person. If I kill them, everything will be easier. Luckily, I brought a bunch of demon gods back. Lin Fei came to a secret chamber under the invincible peak. This was specially set up. Hubby, you're being so mysterious. What are you trying to do? Other than Lin Fei, there were a few other people in the secret chamber. They were all beauties. As their cultivation increased, they became more and more beautiful. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything good in this secret chamber. Green Luan's personality was the same as before. She spoke softly. They knew this place very well. Hee, let me show you something good. Lin Fei opened the heaven and earth furnace and let everyone out. When the demon gods walked out, their auras shook the array. If not for Lin Fei setting up a new array, the auras of these demon gods were enough to cause chaos in the Elysium School. Every demon god here was not any weaker than the 3 immortal emperors of the Nether Palace. Especially the Black Mountain demon god. He was the strongest. Greetings, master and mistress. As soon as these demon gods came out, they retracted their auras and greeted respectfully. It wasn't Lin Jiqing's first time here. She had seen many high-level elders, but it was her first time seeing dozens of demon gods, and they even called her mistress. Hubby, what are they doing? These women could imagine how powerful these demon gods were. They were much more ferocious than the high-level elders of their school. They are all my servants. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Servants. This time, the 3 women, including Lin Jiqing, were scared out of their wits. Servants? Their hubby went out for a trip and brought back more than 60 demon god servants. It was simply unbelievable. The demon gods were terrifyingly powerful. Greetings, mistress. The demon gods greeted again. This time, they finally believed that their hubby was right. These demon gods listened to their hubby. They immediately understood why they came to the secret chamber. The word mistress made them enjoy it for once. Holy Heaven Academy isn't too safe these days. I'm going to arrange for the demon gods to be by your side. No matter who comes, they will die. Lin Fei was on his guard after what happened last night. To be able to injure the elder guarding the valley, one's strength was obvious. If someone were to lay a hand on his woman, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Fei had to pay great attention to this matter. With these demon gods, Lin Fei felt at ease. No matter who made a move with these demon gods, they would be able to catch them off guard. They would also have less to worry about. Lin Fei believed that no matter who made a move, Mu Outyen and the rest would definitely go to the Netherworld Palace. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be an expert for his woman. The one who was sent would definitely be an expert. If they could wipe out all of them, the Netherworld Palace would definitely vomit blood. Jiqing, bring along 5 demon gods with you. They have concealed their aura. No one will be able to see their strength, except for the Immortal Emperor, Demon Emperor, and the rest. With them by your side, I can be at ease. The few people in the Holy Heaven Academy could enjoy such a huge investment. Xian Immortal Realm with 5 demon gods by his side. This was a huge trap. Lin Jiqing was a smart woman. She chuckled. Husband, you are so sinister. This is a trap with no exit. Whoever comes will fall for it. The other beauties immediately understood what was going on and started giggling. Oh right, little Lele needs to be arranged too. On the other side. All right, we will help you get revenge for your matter. Men, bring them to settle down. In the Nether Palace, the great elder of the Nether Palace personally received them. Many of Mu Outyen's elders had been defeated this time. There were many of them. It was most appropriate for the great elder of the Nether Palace to receive them. Such a force could also be considered a great force. The Nether Palace cared a lot. It was necessary to settle them down. Great Elder, I have a few words to say about Lin Fei. Mu Outyen was not in a hurry to leave. In fact, he did not expect that he would almost lose everything because of a small matter. Mu Outyen could not let go of this matter. Those elders who were familiar with him chose to stay silent this time. They did not help him. Mu Outyen still had a lot of resentment towards them. He had sweated and bled for the Holy Sky Academy. In the end, he ended up like this. He was not willing to accept it. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, he would still be an elder in the upper echelons. He would have a certain say in the academy. However, after this scene, he had completely lost it. Mu Outyen felt that it was all caused by Lin Fei. Last night, when the mysterious person attacked, Mu Outyen's heart wavered and he chose to betray them. He knew that Lin Fei killed him in one move and he could not take revenge. If he wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei, he had to borrow strength. This strength had to be huge enough to deal with Lin Fei. The Nether Palace was the best choice. Mu Outyen brought people over. Speak. The great elder of the Nether Palace frowned. The death of 3 secluded elders had made him very angry. These secluded elders were very strong. The death of one was a loss. Now they had lost 3 of them. It had been a long time since the Nether Palace had suffered such a loss. I think that the death of the 3 elders was caused by Lin Fei because Lin Fei's strength should have reached the level of a mortal emperor. Even if he hasn't reached that level, he should be close to it. Great Elder, you have to be careful if you want to deal with Lin Fei. Mu Outyen wasn't a fool. The 3 immortal emperors must have some ulterior motives against Lin Fei. The great elder of the Nether Palace frowned again. Suspected to have the strength of an immortal emperor? All right, I understand. You can go and have a rest. The great elder of the Nether Palace waved his hand and asked someone to bring them away. After they left, an elder spoke up. Lin Fei's strength has improved very fast. It's impossible for him to reach this level in such a short period of time. I believe that the 3 elders must have been killed by Saint 33. Saint 33 definitely has the strength to do so. We haven't caught Lin Fei, but we have lost 3 elders. We have to make them pay. These elders were very angry. The Nether Palace had suffered a great loss in dealing with Lin Fei. This time, not only did they lose 3 elders, but they also lost a few talented disciples. This was like losing the bride and losing the soldiers. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a thorn in their side, and they wanted to get rid of him immediately. In reality, the great elder of the Nether Palace did not expect that this would be the result of his first attack. The losses were not small, and it was hard to imagine. Lin Fei is indeed not easy to deal with. Regardless of whether Lin Fei had the strength to do so, they had to take this matter seriously. That side is already unhappy. We have to deal with Lin Fei quickly. The great elder of the Nether Palace said. When he mentioned that side, his expression was very serious. They could not afford to offend the hidden dragon world, which was a huge force like the divine dragon world. Why don't we arrange for a few celestial lords to ambush Lin Fei, and then arrange for some experts to attack his woman? It would be best if we can kill his woman. When that time comes, Lin Fei is young and impetuous, and he will definitely come to us. With these 2 methods, even if Lin Fei does not die, he will come to us personally. A withered old man walked out. This old man was Zili's master. His disciple was dead, and as the master, he was naturally angry. The elders thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. It would be best if they could ambush Lin Fei. Even if they could not, they could still test Lin Fei's strength. The second method was very reasonable. A person like Lin Fei, who was young and powerful, would not be able to withstand provocation. Once he was provoked, he would definitely do something shocking. It would be for the best if Lin Fei could make it to the Nether Palace. Once he made it to the Nether Palace, he wouldn't be able to leave. With the experts of the Nether Palace, even if there were 100 of Lin Fei, he would still end up as one of the skeletons in the Nether Palace. The great elder of the Nether Palace also felt that this method was feasible. Then let's do it. We must not let the people over there be unhappy. Apart from this matter, they were more anxious to take down Lin Fei, and not continue to drag it out. This time, they had formed a grand lineup to deal a devastating blow to Lin Fei. It would be best if they could finish him off in one go, to avoid further trouble. Chapter 1103. Even Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong were defeated by that black-robed kid? The group of dragon emperors in the divine dragon world was shocked. Regardless of whether Zhan Wushuang or Xue Xiaolong, their combat strength was comparable to that of the Dragon Emperor Palace's experts. It should not be possible for them to be instantly defeated. Everyone saw the black-robed kid's talent. In such a short time, he had mastered 2 emperor-level mystiques. Even they could not have done that. After the dragon emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace received the news, they decided to enter the deity's pool together to see what was going on. They would be heading to the deity's pool in a short time. The dragon tribe's giants that had disappeared one after another. The periphery of the deity's pool was cold and quiet. Was he right? As they went deeper, they could not see a single one. Gone. All gone. The dragon tribe giants were shocked. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the deity's pool. The top figures of the dragon clan were horrified to see this. A holy dragon used its instinctive mystique. The black-robed kid, who they thought was quite talented, used an emperor-level mystique and suppressed it with a flip of his hand. What a fast speed! His dragon divine power has reached the dragon divine level. What a terrifying talent! Is this kid going to break through to the dragon god level in one go? The dragon emperors could tell what the black-robed kid was thinking. Long Fan greets the dragon emperors. Long Fan had appeared. The news spread from his hands. After sending them out, Long Fan immediately sent out the news. This was a big deal. He had to let the dragon emperors know. In the deity's pool, no one had been so domineering. Golden dragons, holy dragons, and dark golden dragons were all defeated by the black-robed kid. His combat strength was inferior to some dark golden dragons, but he defeated them in a short time. His growth speed was shocking. Long Fan was worried that the deity's pool would be wiped out in one go. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the report, the dragon emperors looked at the black-robed kid from head to toe. They had different expressions, but the result was the same. They were all stunned. At their age, they would not be able to reach such heights. Let him be. An authoritative dragon emperor said faintly. Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong are both top-notch talents, but they lost to the black-robed brat. They can't blame others for being inferior. The black-robed dragon emperor said again. As for Long Tingy, this emperor will personally make a trip to warn them not to act recklessly. When the time comes, bring the black-robed brat to the Divine Dragon Palace. The black-robed kid had reached the heavens in a single bound. A hint of envy flashed across Long Fan's eyes. 5 days, 10 days, half a month, rushing into the deity's lake. He fought non-stop every day. Good. Another dark golden dragon is in my hands. My dragon god power is about to make another breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, the insanely powerful dark golden dragon was suppressed by a saber light. It was quickly collected and refined into an immortal pill. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the Celestial King stage. Ding! Obtain Celestial King reward. Ding! 1 eternal divine power pill. Ding! An emperor-level theurgy. Lin Fei was very surprised that he had advanced to the Celestial King realm. He opened the system to check and came to a realization. Refining the essence, spirit, and soul of the dragons would give him a huge amount of experience points, and it was a terrifying number. Previously, Lin Fei found it troublesome and turned off the experience points notification. I didn't expect to advance so quickly. Lin Fei took out the Eternal Divine Power Pill and after checking, his eyes lit up. Permanently increase 30 billion dragon god power? What a generous reward. The system rewarded Lin Fei with her Eternal Divine Power Pill. Then he felt relieved. Ever since the upgrade, the system had become more humane. 4 dragon god power. The more the better. Lin Fei refined the Eternal Divine Power Pill in one gulp. Waves of dragon god power poured into his body. The dragon god power of Lin Fei's main body shot up like a rocket, climbing and breaking through. Ha ha ha, unbelievable, really unbelievable. My main body's dragon god power has exceeded 50 billion dragon god power, reaching 70 billion dragon god power. This level of dragon god power is probably at the dragon monarch level, right? Boom. 70 billion dragon god power made a loud noise at the same time. All the dragon god power fused together, The ocean-like dragon god power continued to gather and change. My dragon god power is moving on its own? Lin Fei's expression changed. After trying, his dragon god power was uncontrollable like before. It was an unprecedented change. My dragon god power is changing. What is going on? Lin Fei flipped through some memories. Throne of God Palace? After flipping through a large number of memories, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line as he found the reason for the change. So when the dragon god power reaches 50 billion dragon god power, and it's my main body, the dragon god power will turn into a throne of God Palace. The dragon god power combined, and a glorious throne of God Palace appeared in Lin Fei's perception. An unprecedented power filled Lin Fei's body. Jingguang's glorious throne of God Palace, shining brightly, covered in dragon god power and immortal runes, exuding an extraordinary aura, stood tall in Lin Fei's body, and his consciousness could also examine it. This is an emperor-level mystique? Near the throne of God Palace, there were a total of 3 emperor-level mystique life tokens. Cage of Destiny. Divine Light / of Destiny. Mystique Phantom. The first 2 emperor-level mystiques were much bigger than the latter, and it was obvious at a glance. Is this the realm change that only immortal kings have? Lin Fei did not know much about the immortal king realm, and he only had a smattering of knowledge. The system even rewarded me with the world's end near at hand? The emperor-level mystique rewarded by the system was world's end near. This emperor-level mystique is too useful to me. World's End Near was the great instant teleportation technique of the emperor-level mystiques. It was not restricted by anything, and could move at will, with a single target. Refine. Soon, there was another emperor-level mystique near the Throne of God Palace. Calculating, Lin Fei had mastered 4 emperor-level mystiques. Time is running out. I still have to work hard. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Long Fan Dragon Lord finally heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Luckily, it's time, or all the giant dragons in the deity's lake would have been captured in one fell swoop. During these days, Long Fan only paid attention to one person. The black-robed kid. The golden giant dragon, the holy giant dragon, the dark golden giant dragon. These powerful beings could not stop the black-robed kid, and they were all captured and refined. The black-robed kid's physique was amazing, and he could contain waves of dragon god power. Time's up. It's all over. Beams of light landed on the remaining people and pulled them in front of Long Fan Dragon Lord. Unbounded Sky Mad, Azure Waves has us, and the others all had imposing auras, and their divine palaces stood tall. Every move they made revealed their powerful battle strength. Brother Mu! Brother Mu! Chapter 1104. Seeing Lin Fei come out, they hurried to greet him. They took the initiative to greet him to express their gratitude. Without him, they might not have had today's harvest, and could only watch helplessly. Even though it had only been a month, and their abilities had improved tremendously, they were still shocked to see the black-robed kid. He was like a bottomless lake. Unfathomable. Wuji Tianquang and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. In fact, Lin Fei could not help but sigh at the geniuses of the mystical dragon world. They were natural-born geniuses, and their improvement was terrifying. It was the right decision to let them stay. I owe them a big favor. Lin Fei glanced at them. The amount of energy they emitted produced a specific number. Wuji Tianquang's improvement is the fastest. With some secret skills, he should be able to reach the level of a dragon lord. Killing the dragon god and dragon emperor will be a piece of cake. Long Fan Dragon Lord's eyes were on the other party, and he was shocked. I can't see through his strength. How is this possible? Is he stronger than me? Has he condensed the throne of the heavenly court? Impossible. Even Zhan Wushuang and Xue Xiaolong would need a few hundred years to achieve this. Long Fan Dragon Lord suppressed his shock. Congratulations on your gains in the deity's lake. Alright, let's go. Long Fan Dragon Lord used a precious teleportation talisman. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to go to the deity's lake in the future to kill all the remaining dragons in order to improve his divine powers. Now, it seemed like he would have to postpone it indefinitely. What a pity. Back at Dragon City, Wuji Tianquang and the rest left one after another. Before leaving, they had invited Lin Fei to be their guest. Now, they had to return to report the situation. It was of great importance, and they had to get there before others. Lin Fei agreed to their requests one by one. This was what he wanted. The Dragon Emperor wants to see me? This news was indeed shocking, and he had no time to digest it. Isn't it just the Dragon Emperor? I have mystiques, so there's nothing to worry about. At most, I'll just leave. Lin Fei knew what he had done in the deity's lake. Were they trying to rope him in or punish him? He really wanted to know. Brother Mu, follow me. In front of a magnificent golden palace. Lin Fei followed Long Fan and Dragon Monarch to this place, but before they even entered, boundless pressure assaulted them. As expected of the residence of the Dragon Emperor, it was filled with endless majesty. This Brother Mu is indeed extraordinary. Previously, many young elites were unable to maintain their composure in the face of the Dragon Emperor's aura. Clearly, the difference between the two is huge. Long Fan Dragon Lord was secretly shocked. The pressure of the Dragon Emperor affected people below the innate realm. It was rare for someone to be able to be so relaxed and content the first time they came here. At the very least, he didn't see any problems in this aspect for the time being. As such, Long Fan Dragon Lord valued Mu Lin even more. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely become a Dragon Emperor in the future. Are you Mu Lin? Next to the dazzling palace, the space fluctuated, and a middle-aged man walked out. Behind him, many experts with powerful auras appeared one after another, all of them looking over. These experts with powerful auras blocked the way. Long Tingy, Dragon Sovereign's men. Seeing these people appear, Long Fan Dragon Lord knew something was wrong. His face darkened. What do you want? Why aren't you leaving? Long Fan Dragon Lord, you better not interfere in this matter. We are here for Mu Lin. The middle-aged man in the lead spoke in a threatening tone, filled with killing intent. His gaze landed on the black-robed kid. Xue Xiaolong was defeated by this kid. It's really hard to tell. Long Xian Dragon Lord sized him up and was surprised. If Xue Xiaolong had not said it himself, no one would believe that this kid was hiding his strength. Long Xian, Brother Mu is summoned by the Dragon Emperor. Are you trying to offend the Dragon Emperor? Long Fan Dragon Lord glared. Long Tengi was a Dragon Sovereign's man, and he was obstructing him. This was equivalent to not giving him face. Long Fan Dragon Lord, you don't have to stoop to their level. In my eyes, they are just a bunch of clowns. Lin Fei strode forward, meeting the other party's gaze without fear. Kid, you are indeed arrogant. Long Xian Dragon Lord's face darkened. You know who I am, and yet you dare to speak like this. Do you think I won't dare to attack you? If you know what's good for you, come with us. Our Lord wants to see you. In front of this palace, they wouldn't dare to attack. This would be disrespecting the Dragon Emperor. As they spoke, the experts that came with them surrounded Lin Fei. Long Xian, let me warn you. Take your men and scram. Don't blame me for being rude. Long Fan Dragon Lord recognized this was a spirit design and was infuriated. Long Tingy's men were too much. Who is your lord? Don't think that you can trap me with a spirit design. Lin Fei swept his gaze over, and everything was clear to him. How dare you be disrespectful to my lord? Attack and take him away. Long Xian Dragon Lord stood in front of Long Fan Dragon Lord. Those people's eyes flashed as they activated a spirit design together. How dare you? Long Fan Dragon Lord was furious. The other party really dared to attack. Boom boom boom. The experts worked together to summon a huge black dragon that whipped towards Lin Fei. Brother Mu, be careful. This is their Dragon Lock Prison Immortal design. The black dragon whipped down, causing the void to tremble. If not for the fact that the void here was extremely sturdy, it would have collapsed and all living beings would have been killed. Congeal. A gigantic hand formed from divine power slammed into the black dragon's head. The black dragon roared and was sent flying back. Lin Fei strode over and pressed his palm down on the black dragon's body, making it impossible for the black dragon to move. You can't. Boom boom boom, arms grew out, and the Emperor-class Mystique Shadow, appeared before them. 6 arms extended continuously and slapped down. Bang bang bang. As the arms slapped down, they raised their hands to block. Once the god power met them, they were smashed into pieces and vomited blood. He's too strong. They couldn't block an attack from just the arms. Destiny Godlight Cleave. Emperor-class aura filled the air as the saber light flashed. The subordinates that Long Xian brought lost their lives to the saber light. Their physical bodies and primordial spirits were smashed, and they truly died. You dare to kill them all? Long Xian Dragon Lord pointed at Lin Fei, his face completely black. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I will kill all my enemies without mercy. I dare to kill them, and so will you. I will kill them without hesitation. Fear flashed in Long Xian Dragon Lord's eyes. You dare? I am a Dragon Lord. Puh. Chapter 1105. You dare, kill me. Long Xian Dragon Lord's eyes widened. Fresh blood flowed from his brow and dyed his entire face red. He looked ferocious and terrifying. His powerful blood chi did not kill him for real. Killing someone like you is killing me. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fei flicked his fingernails as though he had done something insignificant. Dragon Lord, you are really nothing in my eyes. You can die in peace. Long Xian Dragon Lord's eyes rolled back in anger. His consciousness went black and he lost all signs of life. A Dragon Lord expert had died. This Dragon Lord's death was too humiliating. Long Xian Dragon Monarch wasn't the strongest amongst the Dragon Monarchs. On the contrary, he was a novice, and could be considered as a newly ascended Dragon Monarch. His divine power had barely reached 50 billion Dragon God power points, which was just enough for him to reach the title of Dragon Monarch. Unfortunately, he met Lin Fei. Lin Fei used an Emperor-class mystique right from the start and caught his opponent off guard. It was only natural that he died on the spot. Not good. He killed Long Xian Dragon Lord. Run. Those that came were all Dragon God level experts. Long Xian Dragon Lord's death threw the situation into chaos. Since you're all here, go down and accompany him. There's no need to leave. Lin Fei flicked his finger again, and balls of divine power shot out, piercing through their bodies and exploding their bodies one by one. Not a single one of them survived. With his current strength, killing a Dragon God level expert with 20 billion main body's god power was as easy as drinking water. Fresh blood flowed outside the palace, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Lin Fei straightened his clothes and said calmly, Can we go now? Long Fan Dragon Lord thought to himself. What a moo brat. He killed without batting an eyelid. A Dragon Lord was killed in the blink of an eye. Long Tingy's Dragon Lord is probably going to vomit blood. This slap is not light. Yes. Both of them did not care about the dead guy, as though he did not exist. This moo brat is so cruel. He said he would kill them just like that. 3 Dragon Emperors stood in the palace. They had all seen what had happened earlier, but they did nothing to stop it. Long Tingy, you've gone too far. You even dared to use the great formation in front of us, wanting to bring the other party away. You're simply not putting us Dragon Emperors in your eyes. A green-clothed Dragon Emperor's tone was extremely bad. That is indeed too much. That is why I did not make a move. Instead, I let little Moo do it. Consider it a reminder to Dragon Lord Long Tengi, lest he continues to make mistakes. The black-robed Dragon Emperor in the center smiled. Based on this attitude, Brat Moo is worth nurturing. If Brat Moo had chosen to compromise and back down, his performance would have been disappointing. That's good too. Only by killing Long Tingy's spirit can we go and cultivate that Moo brat. The image in front of him gradually faded away. In the blink of an eye, only the black-robed Dragon Emperor was left in the hall. After a while, Long Fan came in with his men. Long Fan, you go out first. Long Fan glanced at Lin Fei, then turned around and left. The hall immediately fell silent. Brat Moo, how dare you kill a dragon god right in front of him? Do you know the consequences? The moment Long Fan left, the black-robed Dragon Emperor shouted from the throne. A boundless might surged out. Lord Dragon Emperor, what did I do wrong? Why was I not aware of it? Facing the boundless might, Lin Fei's divine nature flashed, blocking the boundless might, not being affected at all. Indeed, you have some means to block this Dragon Emperor's might. The black-robed Dragon Emperor stood up, his gaze sharp as if it could tear through everything. His gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Fei's entire body. You praise me too much. Facing the black-robed Dragon Emperor, Lin Fei did not feel nervous at all. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. If the people outside heard these words, they would probably gape in shock. It was a great honor to be summoned by a Dragon Emperor. How could one leave after just one meeting? Do you know that you have already offended the hidden tribes and some dragon sovereigns of the Dragon Sovereign Palace in the Divine Dragon World? The black-robed Dragon Emperor sat down again, appearing interested. You must want to return to the great metropolis realm. However, do you think you can? Lin Fei? Not to mention the Divine Dragon Palace, just one hidden tribe's ambush is more than you can handle. This result did not surprise Lin Fei at all. Unexpectedly, Lord Dragon Emperor knows my name. Since entering the deity's pool, Lin Fei had believed that such a day would come. I am truly touched. How about Lord Dragon Emperor send me back? The Divine Dragon World was a strong world among the many realms. Finding a person's trail was not a big problem. As long as one wanted to, one could find it. Lin Fei, you have managed to fool many people. Unfortunately, you cannot fool this Dragon Emperor. The black-robed Dragon Emperor said with a smile, ignoring Lin Fei's request. As long as I spread the news, what do you think will happen? Lin Fei did not get angry. I believe that Lord Dragon Emperor will not do that. Otherwise, I would not be standing here. Lin Fei did not sense any killing chi from the black-robed Dragon Emperor. Without killing chi, the black-robed Dragon Emperor had no intention of dealing with Lin Fei. You are young and promising. Our Divine Dragon World's geniuses, Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, and the experts of the younger generation were all chased out by you. The black-robed Dragon Emperor said. You have taken all the benefits of the deity's pool, including the emperor-level mystique in the Sea of Destiny. I believe that many people will personally deal with you. No matter how strong you are, you will ultimately lose your life. Lin Fei calmed down. The black-robed Dragon Emperor would not deal with him for now. Lord Dragon Emperor, you have said so much. You are just saying that I am in a bad situation. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. Everyone is suffering. The black-robed Dragon Emperor clapped his hands. This Dragon Emperor will tell you clearly. I want you to do something for the Divine Dragon World. I believe that besides you, no one else can accomplish it. As long as you agree, you will be an honored guest of the Divine Dragon World. No one in the Divine Dragon World will dare to do anything to you. Lin Fei thought for a while and smiled bitterly. Lord Dragon Emperor, you think too highly of me. How can I do something that even you can't? Why don't you find someone else? If you don't get something in return, don't expect me to help you. Lin Fei was not stupid enough to agree right away. If it was something that only he could help with, it had to be something important. It might even involve danger. He wanted to delay it as long as he could. Lin Fei, don't pretend in front of me. I don't mind telling you this. I want you to take something out of the eternal immortal Emperor's treasury. What do you think? Black-robed Dragon Emperor is very cunning. Lin Fei was still thinking about the black-robed Dragon Emperor's words when he left the palace. A treasure from the eternal immortal Emperor's treasury. This was a surprising result. I have to do it even if I don't want to. Lin Fei shook his head, his eyes rolling. If that treasure is extremely valuable, then he might not hand it over. Let's talk about it after I use it. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei dared to think of something. The hidden tribes and the Dragon Sovereign will not cause any trouble for now. I can go back and prepare for the trip to the eternal immortal Emperor's treasury. Lin Fei believed that the black-robed Dragon Emperor's words would be effective. Given his current strength, as long as the Dragon Emperor did not make a move, no one could do anything to him. If they were careless, he might even kill a few of them. Chapter 1106. Black Flame. Isn't it too rash to send Lin Fei there? The Dragon Emperor who had left earlier appeared as soon as Lin Fei left. The black-robed Dragon Emperor was called the Black Flame Dragon Emperor. Lin Fei had concealed his name, but it was nothing to the Dragon Emperor. He could easily find out. When he found out about Lin Fei's background, he was not surprised. At most, he would look at the Eternal Emperor's treasure and not pay too much attention to him. At this realm, he had seen all sorts of geniuses. There were geniuses even more powerful than Lin Fei. No! The Eternal Emperor was famous. That won't happen. The Eternal Emperor was famous back then, and he left behind his own inheritance treasure. There are treasures hidden in it. Even if we enter it personally, we might not be able to retrieve them. However, Lin Fei is completely different. Zhan Wushuang, Xue Xiaolong, The person we are optimistic about won't be able to withstand a single move from Lin Fei. Lin Fei will definitely be able to retrieve what belongs to our divine dragon world in the inheritance land. Even if he can't retrieve it, it's not a bad idea to make other preparations. The Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. That item had never appeared. Now that the Eternal Emperor's treasure had appeared, they were not willing to give up this opportunity. They had to make other preparations. They could not put everything in one basket. Lin Fei was their other preparation. He's out. Outside the mystical Dragon Palace. It was a huge plaza. Usually, it was very quiet. Few people would come here. The plaza was filled with Emperor-level pressure. Black Sky Dragon God, the black-robed kid is out. In the area filled with Emperor-level pressure, a murderous aura was contained. Dozens of people stood on the plaza, staring fiercely in one direction. They really came. As soon as Lin Fei came out, many murderous gazes fell on him. They were surprised by their speed. It was obvious that Long Tingyi's men had come. Mu Lin, how dare you kill Long Xian Dragon God? How dare you? A middle-aged man in the middle raised his hand. Dark clouds descended, and the sky darkened. Jingguang's divine power palm slammed down on Lin Fei with thunderous momentum. This palm strike caused everyone's expression to change. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei unhurriedly sent out a palm strike to meet the other party's palm strike. The middle-aged man's lips curled up, and his expression sank. His divine power. Dragon Lord Long Xiantian was a capable subordinate of Dragon Lord Long Tangyi. He was much stronger than Qi Long Xian. After knowing about the brat, he volunteered to bring the black-robed brat back. The strongest Dragon Monarch Palace. A Dragon Monarch expert was killed. Dragon Monarch Palace Lord Long Tingyi was enraged and destroyed many things. Losing a Dragon Monarch and quite a few Dragon God experts was indeed not a small loss. Long Xiantian took the initiative to attack. When their palms met, his expression immediately changed. Again. Long Xuanshan Dragon Lord's divine power had already reached 60 billion divine dragon power. At their level, it was extremely difficult to raise the divine dragon power of their main body. Every increase in strength was an increase in strength. The difference of 10 billion dragon divine power was enough to make Long Xuantian's combat power reach a terrifying level. However, this power could not do anything to the black-robed brat. Long Xuanshan Dragon Lord shot into the sky. His murderous intent locked onto the other party. God palaces were endless, and the power of each move reached a shocking level. Lin Fei, who was attacking, was calm. He blocked each move easily, and was not injured at all. Humph, who allowed you to attack? A huge face appeared, occupying the entire sky, and an angry emperor's aura shrouded the area. The divine power that was rampaging in all directions instantly stopped and completely disintegrated in an instant. Dragon Emperor. Long Xuantian's expression changed once again. As a Dragon Lord, facing the Dragon Emperor was like a chasm that could not be crossed. If the Dragon Emperor wanted to kill him, he could do so with a thought. You still know that I am the Dragon Emperor. The huge face turned into a black-robed man, standing in the sky. What's going on? Why did the Dragon Emperor stop us? Long Xuanshan Dragon Lord lowered his head, his eyes filled with indignation. If he had known this would happen, he would have rushed up and taken the black-robed brat down. Dragon Emperor, actually, we did not want to do this. The black-robed brat was too ruthless. Isn't it just a small matter? Why did he have to be so heavy-handed? We invited him over just to understand him. We have no ill intentions. Since the Dragon Emperor had appeared, Long Xiantian did not dare to speak carelessly. Even a palace lord would not dare to offend a Dragon Emperor. Cut the crap. Bring your people and leave. The black-robed Dragon Emperor shouted, and a vast energy surged. Long Xiantian could not resist and was sent out on the spot. I say, Dragon Emperor, why did you attack now? Are you purposely causing trouble? Lin Fei grumbled. The black-robed Dragon Emperor was one of Black Flame's incarnations. He said calmly, You are a distinguished guest. How can I let you attack? If you attack, Long Xiantian and the others will not be able to survive. How could the Black Flame Dragon Emperor not know what Lin Fei was thinking? This fellow was not an honest person. If he used an Emperor-class mystic ability, Long Tingyi would lose many experts. This must not happen. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. He wanted to slap Long Tingyi's face, but there was no way he could do it now. In a dragon sovereign palace, Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign sat on the throne with a cold expression. The cold air coming from the 9 underworlds made people not dare to approach. Among the 10 great dragon sovereigns, the first dragon sovereign palace was slapped in the face by a young man. He even killed one of their dragon sovereign experts. This was not a small matter. It was natural for Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign to be in a bad mood. Due to his identity, Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign would not attack personally. However, he did not intend to let the other party go. Xianxia has been out for so long. Why hasn't he brought him back yet? Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign frowned. With Long Xuantian's strength and the dragon god experts he brought along, it would not be difficult to suppress the black-robed brat. Why? Whoosh! An emperor's aura descended from the sky. A mysterious power enveloped the entire dragon sovereign palace. Everyone standing in the main hall instantly lost their ability to move. They were all imprisoned. Black Flame Dragon Emperor. Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign stood up. A bad feeling arose in his heart. You know me, the Dragon Emperor? Who allowed you to attack Mu Lin? If news of this gets out, our mystical dragon world will be wiped out. Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign did not expect the Black Flame Dragon Emperor to really come. What right did this black-robed brat have to be protected by the Black Flame Dragon Emperor? Long Tingyi, I'll be honest with you. Mu Lin is of great use to our mystical dragon world. From today onwards, you are not allowed to have any ideas about him. The Black Flame Dragon Emperor's voice was full of authority. The Black Flame Dragon Emperor had specially made this trip to warn Long Tingyi's dragon sovereign not to act recklessly. You black-robed brat. You even brought out the Dragon Emperor. This matter is not over yet. Chapter 1107. 100 celestial emperors made their moves and formed a powerful formation. They looked down on everything in their path. The God of White Bones was going to completely destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. The God of White Bones threw a punch at the Holy Heaven Academy. The shadow of the God of White Bones soared through the sky and wanted to completely destroy the Holy Heaven Academy. The Palace of Netherworld was completely determined. Brother Saint, it's not too late to hand over Lin Fei. I can ask them to stop. Saint 33 and Traceless Hades were both experts. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. At their level, it was extremely difficult to determine a winner or loser. Impossible. Lin Fei is a disciple of our academy. No matter who he is, we won't hand him over. Saint 33 shouted and attacked back. Traceless Hades laughed loudly. Since Brother Saint doesn't intend to hand over Lin Fei, we will do it ourselves. 100 celestial emperors worked together and activated the God of White Bones. They swept through everything in their path and were about to enter the academy and bring Lin Fei out. That might not be the case. Saint 33's figure disappeared in an instant. When he came out again, he was standing on the formation. Formation rise. A majestic energy rushed out from the Holy Heaven Academy and supported Saint 33. Celestial energy burst forth and he slapped at the God of White Bones. The God of White Bones was crushed by the majestic celestial energy and was sent flying far away. What do you think now? With just a casual palm, he mobilized the celestial energy of the Holy Heaven Academy and forced the God of White Bones to retreat. Again, the second wave of energy came. The majestic energy turned into a divine pagoda and pressed down. 100 celestial emperors activated the God of White Bones again and faced the divine pagoda. The divine pagoda pressed down on the God of White Bones. Saint 33 punched through the air and landed on the bodies of the 100 celestial emperors. The 100 celestial emperors instantly vomited blood. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. The Holy Heaven Academy was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great academies. The power they mobilized was able to withstand the powerful attack of 100 celestial emperors. Not only that, they even injured someone. Brother Yu Ming, do you still think that this is necessary? Saint 33 didn't attack again. He stood on the formation and faced the crowd like a true deity. Traceless Hades walked over with large strides with a solemn look in his eyes. You mobilized all the power of the academy. Unless an immortal emperor appears, no one will be able to suppress this power. That's right. Saint 33 said faintly. You guys can leave. With all the power of the Holy Heaven Academy together, Saint 33's strength was countless times stronger. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Just like what he said, only an immortal emperor would be able to make a move. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through. Think about it. This was a formation set up by the Saint Heaven Immortal Emperor back then. Brother Shang, you are very strong now, but it might not be the same next time. The only thing Traceless Hades didn't expect was that the might of this formation was stronger than he imagined. Even if Traceless Hades used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. On the contrary, he might even waste his effort. Therefore, there was no need for him to do so. No one knew the foundation of the Holy Heaven Academy. There was no need for Traceless Hades to be the vanguard. His objective today was simple. It would be best if he could scare the Holy Heaven Academy. He wouldn't need to make a move. His second objective was to test the strength of the Holy Heaven Academy. From the looks of it, the strength of the Holy Heaven Academy was much stronger than he had imagined. If the Holy Heaven Academy had been breached previously, everyone would have kicked the Holy Heaven Academy when it was down. This would have saved them a lot of trouble. Let's go! No one had expected the aggressive Nether Palace to leave just like that. The 100 immortal emperors were all injured. It seemed like they had suffered a great loss. They were 100 immortal emperors. They summoned the god of white bones at the same time. Saint 33 sent the god of white bones flying with a punch. One could see how powerful he was. The Netherworld Palace had left. Everyone was too embarrassed to stay. Soon, most of the people had left. The cloud-like power of the array shrouded the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy again. No one could see what was going on inside. After they left, Saint 33 vomited a mouthful of blood. The power of the array is too strong. My physical body can't take it anymore. Although the power of the Holy Heaven Academy's array was powerful, it required a carrier. Saint 33 could mobilize it at will. In reality, he only controlled a portion of it. This portion of power could crush 100 immortal emperors and threaten the great elder of the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei. The Netherworld Palace returned empty-handed. I believe they won't give up just like that. They will definitely make a move on the Eternal Immortal Emperor's treasure. You have to be careful. Saint 33 landed on the invincible peak. Lin Fei had been paying attention. He had wanted to make a move. With his demon god, he could fight 100 immortal emperors. However, he stopped after hearing what Saint 33 said. Lin Fei had seen the power of the Holy Heaven Academy's array. That wave of power was just too strong. I understand. Lin Fei nodded. The Holy Heaven Academy had the power of the array. It could mobilize power. Just as Lin Fei said, only immortal emperors could break the array and suppress it with their true strength. Only then could they enter the Holy Heaven Academy. Come with me. Saint 33 flashed and walked into the void. A tunnel was formed instantly. Meet someone? Lin Fei was curious. He had no idea who he was going to meet. At the end of the tunnel, he appeared in a small world. There's a small world in the academy? Lin Fei was shocked. He knew that there was space in the academy, but he didn't know about a small world like this. One of my senior martial brothers lives here. The senior brother of the great elder? Could he be an immortal emperor? The small world was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was as if he had come to another world. In the world filled with the fragrance of flowers, there was a lake in the middle, and there was a wooden house by the lake. The small world was filled with peace and tranquility. Saint 33 brought Lin Fei to the side of the wooden house by the lake. Senior brother. Saint 33 said to the lake. This made Lin Fei curious again. There didn't seem to be anything in the lake. Junior brother. The lake rippled, and the water elemental energy condensed into a young man. He was dressed in green, and his eyes were filled with a tranquil aura. Saint 33 said, Senior brother, sorry to disturb you. The young man in green waved his hand, and a wave of water elemental energy landed on Saint 33's body. The injuries that were left on Saint 33 recovered instantly. You're injured again. You even used the power of the formation. Who in the world is here? Facing this senior brother, Saint 33 said, Senior brother, I brought a person here today. He's someone who can inherit Master's orthodoxy. Take a look. Lin Fei felt a gaze landing on him. Chapter 1108. See you in the Divine Dragon World. That night, Lin Fei left the Divine Dragon world. The Emperor-level mystique, imminent skyline, left quietly. The gains from this trip to the Divine Dragon world were unimaginable, especially in terms of divine power. He broke through the limit. Since then, there was a huge change in his strength. On top of that, he stepped into the Immortal King realm. Lin Fei was now an Immortal King, a true Immortal King, with combat power at the level of the Divine Dragon world's Dragon God. After continuously using imminent skyline, Lin Fei was far away from the Divine Dragon world. Duanmu, after so long, do you think that kid will come out again? In the Wuji world next to the Divine Dragon world, two immortal emperors were guarding the entrance to the Wuji world. Not far from them was the world bridge, which led to the Wuji world. Humph, if you hadn't hidden your trump card, would the black-robed kid have been able to kill me? Immortal Emperor Duanmu said in a low voice, his face not looking too good. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that kid to have a mid-grade immortal artifact. These two were Immortal Emperor Xuecheng and Immortal Emperor Duanmu, who hunted down Lin Fei. That day, Immortal Emperor Duanmu and Immortal Emperor Xuecheng fought. Both of them were injured and forced to stop fighting. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng compensated them and settled the matter. The two immortal emperors could not take it lying down. Therefore they waited outside the world bridge, waiting for the black-robed kid to show up. Immortal Emperor Duanmu had suffered heavy losses and was furious at the black-robed kid. After some time, the black-robed kid disappeared into thin air. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng could not sit still anymore. Two immortal emperors waiting for a black-robed kid. It was embarrassing. He's here, I can feel the black-robed kid's aura. Immortal Emperor Duanmu, who had been sitting cross-legged, had a gloomy expression. His gaze pierced through the endless void and saw a black-robed kid heading in their direction. Great, when I catch the black-robed kid, I'll throw his primordial spirit into the netherworld ocean and make him suffer day and night, trapping him for 10,000 years. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng had lost his son and compensated Immortal Emperor Duanmu. Look at my mountain river diagram. Immortal Emperor Duanmu took out his immortal artifact, the mountain river diagram, and it pierced through the void. A lifelike scene of mountains and rivers swept the black-robed boy into the mountain river diagram. Let's go in. Immortal Emperor Duanmu entered the mountain river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was a lower-grade celestial artifact that contained a grotto heaven. The person who held the mountain and river diagram would become a godlike existence in the grotto heaven, invincible. It's good that we've trapped this kid. I'm afraid he won't be able to use his emperor-level divine ability. The Blood City Immortal Sovereign clearly remembered that this kid's speed was extremely fast, and it was even an emperor-class sacred art. Even the two of them couldn't catch up to him even if they joined forces. Immortal Emperor Duanmu took out the mountain and river diagram as soon as he saw the black-robed young man appear, so as to prevent him from escaping. Immortal Emperor Duanmu had paid a huge price to repair the low-grade immortal artifact. Blood City. This kid's emperor-class sacred art already belongs to me. You better know your limits. Immortal Emperor Duanmu said coldly. I, Blood City, am a man of my word. If you don't want this emperor-class sacred art, then so be it. However, we'll split this kid's mid-grade immortal artifact equally. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng couldn't wait to take the emperor-class sacred art for himself. For an expert of his level, an emperor-class sacred art for speed was undoubtedly a life-saving sacred art. In order to rope in Duanmu, it didn't matter if he gave up an emperor-class sacred art. The main point was the mid-grade immortal artifact. Immortal Emperor Duanmu nodded his head in satisfaction and brought Blood City Immortal Emperor Xuecheng into the mountain and river diagram. Kid, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Immortal Emperor Xuecheng entered the mountain and river diagram, he saw the black-robed young man trapped by thousands of arrays. There was a world in the mountain and river diagram, and at the same time there were arrays set up. Immortal Emperor Duanmu had underestimated the other party last time, so he didn't activate many arrays, which caused the mountain and river diagram to be destroyed. This left him with a belly full of resentment. When he attacked again, he didn't give the other party any time to react. He activated all the arrays and used the power of the arrays in the world to suppress the black-robed young man. In the center of the world, the black-robed young man was trapped in the center, and the power of the arrays was suppressing him. So it's the two of you. It's really rare to see the two of you launching a sneak attack for an unimportant person like me. Lin Fei chuckled. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? The two immortal emperors couldn't hold their faces anymore. After all, they were immortal emperors with more than 50 nomological laws. They could kill ordinary heaven-stage immortal kings with a wave of their hands. They were like old ancestors in their sections. The two of them attacking a black-robed young man was indeed a joke. Do you think anyone will know? Immortal Emperor Duanmu sneered. You were lucky to escape last time. This time, even if you have an emperor-grade divine ability, you won't be able to escape under the control of my array. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the emperor-grade divine ability and the set of medium-grade celestial artifacts. Lin Fei blinked. Aren't you worried about what a person like me, at my age, and with my strength, will represent? I believe this will be a nightmare for you. Hee hee kid, you're still too naive. We dare to attack you because we're not afraid of the people behind you. There are many sects in the universe, and you're not the only one behind you. Don't even think about it if you want to scare us with the sect behind you. You've killed my disciple, so you should know that you'll end up like this today. Immortal Emperor Xuecheng wasn't afraid of threats. Black-robed young man, I'll say the same thing again. Are you going to hand it over or not? Immortal Emperor Duanmu wasn't so patient. He had to get his hands on the things as soon as possible. That was the most important thing to do, lest something unexpected happened. Being able to grasp an emperor-level mystic ability at such a young age, the two of them still had a certain degree of fear. They were afraid that the other party had left behind a divine sense left behind by a big shot. In fact, this was the reason why they suppressed the other party at the beginning and didn't kill him. It couldn't be better if they could force the other party to hand it over. Sai, it seems like you're asking for it. I believe that you have quite a lot of real spirits on you. I'll kindly accept them. Lin Fei smiled brightly. I pity you two immortal emperors. Duanmu, use the Grand Array to deal with him. Immortal Emperor Duanmu's eyelids twitched. He didn't know why, but he felt uneasy for no reason. At their level they could reach a certain level of foresight. Forget it. This stinking brat is in this old man's mountain river diagram. He's isolated from everything. If he snatches the emperor-level mystic ability and middle-grade celestial artifact, he'll just leave. A set of middle-grade celestial artifact. Immortal Emperor Duanmu was too tempted. Rise. Immortal Emperor Duanmu struck out a series of hand seals. The 10,000 layers array surged like a mountain. The huge power condensed into giants that blasted towards the black-robed kid in the array. I'll seriously injure this brat first and then use the secret technique to control him. At that time, the emperor-level mystic ability and middle-grade celestial artifact will be mine. That old thing Xuecheng won't get any benefits. Immortal Emperor Duanmu said in his heart. A set of middle-grade celestial artifact was completely worth it for Immortal Emperor Duanmu. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Not to mention a set of middle-grade celestial artifact. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Those giants were condensed from the power of the array. At the same time, they were the concentrated power of the entire Grotto Heaven world. Their strength was quite terrifying. A heaven-stage celestial king would be smashed into pieces by this attack. This power is not enough, Xuecheng said while shaking his head. The power that could have killed Lin Fei instantly dissipated before it could even get close to him. After shaking his head, Lin Fei struck out a huge hand made of divine power at the 10,000 layers array in front of him. The divine power was like a flood, surging and unparalleled. It collided with the array one after another. The array crumbled instantly. The 10,000 layers array no longer existed in a few breaths. The 10,000 layers array broke instantly. The two immortal emperors opened their mouths wide. The power of the Grotto Heaven world couldn't even hurt a hair of the other party? It's fine if you didn't come looking for me. I won't lower myself to your level. What a pity. Swoosh. Lin Fei flicked his finger casually and shot out two saber lights formed by divine power. Immortal Emperor Duanmu and Xuecheng's faces changed instantly. They hurriedly struck out their killer moves to resist the two saber lights. Their hearts were in turmoil. How did this brat's strength surpass theirs in such a short time? Bang bang bang. Their attacks couldn't even withstand a single blow from the saber lights. The two saber lights blasted on their bodies. Their bodies cracked like cracks. They couldn't withstand the blow and directly exploded. I wasn't a match for them before. I had to rely on the overbearing blood shadow to catch them off guard. But now I can kill 2 immortal emperors with just 2 saber lights. Lin Fei sighed and shook his head gently. Let's go. This brat's strength is too strong. After recovering their bodies, the 2 immortal emperors realized that they had kicked an iron plate. They couldn't deal with him at all. Whoosh! The 2 instantly left the mountain and river diagram and headed in one direction. Bang! The mountain and river diagram suddenly exploded. 2 saber lights flew out and slashed at the 2 immortal emperors. Their bodies exploded again, and their primordial spirits were also crushed into pieces. Since I killed them, I should at least take their things. I can't just give them to others. Lin Fei took away the storage ring. There weren't many real spirits in it. At the same time, he also obtained an imperial divine skill. No wonder they could chase me all the way. It turned out to be this imperial divine skill. He understood at a glance. Whoosh! Lin Fei came to the sky above the sect where immortal Emperor Duanmu was. He scanned the sect with his divine sense. The strength of this sect was extraordinary. There were more than 100 Heaven Stage Immortal Kings, and more than 10 Heaven Stage Immortal Kings in the Perfection Realm. Boom! The huge palm of divine power slapped down on them. This power was enough to sweep away everything. In an instant, most of them were killed. The whole sect was in chaos. Lin Fei barged into the sect's treasure vault and swept everything clean. After sweeping the treasure vault where immortal Emperor Duanmu was, Lin Fei went to the sect of immortal Emperor Shui City, and also plundered the treasures in the treasure vault. 2 immortal emperors were no match for him, let alone the people below. Awesome! Chapter 1109. The Wuji world was a great world. To be able to be next to the divine dragon world, the Wuji world was not an ordinary world. Lin Fei had killed 2 immortal emperors and experts from 2 sections. This was not a small matter. Immortal Emperor Duanmu and Immortal Emperor Xuecheng both had powerful backgrounds. Qianquan's sect. The backing of both of them. A sect could manage a huge area. In fact, apart from its own strength, it also needed a powerful backing. Qianquan's sect was such an existence. After Lin Fei killed those people and snatched their treasures, some of the fleeing experts arrived at the Qianquan gate. Elder Zhao, you must avenge the old ancestor. The old ancestor died so tragically. A few immortal kings were crying. In a courtyard, a black-robed middle-aged man stood in front of a quiet lake. This black-robed middle-aged man was an elder of Qianquan's sect. His name was Immortal Emperor Ren Tian. His combat power was not something Duanmu and Xuecheng could compare to. Immortal Emperor Ren Tian was actually in charge of a region. Otherwise, there would be more than 20 to 30 elders like him in the Qianquan sect who were in charge of the offerings. It could be said that Immortal Emperor Ren Tian was their backer. Immortal Emperor Ren Tian represented Qianquan's sect. Qianquan's sect collected their tributes and naturally had to protect them. This was the reason why Xuecheng and Duanmu dared to make a move. After all, Qianquan's sect was an alliance force in the Wuji world. It was one of the major forces. Generally, as long as the background was not too big, they were confident that their backer would be taken care of by them. Have you figured it out? Was it the Heaven Alliance who did it? Immortal Emperor Ren Tian turned his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. He was in a rage. The few immortal kings did not dare to look at him. Their foreheads were full of cold sweat. It seems so. That black-robed young man killed the elders as soon as he came up. He used divine power. These heaven-ranked immortal kings could still remember that back then when that black-robed young man first appeared, he was like a heavenly divinity descending from the heavens. The moment he acted, the heavens and earth trembled, causing the sky to change color as he domineeringly swept through all the heaven-ranked immortal kings. That terrifying scene was something they would never forget even now. Trash. Ren Tian Immortal Sovereign snorted coldly. You can't even differentiate who you are, so what's the use of keeping you? Boom boom boom. Elder, please let us go. The heaven-ranked immortal kings exploded one after another, leaving behind only a single heaven-ranked immortal king. His face was pale as blood stained his body. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, unable to speak. A heaven-ranked immortal king would naturally be respected by others in the outside world. After all, he was an expert. But in front of the Qianquan sect, this was nothing. It was normal to be killed for doing something wrong. Moreover, The Heaven Immortal Sovereign was enraged right now. They could only blame their bad luck. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign was also furious. An elder in charge of management would have a great impact on the sects under him. Losing 2 sects for no reason was equivalent to losing 2 sets of offerings and a portion of their strength. They even lost 2 immortal emperors. This was a slap to the face. They're from the World Alliance. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign had a malevolent expression. The people from the World Alliance are too much. They dared to violate the agreement in front of everyone and killed my subordinates. Do they really think that our Qianquan sect is easy to bully? The World Alliance had always been their archenemy. Once they made a move, their godly strength would shock the heavens and crush their opponents with godly strength. Other than the World Alliance, no one else could do this. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign immediately suspected the experts from the World Alliance. Normally, the people from the World Alliance would always act behind the scenes. But this time they went too far. They directly destroyed 2 sects and killed most of the higher-ups. This was equivalent to the destruction of 2 sections. The impact was huge. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign had to vent his anger no matter what. Men. The limitless world was huge. Lin Fei didn't dare to recklessly use an emperor-ranked sacred art. Normally, emperor-ranked sacred arts were incomparably precious. He was only an immortal king. If he used an emperor-ranked sacred art to travel, it would inevitably attract some trouble. Although he didn't use an emperor-ranked sacred art to travel, Lin Fei's speed was still very fast. These 2 sects really hid a lot of good stuff. Logically speaking, these good stuff shouldn't be lying around. They should have been refined into various treasures. Along the way, Lin Fei checked the treasures that he plundered. Previously, he didn't have time to look at them in detail. He just kept them all. He would have time to look at them now. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found a problem. Many of the materials were stored neatly according to their categories. Qian. His divine sense scanned the treasures up and down and found a problem again. A Qian character appeared in Lin Fei's vision. A bad thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Could it be? This was an item with an owner. Lin Fei went to check the treasures of another sect and found another Qian character. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he had unknowingly offended someone again. A chill instantly came out from the void. Brat from the World Alliance, you want to leave after killing people from my Qianquan sect. A domineering sword essence swept in all directions. The sword pierced toward Lin Fei's eyes. It was a clean kill. At the critical moment, 2 saber essences shot out from Lin Fei's eyes and collided with the sword. The saber essences were more domineering than the sword essences. Like a saber god, it destroyed everything and minced the sword essences into pieces. Swish! Lin Fei used his palm as a saber and slashed at one of the places. With a muffled groan, a corpse fell. Since he had attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't be lenient. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of more than 300 people appeared in the sky. All of them were dressed in black and had no expression on their faces. Who is your master? Tell me your name and I'll let you die in one piece. In front of the 300 black-robed men, a middle-aged black-robed man appeared. His sharp gaze swept over. His eyes, one black and one white, opened up a huge illusory world. Immortal Emperor Duanmu and Immortal Emperor Xuechang, who were killed earlier, appeared once again. It's you who killed us. Brat, you're dead meat. 2 immortal emperors with endless resentment flew across the sky. A saber essence flew out from Lin Fei's eyes. His spirit, qi, and spirit were unwavering. The saber essence shattered the 2 immortal emperors and turned them into nothingness. This kind of illusory world is useless to me. The huge illusory world was shattered. This brat saber essence is very domineering. It's more than 10 points. Not many people in the Qianquan sect have such a powerful saber essence. Is he a new disciple of the World Alliance? If so, he has great potential. Immortal Emperor Ran Tian thought. Go bring him back. Chapter 11:10. A great battle instantly broke out. An elder of the Qianquan sect led a group of subordinates and directly attacked. Especially after Ran Tian Immortal Emperor saw how extraordinary the other party was, he immediately classified the other party as a young elite. To be able to kill 2 immortal emperors in this realm, the other party's future must be limitless. If things went well, the other party might become a powerful figure like him in the future. The white bone giant was summoned, its power sweeping across the Wuji world. A great divine ability blasted down, almost penetrating the Wuji world. Do you think it's so easy to bring him along just because you want to? Lin Fei wasn't someone who would give up without a fight. Moreover, the other party was so domineering. He raised his hand and drew out a saber light that crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and slashed at the white bone giant. The first white bone giant that rushed up was crushed into pieces. What a powerful kid, his saber intent can shake the white bone giant. Seeing this scene, Ren Tian Immortal Emperor frowned. He really couldn't figure out which immortal emperor the other party was under. After shaking the white bone giant with one saber strike, Lin Fei immediately knew that the white bone giant's strength wasn't as terrifying as imagined. Its combat strength was at most infinitely close to the Dragon Monarch level. Lin Fei understood that the Dragon Monarch level powerhouses had a physical strength of more than 50 billion dragons, and even cultivated to the Divine Palace throne. The white bone giant was far from that. Saber intent after saber intent swept through the heavenly river and slammed onto the white bone giants. The tyrannical saber intent killed all the white bone giants. It was unbelievably ferocious. The 300 black-robed men used all their strength to control the white bone giant. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat, and their faces turned pale. They couldn't take it anymore. All the black-robed men were shocked. An immortal king was suppressing their powerful formation. Break! The saber intent turned into a dragon, mixed with unimaginable light, and instantly blasted into the white bone giant's forehead. Pft, pft. The saber light was mysterious and illusory. The 300 black-robed men coughed up blood. The immortal armor on their bodies shattered, and so did their bodies. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. One strike killed 300 immortal kings. They're all dead. Ran Tian Immortal Emperor's face was unsightly. This result was beyond imagination. A wave of saber intent surged over. Ran Tian Immortal Emperor wasn't a newly advanced immortal emperor. He slapped out a palm at the river of saber intent. Brat from the World Alliance, you do have some ability. You dare to kill people from my Jianghu sect. The Ren Tian Immortal Sovereign broke apart the attack with a single palm strike, displaying his extraordinary strength. After that, at the instant when the saber light broke apart, a surge of emperor might gushed forth as an emperor-ranked innate technique blasted out. Spirit Destruction. With a single strike, Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign's killing intent was aroused. The kid from the Heaven Alliance couldn't be allowed to stay. In the future, he might become a powerful enemy of the Jianghu sect. Kill it first. This was an emperor-grade art, capable of erasing the soul. After being erased, the target would immediately turn into a mindless walking corpse. This was the strongest emperor-grade art of Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Fei was enveloped by the power. A giant was projected from the depths of his heart, tearing apart his heart and mind. The flaws in his heart grew bigger and bigger. Brat, no matter how talented you are, you will still die in my hands today. With the emperor-grade art in front of him, Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign punched out, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. He wanted to make things worse and kill Lin Fei with a single punch. Humph humph. No matter which powerful existence this brat is the disciple of the Heaven Alliance, I will definitely kill him today. Blood City and Duanmu have been offering quite a lot to me. If I kill this brat, I might even be praised by the higher-ups. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign thought complacently. This attack from the front and back was incomparably domineering. It was a true killing move. If the flaw in one's heart was too big, it would be easy to expose a flaw in one's defense. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign was thinking of this. He seized the opportunity to kill his opponent. Fate Cage. So close yet worlds apart. Two emperor-grade innate techniques were unleashed at the same time. The terrifying emperor might suppress the aura of the opponent's innate technique. Like two ferocious dragons, they soared out and looked down on the world. The untraceable fate energy sealed Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign's body, sealing his strength in one go. Die for this, daddy. So near, yet worlds apart was activated. Lin Fei arrived before Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign. 6 arms grew out from his body and his godly might was shocking. Rumble, the 6 arms were like Mount Tai, destroying all existences. Ran Tian Immortal Sovereign was crushed by the godly might and his body was collapsing. His opponent's power was like a flood that broke the dam. The immortal force in his body couldn't withstand it at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was drowned in the godly might. 300 powerful immortal kings came at once. Lin Fei wouldn't be lenient. He would kill them first. Jianghu sect, Ren Tian immortal sovereign. Once the opponent died, Lin Fei took the storage ring and saw the proof of his identity. Although he knew that he had accidentally offended a major power, Lin Fei wasn't afraid in the slightest. Unless a peak expert like the immortal emperor acted, he wouldn't care. This brother has great means to kill Ren Tian immortal sovereign. I believe that in a few days, your name will spread throughout the limitless world. Right at this moment, a golden war chariot appeared in the sky far away. It gave off boundless celestial might, and it was actually a middle-grade celestial artifact. It was like a blazing sun that shone down on the land. Lin Fei was on his guard. He couldn't sense how the other party appeared. What was the background of the person who was driving the golden war chariot? In the sky, the golden war chariot was like a blazing sun. A green-robed young man stood there and he had an imposing appearance. He held a divine trident spear in his hand, which was another impressive celestial artifact. Behind him stood 10 black-armored warriors who were brimming with killing intent. Lin Fei cupped his hands together. I am Lin Fei. May I know what advice this brother has for me? I was lucky to be able to kill him. It's nothing much. I am Golden Radiance Immortal Emperor. I am from the Heaven Alliance, 12 Palaces, Roland's Golden Palace. The green-robed young man said calmly. You killed Ren Tian Immortal Sovereign. I wonder which palace are you from? Let's get to know each other. Heaven Alliance? Roland's Golden Palace? Lin Fei had never heard of this before. When he thought about it, he understood why the other party came looking for him. It seemed like he had gotten the wrong idea. You are mistaken. I am not from the Heaven Alliance. I am just passing by, Lin Fei said. Not from the Heaven Alliance? How is that possible? The green-robed young man was obviously surprised. He thought that the other party was from one of the palaces, but who knew that he wasn't? He changed the topic. With brother strength, you should be able to kill a celestial emperor like Ren Tian not long after you entered the celestial king realm. I wonder if you are interested in joining the 12 palaces of the Heaven Alliance. I believe you will be able to get a good position. So he could recruit him directly? Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He knew that the Heaven Alliance should be very strong. Don't reject me. You can take your time to consider. The doors of our Roland's Golden Palace will always be open to Brother Lin. Golden Radiance Immortal Emperor took out a token. I have something to do, so I will leave first. In the future, when you come to Limitless World or even other great worlds, as long as you see Roland's Golden Palace, you can come and find me with this token. You can even enjoy the help of Roland's Golden Palace. Chapter 11:11. This Golden Radiance person is very powerful. Even though the two of them did not fight, Lin Fei could sense a powerful force from the other party. The Ren Tian Immortal Emperor that he killed was very powerful, but compared to this young man, there was a huge gap. The World Alliance's influence doesn't seem to be limited to the Wuxia world. I should go and take a look when I have the time next time. Lin Fei thought to himself as he turned into a stream of light and left. The other party did not have any killing intent towards him and instead wanted to recruit him. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't do anything and decided to leave the Wuxia world first. If he didn't leave now, the people from Jianghu sect would really come. The golden chariot flew past like a stream of light. The young man stood still and his clothes fluttered in the wind like an unmoving god of war. Young master, was that person very powerful? The golden radiance on the chariot smiled. Very, very powerful. Ren Tian Immortal Emperor was beaten to death by random punches. He didn't even have time to regenerate his flesh and blood before he was killed by the other party's tyrannical strength. So powerful. There aren't many in the entire 12 palaces that can catch my eye. That person is one of them. Whether it's recruiting or showing good intentions, it won't be a big loss to me. The Golden Radiance Immortal Emperor actually didn't say anything. Young master, if you say that that kid has a boundless future, I believe that his name will definitely appear in the myriad of worlds in the near future. The people behind him added. The Golden Radiance laughed. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Ren Tian Immortal Emperor was killed and our Wuxia world is going to have a holy wave. Let's go back and make preparations first. The golden chariot shone brightly like the blazing sun. Apart from encountering the people from Jianghu's sect in the Wuxia world, he didn't encounter any danger. Some of the so-called world bandits were not a match for Lin Fei, and Lin Fei killed them without giving them any time to react, allowing him to collect a significant number of their true spirits. Lin Fei didn't care about those true spirits that he collected. He traveled day and night and the great metropolis world was in sight. I'm finally back. Looking at the great metropolis world, Lin Fei smiled. When he returned from this trip, he would no longer be an insignificant existence. He believed that the entire great metropolis heaven would be shocked. There was a lot of anger waiting for Lin Fei to vent. For example, the Nether Palace. This was a huge sect that had been targeting him ever since he came up from the lower realm. Lin Fei would make them regret it. Back then, when they had ascended, they had ambushed him. Then, they had been targeting him non-stop. There had to be an explanation for this. Boom boom boom. Beyond the stars, on the world bridge. A massive hand stretched out from the starry sky, covering the world bridge as it reached out toward Lin Fei. Sinister laughter rang out. You still came back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A huge face appeared on the palm. The one who attacked was demon god Tata, one of the generals of the Sky Demon Emperor. Back then, when he had been chasing after Lin Fei, he had ended up encountering a Buddha from the Western world. He had been chased for quite a long time, and after he had finally managed to shake off the Buddha, he had been repeatedly chased by the Western world's roving bandits. Speaking of which, he had been filled with grievances. When he had wanted to chase after Lin Fei, he had completely disappeared. Demon god Tata was smart. No matter where Lin Fei went, he would come back. Waiting for him. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This demon god Tata was really willing to wait for him. A saber light shot out from his eyes. The saber light was like a great river, vast and mighty. It collided with the sky-covering hand. The sinister smile on his face stiffened as it was split into two by the saber light river. Impossible, how can your strength increase so quickly? A roar came from the depths of the starry sky. Xiao Xiao, another saber light shot into the depths of the starry sky. A huge figure fell out of the starry sky. Only the upper half of the body was left. The lower half of the body was smashed into pieces. The powerful saber intent continued to shatter and regenerate. Demon god Tata's combat strength dropped drastically. Hua, Lin Fei rushed up. His two arms stretched out and covered the sky. With a casual grab, demon god Tata landed in his huge hand and was easily suppressed. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Demon god Tata originally wanted to wait and capture Lin Fei so that he could obtain great merits. Who knew that he would become a prisoner in the blink of an eye? Even with his strength, he lost so badly. He knew that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would definitely die. Lin Fei was much stronger than him. So you are also a spineless coward. Lin Fei said. He stopped suppressing demon god Tata. Demon god Tata was extremely sullen. But now wasn't the time to talk about this. How to survive was the most important thing. Immortal friend Lin, I really didn't mean to make things difficult for you. This is all the Grand Emperor's orders. I am just following his orders. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be your follower. Humph. Follower? His two arms exerted strength, causing demon god Tata to spit out blood. I don't want to be a follower, I want to be a servant. I want to be a servant. Having lived to this point, demon god Tata didn't want to die. Being a servant was better than dying. Swear to open your sea of consciousness. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity to kill a demon god. At least he could use him as cannon fodder. Currently, he didn't have many experts by his side. At most, he had Blood Shadow and Sky Dragon. He didn't have any immortal kings that surpassed the Great Circle Heaven realm. Demon god Tata was the strongest one. Lin Fei was like an immovable mountain to demon god Tata. He wasn't someone he could fight against. After opening his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei left behind a starry sky imprint. It was far from an ordinary imprint. By the time demon god Tata reacted, it was already too late. This imprint wasn't something he could break. Power of faith continuously emerged from his sea of consciousness and covered his entire body. All right, demon god Tata, I know you are going to play some tricks. I have already placed a seal on you. With just a thought, I can kill you. A terrifying power instantly erupted from demon god Tata's body. The aura of death enveloped his entire body. Demon god Tata's huge body trembled non-stop. He repeatedly begged Lin Fei for mercy. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Originally, he was resisting Lin Fei, but as he received the power of faith, he gradually changed. This insect queen has been wandering the universe for a long time, and the secret magics it has acquired are truly frightening. After setting up the restrictive spell, I can clearly feel the faith power affecting Devil God Tata, making him worship me. Given enough time, I'll become his true master. Even without the restrictive spell, Devil God Tata wouldn't dare to violate me. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This is also good. I've subdued a powerful helper. However, such an expert is still too few. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied after realizing the benefits of the seal. Although his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, in the great metropolis heaven, his words still didn't have much authority. The more experts like Demon God Tata, the better. This way, his words would have more authority. Demon God Tata, how many people do you have? Under the influence of the power of faith, a tall figure gradually appeared in Demon God Tata's heart. It was slowly taking shape, and it looked exactly like Lin Fei. Replying to Master, I have a small squad under my command. They are all at the great perfection of the heaven rank. They all listen to my orders. I can immediately summon them. Demon God Tata looked at Lin Fei with worship in his eyes. How many demon gods like you are the subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor? Can you trick them out? Lin Fei's appetite grew. In the great metropolis heaven, one was the Netherworld Palace, and the other was the Sky Demon Emperor. Back then, the Sky Demon Emperor attacked from a distance and almost took his life. At the crucial moment, it was the Heavenly Saint Emperor who intervened. From then on, the Sky Demon Emperor made a move against him. Lin Fei still had to vent his anger. How to do it was still a problem. Of course, Lin Fei didn't expect to kill his way to the Sky Demon Emperor alone. After witnessing the power of the 10,000 layers of restrictions, he would definitely not be able to return. He believed that he would become a joke the next day. If he couldn't kill his way to the Sky Demon Emperor, how could he slap the Sky Demon Emperor? This was something worth thinking about. The opportunity was here. The Sky Demon Emperor, that old thing, seems to have about 100 demon gods like me. They are the vanguard of that old thing, and many of them are stronger than me. It will be troublesome to trick them out. More than 100? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This power was definitely a terrifying one. If he could control them, he would gain a portion of power out of thin air. He believed that the Sky Demon Emperor would definitely be embarrassed. Do you know why that old heavenly demon refused to let me go? Lin Fei had been struggling with this question for a long time, but he had no clue. I heard that Master has divinity, and divinity is one of the keys to becoming a god. Divinity? This was the first time Lin Fei heard of this. What was originally unclear converged into a single line. Finally, everything became clear. I have refined divinity in my body. No wonder that old thing won't let me go. He attacked me time and time again. His goal is the divinity in my body. Another question popped up. Divinity is needed to become a god? God? Could it be an existence even stronger than an immortal emperor? Lin Fei shook his head. This question was too far away. It wasn't something he could think about at the moment. After a long time, Lin Fei thought of a way to lure those old things out. Tata, trick those demon gods that are on good terms with you to come out. As for the reason, it's simple. Tell them that you found the whereabouts of a god and the preserved divinity. Using divinity as an excuse, Lin Fei came up with this idea. He believed that with this, those demon gods wouldn't come out. As long as they came out, Lin Fei was confident that he could capture them and throw them into a restriction to make them his servants. At that time, he would give the Sky Demon Emperor a tight slap in the face. He would definitely be able to deal with a sharp knife from the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei wanted to uproot the Netherworld Palace from the great metropolis world. Chapter 11-12. Sky Demon Palace. It was a land filled with demonic aura. Large amounts of dense demonic aura transformed into demonic spirits and demonic creatures. These demonic spirits and demonic creatures were extremely powerful. They constantly devoured each other, and after a long period of time, they evolved. This land filled with demonic aura spanned hundreds of millions of miles, becoming a true land of death. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely die if they barged in from the outside. Their flesh and blood would be devoured cleanly and their true spirits would be left behind in this land. This place had an awe-inspiring name, Land of Demonic Creatures. In the Land of Demonic Creatures, there were huge palaces erected. Large numbers of demonic creatures surrounded the palaces and it was extremely cold. These palaces were inhabited by experts with great backgrounds. They were the vanguard generals of the Sky Demon Immortal Emperor. Each of them cultivated both immortal energy and physical body at the same time. They were extraordinarily powerful and each of them was covered in blood. Tata, that guy has been out for so long. Don't tell me he went to harm mortals? A silver-armored demon god said while gulping down wine. In the myriad heavens experts could be famous. Similarly, in every myriad heavens, there were many worlds with large numbers of mortals living in them. The number of mortals was extremely large. As the vanguard generals of the Sky Demon Palace, they loved to kill. As for mortals, that was their usual pastime. Isn't that obvious? He must have gone out to hunt mortals. The last time he went out to hunt a powerful enemy, Tata had swept through dozens of worlds. Finally, he lured out a powerful immortal emperor and had no choice but to leave. Another black-armored demon god said, "The Sky Demon Emperor has been in seclusion recently. He hasn't gone out on a mission in a long time. He drinks every day and is bored. Why don't we all go out and have some fun?" These demon gods were usually in charge of a region. This time, the Sky Demon Ancestor seclusion was said to be to refine a powerful immortal artifact. That was why they could sit together and drink without worrying about the Sky Demon Ancestor's punishment. If I had known, I would have gone after that kid Lin Fei. The silver-armored demon god said unhappily, "At least he can be carefree outside. He can even go to the sect to capture some geniuses." Ha 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 ha. That's right. Lewd laughter could be heard coming from the palace. Hua. A black flame suddenly appeared in the palace. It burned slowly and was extremely vigorous. Ha! Isn't this communication glyph from Tata? Could it be that something happened? Impossible, demon god Tata is not weak. Not to mention we have the god's devil ancestor standing behind us. Who would dare to make a move? Quick, open it. The demon gods present had a good relationship with each other. Demon god Tata was one of them. A force landed on the black fire. Demon god Tata stood on the black fire and shrunk countless times. "I'm Tata. I'm at a place right now and I've found something good. Don't tell anyone and come here quickly. I guarantee that you won't come in vain. You might even become a demon emperor in the future." Demon god Tata was standing in a small world. Behind him, there was a resplendent light that was eye-catching and eye-catching. This is... The god fiend, who did not think much of it at first, now looked at the resplendent light. Could this be the legendary divinity? They all knew that in order to become a god, one had to possess divinity. But divinity wasn't something they could pry into. Just now they saw divinity. It must be divinity. That guy Tata, how could he find divinity? Impossible. The group of demon gods was shocked, but at the same time, they were extremely suspicious. After guessing for a long time, they all had the idea to go there no matter what. They could not miss this opportunity. Just as they had said, perhaps, they could become a demon emperor in the future. For example, a Sky Demon Emperor. These demon gods had always been arrogant and domineering. When they went out together, no one dared to say anything. After all, they were the vanguard of the vanguard. It was normal for them to kill at the slightest disagreement. The demon gods left quickly. According to demon god Tata, they found a small world, and it was a world that was on the verge of collapse. This kind of world could be found everywhere in the universe, and they were innumerable. Most of them were destroyed by force, and once a powerful force was involved, the small world would be on the verge of collapse. Tata, there you are. Once they entered the small world, they scanned it with their divine senses and found Tata's location. The group flew over. These demon gods retracted their true bodies. With their true body's height, their tyrannical strength could directly destroy the small world. They were very careful along the way. At the end of the small world, they saw demon god Tata. She was standing on a mountain range. Multicolored light dyed the small world red. They were envious. The multicolored light was very gentle. Bathing in it, they felt like they had returned to their mother's embrace. They closed their eyes in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, I finally saw the legendary divinity. So this is what divinity looks like. At this time, they began to envy demon god Tata. They were not too far away, but they did not know that they had almost missed out on such a great benefit. As long as they bathed in divinity, they would reap great rewards after a long time. Suddenly, something happened. The resplendent light disappeared. The group of demon gods immediately felt uncomfortable. Fate Cage. Fate Divine Light Slash. The unique power of fate swept over like an untouchable river. The demon gods could not use their power and could only use their physical strength to block it. Boom boom boom, the terrifying power crushed over them, and their bodies were cut into two. We were tricked, it's a trap. After receiving this attack, they were heavily injured, and their combat strength fell. Attack! Large amounts of flames rose in the air. The heaven and earth furnace flew out, and they happened to be in it. The powerful divine fire sealed the void, turning it into a forbidden land. Lin Fei charged out, and his 6 arms turned into flowing light, smashing towards the nearest demon god. The violent power crushed down, causing the demon god to vomit blood. At this time, they realized that they had been betrayed by demon god Tata. Demon god Tata also attacked, waving a set of mid-grade immortal artifacts. Saber light swept over like a millstone. The physical bodies that they were so proud of could not block this saber light attack. This set of immortal artifacts came from Lin Fei's Blood Shadow Tyrant Saber. Lin Fei had been lying in ambush nearby and had caught them off guard. He had used 2 great Emperor-level mystical abilities at the same time. One was a sealing power, while the other was an attack aimed at their physical bodies, severely injuring them. The ferocious fighting style stunned the fiend Celestial. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. These powerful demon gods were examples of this. The first demon god was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and he successfully subdued it into a universe restriction. When attacking, demon god Tata revealed all the moves and divine abilities of these demon gods. Lin Fei suppressed them with one move. Moreover, they were injured, and their combat strength was reduced. They were not his match at all. Demon god Tuli. The demon gods were shocked. In the blink of an eye, they had lost a demon god. They could not imagine that someone as powerful as them would take care of them. Lin Fei. He is Lin Fei. How is this possible? Only when that figure appeared again did they see clearly that this person was Lin Fei, who caused a stir in the great metropolis world. That little fellow in their eyes was like an ant. But now, the little fellow in their eyes heavily injured them with one move. Especially after using the arch-divine abilities, their injuries could not be healed in a short time. You have a good memory. I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei's 6 arms spread out, and he punched them viciously. The shock caused their blood and qi to churn, and cracks appeared on their bodies. This was something they had never experienced before. One day, their bodies would not be able to withstand Lin Fei's attacks. Their attacks landed on Lin Fei, but they were all disintegrated. They could not hurt him at all. It was simply too unbelievable. Lin Fei subdued one demon god, which meant that he had one less opponent. In addition, the demon gods that he had subdued came to help. After the shock, the demon gods attacked with all their might. Their immortal powers intersected, but they were at a disadvantage until they were subdued one by one. After subduing all of them, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. It was easy for Lin Fei to kill them, but it was not so easy to subdue them. It took a lot of time. 8 demon gods, almost all of them have the strength of an immortal emperor. I have another expert by my side. This feels great. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. This was just the beginning. After resting for a few days, he left a complete tribute in their sea of consciousness. Then he started for the second time. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first time he subdued 8 demon gods, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. The second time was the same as before. While they were relaxed, he killed them with an emperor-grade mystic art. Including demon god Tata, 9 demon gods attacked together. A few of them attacked one, but Lin Fei easily subdued them. At the start, he rested for 3 days before attacking them once. As the number of demon gods increased, he started to attack every day. Sometimes he would attract 1 or 2 demon gods, and sometimes there would be 3 or 4. Subduing these demon gods was as easy as blowing off dust. Half a month later, there were 61 demon gods by Lin Fei's side. This was a strong force that could sweep through many sects in the great metropolis world. It should be about time. Lin Fei looked at the demon gods behind him. This was his harvest in half a month. As the number of demon gods decreased, it became more difficult to tempt them. With 61 demon gods in hand, Lin Fei was satisfied. As for the rest, he would keep them for now. When the time was right, he would take them all. Lin Fei believed that after subduing 61 demon gods, that old thing heavenly demon would definitely look good. In half a month, these demon gods had recovered from their injuries and recovered their combat strength. This was equivalent to having a strong force. Even if the people of the Netherworld Palace saw them, they would have to consider if they dared to attack. This was a serious problem. Chapter 11-13. Nether Palace. One of the top 10 factions in the great metropolis world. Even though it wasn't very famous in the myriad worlds, it was one of the few big factions in the great metropolis world. Nether Palace had always been overbearing. Plus, they were a powerful sect. No one dared to offend this ancient existence. After all, they had an unimaginable foundation. But recently, the Nether Palace's reputation had been tarnished. The reason was simple. It was because of one person. This person was called Lin Fei. His name was very ordinary. For some reason, the news of Nether Palace hunting down Lin Fei, a junior, was spread. Soon, everyone in the great metropolis world knew about it. Everyone in the Nether Palace was furious, but they couldn't find the person who spread the news. The great metropolis heaven was too big. If they waited for the news to spread, everyone would be suspicious. The Nether Palace couldn't just kill them all. Things got more and more intense. At first, everyone was suspicious. But later on, many people went to investigate and found some clues. Especially the matter of Purgatory sect, it couldn't be more obvious. Even though Nether Palace was a big sect, many people still looked down on them. After all, a big sect going against a junior was really damaging to their image. Especially if they couldn't kill the opponent, they would become a joke. Back then, it was fine if they killed him. After all, such things happened often. But now, the situation was different. Not only did the person who hunted them not die, but he became a genius. Nether Palace wasn't without enemies. Plus, because of their propaganda, Nether Palace didn't look good. They hated Lin Fei to the core. People from the Divine Dragon world, why are they here? The upper echelons of Nether Palace were gathered together. Many powerful elders lived in seclusion. There were even rumors in the outside world that they had died. Who would have thought that these ancient existences were still alive and well? Every one of them had strong blood energy. They weren't affected. Today, they heard a shocking news. People from the Divine Dragon world had come. The upper echelons of Nether Palace were shocked. They didn't know what people from the Divine Dragon world did. Did Nether Palace offend people from the Divine Dragon world? Nether Palace was one of the top 10 factions in the great metropolis world. Adding on the time of its inheritance, no one in the nearby worlds dared to say anything. It had a certain amount of influence. The Divine Dragon world was different. The Nether Palace couldn't contend with any of the powerful existences there. The great metropolis celestial realm was just a world. It was insignificant among the many worlds. The Divine Dragon world was extremely powerful. It would be easy for them to destroy the great metropolis celestial realm. More importantly, the experts of the Divine Dragon world were all lunatics. They were not to be trifled with. Even though the Nether Palace was powerful, they were still wary of the people of the Divine Dragon world. We have to go and welcome them. Also, we have to seal the news completely. We can't let outsiders know. Among the higher-ups, a gray-robed person sitting at the head seat opened his eyes, filled with majesty. He was the first elder of the higher-ups, Yu Ming-hon. Once the great elder made a decision, there was almost no objection from the people below. Moreover, they could not afford to offend the people of the Divine Dragon world. Even the Nether Palace's patriarch had to be courteous to the people of the Divine Dragon world. The Nether Palace was well prepared. With all news locked down, outsiders would not know that the people of the Divine Dragon world had come. The square of the Nether Palace was completely sealed off. At the same time, a teleportation formation was set up. A group of higher-ups and elders came to welcome them personally. To them, if they could form a connection with the major factions of the divine dragon world, it would be a decisive factor in their right to speak in the great metropolis celestial realm. It would not be difficult for them to become the #1 sect. It was also possible for them to unify the great metropolis celestial realm in the future. They're here. They're here. The teleportation formation shone brightly. A few figures came out of it. Roar, roar, roar. The first to come out was an old man. He looked old and clumsy. The dragon might behind him roared and shook the earth. The higher-ups and elders nearby paled instantly. They could not withstand the sound of the dragon might. Everyone in the Nether Palace changed their expressions. The old man's combat strength was overwhelming. Just the dragon might alone was enough to shock them. I am from the divine dragon world. I am Jiao Lai from the Hidden Dragon Clan. The old man walked down with great strides. The Hidden Dragon Clan? The great elder of the Nether Palace. Yu Mingan's face darkened again. This news was too shocking. Others might not know about the Hidden Dragon Clan, but Yu Minghan was very clear about it. In the divine dragon world, the strongest faction was the Divine Dragon Palace. No matter how strong they were, they could not truly unify the divine dragon world. There was another faction that was in a stalemate with them. This faction was called the Hidden Dragon Clan. The Hidden Dragon Clan was the earliest faction in the divine dragon world. They lived in seclusion, and no one dared to question their strength. Even the current Divine Dragon Palace could not take down the Hidden Dragon Clan. It was a stalemate. Yu Minghan had heard about this at a gathering. Yu Minghan invited them to a quiet palace. He did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, he ordered that what happened today must not be leaked. The Nether Palace could not compare to a faction like the Hidden Dragon Clan. The Great Elder had to take this old man, Jiao Lai, seriously. Even though he was not as strong as him, the Hidden Dragon Clan was enough to make the Nether Palace lower their heads. After looking at the token and the aura left on it, Yu Minghan did not dare to have any doubts. He returned the token respectfully. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why would we go to the Nether Palace for a faction like the Hidden Dragon Clan? Nether Palace? Haven't you always wanted to develop outside? As long as you accomplish this, with a word from the Hidden Dragon Clan, I guarantee that you will enjoy endless benefits. A young man in black behind Jiao Lai snorted. Many of the people present were the higher-ups and elders of the Nether Palace. How could the younger generation speak in such a situation? If it was any other time, they would have been furious and would not be able to stand here. But at this moment, even though they were unhappy, they did not dare to show it. If they had any ideas, the Nether Palace might face a calamity. They had to be on guard against such things. Jiao Lai did not stop them. He drank his tea leisurely. Then he said plainly, "We are here for a person. I believe you are familiar with him." Yu Minghan said, "I wonder who he is." Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei. The higher-ups and elders of the Nether Palace were restless. They did not know why they were looking for this person. Could it be their backer? Were they here to denounce them? They were not sure. Yu Minggan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though it was just one sentence, the pressure it brought was no less than an immortal emperor's attack. Lin Fei is from the Holy Heaven Academy. He is not in our Nether Palace. I'm afraid we can't help much. Yu Minghan carefully probed to find out the specific situation. Jiao Lai said plainly, "What we want you to do is very simple. As long as you kill Lin Fei, we can support your Nether Palace and make it the #1 sect in the Great Metropolis world." Great Metropolis world? #1 sect? Everyone was moved by this huge temptation. Great Metropolis world. Even though it was only a small world, they could not resist the temptation of being the #1 sect. Once they become the #1 sect, the Great Metropolis world would be under their control. At that time, the Nether Palace could even build an imperial court and swallow some of the nearby worlds. Is this true? Yu Minghan, the Great Elder, was moved. His heart that had not moved for a long time was moved again. If they killed Lin Fei, the Nether Palace would be supported and even become the #1 sect in the Great Metropolis world. No one could resist this temptation. Even the Nether Palace's old ancestor would agree. One Lin Fei was really nothing. They had always been worried. Once they shed all pretenses, killing the insignificant Lin Fei was more than enough. Even if the Holy Heaven Academy was unhappy, as long as they could get support from the Hidden Dragon faction, they would destroy the Holy Heaven Academy in the future. That's all I have to say. Let's see what you do. Jiao Lai stood up. We will give you 1 month. As long as you kill Lin Fei, the Hidden Dragon faction will support your Nether Palace. As for what you choose, it's up to you. Yu Minghan hurriedly stood up. In reality, he really wanted to ask why. Could it be that Lin Fei had gotten into some big trouble in the Divine Dragon world? Thinking about it, this did not seem possible. What kind of place was the Divine Dragon world? Even if it was him, he would not be able to get into trouble. Don't worry. Within 1 month, the Nether Palace will definitely kill Lin Fei. Without hesitation, Yu Minghan made his choice. He had to agree to this. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. If they killed Lin Fei, they would be supported. Even if they had to kill the Dean of the Holy Heaven Academy, they would not even blink. The benefits and rewards were simply unimaginable. I will wait for your good news. Don't disappoint me. The old man's voice came from afar. He had already disappeared. The Divine Dragon world's mystique is indeed mysterious. I can't feel how he left. Yu Minghan's expression changed again. With his strength, he could not see through the other party's movement technique. Great Elder, are we really going to kill Lin Fei? Will this be a joke? Among the upper echelon elders, some agreed to kill Lin Fei. Some remained neutral. There were suspicions in this matter. They had to carefully consider it to prevent any accidents from happening. There's no need to consider. Lin Fei has escaped from our hands many times. In the end, he helped that brat and made us a joke in the great metropolis world. This time, we will eliminate Lin Fei. Yu Minghan made up his mind. He was going to kill Lin Fei and pull the Hidden Dragon faction together. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Once this opportunity was missed, no one knew when it would come again. Chapter 11:14. Master, why didn't I capture Lin Fei directly? Is it worth it to make a move on a small faction? Outside the great metropolis heaven, the young man in black said unhappily. This young man was the old man's disciple. They had come with him this time. If we capture him, we will be bullying the weak, the old man said indifferently. The old man said lightly, the great metropolis heaven, including all the worlds in the universe, can't be viewed with a normal eye. Why? Are there hidden masters in the great metropolis heaven? Even if there are, can they be compared to us, the Hidden Dragon sect? The Hidden Dragon sect was, in fact, a faction formed by the secluded factions. In the Divine Dragon world, Lin Fei had trampled on the secluded factions, swept away their young elites, and seized the benefits of the deity's lake. With the Dragon Emperor's warning, the secluded factions did not dare to make a move directly. They had to give him face. They did not make a move openly, but that was not necessarily the case in private. Lin Fei had learned an emperor-class mystique in such a short time. The secluded factions were very curious and wanted to capture him to study. They were young elites, and it would take a long time for them to reach great success in their emperor-class mystiques. Lin Fei used 2 emperor-class mystiques, both of which were great success. At the same time, they were the mystiques of the Fate Emperor. They were shockingly powerful, and the secluded factions were reluctant to give them up. They had left someone to guard them, but Lin Fei had escaped. The secluded factions personally arranged for people to come to the great metropolis heaven to make arrangements against Lin Fei. The secluded factions could easily find out about the great metropolis heaven. The Nether Palace was the most suitable person to make a move. There was a deep conflict between the secluded factions, and it would save them a lot of trouble if they made a move. Master, I don't think the Nether Palace will be able to capture Lin Fei. No one knows how much he has improved in the deity's lake. The young man in black said. That's why we need the Nether Palace to make a move and understand Lin Fei. We don't need to waste a single soldier. The old man smiled. In a place with rippling demonic energy, a large number of demonic creatures and demonic spirits swam up and down. Under the hostility, there was a murderous aura. Master, in front of us is the demonic land. Demon God Tata said carefully. A black-clothed man stood in the middle of the 10 demonic gods. He looked at the demonic creatures' land and saw a large number of demonic creatures and spirits wandering around aimlessly. As soon as Lin Fei looked over, the demonic spirits and demonic creatures seemed to sense something and followed his gaze. What sharp demonic creatures! They can sense me with just a casual glance. No one would have thought that Lin Fei would be able to reach the Sky Devil Great Emperor's lair with the help of demonic god Tata and the others. Apart from the demonic creatures, there were also spell formations set up in the land of demonic creatures. Immortal energy flowed through the spell formations, and terrifying power was hidden beneath them. With the power of the formation, he was able to suppress his opponent. Good place, really good place. If it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't have come back. It was simply too risky. After hearing that the Sky Devil Great Emperor was forging a powerful treasure, Lin Fei had an idea. According to what demonic god Tata said, the Sky Devil Great Emperor was forging a treasure and was at a crucial moment. No matter what happened, he wouldn't come out of seclusion. Lin Fei understood the strength of the Sky Devil Great Emperor's subordinates. Demonic god Tata also said, there are many experts imprisoned in the lair. Some of them aren't any weaker than them. Because of this sentence, Lin Fei hesitated for a long time. Finally, he decided to make a trip. Master, follow me. These demonic creatures and demonic spirits had a heavy murderous aura. When demonic god Tata and the others arrived, they automatically opened up a path and didn't dare to surround them. As they went deeper, there were white bones everywhere. It was said that they were left behind by some experts, and the one who killed them was the Sky Devil Great Emperor. After entering the land of demonic creatures, palaces came into view. Among the palaces, the most eye-catching one was built on white bones. That was the residence of the Sky Devil Great Emperor. At the same time, it was the place where he went into seclusion to forge treasures. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei looked over. Above the palace, there was a strong wind blowing. That was just the aura of an immortal emperor. Lin Fei didn't doubt that anyone who barged into that region would be killed by the immortal emperor aura. The purpose of this trip was to cause chaos in the Sky Devil Great Emperor's lair. Then, he would take the opportunity to plunder all sorts of treasures. He would treat it as compensation for the mental damage. Lin Fei had already thought it through. He would definitely make the Sky Devil Great Emperor bankrupt. Even if he didn't go bankrupt, he would sweep everything clean and make the Sky Devil Great Emperor cry. Demonic god Tata, what are you doing here? Along the way, demonic god Tata arrived in front of a cold palace. The experts that were captured were all imprisoned here. The Sky Devil Great Emperor gave this place a name. 18 levels of purgatory. Anyone who was captured here could forget about coming out once they entered the 18 levels of purgatory. We are here to do something. Move aside. Demonic god Tata and the other demonic gods came up. The guards immediately let them in. At most, they were curious as to why so many demonic gods had come today. This was a rare sight. Although it was strange, they wouldn't suspect anything. Sky Devil, you old thing, let me out. Men, I'll tell you everything. After entering the first level of the 18 levels of purgatory, they were greeted with all sorts of resentment, angry roars and howls. Master, this is the first level. They are all ordinary people. As you go further, those are the true experts. Many of them were personally captured by the Sky Devil Great Emperor, and suppressed in the 18 levels of purgatory. Demonic god Tata introduced as they walked. Clearly, he was very familiar with the situation here. The old thing personally captured them? Lin Fei's original intention was to subdue some experts. But after hearing this, he lost interest in the first few levels. Those at the back were the true experts, so he didn't want to waste time here. The first few levels were just like what was said, there weren't any powerful people. From the 8th level onwards, there were fewer people imprisoned. Arrays were used to seal the place. From here onwards, the strength of these people had already reached the heaven rank. It was unknown how many people had been tortured to death in the 18 levels of purgatory, causing the air above the 18 levels to be filled with resentment. Those whose mental state wasn't strong enough would have their fleshly bodies occupied by this resentment, turning them into walking corpses. The 9th and 10th levels of purgatory, these two levels were filled with heaven rank perfection stage immortal kings. Master, this person is called demonic god Black Mountain. Back then, he was one of the generals of another devil emperor. Later on, that devil emperor was killed, and he was captured by the Sky Devil Emperor. Lin Fei looked at the huge prison. There was a tall figure sitting there. Even after such a long time, the killing aura on his body couldn't be erased. This demonic god Black Mountain is stronger than demonic god Tata and the others. After taking a look, Lin Fei knew that this was a powerful general. Even the Sky Devil Emperor wanted to capture him, preparing to subdue him. Now, it was time for him to benefit. Demonic God Tata and the others came in and chased the protectors of the various levels out. Demonic God Tata, why are you here? You want me to submit to the Sky Devil Emperor? That's impossible. Who does he think he is? Back then, he wasn't even Master's match. The demonic god Black Mountain revealed a ferocious gaze. He rushed over. Clattering sounds could be heard as chains appeared and trapped him in a position, preventing him from rushing over. Lin Fei walked over from behind. Demonic god Black Mountain, as long as you open your sea of consciousness and let me set up a restriction, I'll bring you out. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had to subdue this demonic god. You are a human brat. Under the ferocious gaze, the demonic god Black Mountain immediately saw through him. He laughed. Ha ha ha, you are just a human brat. This demonic god can poke you to death with a finger. Lin Fei shook his head. You can't. The demonic god Black Mountain was furious. Even though he had been imprisoned for so long, his temper was still fiery. He couldn't take any provocation, especially from a human brat. If you have the guts, come in. This demonic god wants you to die without a burial. The demonic god Black Mountain roared. If you can poke me to death with a finger, I'll ask them to let you out. If not, you can be my servant. Do you dare to give it a try? Lin Fei said calmly. If you want this demonic god to be your servant, it's better if you die here. The demonic god Black Mountain laughed sinisterly. Come in, come in. This demonic god can't wait to poke you to death and leave this damned place. Not long after, the demonic god Black Mountain lowered his sinister head. Demonic god Black Mountain greets Master. The demonic god Black Mountain was very strong, but compared to Lin Fei, he was far inferior. Even if he was at his peak, he would still be around the same level. Lin Fei had subdued the first demonic god. With the demonic god Black Mountain leading the way, Lin Fei subdued all the experts on the 10th level. It wasn't as casual as when he subdued the demonic god Black Mountain. He directly brought people in, released a bunch of demonic gods, suppressed them and subdued them. He didn't care if they agreed or not, he forcefully subdued them one by one. From the 11th level to the 12th level, the number of people imprisoned decreased, but Lin Fei didn't let them go. Just like that, he swept all the way to the 15th level. There's movement. When they entered the 15th level, they didn't see any protectors. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. One of the demonic gods saw a corpse not far away. It was the protector. His Yuan spirit was shattered and he was killed in one move. He didn't even have time to release the news. Master, it's best if we don't go in. Someone has barged in. Demonic god Tata had a solemn expression. Lin Fei also saw that the protector was killed in one move. It was obvious that someone had entered. However, the fierce existences on this level were very tempted and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Who are you? A cold voice came from the depths. Shortly after, a figure appeared. He was carrying a person and casually threw him to the ground. Master, be careful. On the ground is a strong existence that has been imprisoned for a long time. I didn't expect him to be killed by this person. Not far away, the person was wrapped in black cloth. Only his eyes could be seen. The other party was very surprised that someone would enter at this time. Moreover, there was a bunch of demonic gods beside him. No matter who you are, since you saw me, you can stay here. Chapter 11:15. P.S. Today's 5 chapters, 15,000 words. I haven't written like this in a long time. Is everyone satisfied? So strong, where did he come from? The other party's blood energy was so strong that he could send the demon god that Lin Fei had subdued flying. Lin Fei didn't fall. He knew that this guy had a strong background. He waved his right hand and a saber light slashed out. Thick ancient saber intent filled the sky. One had strong blood energy, the other had shocking god power. They clashed head-on. After the saber light attack couldn't do anything to the other party, Lin Fei used 3 heads and 6 arms to fight the other party personally. 6 arms came out, and the battle between the two didn't stop. Boom boom boom, the two of them fought back and forth, leaving the nearby fiend celestials dumbfounded. This was especially so for the demon gods that he had just subdued. This was the first time they knew that their master was so strong. If they fought head-on, they wouldn't be his match. It was a good choice to have such a master. With such strength at this age, his future would be limitless. They couldn't compare to their current master at all. The difference was just too great. The faith left behind by the restrictions sped up and became compatible. Lin Fei probably didn't expect that the battle with the black-robed man would speed up the process of subduing the demon gods. This guy's usage of laws has reached a high level. His realm is higher than mine, so I can only use strength to suppress him. If I take out the divine palace throne, I should be able to injure him on the spot. Lin Fei was thinking about whether he should go all out. This person was very difficult to deal with. No wonder he could enter the 18 levels of purgatory and go all the way to the 15th without anyone noticing. If not for Lin Fei's sudden impulse, this scene wouldn't have happened. Young man, let's stop. The black-robed man punched out and flashed away. His gaze was uncertain. The battle between the two didn't last long, and they both held back. The battle wasn't earth-shattering, but it wasn't something normal people could deal with. At least demon god Tata and the Black Mountain demon god would definitely die if they fought against the black-robed man. Lin Fei relied on his strength to block the other party's attack. The other party stopped, and Lin Fei did not continue attacking. In reality, he was worried that the situation in the 18 purgatory would be known by the Sky Devil Emperor. That would be very bad. Sir, what did you mean just now? Am I that easy to bully? Just because Lin Fei didn't make a move didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. The black-robed man's face darkened, and his eyes flickered. This brat's strength is so strong, to be able to fight evenly with me. If I go all out, I won't be afraid of alerting the Sky Devil Emperor, and I can seriously injure this brat. I have important matters to attend to, and can't be delayed by this. Wait until the important matters are completed, then I'll take care of this brat. Young man, it was just a misunderstanding. Here are 5 billion true spirits. Take it as my compensation. We will meet again someday. The black-robed man threw out a storage ring and disappeared into the depths. Lin Fei put away the storage ring, and sure enough, there were 5 billion true spirits inside. Master, there's definitely something strange about this fellow. He should be heading towards the depths of the purgatory. Actually, Lin Fei himself knew that the person was obviously holding back and didn't dare to use his full strength just like him. What kind of existence was locked up in the 18 purgatory for such a person to enter personally? Lin Fei retracted his thoughts. Come to my heaven and earth smelt. I intend to take a look personally. After knowing that the other party had some restrictions, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At most, he would alert the Sky Devil Emperor, and the unlucky one would be the other party. He would definitely have a chance to leave. Tata demonic god had received the faith power, and they didn't dare to say anything about Lin Fei's words. They kept them all. Hua, hua. Lin Fei's speed was really fast. As he chased, he realized that many of the people locked up in the seals had died a long time ago, and all of them had turned into hundreds of millions of corpses. Their blood qi is gone? There wasn't a single drop of blood qi on the corpses. Someone had used something to take it away. Lin Fei chased once more. Purgatory level 16, 17, 18. A path of corpses, including protectors, was filled with extraordinary speed. The 18th level of the purgatory was pitch black, and the silence was terrifying. 5 huge iron pillars stood tall in the 18th level of the purgatory. On the iron pillars, there were existences that couldn't be seen as humanoid. That black-clothed man was also there. He was standing in front of one of the iron pillars, holding a treasure in his hand. Fresh blood flowed down and landed on the iron pillar. The withered corpse on the iron pillar was like a bottomless pit, continuously swallowing fresh blood. The treasure in the black-clothed man's hand was also bottomless, continuously releasing fresh blood. Could it be that the fresh blood in those corpses was taken away by this thing? As the fresh blood poured in, the withered corpse gave off a powerful beating sound. It was like a huge drum that was beating unceasingly. After the beating became stronger, the corpse started to grow flesh. The speed wasn't very fast, but the shape could be seen. The black-clothed man was so focused that he didn't seem to see Lin Fei behind him. He was always doing one thing. Pung pung pung. After the powerful beating sound, there was the sound of chains. A black-clothed man appeared on the huge iron pillar, and a murderous aura swept over. Ha ha ha, this emperor is alive again. The black-clothed man's hoarse voice reverberated in the sky of the 18th level of the purgatory. Damn, This 18th level of the purgatory is really imprisoning a powerful celestial emperor expert. Lin Fei was shocked. The other party's body started to emit an celestial emperor aura. Hua hua hua, the black-clothed man moved, and he moved the chains. There were hundreds of chains wrapped around his body. They were black and shiny, and there were traces of starlight, allowing the black-clothed man to escape. Starlight cold iron, damn it! The black-clothed man roared, causing the chains to clank. This is the starlight cold iron? Lin Fei's ears twitched. The other party's celestial emperor aura was spreading. As he had just recovered, the pressure wasn't big, so he heard it clearly. Lin Fei focused. The chains looked ordinary, but when the starlight flashed, he instantly understood what they were. The starlight cold iron, such a legendary item. Why would it appear here, and even be used to imprison an celestial emperor? The starlight cold iron was a special material in the starry sky. It was indestructible. Even if an celestial emperor was imprisoned, he wouldn't be able to escape. It was rumored that people used the starlight cold iron to forge immortal weapons that were indestructible. However, these only existed in the legends. But today, Lin Fei saw the starlight cold iron, such a legendary item. My lord, I have disappointed you. The black-clothed man who fought with Lin Fei previously knelt on the ground. After the black-clothed man roared, he retracted his aura. I didn't think that the Sky Devil Emperor would have such a good item. It trapped this emperor. What a miscalculation. The black-clothed man was indeed an celestial emperor. He had just advanced and was plotted against by the Sky Devil Emperor. He was imprisoned in the 18th level of the purgatory, and his body was chained by the starlight cold iron. Suddenly, a clanking sound entered his ears. Only then did the black-clothed man see that on a metal pillar not far away, there was someone looking at the starlight cold iron chain. The black-clothed man on the ground lowered his head and said, "Master, I don't know where this brat came from, but his battle prowess isn't inferior to this subordinate. This subordinate was afraid that something bad would happen, so I gave up the battle and allowed this brat to catch up. Please punish me, master." Are these people all dead? Suddenly, a voice came from the silent 18th level of the purgatory. So it was Lin Fei who had spoken. So what if they're dead? So what if they're not dead? Could it be that you still want to take away the starlight cold iron? After the black-clothed man recovered, his words were filled with the might of an emperor. They're dead. Of course, I'll take them away. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head. Do you want to keep them? After this black-clothed man was imprisoned, he used a secret technique to look like he was dead, but in reality, he was faking his death. Hearing the words of a minor character, he couldn't help but sneer. You're quite daring to speak to this emperor like this. Lin Fei's gaze was still on the starlight cold iron. He was so focused that no one could imagine what could be so focused on. Stop scaring people. You're locked up by the starlight cold iron. With your strength, you can't break it. You can only say such words to scare people. What's the point? These words angered the black-clothed man half to death. If someone dared to say such words during normal times, he would have killed that person long ago. Why would he wait until now? Even if he was at his peak, he probably wouldn't be able to break free from the chains made of the starlight cold iron. Moreover, his strength had dropped greatly, and his cultivation had also dropped. He was now at the half-step immortal emperor level. Brat, you dare to imitate my master. The black-clothed man on the ground stood up angrily and sent a palm down. Lin Fei dodged to the side, and his power landed on the starlight cold iron. Starlight filled the sky. The starry sky and the universe were all there. If you have the ability, try again. Do you believe that I won't kill you here? So what if you're an immortal emperor? You're locked up, and you're alone. Lin Fei was bold and skilled. He really didn't need to worry about a trash immortal emperor. The black-clothed man was still a little fearful. The black-clothed immortal emperor's voice rang in his ears. Back down! But the black-clothed man was unwilling to give up. Young man, I didn't expect to see such an outstanding talent like you in the myriad worlds. You're from the divine dragon world, right? To be able to condense a throne of the celestial court at such a young age. Impressive, truly impressive. The black-clothed immortal emperor's eyes were like torches. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. He had cultivated a throne of the celestial court. He didn't expect that the black-clothed immortal emperor could see through him with a glance. "You flatter me," Lin Fei thought again. The black-clothed man was an immortal emperor, so it wasn't strange that he could see through him. He continued to study the starlight cold iron. This was what he valued most. A special material that even an immortal emperor couldn't destroy. If it was refined into a flying dagger, it should be very useful to plot against people. Lin Fei was a little excited just thinking about it. Using a flying dagger to plot against an expert was too satisfying. Who would care about a flying dagger? By the time they reacted, it would be too late. Even an immortal emperor can't break this starlight cold iron. I wonder if my divine fire can melt it? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could break it, but he was confident in his divine fire. Whoosh! A ball of divine fire appeared on Lin Fei's palm, jumping up and down. This is Chapter 11:16. Once the flames appeared, divinity filled the air. The starlight cold iron chain was covered in divine flames. The starlight universe appeared and turned into a layer of light, trying to block the invasion of the divine flames. The divine flames swept over like ferocious beasts, tearing apart the defense of the starlight cold iron. Patter, the sturdy starlight cold iron chain broke. The black-robed celestial emperor was dumbstruck. If he hadn't read some books back then, he probably wouldn't have recognized the origin of this flame. Divine flames. There are divine flames in the lower domain. How can he have something as heaven-defying as divine flames? Didn't the rumors say that divine flames aren't something a mortal body can withstand? How can it appear on a celestial king? What they didn't know was that Lin Fei cultivated a technique that belonged to a true god. He didn't use his body to create fire. As expected, it works. Lin Fei ignored the black-robed celestial emperor's shock. Divine flames can melt the starlight cold iron chain. This is a good thing. The more the better. I can't waste it. The starlight cold iron chain was unbreakable. Celestial Emperor's great techniques couldn't break through its defense. Lin Fei was prepared to take all the starlight cold iron chain. He wouldn't leave it for others. The black-robed Celestial Emperor was shocked. After a long time he sighed. The world changed so quickly, especially when he saw the other take down the starlight cold iron chain. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the black-robed Celestial Emperor wouldn't have believed that a celestial king could move the starlight cold iron chain. "Master, do you want me to capture him and undo the chain?" the black-robed servant asked. "There's no need. You are no match for him with just this divine flame alone. He cultivates several emperor-grade arts in his body, some of which contain ancient auras. They must have been left behind by a great immortal emperor." The black-robed Celestial Emperor shook his head and thought, "Celestial Devil Emperor, you probably didn't expect that the 18 levels of purgatory and the starlight cold iron that you spent so much effort to get would be broken by a young man." Lin Fei was focused. At the same time, he released the demon god to guard the black-robed servant. The starlight cold iron chain on the 5 giant iron pillars landed in his hands. The starlight cold chains were very heavy, almost as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Fortunately, Lin Fei was very strong. He collected all of them into the heaven and earth furnace and activated the divine flame to slowly refine them. Half a day later, the starlight cold iron chains on the 4 iron pillars were all taken away. If this news were to spread out, the entire universe would be shaken. Someone could take away the starlight cold iron chain. "Young man, if you help me open the starlight frigid chains, this emperor will owe you a favor." The black-clad immortal emperor, who had been resting, opened his eyes. His strength had recovered significantly, and his words were filled with emperor's might. Lin Fei blinked. An immortal emperor's favor? He had to admit that this temptation was very powerful. An immortal emperor sounded very impressive. In the myriad realms, immortal emperors were the true peak characters. Lin Fei's combat prowess was still a long way from reaching the immortal emperor level. A favor from an immortal emperor was indeed worth it. "I'm afraid that once you come out, you'll kill me." Lin Fei shook his head. It was better not to take such a risk. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, let alone an immortal emperor. Lin Fei didn't want to take the risk. It was very tempting to think about it, but who knew the result? "How dare you? Who allowed you to speak to master like this?" the black-clad servant shouted. The mountains and rivers trembled, and he looked like he was about to attack. Lin Fei was very lazy. He really wasn't worried about this black-clad servant. The black-clad immortal emperor glanced at him. The black-clad servant's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he retreated to the side. This emperor's words always carry enormous weight. I will never go back on what I said. Moreover, since you dared to come here, you must have a grudge against the Sky Demon Emperor. Although your strength is not bad, you don't even have a 10% chance of winning against the Sky Demon Emperor. As long as this emperor regains my freedom, the Sky Demon Emperor won't be able to do anything to me. Lin Fei thought, this black-clad immortal emperor really knows how to talk. I've stolen a group of demon gods from the Sky Demon Emperor's hands and barged into the 18 levels of purgatory. If I release the black-clad immortal emperor again, the Sky Demon Emperor will probably vomit blood in anger. It would be best if we can fight each other again. The black-clad immortal emperor had been trapped for too long. The existence of the starlight cold chains bound him, causing him to be unable to come out. His strength was restricted. Now that an opportunity had appeared, no one was willing to miss it. The black-clad immortal emperor knew that the pillars at the side had imprisoned the immortal emperors and demon emperors. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, they couldn't withstand the flow of time. If he missed this opportunity, the black-clad immortal emperor would never have a day of freedom again. He would probably really turn into dust. Just based on your words, I still feel that it's not very reliable. Lin Fei still shook his head. This matter is very difficult for me. What a greedy fellow. The black-clad immortal emperor's eyes were like torches. How could he not see through the other party's thoughts? It was rare to see someone daring to ask a great emperor for money. Young man, this emperor doesn't have any money. However, once this emperor regains my freedom, I will definitely find the Sky Demon Emperor to fight. This emperor doesn't want anything in the treasury. The black-clad immortal emperor said. He could even see this. Lin Fei indeed had this thought. It still won't do. The Sky Demon Emperor has many experts under him. Do you think I can stop him? Lin Fei wasn't that stupid. I don't want to die for nothing. Shen Kuang, he's my man. His strength is about to reach the half-step immortal emperor level. Other than the Sky Demon Emperor, no one can stop him. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei had already guessed that this black-clad servant was very strong. He was suppressing a portion of his strength. It seemed that his guess was correct. I'll reluctantly do it, Lin Fei said. The black-clad immortal Emperor Shen Kuang snorted when he saw the other party's doubtful expression. If it wasn't for his master, he would definitely kill this brat. Now that his master was asking this brat for help, Immortal Emperor Shen Kuang didn't dare to act recklessly. The matter of the Starlight Cold Iron still depended on this brat. Not long later, the Starlight Cold Iron chain broke. The black-clad immortal emperor who was imprisoned shook the remaining Starlight Cold Iron chain away. Sky Demon, you old thing, I'm out. Ha 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 ha. Rumbling sounds reverberated from the 18 levels of purgatory. Giant cracks spread across the 18 levels of purgatory, completely collapsing. The black-clad immortal emperor's blood energy recovered. He punched open the 18 purgatory. The entire 18 purgatory shook as he charged out. In the sky above the Sky Demon Lair, the black-clad immortal emperor's aura spread. After breaking free from the restriction, his strength continued to rise. The first batch of subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor rushed out of the palace. The black-clad immortal emperor pressed down with his palm. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They were all wiped out. Quick, run! This is a demon emperor. The top experts of the Sky Demon Lair paled when they saw this scene. A demon emperor wasn't someone they could stop. They could casually kill him. Knowing that the enemy was behind them, the Sky Demon Lair was in complete chaos. Hong hong hong, the black-clad immortal emperor rushed out. His emperor's aura swept the Sky Demon Lair. With a slap of his hand, many powerful existences exploded. Their blood energy flew to the black-clad immortal emperor, and his aura continued to rise. Everywhere he passed, no one could stop him. Monarch Breaker, you actually broke free from the Starlight Cold Iron. A huge black hand flew out from a palace in front of him and slapped towards the black-clad immortal emperor. Then, a cold voice with surprise and shock could be heard. Very surprised, isn't it? The black-clad immortal emperor also slapped his palm. Back then, you plotted against this emperor. Did you think that this day would come? As soon as the two palms met, A terrifying force swept out, and an unknown number of experts were strangled to death. Sky Demon, you don't dare to use your full strength? Oh right, this emperor knows that you are forging a powerful immortal artifact and don't dare to be distracted. The army breaker Devil Emperor strode over and attacked the palaces not far away. One by one, the palaces were destroyed. Lin Fei, who came out of the 18 Purgatory, gasped when he saw this scene. After being imprisoned for so long, his strength is still so strong. Lin Fei put himself in the army breaker Devil Emperor's shoes and thought that if he encountered such an attack, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. Immortal emperors were indeed not ordinary. You guys fight, I'll go take a stroll around the treasury first. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. He couldn't interfere in this matter. I'll have to trouble you to go to the treasury. With another expert by his side, Lin Fei naturally had to make use of him. It would be a pity if he wasted it. Humph. Don't worry, I will complete Master's words. With the demon god leading the way, things were much simpler. Immortal Emperor Shen Kuang was very strong. Few could stop him along the way. With the appearance of a demon emperor, the people below were scared out of their wits. Monarch Breaker, how dare you destroy this old man's treasure? Not far away, an angry voice soared into the sky, blasting a hole in the sky. A skinny middle-aged man with a cold and gloomy aura flew up from the ruins. He had all kinds of divine abilities in his hands. The sun and moon shone brightly, and the aura of the great Tao reverberated. Ha ha ha, so what if I destroy your treasure? Another battle erupted in the sky. He really destroyed the treasure. Lin Fei didn't dare to look and shrunk his neck. This time, he really made the Sky Demon Emperor angry. He should make a trip to the treasury, collect the treasure, and then sneak away. Young man, you only have the time of an incense stick. Once the time is up, I'll leave. Demon Emperor Pajun's voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears after the door of the treasury was destroyed. The time of an incense stick? Almost. The treasury of the Sky Demon Emperor's nest was filled with treasures and all kinds of cultivation resources. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he took out the heaven and earth furnace and collected everything he wanted. As for what it was, he didn't have time to care. This kid is really ruthless. He's going to rob everything. Immortal Emperor Shen Kuang was at the door and saw everything clearly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people who dared to collect treasures in the nest of a demon emperor, but it was very rare for a celestial king to do it. Ordinary celestial kings couldn't move when they saw the emperor's aura, so how would they dare to plunder the demon emperor's treasury? Just based on this point, Immortal Emperor Shen Kuang knew that he couldn't compare to him. What a promising young man. The time of an incense stick wasn't long or short, but it was enough for Lin Fei. It's about time. Lin Fei came out again, and the aura of all kinds of divine abilities filled the sky, all of which were emperor-level divine abilities. They intertwined and didn't dissipate for a long time. The two demon emperors fought back and forth, and their traces couldn't be seen clearly. Sky Demon, your strength is only a... Wait for my strength to recover, then we'll fight again. Chapter 11:17. After the battle, the Sky Devil Emperor's lair was no longer what it used to be. The aura of the Sky Devil Emperor's divine arts were everywhere. The divine arts left behind by the Sky Devil Emperor didn't dissipate for a long time. Anyone who went near them would be obliterated. The Sky Devil Emperor's lair was in ruins. The Sky Devil Emperor was restrained in the battle between the two. After being imprisoned for so long, the Sky Devil Emperor needed to vent his anger. The Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates were all heavily injured by the Sky Devil Emperor's attacks. The power of an enraged Sky Devil Emperor was unimaginable. After Devil Emperor Pajuan left, the Sky Devil Emperor was gloomy. He didn't have the time to activate the formation to keep the Sky Devil Emperor. How did Devil Emperor Pajuan come out? No one in the universe can break the starlight cold iron. The Sky Devil Emperor's expression was ugly. Back then, when he imprisoned this demon emperor, he actually wanted to obtain the other party's divine abilities and methods to increase his own strength. The Sky Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to the Sky Devil Emperor. He could only suppress the Sky Devil Emperor in the last level of purgatory, and use the starlight cold iron to restrain him. But who would have thought that the Sky Devil Emperor would come out one day? The Sky Devil Emperor really wanted to kill Devil Emperor Pajuan, but he could only heavily injure the Sky Devil Emperor. What a pity! If this Emperor's soul-extinguishing divine spear was completed, Killing Pujuan would be as easy as flipping my palm. The Sky Devil Emperor thought, now that the Sky Devil Emperor has escaped, he will definitely come for revenge in the future. Pujuan has many good friends behind him, and some of them are far stronger than me. For safety's sake, I need to find them. The Sky Devil Emperor was thinking far ahead. Since it had happened, he just had to deal with it. Pujuan had friends, so did he. Who was afraid of who? My soul-extinguishing divine spear failed at the crucial moment. At least it's a half-finished product and can still release some power. I'll just refine it after I gather the materials. The Sky Devil Emperor was in a bad mood. When he returned to his palace, he found that the soul-extinguishing divine spear was gone. His divine sense scanned the place and couldn't find the half-finished spear. Who took it? Boom boom boom. Another large area of the palace was crushed into pieces. The Celestial Demon Emperor couldn't think of anyone who could steal his divine soul destroyer spear at such a critical juncture and do it without making a sound. Ancestor, the treasury has been ransacked. The Sky Devil Monarch often searched for treasures outside, and there were many treasures and materials in the treasury. This news was like rubbing salt on the wound. Whoosh! The Sky Demon Emperor was in the treasury. The huge treasury was practically empty. It had been ransacked by the rats, but they couldn't find anything decent. Who did it? This emperor is going to skin him alive. Roars reverberated in the sky above Heavenly Demon's lair, lingering for a long time. This spear is so heavy, I almost couldn't carry it. Lin Fei carried the black spear and executed the emperor-level divine ability. So near, yet worlds apart. He executed it several times in a row and only stopped when he felt that it was safe. Lin Fei had stolen the soul-extinguishing divine spear refined by the Sky Demon Emperor. When the two monarchs were fighting, Lin Fei plundered the treasury. He dared to sneak under the ruins of the palace and tore apart the restriction formation. Lin Fei didn't waste time and charged in. He saw a spear emitting imperial aura and carried it away, not caring if it was good or bad. Young man, you're quite bold. You even dared to take the soul-extinguishing divine spear refined by the Sky Demon Emperor. Devil Emperor Pujuan walked out of the void with a pale face. After a round of fighting, he was injured and retreated. The soul-extinguishing divine spear in Lin Fei's hand flew out and landed in Devil Emperor Pujuan's hand. Several seals landed on it, and the imperial aura returned to the soul-extinguishing divine spear. Devil Emperor Pujuan didn't know what to say. This young man dared to steal the treasure while they were fighting. No one in the 10,000 worlds would dare to do such a thing. It's a good item. It's fated with me. This can't be blamed on anyone. Don't tell me the great emperor has taken a fancy to it? Lin Fei blinked. He was really worried that Devil Emperor Pujuan would take a fancy to the spear. From the first glance, Lin Fei knew that this spear was extraordinary. It turned out that it was called the Soul-Extinguishing Divine Spear. Don't worry, this emperor has no interest in this thing. This emperor has helped you erase the traces left behind by the Sky Demon Emperor. You can use it without worry. The soul-extinguishing divine spear landed in Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei just remembered that he almost brought trouble to himself. This soul-extinguishing divine spear came from the hands of the Sky Demon Emperor. It must have left behind his divine sense. Many thanks, Lord Devil Emperor. Lin Fei said gratefully. He kept the soul-extinguishing divine spear. I wonder what level this soul-extinguishing divine spear has reached. You are quite smart. This soul-extinguishing divine spear should be an emperor's divine weapon. A divine weapon that can only be used by immortal emperors. Now, this soul-extinguishing divine spear is just a half-finished product, and it should be a high-grade immortal weapon, containing a portion of emperor's might. With your strength, you won't be able to use it more than once. Demon Emperor Pujuan naturally knew what this guy was thinking. High-grade immortal weapon? That's not bad. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity. However, he knew that immortal emperors could use emperor's divine weapons instead of immortal weapons. Your appetite is really big. You're still not satisfied? You're just an immortal king. A high-grade immortal weapon is enough to turn the tables at a crucial moment. Devil Emperor Pujuan shook his head. The Sky Demon Emperor has suffered a great loss this time. Many people will suffer because of this. You should leave as soon as possible. This emperor is leaving too. Lin Fei was satisfied. A high-grade immortal weapon was another trump card. This trump card couldn't be used carelessly. If the Sky Demon Emperor heard about it, he would be hunted down. Many thanks for the reminder, Devil Emperor. When he looked again, Demon Emperor Pujuan had disappeared. He left so quickly. Is he afraid that I'll rely on him? Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He flew towards the academy. The great metropolis heaven was huge. Lin Fei's speed was much faster than before. If he used his emperor's sacred art, he would be even faster. Rivers and mountains passed under his feet. In the great metropolis heaven, the immortal king realm was one of the best. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to get some good stuff under the nose of the Sky Demon Emperor. He didn't expect to take the most important thing and release a Devil Emperor. It was like a dream. He wanted to go to the Nether Palace, but it seemed that he had to postpone it. If he was suspected, the anger of a Devil Emperor wouldn't be appeased so easily. In the cloudless sky, a group of 8 people flew across the sky. What do you guys think Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei did this time to anger the Nether Palace and force the Holy Heaven Academy to hand over Lin Fei? That's hard to say. But the Nether Palace is coming in a threatening manner. It seems like they'll declare war if the Holy Heaven Academy doesn't hand over Lin Fei. That's impossible, right? The Holy Heaven Academy probably doesn't want to start a war with the Nether Palace just for Lin Fei. These people were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. At this moment, a power enveloped them, making them unable to move. They saw a black-clothed man appear before them. It was Lin Fei. What did you guys just say? Lin Fei asked with a solemn face. Everyone in the group was so scared that their faces were pale. The leader braced himself and said, "Brother Lin, we were just saying it casually." Before he could speak, he was interrupted. "Get to the point, what exactly happened?" Lin Fei didn't know that he would hear about the Nether Palace. It seemed that the Nether Palace wanted the Holy Heaven Academy to hand him over. After increasing his cultivation realm, Lin Fei's fighting strength was unbelievably ferocious even though he was only in the Immortal King realm. Just a single sentence was enough to scare them to the point that they felt as if they had encountered a god of death. He told them everything he knew. To sum it up, it was very simple. The Netherworld Palace seemed to have taken some wrong medicine. They brought a large group of people and aggressively charged into the Holy Heaven Academy, demanding the higher-ups of the academy to hand over Lin Fei. After Lin Fei figured it out, he turned into a streak of light and left. That aura was so terrifying. How can Lin Fei's strength increase so quickly? Those people were covered in cold sweat. Lin Fei was more terrifying than the rumors said. Nether Palace, I didn't go to you, but you came to me instead. You must have taken the wrong medicine. Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am still the Lin Fei that you chased after? Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He didn't want to go to the Nether Palace at first. Since they came to bully him, he couldn't just let it go. If you dare to touch a hair on Lin Jiqing and the others, I will make the Nether Palace disappear. Lin Fei directly used the Arch-tier divine ability so close, yet worlds apart. The dense aura of the Arch-tier divine ability flew over the cities, alarming many experts who were cultivating in seclusion. They all sensed the aura of the Arch-tier divine ability and the killing aura. What's going on? What great anger! These hidden cultivators woke up from their seclusion and looked at one side of the sky. The Holy Heaven Academy had been in the limelight recently. The Eternal Emperor's treasure vault was about to open, and everyone was paying attention to it. Originally, there shouldn't be anyone looking for trouble at this juncture. But when the Nether Palace came in a threatening manner, the appearance of a few Nether Palace elders alarmed all the forces in the great metropolis world. Now that these elders had appeared, something big was going to happen. For the sake of Lin Fei, the Nether Palace had gone all out this time. They were determined to take Lin Fei away. The Holy Heaven Academy was once again the center of attention. Our intention is very simple. Hand over Lin Fei, and you will still be the Holy Heaven Academy. Otherwise, don't blame us for starting a war with your academy. A cold voice echoed in a majestic palace. 3 dignified old men stood in a straight line with a powerful aura. Behind them stood a group of subordinates. The elder in the middle suddenly threw out a ruthless remark without looking at the reaction of the others in the palace. On the Holy Heaven Academy's side, the senior elders were all furious. Since the establishment of the academy, no one had ever dared to declare war against the Holy Heaven Academy. The Nether Palace wanted to start a war for a mere Lin Fei. The senior elders were shocked. Chapter 11:18. Holy Sky Academy. Main Hall. The attitude of the people from Netherworld Palace was overbearing, but the result was the same. They wanted the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy to hand over Lin Fei, not giving them any face at all. Many elders of Holy Sky Academy obviously wouldn't agree to this request. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a peerless monster, an elite among the younger generation. He would have a place in the future even if he walked out of the great metropolis world. Some of the more hot-tempered ones refused very thoroughly. Their meaning was very obvious. It was impossible to hand over Lin Fei, unless they started a war. The people in the main hall were as noisy as a market. The people from Netherworld Palace said that they would give them one night to think. If they couldn't make a decision by then, they would take action themselves. At that time, it wouldn't be their business anymore. The words they left behind made some of the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy angry. If they didn't restrain themselves, they would have taken action on the spot. Even so, that was almost the limit. Humph, the Holy Heaven Academy will definitely obediently hand over that brat Lin Fei. We can take him away without any effort. In a palace in Holy Sky Academy. The people from the Nether Palace would stay here for the night. Although Holy Sky Academy was angry, they didn't dare to let the people from Netherworld Palace go out. Netherworld Palace was one of the top 10 forces, after all. Moreover, there were 3 hidden elders who came today. Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor snorted, "To avoid trouble, we will take action tomorrow. That brat Lin Fei isn't here. We will take his family away." Everything was worth it in order to curry favor with the major forces of the Divine Dragon world. Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor was one of the warmongers. They liked to solve everything with force. If they didn't agree, they would take action. They really didn't care about a mere Holy Sky Academy. Saint Sky Immortal Emperor had become a thing of the past. He wasn't a threat anymore. They didn't dare to take action before because Holy Sky Academy had a certain foundation. If they really broke the net, both sides would suffer. They didn't want that. Things were different now. With the support of Hidden Dragon Force, they didn't care about all this. Today, those old fogies said that they don't plan to hand over Lin Fei. It doesn't seem possible to expect them to hand over Lin Fei. Another elder spoke. This elder was called Frostfire Immortal Emperor, similarly an elder who cultivated in seclusion. Back then, his reputation in Great Metropolis world wasn't small, having killed many experts. He was a savage person. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up and said in a low voice, "3 elders, the higher-ups of the Divine Heaven Academy aren't united. For example, Elder Mu Outyan is gnashing his teeth at Lin Fei. Back then, not only did Lin Fei make a move against his disciple, he even made a move against him, causing him to lose all face in the academy. As long as we release our thoughts, I believe that they will definitely be very enthusiastic about dealing with Lin Fei. I'll leave this matter to you. You must do it well. We don't want to waste time on this." Immortal Emperor Frost said indifferently. The middle-aged man retreated. There were only 3 elders left in the main hall. Why bother? Why don't we just make a move tomorrow? Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor was not satisfied with the arrangement. "Do you think those old fogies of the Divine Heaven Academy dare to stop us? I'll cripple them." Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor killed people like flies before you became an Immortal Emperor. Not to mention that you have comprehended more than 50 laws after becoming an Immortal Emperor. It's best not to make a move if we can. Immortal Emperor Frost was already used to Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor's words. "We must bring Lin Fei back. No one can stop us, not even those old fogies of the Academy. Lin Fei is simply a pest." In another palace of the Divine Heaven Academy, many elders were sitting together and discussing among themselves. It seemed like they were taking pleasure in Lin Fei's misfortune. That goes without saying. He must have killed another genius disciple of the Nether Palace. That's why the Nether Palace is willing to make a move. Lin Fei is too daring. He doesn't even care about us seniors. It's great that he's taken away by the Nether Palace. Many of these elders' disciples had either suffered greatly at Lin Fei's hands or been killed. As Lin Fei's strength continued to rise, his battle prowess was off the charts. Gradually, they were unable to suppress him anymore. However, Elder Du Tao and the others won't agree. An elder said. Many elders think highly of Lin Fei. They think that he's the future pillar of the academy. The words of these elders caused their mood, which had just gotten better with great difficulty, to sink to the bottom again. They couldn't turn the situation around with their words. Elder Mu, someone's coming. A person ran in and said. Mu Outyen sat on the main seat with a frown. I won't see anyone today. At this time, Mu Outyen was thinking about how to deal with Lin Fei. He would not waste time meeting with anyone. Lin Fei had publicly slapped him in the face and even sent him to Mount June to face the wall in the cold valley. He had yet to vent his anger. Elder, this is the token of the person outside. The person braced himself and took out an item. Mu Outyen glanced at it and his expression changed. He stood up. Bring me there. The others didn't see it clearly. They were all curious about what made Elder Mu change his mind. They knew Elder Mu's character. Not long after, Elder Mu returned. Everyone wanted to know who it was, but no one dared to ask. Everyone, go back and contact your friends. Lin Fei must be on the same side. Mu Outyen said, Our Divine Heaven Academy has experienced many ups and downs in the great metropolis world. We can't make a mistake on this matter. The Nether Palace is powerful. If we really start a war, both sides will suffer. At that time, we will definitely be surpassed by other academies. Mu Outyen's words were very serious. Everyone agreed with this statement. The Nether Palace wasn't a small force. It was one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. It wasn't worth it for the academy to start a war with them just for Lin Fei. Rest assured, Elder Mu. We will go and persuade the other elders after we go back. We must pay attention to Lin Fei's matter. All the elders present were well aware that Elder Mu had to get rid of Lin Fei and take revenge for what he had done in the past. The elders left very quickly. After all the elders left, Mu Outyen's expression was gloomy. Lin Fei, you asked for it. I've obtained a lot of benefits by persuading some elders. You really made the Nether Palace spend a lot of money. This old man will go and persuade those elders while I have time. The Divine Heaven Academy's upper echelons were divided into 3 factions. One refused to hand over Lin Fei, the other wanted to hand over Lin Fei, and the last one was the neutral faction. Mu Outyen wanted to persuade the neutral faction. After all, the number of neutral factions was the most important. As long as he roped them in, even the elders who supported Lin Fei would have to respect everyone's opinion. One night actually passed very quickly. It could be said that the Divine Heaven Academy's upper echelons didn't have a good rest. The Nether Palace starting a war with the Divine Heaven Academy wasn't a small matter. On the contrary, it was a huge matter. They couldn't sleep for the entire night. A dark cloud was gradually forming in the sky above the Divine Heaven Academy. The major forces in the great metropolis world were actually paying attention to this matter. They were quite curious. Why would they start a war with the Divine Heaven Academy just for Lin Fei? Could it be that there were many secrets hidden in it? They might be a big sect, but they were actually quite gossipy. The Nether Palace wanted to start a war with the Divine Heaven Academy just for one person. A person who wasn't that important. It was indeed unimaginable. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the palace, a new day had arrived. I wonder what's the outcome for you guys? We don't have much time to spare. Let's wait for you guys. Yu Joutian's tone was very cold. He swaggered down and ignored the gazes of many elders. Elder Yu, we don't have to be so anxious. I believe they already have an outcome. Immortal Monarch Huahan acted as the good guy, but in reality, he was also forcing the upper echelons of the Divine Heaven Academy to take out an outcome. The upper echelons and elders of the Divine Heaven Academy were all furious. The Nether Palace wasn't giving them any face at all. Were they determined to devour the Divine Heaven Academy? Elders of the Nether Palace, Lin Fei is a genius of our academy with a boundless future. Do you think that it's possible for you to hand over Lin Fei or start a war? Saint 33, the Grand Elder of the Divine Heaven Academy, said in a solemn voice. Even the Grand Elder of the Divine Heaven Academy was alarmed by this matter. Saint 33 was a disciple of the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor. He hadn't been involved in the Academy's affairs for a very long time. Apart from important matters, he rarely showed himself. I was wondering who it was, so it's the Grand Elder. The Immortal Monarch recognized Yu Joutian and said in an eccentric tone, Grand Elder, many people will die for a single Lin Fei. This old man is afraid that you can't afford the loss. The Divine Heaven Academy is still one of the 4 great academies in the great metropolis world. Don't let the inheritance of the Divine Heaven Academy end just for a single Lin Fei. If the Saint Sky Immortal Emperor knows about this, he definitely won't be at peace. Yu Zhouqian sneered again. It might seem like a reminder, but it was actually a warning. In the great metropolis world, the four great academies had a lot of influence. If the Divine Heaven Academy really started a war, then no matter the outcome, the Divine Heaven Academy wouldn't be able to bear it. In the worst case, they might suffer a great loss and never be able to rise again. They might even be annexed by others. For the Divine Heaven Academy that had been passed down for so long, no one wanted to see such a scene. Yu Zhouqian's words caused a commotion among the upper echelons of the Divine Heaven Academy. They still cared a lot about the Divine Heaven Academy that had been passed down from generation to generation. If the Academy suffered a great loss for a single Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. The Grand Elder, Saint 33, slightly frowned his brows as he saw some signs. Chapter 11:19. Elysium. Main Hall. Elysium's Great Elder's attitude was very firm. He would rather start a war than hand over Lin Fei. If they lowered their head in front of a force and handed over Lin Fei, then from now on, Elysium would no longer be considered as one of the four great academies. Their influence might even plummet and fall from their position as one of the four great academies. At that time, no one would be willing to join Elysium. If Elysium couldn't even protect a single disciple. If they could hand over Lin Fei today, then they could hand over another Li Fei, Zhang Fei, as time goes on, who would still become a disciple of Elysium. One could imagine what the result would be. Many higher-ups agreed with Saint 33's words. They couldn't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. The expressions of Yu Zhouqian and the rest slightly changed. If Elysium's Great Elder insisted on not handing Lin Fei over, would they really start a war? Starting a war was just a deterrent to gain an advantageous position. Just like what they said, if they really started a war, then both sides would suffer great losses. The three elders of the Netherworld Palace wanted to rely on their influence to suppress others. As long as they could suppress the higher-ups of Elysium, then everything would be easy. Saint 33, do you really want to stubbornly go all the way? Aren't you going to ask for their opinion? Immortal Emperor Frost said indifferently with a hint of pride on his face. Saint 33 said, in Elysium, as the Great Elder, I believe the other elders will agree with my decision. You don't have to worry about it. Immortal Emperor Frost laughed heartily. That's not necessarily true. You might be the disciple of the Elysium Old Ancestor, but Elysium doesn't belong to you alone. Just now, Immortal Emperor Frost received the news. It was a success. Great Elder, this old man has something to say about Lin Fei. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder came out from the higher-ups of Elysium. He was surrounded by people and seemed to be very influential. Everyone else looked at him with respect. Saint 33 raised his eyebrows. Old Five, what do you want to say? The fifth elder was actually one of the 10 most influential elders among the upper echelon elders. His name was Elder Hai Tian. Grand Elder, you're a disciple of the Patriarch, and I'm a notary disciple as well. We've worked so hard for the Institute, but now you're going to abandon the Institute for the sake of Lin Fei. Are you going to drag everyone to their deaths? Elder Hai is right. It's not worth it for a mere Lin Fei. Our academy is filled with geniuses. If you do something wrong, you will have to pay the price. One by one, the elders stepped forward. Many of them were elders of the centrist faction. Not far away, a few elders' faces darkened. Why did Elder Hai and the others suddenly oppose Lin Fei? That doesn't make sense. Doesn't Elder Hai like Lin Fei? These elders all supported Lin Fei, and Elder Du Tao was one of them. If Lin Fei matured, he would definitely become an expert of the Institute in the future. Du Tao and the others naturally had to defend the Nether Palace's treatment of Lin Fei, and they wouldn't agree to hand over Lin Fei. In just one night, the centrist elders changed their minds. If this continued, things wouldn't be good. Elder Du Tao and the others began to worry. The Grand Elder had a lot of authority in the Elysium Institute. Once all the elders had the same opinion on certain matters, the Grand Elder would have to carefully consider it. Old Five is right. This old man also agrees to hand over Lin Fei. Another elder stepped forward, causing another commotion among the upper echelon elders. This elder was also one of the 10 elders. His name was Yi Tian, and his influence wasn't any weaker than Elder Hai Tian's. He was a notary disciple. The Elysium ancestor had left behind some inheritances and accepted many disciples. His personal disciple was Saint 33. There weren't many disciples like him, but notary disciples were not few. Among the 10 elders, all of them were notary disciples, and their influence was huge. 2 of the 10 elders came out one after another. Anyone who wasn't stupid would know what this meant. In just one night, a storm was brewing. Everyone definitely doesn't know what Lin Fei has done outside, right? At this moment, Mu Outyen walked out with a face full of anger. His words had undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of the upper echelon elders. The Nether Palace came in an overbearing manner and wanted to take Lin Fei away. As for the reason, they didn't say a word. Since the other party didn't say anything, everyone naturally didn't know. Mu Outyen stood out and said this. Everyone wanted to know what Lin Fei had done to attract the hidden elders of the Nether Palace. Let's see how you escape this time. Mu Outyen sneered in his heart. Some of the upper echelon elders who originally supported Lin Fei wavered. If Lin Fei had really done something wrong and affected the reputation of the Elysium Academy, they would stand on the opposite side for the sake of the Academy. Seeing that everyone's gaze was drawn over, Mu Outyen said, although there is a certain conflict between me and Lin Fei, that is just a small matter. As long as Lin Fei doesn't make a huge mistake and does something that disgraces the Academy, I won't target him. Speaking of which, he is also a disciple of the Academy. However, this time, Lin Fei has gone too far. Even I can't help but get angry after hearing it. I don't want to speak up for him. Those who didn't know better would really think that Mu Outyen was a magnanimous person, and wouldn't take the previous matter to heart. Nonsense. Elder Du Tao and the others wouldn't believe that Mu Outyen would be so kind as to help Lin Fei. They knew Mu Outyen the best. The Vice Dean of Mount June was his subordinate. Now that he was imprisoned, how could he be magnanimous? Perhaps everyone doesn't know that Lin Fei looks like a gentleman on the surface, but he is actually a rapist in private. A few days ago, he snuck into the Nether Palace, harmed the fairies, and cruelly killed them. Mu Outyen said a lot of words and poured all kinds of dirty water on Lin Fei. Rapist? Cruel and unbearable to look at? Moreover, it happened to a great force like the Nether Palace? For an academy, a rapist that ruined its reputation had always been something that they attached great importance to. If this matter was true, then the Nether Palace had sufficient reason to come here with murderous intent. Impossible. We all know what kind of character Lin Fei has. What you said is completely unreasonable. Elder Du Tao couldn't help but say, Elder Mu, do you think that with junior brother Lin Fei's strength, he can enter the Nether Palace quietly? Can he leave calmly? Even you and I might not be able to do it. Everyone knew what kind of place the Nether Palace was. With just Lin Fei's strength, he definitely couldn't enter. Since he couldn't enter, this kind of words were obviously untenable. Elder Du Tao and the others doubted the truth of these words. Elder Du Tao almost scolded Mu Outyen for being more shameless. No matter what, Lin Fei was their junior brother. Yet, Mu Outyen spoke ill of him in public. Didn't he have any shame? Mu Outyen said with a pained expression, I thought so too. Lin Fei is a genius and a pioneer among the youths. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. But now, it seems that we know a person for a long time but not for his heart. Elder Du, you have to believe the truth. Otherwise, why would the Nether Palace come here? Great Elder, since Lin Fei has done such a thing, in my opinion, we don't need to protect him, Elder Hai Tian said indifferently. If this matter were to spread out, it wouldn't be good for our academy. Elder E Tian said, I believe that everyone has the same thought. Lin Fei can do such a thing. Even the heavens cannot tolerate it. If we continue to tolerate it, we can't guarantee that he won't do other things in the future. The higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy were not united. The people of the Nether Palace all laughed. A mere trick caused the higher-ups of Holy Sky Academy to be no longer united. It seemed that they really didn't need to use force to easily take away Lin Fei. Perhaps when they returned to the Nether Palace, their contributions would be even greater. After all, they wouldn't need to waste a single soldier. Now, it all depended on the decision of the Great Elder of Holy Sky Academy. The elders who supported Lin Fei at the beginning were gradually shaken. They started to support handing over Lin Fei. Except for a few, almost everyone had the same thought. Hand over Lin Fei so that it wouldn't affect the academy. The situation was one-sided. Any academy couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Not to mention, it was even more intolerable when someone came knocking on their door. Handing over Lin Fei seemed to be the best choice. The Great Elder, Saint 33, frowned even more. He didn't expect such a situation. Many elders among the 10 elders stood out one after another. This made the Great Elder have no choice but to carefully consider this matter. If the people's hearts were scattered, it wouldn't be easy to lead the team. Although the Holy Sky Academy wasn't as glorious as it used to be, it was still barely one of the 4 great academies. However, if something were to happen to the academy because of Lin Fei, then as the Great Elder, he would have a huge responsibility. He wouldn't have the face to see the old ancestor. Great Elder, you have to think twice about ending the legacy of the sacred heaven old ancestor for a single Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Huahan said proudly. At this point, he didn't believe that Saint 33 would go all the way and fight against the Netherworld Palace for a single Lin Fei. If that was the case, the Holy Sky Academy would be courting death. After hearing Mu Outyen's words, almost 2/3 of the elders felt that Lin Fei had committed a heinous crime and shouldn't be protected. They suggested handing him over. Only the remaining 1/3, such as the elders behind the 3 vice-deans and Elder Du Tao, thought that Lin Fei wouldn't do such a thing. Mu Outyen's words alone couldn't prove anything without any substantial evidence. However, the Netherworld Palace was coming aggressively and even declared war. Unknowingly, it gave everyone a huge pressure. It was normal for the elders to have such thoughts. Great Elder, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. Are you going to hand over Lin Fei or not? Yu Jiutian sneered. Lin Fei is the first person who dares to do such a thing in the Netherworld Palace. I believe your academy won't allow such a person to affect the academy, right? Ha ha ha. They could see that Saint 33 had made a decision. He was determined to hand over Lin Fei. Who dares to stop me? Chapter 11:20. The Nether Palace had come with a lot of people, not only to strengthen their momentum, but also to show off their muscle strength. In order to prevent Lin Fei from escaping, the Nether Palace had arranged a lot of experts outside. They immediately saw the commotion outside. They released their divine senses and saw Lin Fei, who was being blocked by someone. The black-clad Lin Fei was very eye-catching in the crowd. 3 elders, that person is Lin Fei. Someone quickly went up to report. Their understanding of Lin Fei had always been limited to his name. It wasn't that they had never seen him before, but they didn't care much about his appearance. I was wondering who Lin Fei is. It turns out he's just a kid. Yu Jiutian laughed coldly. For this little fellow, I'm already giving him a lot of face, let alone the 3 of us elders. The frigid fire Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. This Lin Fei truly has some capabilities. Not long ago, he was already a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. In such a short period of time, his cultivation base has already reached the heaven-ranked Immortal King realm. The other elder, Nether Ghost, who hadn't spoken much, said, Since Lin Fei has appeared, we don't have to look for him. Let's capture him. The 3 of them had the same idea. They had to take him away. Zili, go and suppress Lin Fei later. A young man behind them said with joy, Don't worry, elders. I'll take down Lin Fei. No matter how talented he is, he's no match for me. The 3 elders were quite relieved. Zili's strength was obvious to everyone in the sect. Behind him stood several high-level elders, and his influence was very great. This time, he had brought him here to render meritorious service. If one wanted to go far in the Nether Palace, they had to make a contribution. Taking Lin Fei back was undoubtedly a big deal. As long as they captured him, plus the elders behind him, the benefits would be unimaginable. It's good that you're back. We don't even need to say anything. The people from the Nether Palace will take you down. When Mu Outyen saw Lin Fei, he was slightly startled. Then he gloated. The Nether Palace's 3 hidden elders are here. Let's see how Lin Fei is going to deal with this. Heaven-ranked Immortal King? How is that possible? But when he saw Lin Fei's cultivation base, Mu Outyen felt even more unhappy. When Lin Fei was still a great firmament golden immortal, Lin Fei had already caused him to suffer a loss. Now that he was a heaven-ranked Immortal King, his combat prowess didn't increase even further. At this point, Mu Outyen couldn't wait for the Nether Palace to capture Lin Fei. For such a genius to grow to such an extent, It was quite dangerous. If this continued, the future days of these elders would not be good. Mu Outyen had done many things today. If Lin Fei found out about it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei must not stay. For Lin Fei to return at this time was clearly not a good time. That brat Lin Fei, why did he come back? Du Tao and the others didn't really want Lin Fei to return at this time. If he didn't return, everything would be fine. Even if the three elders of the Nether Palace wanted to make a move, they would have to pay a certain price. Now that he was back, the situation was completely different. What should we do? I didn't expect the Nether Palace to really muster such a large force. After hearing the news, Lin Fei executed the Emperor Tier Divine Ability Foot apart and rushed back immediately. They were only at the periphery, but they were immediately targeted by the people from the Nether Palace. All of you die. Lin Fei originally delayed dealing with the Nether Palace, but they took the initiative to come to him. This made him very angry. Hua hua hua, the saber light slashed out in an incomparably domineering manner. The disciples of the Nether Palace in the periphery weren't a match for it and were instantly killed. Their corpses were cut into several pieces and fell from the sky. Those who block me shall die. The saber intent around Lin Fei boiled and evolved into a world of saber intent. A world of saber intent swept his way. After all, this saber intent came from the ancient Saber Emperor. It wasn't just domineering. The people of the Nether Palace in the periphery were heavily injured and couldn't stop Lin Fei from charging in. On the side of the Nether Palace, many people frowned. Lin Fei's battle prowess seemed to be stronger than the information stated. Such a domineering saber intent almost crushed a group of their disciples. Although they were surprised by Lin Fei's strength, they were still at ease with the three elders around. After all, no matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was definitely not a match for the three elders. Lin Fei, you've committed a grave sin. Why don't you kneel and admit your mistake? Mu Outyen was very uncomfortable when he saw Lin Fei crushing the disciples of the Nether Palace. Many of the disciples of the Nether Palace were very strong, but they were slaughtered like sheep in front of Lin Fei. He hoped that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to stay. Some people on Mu Outyen's side agreed. They could see that Lin Fei had endless potential. If they didn't take this opportunity to get rid of Lin Fei, it would be impossible the next time. At this moment, Lin Fei rushed in from the outside. The group of people moved from the palace to the gate and happened to see Lin Fei rushing in. The Nether Palace is really generous. They directly arranged for 3 immortal emperors, and each of them has cultivated more than 50 laws. Their battle prowess is very strong. With a single glance, Lin Fei was able to tell that the strength of those 3 elders were like 3 immovable mountains. They were extraordinarily powerful. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything. Each of the 3 immortal emperors wanted him to have nowhere to go. With the passage of time, the situation was different from the past. He was no longer someone that anyone could bully. Even the Nether Palace had to think twice before they acted. Otherwise, they would lose their teeth. Elder Mu, you're shouting very happily. Don't you know that your mouth is actually very smelly? Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know what role Elder Mu played in this. Swish! 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 Rays of saber radiance swept across the sky and slashed at Mu Outyen in front of everyone, shocking everyone. Lin Fei really dared to make a move. Mu Outyen was furious. This Lin Fei really deserves to die. Does he really think that I'm as easy to bully as before? Swish! The saber radiance turned into a saber that looked down on the world. The saber intent was lawless. The saber slashed at Mu Outyen's body. No one could see the trajectory, and Mu Outyen's body was directly cut open. Now it's quiet. After killing Mu Outyen's body, Lin Fei's cold eyes looked at the 3 elders of the Nether Palace. 3 immortal emperors, I heard that you've mobilized a lot of people to find me. Now that I'm here, what do you plan to do? Lin Fei stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Mu Outyen, who was not far away, had just reassembled his body. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and the saber radiance slashed at Mu Outyen again. Chapter 1121. Elder Mu. Lin Fei, what are you doing? The elders standing in the same circle as Mu Outyen all revealed horrified expressions as they sternly criticized Lin Fei. However, none of them dared to make a move. Among them, Elder Mu Outyen's strength was the strongest. However, in front of Lin Fei, The strongest elder's body had been slashed apart by a single saber strike. What could they do if they went up? Right after they spoke, another saber light flew over and flew past them, leaving a drop of blood on their faces. If you dare to make any more noise, I will slaughter all of you. Just a moment ago, Lin Fei received a voice transmission from Elder Du Tao, telling him what Mu Outyen was doing. These elders immediately shut their mouths. They had all seen Mu Outyen's miserable state, but they could not believe it. In such a short time, Lin Fei's strength surpassed Mu Outyen's by several times. Every time he attacked, he would crush Mu Outyen. They did not want to be killed again. That would be too embarrassing. Before Xiao Chen's strength, they indeed did not dare to speak anymore. However, when the Holy Heaven Academy disciples saw this scene, Lin Fei became an existence that they worshipped once again. Furthermore, it was a top-notch worshipping. Killing an elder of the Academy's upper echelon without saying a word. How tyrannical and mighty was this? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the first elder, Holy 33, who had been standing at the very front. What a great Lin Fei! He must have obtained some shocking fortuitous encounter on this trip. This old man can sense a surging power from his body. Even if this old man were to face him, I would have a headache. This saber intent is vast and extraordinary, containing an ancient intent. Could it be the saber intent left behind by an ancient expert? The first elder, Holy 33, naturally hoped that Lin Fei would be as strong as possible. Xiao Chen had killed Mu Outyen the moment he arrived. It could be said that he did not care about the elders at all. However, the first elder, Holy 33, did not get angry. Instead, he felt comfortable. The first elder didn't like Mu Outyen very much. He had seen all of Mu Outyen's petty actions in private. However, in his position, what could he do about such trivial matters? Of course, he could only turn a blind eye and not take it seriously. Lin Fei had killed Mu Outyen the moment he arrived. Although he had only destroyed the physical body and shocked the upper echelon elders, Holy 33 was still very gratified by this action. This Lin Fei was not all brawn and no brains. At the very least, he had dealt with the problem on his side first. He had grasped the timing very well. Only then could he be at ease. Seeing that the first elder didn't say anything, who would dare to criticize Lin Fei? Wouldn't that be courting death? At first, the three celestial lords did not think much of it. However, after Lin Fei killed Mu Outyen's physical body, their opinion changed. Ancient saber intent, courageously advancing. If such a person grew up, he would definitely become a formidable enemy of the Nether Palace. He had talent, but his edges and corners had been ground down. His future achievements would definitely be limited, because once his edges and corners were ground down, he would lose his motivation. His actions would be smooth, and he would be overcautious. But Lin Fei was different. His edges were still there and hadn't been smoothed out. He acted according to his character. In a place like the Academy, it was extremely rare for someone to immediately attack an elder. Even in the Netherworld Palace, there wasn't a second person who would do such a thing. Lin Fei, you've committed a huge crime in our Netherworld Palace. You should come with us. Immortal Dominator Huahan said in a calm tone, before unleashing a powerful aura. Lin Fei was unmoved. Something big? Why don't I know about it? Don't tell me it's all groundless nonsense. You should at least take out some evidence to convince me. What's the point of just talking about it? Even the aura of a celestial emperor was unable to shake the other party's mind. This was unexpected. If Lin Fei's answer was slightly wrong, it would be perfectly justifiable for them to make a move. No one had anything to say, but it would be troublesome if Lin Fei's answer was fluent. This Lin Fei isn't simple. Immortal Dominator Huahan gave Zili a signal with his eyes. Actually, it was not the time for them to make a move. They felt that Lin Fei was too calm. It was rare for Lin Fei to be able to hold his ground against three celestial emperors. Lin Fei, rumor has it that you're the strongest genius in the Heavenly Academy. Do you dare to fight me? Zili was a gentle young man, but he immediately put a big hat on Lin Fei's head. There were many experienced disciples in the Heavenly Academy. No one dared to admit that they were the strongest, or they would be ganged up on. Zili's words had a double meaning. Lin Fei threw his head back and burst out laughing. Could it be that you want to challenge me? You should know that once I make a move, I'll kill. I don't care who you are, if you dare to make a move, You'll go to hell. Tyrannical. Despite knowing the other party's background, he still dared to say that he wanted to kill. 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Zili was a prideful person. He was the disciple of an elder of the Netherworld Palace. Even though Lin Fei said that, he didn't care about Zili at all. On the other hand, Zili looked like he could kill Zili by using an immortal artifact. Mid-grade immortal artifact. The moment the 10,000 Demon Pagoda appeared, dark clouds shrouded the area. The might of a mid-grade immortal artifact caused everyone's expression to change. This disciple of the Nether Palace was bullying the weak by using a mid-rank immortal artifact right off the bat. He was purely acting recklessly, so who could stop him? Lin Fei, aren't you the strongest genius? Block my 10,000 Demon Pagoda if you can. This 10,000 Demon Pagoda was temporarily given to him by the elder behind him. Once it was activated, it could suck people into it and refine them into a pool of blood. It was extremely vicious. Zili had completely dominated Lin Fei. So what if he had a tyrannical saber intent? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from a true treasure. First Elder, hurry up and save junior brother Lin Fei. While Elder Du Tao was cursing the shamelessness of the Netherworld Palace, he also hoped that First Elder would stop him. The power of a mid-grade immortal artifact was unimaginable. They all knew about the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. It was a vicious immortal artifact. No matter how strong one's body was, they would be refined by the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. There's no rush. Even junior brother Lin Fei isn't as anxious as you are. Saint 33 said. Elder Du Tao looked over. It was just as First Elder had said. Junior brother Lin Fei's expression didn't change at all in the face of a mid-grade immortal artifact. It was really abnormal. Could it be that there was a way to deal with this immortal artifact? 10,000 Demon Pagoda? Ha ha ha, Lin Fei laughed again. 3 heads and 6 arms grew out. His 6 arms were like rainbows that slapped the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. The 10,000 Demon Pagoda shook continuously. This 10,000 Demon Pagoda isn't yours. The power you can display is too limited. It's better to give it to me. Lin Fei could see that the 10,000 Demon Pagoda's power was limited. It couldn't hurt him at all. The 6 arms kept slapping the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Zili, who was controlling the 10,000 Demon Pagoda, kept vomiting blood. His face instantly turned pale. He was seriously injured. How dare you? The 3 immortal emperors didn't expect that Zili, who had bought a mid-grade immortal artifact like the 10,000 Demon Pagoda, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Moreover, Lin Fei even said that he would take the 10,000 Demon Pagoda away. The immortal sovereign of Yu Jiutian roared. He opened his mouth and shot out a beam of sword light that was as large as a door plank. It was multicolored and dazzling. All of them were condensed from the energy of the law, exuding a terrifying aura. This sword strike was enough to kill ordinary immortal kings. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Based on this sword, this hidden elder's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was extremely powerful. The immortal emperor made his move. Lin Fei chuckled. Facing this sword, he kept slapping the 10,000 Demon Pagoda, causing Zili to vomit blood. He acted as if he didn't see it. Ancient Saber Intent World and Ancient Sword Intent World rushed out from Lin Fei's body. They formed 2 layers of defense, one in front and one behind, blocking the Immortal Emperor's attack. The Immortal Emperor's attack rushed into the Ancient Saber Intent World. It was instantly blocked by a large amount of Saber Intent. Its power was hindered. It rushed into the second Ancient Sword Intent World. With only half of its power left, one of Lin Fei's heads moved. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword light, blocking the opponent's sword. My 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Zili vomited blood. He finally couldn't control the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Hee, the mid-grade immortal artifact is mine. The 10,000 Demon Pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hands, and it struggled furiously, wanting to break free. Lin Fei snorted coldly and hugged it with his 6 arms. He opened the Heaven and Earth Smelt and threw it in, using the Heaven and Earth God Flame to suppress it. Elder's 10,000 Demon Pagoda. The 3 immortal emperors felt embarrassed when the 10,000 Demon Pagoda was suppressed. At the same time they thought of something. Lin Fei had a treasure that could suppress the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Lin Fei has extraordinary means. Let's take him down together. I didn't expect this kid to not only have saber intent but also sword intent. 2 worlds. He formed the Tao of defense and blocked my attack. Unfortunately, it's not in the Netherworld Palace. Then let's do it. The clothes of the 3 immortal emperors fluttered as they attacked Lin Fei together. Lin Fei, who was in the Immortal King realm, was worthy of 3 immortal emperors attacking. Everyone was furious and shocked. What kind of combat strength was this? It was worthy of 3 immortal emperors attacking together. Great Elder, quickly stop them. As soon as the 3 immortal emperors attacked, the elders of the Holy Heaven Academy couldn't sit still. The elders who were originally wavering all fell to Lin Fei's side. Saint 33's face was also full of anger. The 3 elders of the Netherworld Palace were too shameless. They really dared to attack together. Were they bullying the Holy Heaven Academy because there was no one else? Great Elder, you don't have to do it. The 3 of them are still not my match. Let me deal with this little guy. Just as he was about to attack, Saint 33, the Great Elder, heard Lin Fei's voice transmission. His eyelids twitched. Lin Fei wants to deal with 3 immortal emperors alone? These are great experts who have mastered 50 laws. Why did you say that they are little guys? Are you sure? Saint 33 thought that Lin Fei was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could compete with the immortal emperors. Seal. The sky suddenly darkened, and the laws filled the air, making people unable to see the situation inside. Except for the 10th Elder, no one else could see the situation inside. The Great Elder set it up. His strength was still the strongest in the academy. There were many high-level elders present, but they couldn't see through the battle behind the laws. This made them want to know how Lin Fei would deal with the 3 immortal emperors. Chapter 1122. The Grand Elder of the Sagely Heaven Academy personally took action and stopped the battle. Apart from the 10 elders, no one else saw the real situation. When they entered and saw the scene before them, their jaws dropped. Elder Hai Tian, who was the first to oppose Lin Fei, was dumbfounded. Is junior brother Lin Fei going to defy the heavens? At this moment, 3 immortal emperors were attacking Lin Fei at the same time. Majestic law energy and immortal weapons caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Facing the attacks of 3 immortal emperors, the black-robed man in the middle was calm. His 6 thick arms and huge body were like a towering mountain that kept crushing his opponents. This palm is too strong. It's a direct suppression. The strength of this palm should have surpassed us, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Ever since the establishment of our Heavenly Academy, there has never been such a disciple. Even the old ancestor Xianxia couldn't fight against 3 immortal emperors when he was at this realm. Rumble. In the sky, the power of the immortal weapons were still lingering. Lin Fei relied on his physical body and powerful divine force to topple mountains and overturn seas. He didn't play tricks with them at all. He threw out one punch after another, meeting their attacks head-on. 3 immortal emperors, your strength seems to be too weak. Lin Fei threw another punch, tearing apart the attacks of the 3 immortal weapons and facing the 3 immortal emperors. Saber intent and sword intent flew out at the same time. The 2 intents went straight for Immortal Emperor Huahan. Immortal Emperor Huahan used a gourd, a middle-grade immortal weapon, to block the wave of power. Lin Fei arrived in front of him. His 6 arms pressed down and a huge wave of divine force surged. PFFF. Immortal Emperor Huahan almost couldn't hold the gourd anymore. His blood and qi were in chaos. There's an error in the information. Lin Fei is too strong. Immortal Emperor Huahan had a hard time resisting. He felt bitter in his heart. He couldn't imagine that the ant in his eyes could unleash such powerful combat power. Even with the law energy and the gourd, he couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Xiao. After suppressing the Frost Immortal Monarch, the entire Blood Shadow Tyrant Saber flew out and turned into a single saber. It was tyrannical and strong as it chopped down. An even stronger divine energy surged out. The aura of death instantly enveloped the Frost Immortal Emperor. This was the first time he felt something like this after cultivating for so long. The 2 immortal emperors felt their blood and qi churning. They weren't feeling good either. Seeing this scene, their pupils shrank. 2 mid-grade immortal weapons shot out. Resplendent rays of light shone and the might of the immortal realm was fully displayed. They wanted to stop Lin Fei. Hee. Lin Fei ignored them and simply allowed the attacks from the immortal artifacts to descend upon them. A chilling light flashed out and the two immortal artifacts were sent flying, smashing against the ceiling power. He was sent flying. Impossible. Celestial Emperor Huachong's pupils constricted. He unleashed all his abilities in an attempt to stop this saber. You really dare to kill me? Another powerful Emperor-class mystic art was unleashed by immortal Lord Huahan. He was going all out this time. Killing you is like killing a dog. Boom! Divine force gushed down. The giant celestial demons turned into an army of celestial demons. Even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. When Celestial Emperor Huahan encountered the army of celestial demons, his powerful Emperor-class mystic art swept through the army of celestial demons. However, he still couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. The gourd was filled with cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. Slash! Lin Fei raised his saber and slashed down. The divine saber glowed brilliantly as it passed through the layers of restrictions and slashed at the immortal Emperor Huahan. The immortal armor exploded as the saber slashed at the immortal Emperor Huahan's body. What a powerful saber slash! The power of this slash is at least 50 billion divine dragon force. The Great Elder and the 10 elders were shocked. Even if they were to encounter such a powerful divine force, they would be extremely fearful. Celestial Emperor Huahan is going to die, Saint 33 said indifferently. After this slash, there was no way to stop it. Everyone could see the battle clearly. After Lin Fei executed the tyrant saber, he focused on destroying the immortal Emperor Huahan's physical body. Once the physical body was destroyed, the immortal Emperor Huahan's strength would be greatly affected. If he faced the powerful Lin Fei again, he would definitely die. Celestial Emperor Huahan's body exploded on the spot. The Blood Shadow Tyrant's saber slashed over like a heavenly millstone, grinding his flesh and blood, preventing Celestial Emperor Huahan from regenerating his flesh. Fire Chill! The Blood Shadow Tyrant's saber slashed over, destroying Celestial Emperor Huahan's flesh and blood. The remaining two immortal emperors shouted. The three of them attacked together to deal with Lin Fei, but one of their immortal emperors was killed instead. The crisis of death started to envelop them. You two old fogies, instead of cultivating in seclusion, you came out to court death. This is the first time I've seen people like you. Lin Fei turned around and rushed over. His 6 arms were like 6 divine sabers, slashing out rays of rainbow light. Lin Fei, don't go too far. The 2 elders were both hidden cultivation elders. They were extremely powerful. However, when faced against Lin Fei, they felt as though they were at a loss. Ha ha ha, is that so? So close, yet worlds apart. Lin Fei took action instantly, charging in front of Yu Zhoutian. He punched out at Yu Zhoutian's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Following that, more punches rained down on Yu Zhoutian. Didn't you want to fight? Fight if you can. Is Netherworld Palace so awesome? I don't think so. One day, I will kill my way to Netherworld Palace and destroy it. I will remove your name from the great metropolis celestial world. Lin Fei used both his hands and feet to beat Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor Huahan. Even though Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's defense was strong, it didn't take long before Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's strength turned into a pig's face. You and I are irreconcilable. Before he could finish his sentence, another fist smashed down, sending him flying. Slash! A vast power, ancient and vast, came from the horizon and blasted Yu Zhoutian Immortal Emperor Huahan's body, directly blasting him into pieces. What an ancient aura! It seems to be the aura of fate. Is it the divine ability left by the Fate Emperor? This terrifying divine ability shocked them again. In their eyes, Lin Fei had reached this step in such a short time. Even they might not be able to match him in terms of combat strength. Great Elder, we seem to have done something wrong. Elder Hai Tian looked ashamed. With Lin Fei's strength, he might not be able to defeat him. Previously, he wanted to agree to hand over Lin Fei, so that the Academy would not be involved in the matter and cause a huge impact. We are also wrong. Among the 10 elders, several of them were in favor of handing over Lin Fei. But now, Lin Fei killed 2 immortal emperors in one breath, and he even used the emperor-level divine ability left by the Fate Emperor. This was a top-notch divine ability, an opportunity that they might not be able to grasp in their lifetime. An immortal king could kill an immortal emperor. What kind of strength was this? Even old ancestor Xianxia was not as strong as Lin Fei. It's time to clean up the academy. Chapter 1123. Two immortal emperors dying one after another was a major event. At least, the last elder of the Netherworld Palace was so scared that his face turned pale. This result was exactly what he had imagined. Two of them dying in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei, Holy Heaven Academy, you've killed two of our elders. Just wait for the war. The last immortal emperor didn't dare to stay. It was more important to stay alive. While Lin Fei had become a monster in the eyes of this elder. He had to inform the elders of the sect. Otherwise, when they recovered, they would definitely become a strong enemy. The immortal emperor attacked with all his strength. A Jianghu immortal talisman flew out, releasing a powerful aura. Not good, this is an immortal talisman, it can break the spatial seal. The first elder's expression was solemn as he recognized the origin of this thing. He had to stop it. Do you think you can leave? The immortal emperor heaved a sigh of relief when the immortal talisman broke the spatial seal. As long as he brought the news back, the sect would pay attention to it. At that time, Holy Heaven Academy would have to bear the consequences. There was also Lin Fei. A sneer came from above. 6 arms slapped down. Lin Fei, you're dead. You can't kill me. The immortal talisman blocked the first wave of attacks. This immortal talisman was too precious. He couldn't bear to use it unless this was the time. But once he used it, no one could break it. Boom boom boom. The immortal talisman wasn't affected at all. It protected the immortal emperor and was about to leave this place. Lin Fei's second wave of attack came. It was still the same 6 arms. But these 6 arms were like 6 gods and devils, crushing everything in their path. His power. Boom boom boom. The arms slapped the immortal talisman. Rays of light shot out from the immortal talisman, but it was constantly shattered. It couldn't resist the power of the attack. The color of the immortal talisman kept dimming until it was covered with cracks and completely collapsed. Die! Lin Fei slapped down again. Without the protection of the immortal talisman, he was instantly enveloped by the power and smashed into pieces. Finally done. He killed the immortal emperor quickly. The 10th elder of Holy Heaven Academy came back to his senses. Lin Fei had killed the person. Great elder, since they're here, there's no need to go back. I'll kill them all. Lin Fei wasn't a soft-hearted person. He had already killed the people inside, so he shouldn't let the people outside go. If he let them go, they would be another force to be reckoned with. The people of the Nether Palace should be killed. Elder Hai Tian said. Kill. The 10th elder changed his mind. Even they did not think that they could defeat Lin Fei with the power he had displayed at the end. From the moment he killed these 3 immortal emperors, Lin Fei stood on the same level as them. No one in the academy said anything anymore. Not long after. Not a single person from the Nether Palace was missing, and all of them were killed. The one who gave the order was the first elder, Saint 33. After killing the people of the Netherworld Palace, there would be a battle sooner or later. The great elder Saint 33 was very clear on what he should do in this matter. The higher-ups of the Nether Palace were completely shocked by the annihilation of the people from the Nether Palace. This was a result that they had not expected. In the main hall, all the high-level elders were present. At this time, the high-level elders all had different expressions. Many of them were worried about how to deal with this matter. Also, were the 3 immortal emperors dead? Who killed them? This is bad. The strength of the Nether Palace has always been above our academy. I'm afraid that there will be a fierce battle soon. It's all Lin Fei's fault. In the crowd, there were still people who didn't welcome Lin Fei. They're here, they're here. The 10th elder and the great elder arrived one after another. Everyone quieted down. At this time, no one saw Lin Fei. They couldn't help but be curious. The cause of this matter was Lin Fei. Why didn't Lin Fei come? This wasn't normal. He didn't come? Mu Outyen had been killed a few times. He had been staring at someone, but unfortunately, that person didn't appear. Great Elder, where's Lin Fei? Someone still asked. Lin Fei has something to do. He can't come. Elder Hai Tian said indifferently. His gaze swept around and landed on Mu Outyen and the other elders. His gaze made them feel cold. After a discussion, the Great Elder and the 10th Elder made some decisions. The academy hadn't cleaned up the higher-ups for a long time. They didn't know what the academy's responsibilities were. This time, they could clean up the internal affairs after Lin Fei's matter. The cleaning up began. Mu Outyen and the others were punished. All of them were stripped of their status as elders. At the same time, they were sent to face the wall and announced that they would leave the circle of elders. Apart from Mu Outyen and the others, many others were also punished. Of course, Mu Outyen wasn't convinced. Especially after losing his status as an elder, he had to face the wall and face the wall. It was unimaginable that his status would plummet. Whether they were convinced or not, the Great Elder and the 10th Elder discussed and immediately sent people to take them away. They didn't let them do it themselves. The elders present understood one thing. They could offend anyone in the academy except Lin Fei. It seemed like the Great Elder and the 10th Elder were going to protect Lin Fei. At this time, who would dare to offend Lin Fei? They were still wondering who killed the 3 immortal emperors. If it was Lin Fei, didn't that mean that they couldn't suppress Lin Fei? That was what they were most concerned about. After Lin Fei killed the 3 immortal emperors, he bade farewell to the 10th Elder and the Great Elder. He believed that they would handle the rest. On the invincible peak, dense immortal qi covered the sky and became the place with the densest immortal qi in the academy. Originally, this place wasn't very eye-catching in the past, but now it was unknown how many people wanted to join it. Those servants were all existences that everyone envied. Hubby! When Lin Fei returned, the peak became lively. Lin Jiqing, Nangong Qianxian, Jin Feng, and Qing Wan all came out. When he wasn't around, they went into seclusion to cultivate. With the guidance of famous teachers, their cultivation improved tremendously. They entered the Xian immortal realm one after another. Among them, the fastest was Lin Jiqing. Her cultivation had reached the late Xian immortal stage. Her combat power increased tremendously. Nangong Qianxian, Jin Feng, and Qing Wan were all in the early Xian immortal realm. That night, Lin Fei had to sleep with them. To prevent his daughter from barging in, he set up an array formation. It was a night of spring. It was great. In the morning, Elder Du Tao came and told him about what happened yesterday. Even though he didn't say it, Lin Fei could imagine it. Sigh, Elder Mu and the rest are making things difficult for themselves. Elder Du Tao didn't want to see this. In fact, he knew that it was a form of protection. If this continued, they would be killed by Lin Fei sooner or later. It was for their own good to face the wall now. After a certain period of time, when Lin Fei reached a certain level, he wouldn't care about this anymore. Not long after Elder Du Tao finished speaking, someone came to report. Chapter 1124. I didn't expect this to happen. Hearing the news, Elder Du Tao fell silent. He couldn't believe that they would betray the academy just like that. They were elders and high-ranking ones at that. Was it really necessary for them to do this for Lin Fei? Could it be that they were still elders? Aren't they being guarded? How did they get out? Lin Fei felt that it was right. It shouldn't be that easy to betray the academy. Although he had never been to that place, Lin Fei had heard that there were high-ranking elders guarding that place. Normally, once someone entered, they wouldn't be able to get out. Mu Outyen and the others had gone in. They couldn't believe that they had come out so easily. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something fishy going on. Either something had happened, or something had happened. Only then could it be explained. Someone attacked and injured Elder Valley. He took Mu Outyen and the rest away, Elder Du Tao said. Could it be an expert from the Nether Palace? For now, I am not too sure. You have to be careful. Although our academy is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it is not a place that ordinary people can barge in. That person was able to sneak in silently and make Mu Outyen and the others betray him. Lin Fei nodded, indicating that he understood. Elder Du Tao didn't sit for long before he left. With this kind of thing happening, it was as if a layer of dark clouds had once again shrouded the academy's skies, making him feel uneasy. These shameless fellows. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed them yesterday. That would have put an end to all troubles and this wouldn't have happened. After sending Du Tao off, Lin Fei rubbed his chin and thought. Mu Outyen and the rest were high-ranking elders, but they were instigated to leave. This showed that the culprit was not simple. He might be an extremely powerful person. Killing them would save me a lot of trouble. Luckily, I brought a bunch of demon gods back. Lin Fei came to a secret chamber at the bottom of the invincible peak. It was specially set up. Hubby, you're so mysterious. What are you trying to do? Apart from Lin Fei, there were other people in the secret chamber. They were all beauties. As their cultivation increased, they became more and more beautiful. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything good in this secret chamber. Qing Wan's personality was the same as before. She spoke softly. They all knew this place well. Hee, let me show you something good. Lin Fei opened up the heaven and earth smelt and let everyone out. When the demonic gods walked out one by one, their imposing aura shook the formation. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had rearranged the formation, just the imposing aura of these demonic gods would be enough to cause chaos in the Elysium School. Every devil god here was as strong as the 3 immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. The Black Mountain demonic god was especially powerful. Greetings, master and mistress. The moment these demon gods came out, they immediately retracted their auras and greeted respectfully. This wasn't Lin Jiqing's first time here. She had seen quite a number of the upper echelons and elders and had seen a lot of things. However, this was the first time she had seen dozens of fiend celestials. Furthermore, they were calling her mistress. Husband, what are they doing? These women could imagine how powerful these fiend celestials were. They were much more ferocious than their college's upper echelon elders. They are all my servants. Lin Fei laughed. Servant. This time, the 3 women, including Lin Jiqing, were scared out of their wits. Servants? Their husband went out for a trip and brought back more than 60 fiend celestial servants. This was simply unbelievable. The strength of the fiend celestials was tyrannical and terrifying. Greetings, mistress. The fiend celestials greeted again. This time, they finally believed that their husband was right. These fiend celestials listened to their husband's orders. They immediately understood why they came to the secret chamber. The word mistress made them enjoy it for once. The Elysium School isn't very safe these days. I'm going to arrange for the fiend celestials to be by your side. No matter who comes, they will die. After last night's incident, Lin Fei became vigilant. If they could injure the elder guarding the valley, it was obvious that they were powerful. If they attacked his women, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Fei had to pay great attention to this matter. With these fiend celestials, Lin Fei was relieved. No matter who it was, with these fiend celestials, they would be able to catch them off guard, and they would have less to worry about. Lin Fei believed that no matter who it was, Mu Outyen and the rest would go to the Netherworld Palace. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have experts for his women. The ones sent would definitely be experts. The Netherworld Palace would definitely vomit blood if they could annihilate all of them. Jiqing, bring 5 fiend celestials with you. They have concealed their aura. No one will be able to see their strength, except for the Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor. With them around I can be at ease. The few people in the Elysium School could enjoy such a generous arrangement. A Xian immortal with 5 fiend celestials. This was a huge trap. Lin Jiqing was a smart woman. She chuckled. Husband, you are so sinister. This is a trap with no exit. Whoever comes will fall for it. The other beauties immediately understood what was going on and started giggling. All right, Xiao Lei needs to be arranged too. On the other side. All right, we will help you get revenge. Men, bring them down and settle them down. In the Netherworld Palace, the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace personally received them. Many of Mu Outyen's elders were defeated this time. It was most appropriate for the Great Elder of the Netherworld Palace to receive them. Such a force could also be considered a great force. The Netherworld Palace cared a lot. It was necessary to settle them down. Great Elder, I have a few words to say about Lin Fei. Mu Outyen wasn't in a hurry to leave. In fact, he didn't expect that he would lose everything because of a small matter. Mu Outyen couldn't let go of this matter. The elders who were familiar with him chose to stay silent and didn't help him. Mu Outyen still had a lot of resentment towards them. He had sweated and bled for the Elysium Academy. In the end, he ended up like this. He couldn't accept it. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he would still be an elder in the upper echelon, holding power and having a say in the academy. But after what happened, he completely lost it. Mu Outyen thought that it was all caused by Lin Fei. Last night, when the mysterious man attacked, Mu Outyen was determined and chose to betray the Netherworld Palace. He knew very well that Lin Fei had killed him in one move, so he couldn't take revenge. If he wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei, he had to borrow power, which had to be great enough to deal with Lin Fei. The Netherworld Palace was the best choice. Mu Outyen came with his men. Speak. The Nether Palace's great elder furrowed his brows. The death of 3 secluded elders still made him furious. This kind of hidden elder was very strong. The death of one was a loss. It had been a long time since the Netherworld Palace had lost 3 of them. I believe that the death of the 3 elders was caused by Lin Fei, because Lin Fei's strength should have reached the level of an immortal emperor. Even if he hasn't reached that level yet, he should be close to it. Great Elder, if you want to attack Lin Fei, you have to be careful, lest you fall into a trap. Mu Outyen was not a fool. The 3 immortal emperors must have some ulterior motives against Lin Fei. The great elder of the Netherworld Palace frowned again. Suspected to have the strength of an immortal emperor? All right, I understand. You can go and have a rest. The great elder waved his hand and asked his men to bring them away. After they left, an elder said, Mu Outyen's words can't be trusted. Lin Fei's strength has improved very fast. It's impossible for him to reach this level in such a short period of time. I believe the 3 elders must have been killed by Saint 33. Saint 33 definitely has the strength to do so. We didn't catch Lin Fei, and we lost 3 elders first. We have to make them pay. These elders were very angry. The Netherworld Palace had suffered a huge loss in dealing with Lin Fei. Not only had they lost 3 elders, but they had also lost a few talented disciples. This was like losing one's wife and one's soldiers. Lin Fei had become a thorn in their side, and they wanted to get rid of him immediately. The great elder of the Netherworld Palace had not expected that the first time he made a move would end up like this. The loss was not small either. It was hard to imagine. Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. Regardless of whether Lin Fei had the strength to do so, they had to take this matter seriously. They are not happy. We have to deal with Lin Fei quickly. The great elder of the Netherworld Palace said. His face was very solemn when he talked about the other side. They could not afford to offend a huge force like the Hidden Dragon World. Why don't we arrange for a few celestial emperors to ambush Lin Fei, and then arrange for some experts to attack his woman? It's best if we can kill her. Then, Lin Fei will definitely come to us because he's young and impetuous. With these 2 methods, even if Lin Fei doesn't die, he will come to us personally. A withered old man walked out. This old man was Zili's master. His disciple was dead, and as the master, he was naturally angry. The elders thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. It would be best if they could ambush Lin Fei. Even if they could not, they could test Lin Fei's strength. The second method was very reasonable. A person like Lin Fei was young and powerful. He would not be able to withstand stimulation. Once he was provoked, he would definitely do something shocking. It would be best if Lin Fei rushed to the Netherworld Palace. Once he reached the Netherworld Palace, he would not be able to leave. With the experts of the Netherworld Palace, even if there were 100 of Lin Fei, he would still stay in the Netherworld Palace and become one of the skeletons. The great elder of the Netherworld Palace also felt that this method was feasible. Then let's do it. We can't let the other side be unhappy. Apart from this matter, they were more anxious to take down Lin Fei than to continue dragging it out. This time, they formed a grand lineup to deal a devastating blow to Lin Fei. It would be best if they could finish him off in one go to avoid further trouble.